Chapter 81 Afterlife. 17 lives. They were so young, and many of them had not even started a family or a career, and had not had time to enjoy the best years of their lives. But everything suddenly came to an abrupt end. Thinking about it, tears instantly slid down his face. He shouldn't have let them go to fight the bandits. They all paid for his willfulness. Your Highness. Shinchu couldn't stop crying. It's my incompetence. I didn't bring them back properly. Your Highness. Please accept my condolences. The large living room was suddenly filled with people kneeling. Your Highness. Balkue consoled. It is their blessing to serve you. Your Highness. Bullshit. Lenny closed his eyes and said, whose life is not a life? Who is nobler than who? It is all my fault. Honging trembled when he heard this. Lenny sighed. Send a pigeon to take good care of the old and young in Hong Kong. I will support them for the rest of their lives. This is my duty. Honging cried. I know. I will not let them suffer. Wang Qingbang said. Although I have left Hong Kong for many years, I am now in Huluan. But my students and former officials are all over the world. It is not difficult for them to arrange a background. Lenny waved his hand weakly. You can arrange it as you see fit. Don't let them be wronged. The sun sets, and the wild geese fly south. Lenny lay on the chair, looking at the geese flying in the sky from time to time. His eyes dull. A real man naturally does things without paying attention to details. When Jiaoyi said lightly, everyone has his own destiny. Why do you think too much? Who the hell wants to be a real man? Lin Yi snorted coldly. I just want to live a good life. And only want the people I care about to be happy. When Jiaoyi shook her head helplessly. You are still childish. Life is not happy. 9 out of 10. Why should you mind it? Their parents mind. Their children mind. Their wives mind. Lenny said. I just want to live with a clear conscience. But now I feel guilty. When Jiaoyi was silent. In the end, he only said, it's a woman's kindness. Baiyun City suddenly had more than 20,000 refugees, which caused a lot of problems, but also brought a lot of benefits. Yin Jing never complained that he was short of people again, even if he was only given 1 copper coin a day. For 3 meals a day, these people would fight for it. At the same time, the militia and the guards were expanded again. Hongan brought a yellow dog with him every day. Yu Shaosher wanted to follow suit, but he always felt that pulling a dog was not impressive enough. So he caught a black bear from somewhere, and tied it with a rope made of vines. Ah Dai was unwilling to fall behind. So he went into the forest and caught a tiger with his arms. For a while, everyone in Baiyun City was in danger. Black bears and tigers entered the city, and everyone was afraid. Naturally, they went to the militia to complain to the black skins, they called them. Wang Xing had a headache. Since he took office, he had never encountered such a problem. Yu Shaosher and Ah Dai were both idiots. And they were good at martial arts. Even if they could barely take them down, there were no rules to follow. The prince's rules did not prohibit the raising of wild beasts. He was helpless, and could only go to Lin Yi to complain. Lin Yi didn't believe it at first, until he called the 2 idiots over, and saw the black bear weighing nearly half a ton, and the tiger taller than Cui Gingsheng. Your Majesty, look at it. It's so well behaved. Yu Shaosher was about to lead the black bear to Lin Yi while speaking. Lin Yi hurriedly took a step back, and said with gritted teeth, Put it in the woods. You are not allowed to keep it. After that, he ignored the 2 idiots. Yu Shaosher and Ah Dai wanted to argue, but when they saw Hong Ying, they immediately became honest. They still knew who to offend and who not to offend. On New Year's Eve, Lin Yi received ginseng, deer antlers, and some gold and silver jewelry from Hong Kong City. To be honest, they were all sent by his mother. A mother worries about her son even when he is far away. The old lady loves me, but I didn't send her anything. Lin Yi felt a little regretful. He only sent gifts to the emperor and ignored his own mother. Hong Ying smiled and said, Your Majesty, the queen will definitely not care about these things. I hope so. Lin Yi sighed. This was the most boring and uninteresting spring festival since he came to this world. Hong Ying, Mingwei, and others did not dare to go to the table. He stared at the table full of dishes in a daze, eating alone without any appetite. After the spring festival, the temperature was still normal. The gentry, salt smugglers, and pirates in Sanha sent tributes ranging from 10,000 to 50,000. It was another good start. The school, the guards, and the militia began normal training. and Bianjing started construction again. More and more merchants came to Sanha, and they felt the same as the locals. It was too easy to do business here. There were no rogues, no heavy taxes, and no forced buying and selling. Even if the journey was long, even if the profit was a little less, it was refreshing. Baiyun City was thriving. The bold grain and oil shops actually openly sold private salt. Linny would not tolerate their bad habits. If you want to sell salt, you must have a salt permit. If you want a salt permit, you have to spend money to buy it from the Metropolitan Commandery. Otherwise, the black leather men will raid the shops and take the salt without negotiation. Fortunately, there was no huge backlash. After all, they all knew they were in the wrong. The prince did not kill them, which was already merciful enough. They were grateful enough. Moreover, the prince had already given a rule. Those who did not change after repeated admonitions would be sent to labor reform. The only thing that worried Lin Yi was that he did not know how the news leaked out, and more refugees crossed the mountains and ridges from Yuo to Sanha. The Yuo riot was beyond Lin Yi's imagination. Rebels were everywhere, and Mei Jingji had not yet put them out. Moreover, as the road from Sanha to Nanzhou was built, some people even came from Nanzhou to escape the disaster. Nanzhou only had some sporadic hurricanes, which was a good weather. But the harsh government was more ferocious than a tiger. The people in some places really couldn't survive. Damn it. So many people. Can Sanha afford it? Lin Yi was worried. Xiazan said happily. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will make arrangements. Lin Yi said. Just don't let anyone starve to death. And the children, make sure they are sent to school. No matter how far. Apart from these children, he didn't really care about other things. After all, no matter how poor you are, you cannot be poor in education. And no matter how hard you are, you cannot let your children suffer. Whether it was in the last life or this life. These ideas have been deeply rooted in his bones. The classrooms built last year can no longer meet the needs. Lin Yi had no choice but to build a branch school. The orphanage, which also served as a student dormitory, was not big enough and had to be rebuilt. On the day of completion, Lin Yi wrote the name he had already thought of. Orphanage. Your Highness, this name is wonderful. Xiazan praised generously. Since the old days, it has always been difficult to maintain the old state. 10,000 trees have been planted again, and every tree is still there, with peach and plum blossoms beside them. Chapter 82 Yin Shichi. A loving crow loses its mother, and utters a mournful sound. Xing Keshou said respectfully. Your Majesty has protected them, which is really a great merit. Lin Yi smiled and said, I just can't bear to see it, but I really can't let them wander the streets and fend for themselves. He Jixiong said loudly. Your Majesty, rampage is everywhere, and the people are living in misery. Chao Datong of Chuzhou, Han Hui of Yuezhou, and Gong Liani of Liangzhou have all become powerful, and General Mei may not be able to cope with it. When the time comes, the displaced people. We should make preparations early for Sanha. Lin Yi said curiously. I went to the city a few days ago, and found many refugees with Nanzhou accents. There shouldn't be so many. Right? When I was in theft, I passed by Nanzhou and felt that it was a fertile land. Compared with the land in the south of the Yangtze River, it was not much worse. He Jixiong said. Chuzhou and Yuezhou have suffered from floods and droughts for many years. Nanzhou, Yongnan, and Chizhou have become important tax bases. The foundation of the country depends on the southeast. The current burden is even more unbearable, and life is becoming more difficult. Some people sell their houses. Some sell their fields. Some sell their cows. And some sell their children. Therefore, people have always come to Sanha. Not just today. It's just that the prince has built the road to Nanzhou, which makes it more convenient for them. Naturally, there are more and more people. Wang Qingbang said. I have also asked some refugees from Nanzhou these days. The land in the south of the Yangtze River is really rotten. Mulberry trees are still taxed after they are abandoned. And seedlings are still taxed after the fields are deserted. Even if you are in the deepest part of the mountains, you can't avoid the conscription. Lin Yi sighed. The bandits, Wadden, and the continuous wars. Wars cost money. And taxes and labor service are naturally heavy. I heard that in the war with Wadden last year, there were more than 300,000 civilians alone. When the country prospers, the people suffer. When the country perishes, the people suffer. Wang Qingbang said. Your Majesty, There is no need to blame yourself. The general situation is already like this. Lin Yi shook his head and walked straight away. 5 miles away from the Huang mansion. The newly built branch school next to the road. There are songs every day. These were all taught by Lin Yi. Lin Yi was a little desperate. He was not afraid of heaven or earth, but he was afraid of Sanha people speaking Mandarin. He had no way to correct the accents of these children. He had nothing to do, so he went in and taught another lesson on the study of things. When white light shines on an object, part of it is absorbed by the object, and the other part is reflected by the object. This is reflected light. What we see is reflected light. The color of an object that does not reflect any light is black. As for whether these children, who had just learned pinyin, could understand, he did not care. That was something Mingwei and Zixia should worry about. These two had learned a bunch of random things from him since they were young. Lin Yi was more confident than them, and at least had the physics level of a second-year junior high school student. After teaching for more than an hour, the students were out of school. Looking at the ragged, malnourished children holding brand new white porcelain bowls and queuing up for porridge in the school playground, I couldn't help but feel sad. Unable to bear to look at the scene in front of me, I unknowingly walked to the foot of Baiyun Mountain. Along a path trampled by woodcutters, herbalists, and hunters, I walked straight up the mountain. Don't follow me, Lin Yi said to Hong Ying. I want to relax by myself. When I was sad before, I would take a lot of things to the orphanage. Now I don't know where to go when I'm sad. Hong Ying bowed and said, Yes. Lin Yi shook his head. He agreed so readily. There must be something wrong. Maybe he will follow him secretly. Moreover, he didn't know how many secret guards there were behind him. However, he didn't care. As long as he didn't get in the way, it was fine. Walking on the steep hillside, he had to use his hands to grab the branches and dry grass on the roadside to climb up. He felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have come up. The road was difficult to walk on, and he might even encounter wild animals like tigers and wolves. He looked around again, and didn't see any traces of Hong Ying and the others. However, he had already walked more than half of the way, and going back seemed a bit like giving up halfway. He could only grit his teeth and continue to walk up the mountain. There was a fork in the road made by pedestrians. Looking to the left, the path was covered by weeds, and he didn't know where it led to. Looking to the right, he could see the spire of Baiyun Temple in the distance. He decisively chose the right side. In case he could reach Baiyun Temple, it would be much easier to go down the mountain. He picked a bag of oranges and ate them while eating. Suddenly, he froze. He had already put the orange in his mouth, but forgot to chew it. A woman sat on the edge of the cliff, bathing in the sunset, propping up her chin, staring at the endless flow of the Shijiang River in a daze. He didn't dare to move, for fear of scaring her. If he fell, his bones would be broken. He simply squatted on the ground, ready to watch her quietly. But he didn't expect that she had turned her head. Lin Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that he would meet her here after thinking about her day and night. Yan Shichi. Sorry. He smiled awkwardly. I was just passing by. I didn't mean anything else. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. You don't know martial arts. She pouted. So what if I'm a bad person? It seemed so. Lin Yi felt so embarrassed. Even if he wanted to be violent, it seemed that he didn't have the ability. Why are you here as a girl? Yan Shichi pointed to the towering spire of Baiyun Temple and said, I went to burn incense, and I came here on the way. The scenery here is pretty good. There is no more beautiful place in the whole Baiyun city. Especially in summer. It's very cool. Lin Yi smiled and said, It's very dangerous. There are big tigers and black bears here. He sat down next to her carefully. Yan Shichi raised his head and said, You are not afraid of an ordinary person. Why should I be afraid? I am a 4th grade. Lin Yi bowed and said, Master, I admire you. I admire you. Yan Shichi said, You are perfunctory to me. Don't think I don't know. Really? Lin Yi was surprised. Yan Shichi said, You obviously don't admire me. It's as hypocritical as saying I've admired you for a long time to a stranger. Lin Yi laughed dumbly. I don't know martial arts. Of course, I admire you very much. Yan Shichi looked him up and down suspiciously. Your face is clean, and there are no calluses on your hands. You must be used to doing rough work. Who are you? Lin Yi said. I was originally a wealthy family in Yuezhou, but unfortunately I suffered a disaster and had to flee to Sanha. Then can you speak a few words in Yuezhou dialect? Liar. Yan Shichi snorted coldly. My ancestors came from Yuezhou, and I have spoken Yuezhou dialect since I was a child. Don't try to deceive me. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Is it good for a girl to be so smart? Who are you? My name is Yan Shiqi. It's a simple and nice name. You are obviously laughing at me. No, Lin Yi said with a smile. The truth. Yan Shiqi pouted, hugging her legs, looking at the sunset, and stopped talking. The two fell into silence for a while. Chapter 83. All flowers die after autumn. Lin Yi was helpless. He thought he was a good talker, and he was very good at talking. If he talked too much, he would even annoy his mother. He kept nagging, and he was not manly at all. How could he suddenly stop talking? The crescent moon is a small boat. The small boat has two pointed ends. I sit in the small boat, and I only see the twinkling stars and the blue sky. Lin Yi was bored, so he sang a nursery rhyme. You can't sing 18 touches, and don't pick the wild flowers on the roadside. Right? It makes you look rude, uneducated, and tasteless. Can you sing? She looked at him happily. Do you like listening? I only know how to get drunk with plum blossoms in the snow every year. Yan Shiqi suddenly sighed. I haven't seen snow yet. They say the snow in the north is beautiful, white, like salt grains. But it can freeze people to death. Lin Yi continued. You forgot again. I am a 4th grade master. Yan Shiqi said proudly. I'm not afraid of the cold. Really? Lin Yi finally remembered that in winter, he was wrapped in a mink coat, Ming Wezixia, and the others only wore silk skirts, and he was still concerned about whether they were cold. But they didn't care. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. Miss. A woman's voice came from a distance. Her voice was hoarse and anxious. Yan Shiqi sighed. I have to go. Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, she floated away. Lin Yi could only stare at her back in a daze. From then on, he would climb the mountain once a day. Unfortunately, he never saw her again. Spring is here and flowers are blooming. People are plowing in the wild, and farm tools are already standing on the mountain. Sanha began to plant the first crop of rice. The good roads, which were ruined by cattle and sheep, smelled of urine. The most obvious thing was that the number of students in the school was reduced by half, including local children and refugee children. Both Xiazan and He Jixiang repeatedly warned them not to skip school, but it was useless. Their parents thought that it would be a pity if they did not go home to farm after learning martial arts and gaining strength. Lin Yi was helpless. Even in modern society, there is still a harvest holiday. Moreover, in this world, children aged 11 or 12 are the best laborers. But these are all minor matters. The grain and silver in his warehouse flowed out like water. Who knows if these people will pay it back in the end? He Jixiang's road construction project had to be temporarily stopped. He repeatedly asked for money, but no workers came to work. In any case, the family's land is the foundation. There were only some prisoners left on the construction site. He Jixiang could only use this limited labor force to build the bridge. On the day when the work was hastily completed, he did not expect that there were crowds of people on both sides of the river. After the fence was removed, people swarmed onto the bridge. It was packed with people. Some people were so bored that they rode their mules back and forth 5 or 6 times. Wasn't it spring plowing? Are they all so idle? He Jixiang was worried that the bridge would collapse. After all, it was newly built, and some places were not yet solid. Not only would he be embarrassed, but he would also have no way to explain to the prince. In the end, he had no choice but to arrange people to guard on both sides and queue up to get on the bridge. In short, the day the bridge was opened was the happiest day in the history of the residents of Baiyun City. This bridge truly solved the historical difficulties of crossing the river between the two sides. From then on, there was no need to use a sampan, and a bamboo raft could reach the other side. Lin Yi followed the crowd to the southeast bank for the first time. Obviously, this place was much more desolate than the north bank. There was not a single decent house. Most of them were shacks that could barely shelter from the wind and rain, and on top were only thatch and banana leaves. This meant that there was a lot of uncultivated wasteland. Xiazan organized people again, measured the land, and the militia patrolled, and prohibited the occupation of land indiscriminately. Sanha is the private property of Prince He. No one said it, but everyone had gradually acquiesced in their hearts. However, the more spring plowing, the more things happened, and there were always unexpected situations. After Wang Xing asked the prince for instructions, Sanha added another rule: not paying wages is against the law. Especially those gentry and landlords, who withheld and exploited employees, Even a second-generation rich man like Wang Xing couldn't stand it. Many gentry and landlords were already old men over 50 years old, and it was impossible for them to go to labor reform. Lin Yi had them tied up and paraded through the streets. We have to let them know what shame is. Rebellious son. Wang Chung looked at Wang Xing. As if he didn't know this son. He offended so many people at once. And they were all old friends. He had no place to put his old face. How could he live in the future? Wang Xing smiled and said, if I don't offend them, I will offend the prince. Which is more important? I hope you will consider it. Ah. Wang Chung understood that what his son said was right. But no one else said anything. How could your uncle would insult you so lightly? Dad, the prince and I didn't arrest you because of my face. Wang Xing sighed. Other families are not clean. How can his Wang family be clean? What about the Yin family? Wang Chung said angrily. Yin Jin bullies men and women. And does all kinds of evil. Wang Xing said resentfully. This is Daddy's fault. Who told you not to give me a good sister? Wang Chung was stunned. In the end, nothing was said. Except for the Yin family, who was still kept in the dark, and the fact that the prince had taken a fancy to the concubine of the Yin family, it was no longer a secret. Other families could only stare blankly, expressing envy, a concubine in exchange for an opportunity to get close to the prince. Even a fool would know what to do. Lin Yi's action to crack down on wage arrears was successful this time. All the gentry and landlords, who had some dignity, paid their employees. However, his reputation of being unkind had spread throughout Sanha. The gentry and landlords still controlled the direction of public opinion. Bao Kuei was so angry that he wanted to arrest people. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, there is a line in the poem. How does it go? To pluck mud from a swallow's mouth is to shave iron off something. Wang Qingbang said, to pluck mud from a swallow's mouth is to shave iron off something. To scrape the golden Buddha's face and search carefully is to find something in nothing. To look for peas in a quail's crop. To chop the tender meat off a stork's leg. To cut fat off a mosquito's belly. Thanks to the old gentleman for doing it. He Jixiong said. The prince is indeed knowledgeable. Praise me? Lin Yi said proudly. This word can be used to describe these gentry and landlords. Each of them is not a good thing. They scold me. Which just proves that I did the right thing. If they flatter me, it would be dangerous. Wang Qingbang said. The prince is still open-minded. And I am ashamed. Lin Yi snorted coldly. No. Remember it first. And then slowly let them understand that the right way in the world is vicissitudes. And don't live too arrogantly. The prince is wise. Wang Qingbang smiled bitterly. He could always guess the beginning. But not the end. However, he thought it was natural. This prince, from inside to outside, was not a generous person. The most admirable thing was that he was consistent inside and out. The sun was shining brightly. 7 large ships stopped in the West River, causing a sensation in the city again. It was not because of how much goods Tian Shi brought back or how much money he made. The sea was never calm. Occasionally, there were successful ones. But more than a dozen ships went out, and only 1 or 2 came back. It was unheard of and unseen for Tian Shi to get out of the situation unscathed. The commandery began to auction the shipping license. And the highest bidder won. The palace gave a guarantee that Sanha and the southeast would be unimpeded. Few people believed it. So at the first so-called auction, the license was only sold for 30,000 taels of silver. The winner was Liang Jin, whose family owned a mine. Lin Yi didn't care. At least it was a good start. Lin Ning sent the letter as usual. Lin Yi no longer had much expectations, as it was just the same boring court affairs that he kept repeating. So, he didn't even bother to read it, and handed it directly to Wang Qingbang. Your Highness. Wang Qingbang's face changed drastically. What's wrong? Lin Yi yawned. The Emperor ordered General Yuan An to be the Chief General, Prince Yong to be the Deputy General, to enter Chuzhou to quell the rebellion. Wang Qingbang handed the translated note to Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't take it, waving his hand. So what? Your Highness is right. After Wang Qingbang finished speaking, he didn't stay in the palace for long, and hurried to find old men like Xiazan. Prince Yong's rise to power is not a good thing for old men like them. Chapter 84, Self-Criticism. It was late at night. In the commandery, a group of old men stood, or sat, with frowns on their faces, sighing, and none of them were happy. The atmosphere was completely different from the past. The tiny flame of the candle on the table was swaying in the wind coming in from the window, as if it would go out at any time. Sher Quan was terrified watching from the side, really afraid that it would suddenly go out, and then fall into darkness. They were old and weak, and it was hard to find a fire, and it was not easy to get up after falling down. He glanced at Xiezan and said, Master Xie? Do you want to add a candle? Ever since he Jixiang tried to make explosives and burn the warehouse. He told the prince that he would deduct their monthly salary. God have mercy on them. These old men have never received the so-called monthly salary. From the prince's mansion. There is no place to deduct it even if they want to. What is surprising is that even in this situation, Xiezan can still find another way. He actually deducted their daily expenses. Food and drink are normal. But the pen, ink, paper, candles, clothes, etc. have all been deducted. As a result, they are now very cautious when using a candle at night. After hearing this, Xiezan nodded and said, Then add a candle and make a special case today. After hearing this, Sher Quan was very happy, and quickly picked up a half-burned candle and lit it. With 2 candles in the room, it suddenly became much brighter. Wang Qingbang sighed. Everyone, you must have an idea. Right? It's not a good idea for us to keep silent like this. If you fall behind by 1 step, you will lose by 100 steps. These principles, gentlemen, should you understand? He Jixiang said lazily. Old man Wang, you know what to do yourself. Why bother asking us? It's a waste of time. Wang Qingbang said. One person's plan is short, and everyone's plan is long. You all have to say something. Right? Otherwise, an old man, will always fail to take care of everything. Xiezan rubbed his brows and said, Our prince, in front of him, is nothing more than a name that is not right. So the words are not smooth. Xing Keshou said, If the name is not right, then the words are not smooth. If the words are not smooth, then the things will not be accomplished. What can we do? Anyone who has been in the officialdom for a while knows that Sanha's biggest disadvantage at the moment is that it has no government office. The regulations issued by Prince He are inappropriate, and are secretive, not presentable, and only add to the jokes. Moreover, the prince's meddling in politics is detrimental to Prince He's reputation. Prince He doesn't care about reputation, but these old men do. Sher Quan asked curiously, What you are saying is nonsense. Can we find a governor or governor? It would be good enough to have an interview envoy. Besides, will they listen to us? Qin Dishing snorted coldly. As long as they are willing to come. No matter who comes. Once they get on our boat, can they still get off? Otherwise, I can guarantee that as soon as the new emperor ascends the throne, it will be the day when his family will be confiscated and his clan will be exterminated. Sher Quan shuddered. He had to believe what Qin Dishing said. It is difficult to praise someone, but it is easy to destroy someone and make him lose the emperor's heart. It is easy to find excuses to accuse someone. Bian Jing shook his head and said, What can you do? Tell me quickly. Xiezan said, I am of a low position and cannot report to the emperor. And the prince cannot directly write to the emperor. Let me tell you, it sounds good that his disciples and former officials are all over the world, but he has been away from the capital for many years, and people's hearts are hard to predict. Who can he trust? According to my opinion, I will arrange for someone to go to the capital to report to the prince. Except Sher Quan, the eyes of other old men all lit up. Wang Qingbang rubbed his eyes and clapped his hands. Wonderful! It's wonderful! As long as there is one who acts rashly, according to my understanding of the emperor will remember it in his heart. Chao Hung smiled and said, No, one more thing, good at writing poems. Everyone looked at each other. Qin Dishing stroked his beard and said, This way it will be foolproof. However, we cannot leave without permission. So who should we send to the capital? According to the current emperor's temperament, in addition to military power, the most intolerable thing is that the financial power falls into the hands of others. Not even his own son. Wang Qingbang smiled and said, Except for Shan Yin. Who else can it be? His uncle Shan Qi is the censor, and it is his due responsibility to offer advice and suggestions. As long as Shan Yin files a complaint, Shan Qi will report it to the prince both publicly and privately. Xiezan smiled and said, Besides, this censor is not the first time to report it to the prince. After hearing this, everyone laughed. Sher Quan said, Everyone. I still don't understand. Will the prince agree to this? Qin Dishing said, The reason for prosperity and decline. Although it is said to be destiny, is it not human affairs? Everyone nodded. There was no conversation all night. The next day, Lenny got up early. Today, he planned to let Yu Xiaoshur and Dai, who were already blacksmiths, take him into the mountains to hunt. The main thing was that they would hunt, and he would follow them to make barbecue. He had all the seasonings. As soon as he went out, he saw 8 old men kneeling in a row. Investigate yourself. If you are not stupid, you can't agree. What's more, you should find some governor to make trouble for yourself. He is very clear-headed. No matter how he explains, it's useless. Just in case, he brought Shanin with him, so as not to be fooled by these old guys. He crossed the newly built Shijiang Bridge, along the weedy and shrubby path, and went deep into the old forest. He didn't see any carnivorous animals along the way, but there were surprisingly many otters. All of them were not afraid of people, and they showed off their wild fruits to them. It seemed to be saying, "Look, my fruit is so beautiful." Yu Xiaoshur wanted to catch it, but Lenny stopped him. Otters cannot be raised after being caught, and their meat cannot be eaten, and it is unnecessary to kill them. Protecting wild animals starts with you, Lenny said righteously. Your Majesty. Adai didn't understand what this meant. He could only swing the 100-pound iron hammer in his hand and hit the air out of boredom. Since he became a blacksmith, he and Yu Xiaoshur had a brainwave and made a 100-pound iron hammer for themselves. The shopkeeper hired by Bian Jing's newly built blacksmith shop is Lu Duo from Zhongjia Silk Shop. Lu knew that the 2 idiots were from the prince's mansion, so he showed some mercy to them. He couldn't beat them, nor did he dare to scold them, so he could only let them do whatever they wanted. Born with supernatural powers, Lenny envied and stared blankly. He could only comfort himself. My brain is better than yours. Suddenly something jumped out of the woods, and when Lenny saw that it was a golden monkey, Fong Pai had already jumped up the tree and chased after it. Lenny wanted to call him to stop chasing, but he couldn't hear him. All along the way, he kept eating, and from time to time, wild fruits would be in his mouth. If he didn't eat them, it would be a waste. Your Highness. Shanin hesitated for a while, and finally said, I think what Lord Xia said makes sense. And then, Lenny took a bite of a red fruit and threw it away. His lips turned black. His mouth was numb, and he didn't have much strength to speak. Chapter 85 Xenophobia. Even if there were delicacies in front of him, he was too lazy to take a second look. He couldn't eat. Prince, Shanin said seriously. Really, you are a good person. Get out. Don't say such nonsense. Lenny scolded. He hated being given a good guy card the most. Prince, Shanin said dejectedly. The world is so big, where can I go? Lenny snorted coldly and ignored him. Being hunted by Yijinyu, is it my fault? The further into the forest you go, the mountains and giant trees are rarely visited by people, but they are a paradise for wild animals. When it was hot, poisonous snakes and mosquitoes were inevitable. Snakes basked in the sun outside the bushes, and mosquitoes roost and flew in pairs in the bushes. Fortunately, when Yu Xiaoshur and Cui Gingsheng and the other 2 idiots were quick-witted, they would smash the poisonous snakes with a hammer when they saw them. Lenny couldn't bear to look at the tragic scene. Fortunately, when he returned the next evening, he had a great harvest. The horses were carrying wild boars, wild deer, pheasants and wild ducks. Everyone was very happy, except Shanin. A person sat alone in a tavern in Baiyun City. After taking a sip of wine, he would always scoop a sip of soup with a spoon. For a native of Nanzhou like him, even porridge must have soup. Just when he was drinking to his heart's content, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. It's Mr. Xing. Shanin bowed to Shinkisho and shouted, Waiter, bring a set of bowls and chopsticks, and add more wine and dishes. Mr. Shan, there's no need to be so polite. Shinkisho smiled and said, I have a long-standing friendship with your Shan family, and I am as close as a brother to your uncle Shanchi. Shanin stood up and filled his glass with wine, and smiled and said, Mr. Xing, do you want to be my grandfather and treat me as your grandson? Shinkisho shook his head and said, I don't mean that. I am a criminal now. How dare I do that? Since you and I both serve the prince, let's talk about our own affairs. After taking a sip of wine, he took out a note from his sleeve and handed it to Shanin. Shanin did not take it, but asked curiously, What is this? Shinkisho smiled and said, I just forgot to give it to Master Shan this morning. Shanin hesitated for a moment, but still took it. He unfolded it and looked at it, and his face suddenly changed. Looking at Shinkisho, he said coldly, Mr. Xing, where did you get this information from? These old men have lived in Sanha for a long time. How could they be more informed than him? Xing Keshou said indifferently. Of course it is Princess Huaiyang. The disciples of Taiping Mountain defeated Chao Datong and saved Prince Yong. Such a big thing must have spread all over the world. Master Shan, if you want to know the truth, you can find out by carefully asking. So what about Taiping Mountain? Shan Yin snorted coldly. My Shan family is naturally not afraid. Taiping Mountain and Donglong Island are both in Nanzhou. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. There have been constant disputes for hundreds of years, either for land or for salt profits. Countless of his ancestors died under the pestle of Taiping Mountain. Countless people died in Taiping Mountain at the hands of his ancestors. The previous leader of Taiping Mountain was killed by his cousin, Shan Jin, the champion of martial arts in the 12th year of Delong. After 3 days and nights of fighting, the two families are feuds. Either you or me. Mr. Shan, Xing Keshou said slowly, you are a smart man. Once the king of Yong comes to power, Taiping Mountain will have the great merit of saving the king. At that time, your Shan family, there is no need for me to say more. Mr. Xing, why do you have to provoke me so much? Shan Yin said angrily. Do you really think I am a fool? Xing Keshou said. Mr. Shan is young, but he is already a 7th rank, so he is naturally gifted. Shan Yin was silent for a while, and drank several sips of wine, without drinking a sip of soup. After a while, he said, this is a matter of life and death for the whole family. So I dare not lie to my uncle. I will report the truth when I enter the capital. As for how my uncle decides, he has his own reasons. Xing Keshou stood up and bowed, saying, that's good. Shan Yin watched Xing Keshou's figure gradually disappear, then stood up, threw a silver ingot on the table, jumped on his horse, and headed north. There is more than one martial arts coach in the school, and one less will not make a difference, and one more will not make a difference. No one told Lin Yi. So Lin Yi naturally didn't know. You are so bold. How could you possibly deceive Hong Ying with such a thing? His eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth at Xie Zan and the others. Xie Zan straightened his back and said coldly, Hong is a smart man. Why should I say more? Qin Dishing also had no expression on his face, and said indifferently, Hong, don't delay the prince's important event. I hope you will take care of yourself. Bian Jing put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, if you don't like it, just kill me if you have the guts. I hate self-righteous people like you the most. The old man ignored Hong Ying and turned away. Mingwei looked at Zixia. Zixia looked at Hong Ying. Hong Ying closed his eyes. For a long time. No words. The wild geese returned north. Damn, they are all a bunch of conscienceless people. Lin Yi scattered beans in the yard, and none of them were willing to fall. Thinking back to the past, when they came south, they came into his yard in groups. It's nothing like now, except for the pigeons occasionally calling at him. No one paid any attention to him. Liang Jin's fleet returned. It caused a sensation in Baiyun City again. 3 ships went out, and 3 ships came back. People in Baiyun City were saying that the Liang family brought back countless gold, silver and jewelry from Southeast Asia. Lin Yi started the second auction of the navigation license, and the starting price was 100,000 taels. According to his idea, he would not sell it for a penny less. Qiu Wujin raised his sign and directly quoted 150,000 taels. He raised the price by 50,000 taels. This was something no one could have imagined. The local tyrants in Sanha were not just his Qiu family. This time, the richest man in Sanha listened to the words of Wang Xing, the rebellious son, in his mouth, and took the license for 300,000 taels. 10 times more than the first time. 30,000 taels. The happiest people, besides Lin Yi, were Bianjing. Money is enough to make you do whatever you want. The last section of the road leading to Nanzhou was finally completed with the efforts of nearly 30,000 laborers from Nanzhou and Sanha. Looking at the bumpy mountain road in Nanzhou. Nanzhou is nothing special. This was Bianjing's last words after the completion. With the smooth road, more and more people came from Nanzhou to Sanha. They brought their families with them, and the elderly and children with them. As long as they had something to eat, they would do anything. And they didn't even need to be paid. This gradually caused dissatisfaction among the people of Sanha. Even the outsiders, who had just settled here. Who can be happy when their job opportunities are taken away? Exclusion of outsiders is inevitable. The new refugees have a harder time. They have suffered a double blow, both ideologically and economically. Even with his eyes closed, Lin Yi could feel this xenophobic trend. He directly said, "Once you come here, you are a Sanha person." Slogans painted with lime are all over the streets and alleys of Baiyun City. At the same time, there is one more regulation in the palace. Those who work in farms and factories should be promoted if they are capable, given a high salary, and assigned to tasks. Unlike other regulations, those who violate this regulation do not need to go to labor reform. Chapter 86. The pot falls from the sky. Lin Yi waved the fishing rod weakly, looking at Hong Ying kneeling in front of him, sighed. "Get up, it's not your fault," Hong Ying said. "It's all my incompetence, I didn't notice it in time, otherwise Shan Yin wouldn't be able to leave Baiyun City. As long as the prince agrees, I'll catch him now." "What are you chasing? I don't know where he ran off to now." Lin Yi glanced at the old men kneeling in a row again, sighed. "You old guys are really nosy. In fact, I really hope to have a governor. As you said, I can do everything with justification. I can put these responsibilities on the officials in the government office. And I don't have to meddle in other people's business. I can enjoy my leisure time. What I fear most is the arrival of a commander or admiral. This kind of people with guns, soldiers in hand, and speak with confidence. I have to be cautious. When a scholar meets a soldier, he can't explain himself." Xiazan knelt and bowed. "Your Majesty is far-sighted, and I admire you." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "I am not afraid of criticizing me. Shanqi, that old bastard, has criticized me many times. But you made the decision on your own. Do you really think that I am good-tempered? Please forgive me." "Your Majesty." The 8 old men begged for mercy, but they all looked fearless. Lin Yi said calmly, "You can be spared the death penalty, but you can't escape the punishment of life, so I'll punish you with a cane. You are old men, and it seems that you are deliberately trying to kill you. Come on, take them away, and lock them up for 3 days, and let them face the wall to reflect on their mistakes, and each of them should write a self-criticism. Write in vernacular. If I can't understand it, it won't count." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The joy of the crowd was beyond words. Baiyun City did not come to a standstill because of the 3 old men being locked up. After all, they were just locked up in the house, and the prince did not deprive them of their previous rights. Every day someone came to ask them for instructions, and they stood at the window and explained everything clearly. The new playground of Chidian Orphanage, the shouts shook the sky. However, the participants in the training were the guards of the expanded palace, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. The uncles and aunts who wanted to learn martial arts could only go to the school. "You only have 3 months, and anyone who can't transform the energy, don't blame our family for being ruthless, and you don't need to stay in the palace at that time." Standing on the simple general platform, Hong Ying's voice was not loud, but everyone below could hear it clearly. "The palace does not leave waste." "Yes." After the guards responded in unison, they fell into silence again. The sound of falling could be heard from below the stage. Shen Chu, Bao Kuei, and others were helpless. Hua Jin, this request was too much. Even in the capital guards and the Beijing camp, there were only a handful of Hua Jin masters. With 4,000 guards, how many would be left in the end? However, they did not have the courage to refute Hong Ying's words. Hong Ying came down from the stage, passed by Shen Chu, and said lightly, "Don't keep any more trash, otherwise if something unexpected happens, the prince will be sad and cry." Shen Chu bowed his hands in response, and sighed as he watched his back gradually recede. Since Wang Chung obtained a navigation license, he, like Liang Zhen, began to purchase goods on a large scale. Merchants followed the smell and transported porcelain, tea, and silk to Sanha. After all, someone would pay a high price for them, so there was no need to find another buyer. As long as they were transported safely, they could make money. More and more merchants came to Sanha, and the streets were crowded with cars every day. Not to mention outsiders. Even the locals were confused. When did Baiyun City become so popular? However, smart people would seize the opportunity. Baiyun City finally had its first real inn, the first 2-story restaurant. Lu Duo, the shopkeeper of Zhongjie Silk Shop, finally stopped selling dog meat under the guise of selling sheep meat. And he really sold silk. He sold very little of the low-end goods such as coarse cloth. How much money can you make from coolies? Lin Yi was good at discovering details that others could not. For example, The women in the secret door of Baiyun City are getting younger and younger. And you can no longer see those with gap teeth and hunchbacks. Although the appearance cannot be compared with Ankang City, it has made great progress. When Lin Yi was about to express his relief, he found that there were actually young children inside. The highly educated prince, he said, that he could not tolerate it. There was no anti-pornography clause in the regulations of the Princely Palace, and Lin Yi did not intend to add this clause. Wang Xing was good at understanding. There happened to be a clause in the regulations of the Princely Palace. Buying and selling people was illegal. According to this regulation, there was not much problem. Therefore, Baiyun City began a vigorous crackdown on human traffickers. Surprisingly, the usually kind Prince He, this time, went on a killing spree, and all those who were identified as extremely evil had their heads dropped. There was no chance to go to labor reform. This was also the first time that the prince had killed people since he was in theft in Baiyun City. Whether they were locals or outsiders, they finally understood that in Sanha and Baiyun City, the crime of luring good people and selling good people was equivalent to murder. The cultural and entertainment industry in Baiyun City had just started, and it died halfway. Lin Yi was very sorry. This was not his original intention. He could only blame himself for overdoing it. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Lin Yi habitually bare-chested again. Lying on his back under a big tree, after hearing the pigeons calling, he was too lazy to even raise his eyelids. Wang Qingbang handed him the translated note. But he didn't take it. He just said lazily, "Read it." Wang Qingbang said. Right censor Qin Yang reported that the prince was acting erratically in Sanha, was forcing young men to work, and was for collecting money. "Damn it," Lin Yi said angrily. "This is all your fault." Qin Yang is a second-rank official, compared with Shanqi. It is also a report, but the nature is completely different. Wang Qingbang hesitated for a while, and finally said, "Your Majesty, there is no need to worry too much. Blessings and disasters are related to each other, and disasters are related to blessings. Stop talking nonsense. It's really a case of people sitting at home, and the pot comes from the sky," Lin Yi said unhappily. "You just want to watch the fun and don't mind the trouble. If I really get into trouble, none of you will be able to escape." Wang Qingbang smiled awkwardly and couldn't say a word. 15 days later, Princess Huayang's pigeons came again. 5 of them came at once this time, but they all had the same message. Shanqi reported He Jin for abusing his power and favoring him. This time, not only Lin Yi was stunned, but also Wang Qingbang. Xiezan and others were stunned. Chen Dishing sighed. Shan Lord is seeking victory and danger. He is seeking death. Lin Yi was not happy that his enemy was seeking death. Tian Shi led the big ships back. 11 big ships were placed on the river. Magnificent. And once again shocked Baiyun City. The residents of Baiyun City watched with their own eyes as boxes of gold and silver were unloaded from the ship. Perhaps there was too much gold and silver to cover the boxes. Under the sunlight, the light reflected from the boxes almost blinded their eyes. The day Tian Shiyu came back, he moved directly into the newly built house in Baiyun City. In Baiyun City, it was not like being the king on Fangya Island. The door of the house was very low-key and engraved with Tian's house. As everyone knows, the only person who can be the king in Baiyun City is He Wangya, and the only one who can be called a mansion is He Wang Mansion. Chapter 87, The Surrender. What he didn't expect was that the wealthy families in Sanha actually came to visit him one after another, and never came empty-handed. Gold, silver, and jewelry, needless to say. They said they were celebrating his new home. If he believed them, it would be a miracle. In the past, he was the second generation of pirates, the leader of the salt smugglers, with a huge fortune, but the gentry in Sanha never looked at him straight in the eye, let alone visiting him on purpose. Even if he was invited, they wouldn't come. The saying "no one visits the temple for no reason" is exactly this. These people just wanted to inquire about the sea affairs from him. However, without the consent of the prince, how could he dare to tell these people about the agreement between the prince and Du Sanha? So he just laughed it off and let it go. As for whether others returned disappointed, it was not his concern. He only cared whether he could make a fortune, and whether the prince was happy or not. The guests dispersed. The children's laughter came from the yard. Shang Shuiwen had more than 40 children who went to school in Baiyun City. Except for his own 8 children, the rest were the children of his brothers, who had been with him through thick and thin. His brothers surrounded a group of children, watching them punch and kick. with excitement on their faces. This was an expression he had never seen before. Lusan said, "Boss, you are the one who has the idea. This kid of mine has been completely different since he was sent to Bayun City." He laughed wildly and almost cried. "Don't say that. This prince is really capable. In the past, when I taught this little bastard to punch, I had to kick him twice before he would obey. He is not as obedient as he is now," saying that he wants to keep fit. The speaker was the tall Wancheng, Tianxi's right-hand man. From the beginning to the end, his eyes were on his beloved son, and he never looked at Tianxi. It's a good thing that the children are willing to work hard. Tianxi was happy, but he was also a little uneasy. However, he couldn't tell why he was uneasy. "Daddy." "Good son." Tianxi lifted up his foreson Tianjinhua, who was only 11 years old. In such a short time since he came to Bayun City, he has already achieved Huajin. Is it really as everyone said? Is the advanced technique taught in the palace? Otherwise, there is no explanation. 3 of the children sent from Shanshui Bay have already achieved Huajin. According to his ancestors' techniques, there are very few people in Shanshui Bay who can achieve Huajin before the age of 30. His eldest son Tianjunhao, who has been carefully educated since he was a child, is now 21 and still has not achieved Huajin. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that sending his children to Bayun City was a wise move. The sun was setting. He looked at the sky and shouted, "Get ready and go to the prince's mansion." He rode a horse, followed by 10 carriages, each of which was piled with boxes. After dinner, Lin Yi took a homemade bamboo swatter and waved it vigorously at the piles of mosquitoes in front of him. "If I don't kill you, I won't be called Lin." Lin Yi was really angry. The sun hadn't even set yet, and a mere mosquito was trying to force him to go to bed and hide in the mosquito net. He was not a person who would give in easily. Tianxi knelt on the ground, looking at the prince, who was fighting with the mosquitoes in front of him, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Yi was tired of swatting mosquitoes. After taking a sip of tea, he glanced at the box full of silver on the ground. After a long silence, he said, "Carry it back." "Prince." Tianxi suspected that he had heard it wrong. He had personally experienced how much this prince loved money. Lin Yi smiled and said, "In business, money makes money. It is taboo to share the money after making it. So, carry it back and continue to make babies." "Thank you, Prince." Tianxi was so happy that he almost jumped up. The more capital, the easier it is to do business. This time, there is no need to worry about the cargo pile in the cabin being full. Lin Yi waved his hand, and after watching Tianxi walk out of the yard, he sighed, "I really want to meet a woman. A living, rich person. I really don't want to work hard anymore. They are responsible for making money, and I am responsible for being beautiful. After all, the beauty is here." Mingwei and others behind him laughed. Their prince always speaks unexpectedly and is always so interesting. Zixia smiled and said, "Your Highness, don't blame yourself. It's because they are not blessed." Lin Yi sighed. "The eldest princess is rich, but it's a pity that she is my aunt." Mingwei and Zixia shut up very tactfully. This topic was not something they could discuss. Wang Qinbang and other old men suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Yi knew that his sister had written to him on time again. Since he had clearly expressed his dislike for pigeon droppings and pigeon noises, Wang Qinbang and his apprentice had tactfully moved the pigeon cage to the Metropolitan Commandery. If there was a letter, it would be delivered by this apprentice. "Tell me, what other national affairs does this king not know about?" Lin Yi looked indifferent. Wang Qinbang said, "Shanxi was changed from right censor-in-chief to governor of Sanhe, and was given the title of commander-in-chief." Qin Disheng, who was once left censor-in-chief, sighed. "The governor is a second-rank official, but changing to a third-rank deputy censor-in-chief is a promotion." Lin Yi asked curiously, "You mean that the fourth-rank right censor-in-chief was changed to a second-rank governor-general, which is not much better. Is it also a demotion?" He only remembered that the third-rank deputy censor-in-chief dared to shout at the first-rank governor. His uncle, General Ping Bei, Governor Zhen Bei, and first-rank governor Yuan Ong, was often scolded by the censors of the censorate like a grandson. And the most uncomfortable thing was that he could not say anything back. In short, the censors were a special existence. Rank and so on, for them, were nothing, whether Shanxi came to Sanhe or not. Even if he went to a wealthy place, it would be a loss. Qin nodded and said, "That's right." Lenny sighed. "I don't get along with Shanqi. This bastard is here. Isn't it annoying me?" Shinkisho hurried forward and said, "I and others are brothers with Shanqi. I believe he will be reasonable." Lenny said unhappily, "You guys caused the trouble. You solved it yourselves. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I will beat him up." He has this confidence. He is a man of his word for Sanha in front of him. Unless he, the emperor, is willing to spend money on Shanqi to rebuild the border army. But if you think about it carefully, it is basically impossible. The treasury is full of rats. And the problems in Chuzhou and Yuezhou have not been solved. What's more, He Jin will not let Shanqi get away with it. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, it is good that this old guy did not kill Shanqi on the way. Qin grinned and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry too much. Shanqi is willing to go this far. And he has naturally thought it through. He didn't need to take a stand. But for the sake of Dongnong Island and his people, he had to take a stand. Otherwise, the day when King Yong ascended the throne would be the day when Dongnong Island would be exterminated. As for why Shanqi stood with the prince, this was something that none of these old men could figure out. Shanqi really didn't need to come to Sanha in person." Chapter 88 The Shining Prince He. Take these old men for example. If there is any way out, they will not choose Prince He. They are dying, powerless, and guilty. Even if they have talents, there is nowhere to display them. Except for the sudden appearance of Prince He, do they have any other choice? Fortunately, their Prince He is not as bad as the rumors say. Even the current situation, let them gradually feel a little relieved. Lin Yi snorted coldly. "Let's make it clear first, he can do whatever he wants, but he has to take care of the school and the orphanage. Also, don't let him touch my salt profits and shipping. Sanha is a tough place. I have to save some money for myself." Xiazan said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Shan Darren is not an unreasonable person." Lenny sighed. "Okay. You can say whether it's good or bad. I want to see the result. If something unexpected happens, you will be in trouble." Everyone smiled. No one cared about his threat. They now know this Prince He very well. Although he yells fiercely, he is actually a good man. The sun was shining brightly. The people of Baiyun City were only concerned with their own lives. The court thousands of miles away had nothing to do with them. The vehicles coming and going from the south and the north blocked the road. Who made Baiyun City have only this one road? An old man with white hair stood on the ox cart, whipping the whip, and cursed with full energy. "No Yin Gong, go to the right." The first person he spoke was Lao Sanha. Across from him was a row of caravan carriages. Sitting in front was a chubby young man. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a strong middle-aged man standing on the ground. "Old man, please go first." The middle-aged man took the reins from the driver, pulled the horse to the other side of the road, and shouted behind him, "Go to the right. Don't block the road." The team quickly made way for them. The old man snorted coldly and shook the whip lightly, and the ox cart slowly passed in front of them. The chubby young man said to the middle-aged man dissatisfiedly, "I asked you to escort, but I didn't ask you to make me angry." The middle-aged man bowed and smiled bitterly. "Young master, this is your first time in Baiyun City. Maybe he doesn't understand the rules here. This place is different from our Nanzhou. The black skins, that is, the militia, are very fierce. If they provoke trouble, it will be troublesome. The old boss entrusted you to me, which is his trust in me. He dare not let you fall into danger. The most weird thing is that in Baiyun City, from toddlers to white-haired old women, almost everyone practices martial arts. Like the inconspicuous farmer just now. Once his momentum spread, he turned out to be a second class. He is more powerful than him. The chief escort who travels around the world. I can't afford to offend him. I can't afford to offend him. If he was not forced to make a living, he would have wanted to stay in Baiyun City to study the so-called royal skills. Huiyuan Gong. Unfortunately, there is no such opportunity. I can only take the opportunity to stay longer in Baiyun City, to watch more fish on the school playground, and learn a few tricks. If you want to fish on the shore, you have to exchange them for food. Sitting by the river, Lin Yi threw a handful of corn kernels into the river from time to time. After saying that, he slowly pulled up a crucian carp weighing more than 7 kilograms, which almost destroyed his bamboo fishing rod. Now, he basically doesn't fish at home. Because bamboo fences are placed at the water inlet and outlet of the palace. And fish outside can't get in. He planted lotus and raised goldfish. Grass carp outside would eat anything green they saw. He would destroy anything. Suddenly, he caught 3 minnows in succession, which stunned him. This was the first time he caught one. He had never even seen one before. This is a big deal. Is the whole family here? Lenny carefully unhooked the fish and put it into the barrel, and said to Balkue, "Catch some clams and take them home to raise them. Otherwise the minnows won't give birth." Balkue asked curiously, "Your Highness, what does the clams have to do with whether the fish gives birth? Don't you know this?" Lenny smiled and said, "The minnows' babies are raised in the stomachs of clams." Ah! Balkue couldn't believe it, and smiled and said, "Is this clams a fool? Survival of the fittest. There are no real fools." Lenny frowned again and said, "This clams can't be kept at home. If they give birth, they will be directly placed in the fish's gills and eyes, which may cause inflammation and rotten scales of the fish. My goldfish cannot stand the harm. Take them all back and raise them separately in a big tank." After saying that, he sighed again. If his legs and feet were fine in his previous life, even if he didn't become an online writer, he would be a top king if he raised fish himself. After all, a person as outstanding as him cannot cover up his brilliance wherever he goes. Qin Hu hurried over and shouted, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Balkue kicked him and said unhappily, "If you have something to say it quickly. If you have to fart quickly." Qin Hu grinned and said, "Your Majesty, guess who I saw?" Lenny said, "Do you believe I will throw you into the water?" Qin Hu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I saw Gu Lao's Han." Lenny frowned and said, "The bandit leader of Fulong Mountain?" There were not many people he had met who left a deep impression on him, and this Gu Lao's Han happened to be one of them. "That's right." Qin Hu patted his chest and said, "Your Majesty, do you think I should take people to arrest him?" Lenny asked. "Did he rob in Sanha?" Qin Hu shook his head and said, "No. This guy is no longer a bandit. He actually brought several carts of tea here and started selling tea. I saw him bring it to the Wang family and exchanged it for a lot of silver." Lenny said, "Since he didn't commit any crime, we should give him a chance to reform. Of course, just in case, you should keep an eye on him. If there is any accident, you will be the one to blame." Ah! Qin Hu was helpless. How could this matter fall on him? He was a jerk. But this prince was a jerk. There was no point in talking to him. He simply didn't argue and followed Gu Lao's Han. Otherwise, if Gu Lao's Han did something wrong, he would have a hard time explaining it to the prince. The shops along the road were lined up one after another, and even extended to the 2-mile range of the main road. The wealthy families built many auxiliary roads that were wider than the main road. There were even many houses that had not been built. The most upscale restaurant in Baiyun City was called Jinfu Restaurant, and it was also the only 2-story restaurant in Baiyun City. When they wanted to build it on the roadside, they applied to the Metropolitan Commandery, but were rejected. The Metropolitan Commandery gave them a piece of land 100 feet away from the main road. It was a bad thing. But now it has become a good thing, because the place is big enough and spacious enough. No matter how many carriages come, there is no need to worry about not having a place to park. Chapter 89, Severe Punishment. The barn was built on a mound, and it was lined with horses and donkeys drinking water and eating. There were obviously not enough stalls. Qin Hu sat under a big tree next to the restaurant. Looking at the guests coming in and out of the restaurant, he could not see Gu Lao's Han. He was a little impatient after all, but he did not have the courage to go in directly. He knew why he ran to Sanha. It was because he was afraid that Gu Lao's Han would seek revenge. Back then, he was the one who sold Gu Lao's Han in front of the prince. Gu Lao's Han became a pauper overnight, and he was responsible for it. Needless to say, Gu Lao's Han must hate him to the core. Wang Xing, who was patrolling the streets with a dozen black-skinned men, appeared on the street, and Qin Hu's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurried over and bowed. "Captain Wang, long time no see," Wang Xing said. "It turns out to be Brother Qin. Long time no see. Didn't you go out to sea with the fleet? If it weren't for the sake of the prince, he wouldn't even look at such a person." Qin Hu smiled and said, "Captain Wang, I'm so happy to see you. I'm the host today. Would you please have a drink?" Wang Xing said with his hands behind his back. "I'm on official business, so I dare not drink. Let's do it another day." "Then let's not drink. Let's go in and have a simple meal. It's time for dinner now. Qin Hu said to the militiamen next to him. Brothers, don't be polite. Let's go in together. Wang Xing looked at the brothers next to him. Thought for a while. This damn weather is very hot. And we are tired from walking. Let's go in and have some tea. There's no need to eat or drink. These days they are catching a bandit. And they don't have time to eat or drink. If he can't catch him again, he won't be able to explain to the prince. Please. Qin Hu was very happy. His eyes unconsciously swept to the tall Qinshinlua behind Wang Xing. Wang Xing was a playboy before. He was not good at literature and martial arts. Even if he has a little ambition now, learning martial arts requires great perseverance. And his progress is still limited. He still hasn't reached the state of Huajin. The reason why he can reach this position is, as everyone knows, because his father is Wang Cheng, and the prince inexplicably values him more. In the militia, the real reliance is still on the masters who came out of the palace guards. For example, Qin Shinlua in front of him, less than 30 years old, is already a master of the 6th rank. It is said that he was personally taught by Hong Zhongwan. When Qin Hu saw him, his heart was immediately determined. He just didn't believe that Ge Laozhan had the courage to be presumptuous. Everyone sat down, and the waiter saw Wang Xing. Needless to say, the good tea came up first. Qin Hu personally poured tea for them, and at the same time, he looked at the stairs from time to time. After drinking 2 more pots of tea and eating some fruit, a thin figure came down from the stairs. Qin Hu looked over, and the other party also looked at him. Boss Ge. Qin Hu waved enthusiastically. It's really hard to find it, but it's easy to get it. Ge Laozhan held the handle of the knife, and slowly walked towards Qin Hu, and couldn't help looking at the militiamen in black clothes and black pants. Finally, he put his hand down from the handle of the knife. When walking in the rivers and lakes, stability is always the top priority. When you first come to a place, out of instinct and habit, you will definitely find out the specific situation of the local area, such as who is the local boss, who has the most power, and who has the best say. Otherwise, if he had acted recklessly, he would not have had the chance to live until now. Qin Hu said proudly. It turns out that Ge Dang knows our Captain Wang. Ge Laozhan resisted the urge to chop this grandson, and snorted coldly. Captain Wang's reputation is naturally known to everyone. Wang Xing nodded and said, It's good that you know me. Our Baiyun city is not like other places. You must not commit crimes. Otherwise you will not be forgiven. Ge Laozhan bowed respectfully. Yes. Thank you Captain Wang for reminding me. After that, he looked at Qin Hu again. Qin Hu said with a smile, Brother, I am following the prince now, enjoying the best food and the best drinks. Ge Laozhan squinted his eyes, and said after a while, You are damn lucky. Tell me, what are you doing in Baiyun City? Qin Hu said carelessly. Otherwise I will report to the prince immediately, and you will be in trouble. Captain Wang, you don't know that Ge Laozhan was the big bandit leader of Fulong Mountain before, he said, and took 2 steps back unconsciously. Oh! Wang Xing raised his head and looked at Ge Laozhan again. Brother Qin, are you telling the truth? It is indeed the truth. Ge Laozhan puffed out his chest and said, The prince knows it. It was because of his teachings that I changed my mind, and now I am doing tea business. I hope Captain Wang will take care of me in the future. That would be the best. Wang Xing stood up, and the militiamen around him also stood up, and then left the restaurant without looking back. Qin Hu hesitated for a long time, but finally did not follow him out. He said to Ge Laozhan, Boss Ge, be careful. This is Baiyun City. If you kill someone, you must pay with your life. Humph. There was another clang. Ge Laozhan put the knife back into the sheath. Take me to see Prince He, and we will wipe out our grudges. You want to see Prince He? Qin Hu said carelessly. You can see the prince whenever you want? Ge Laozhan said. In one word, agree or not. Looking at Ge Laozhan's murderous eyes, Qin Hu shrank his neck, twisted his fingers and whispered, Then I'll ask for you. But let me make it clear first. You also know this prince. So we'd better not go empty-handed. Ge Laozhan said. Of course. The rice in Sanha is an ear. The rain was getting heavier. In the evening, the sun gradually returned to the forest. Linny could hear the sound of frogs while sitting at home. No! Linny listened carefully, and there was another sound among the frog sounds. It sounded like a cat's cry, and like a pig being slaughtered coming from the yard. Along the corridor, he went to the river. He saw an otter holding the goldfish he raised in the river and feasting on it, and was stunned. The bamboo fence upstream was moved away by this little thing. The little thing was not afraid of people at all, and did not even have the intention to run away. Catch him and skin him. After eating his beloved goldfish, you still dare to be so arrogant. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Mingwei grabbed the otter by the back of its neck. Poor otter, until it was lifted out of the water, it didn't know what happened. It looked at Lin Yi with an innocent face. Lin Yi said angrily, "Damn it, don't pretend to be pitiful, I won't fall for it. Come on, take the rope, tie him up. Punish him." Gu Laozhan followed Sun Yi carefully all the way. When he arrived at the place, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. An animal that looked like a mouse and a raccoon in his eyes had its limbs tied to a tree trunk with ropes, revealing its round belly, with a terrified face, and making an unpleasant creaking sound. The prince held a small branch in his hand, and knocked on it from time to time, muttering something. Gu Laozhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this guy idle or sick? Chapter 90 Elimination. While Gu Laozhan was secretly complaining, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. When he looked up, he saw the dead eunuch. He knelt down in fear and said loudly, "I pay my respects to the prince. Long live the prince." "Oh, long time no see, get up." Lin Yi turned around and waved at him, and then continued to look at the otter. "You really make this prince very embarrassed. Really kill it? It's not a crime punishable by death. Keep it, that's torturing yourself. Who can bear this ugly cry?" Hesitated for a while, sighed. "Throw it away, don't let this prince see it again." Balkue stepped forward to untie the rope of the otter, ignoring its screams, put it directly into a sack, and carried it out of the palace. Lin Yi washed his hands in the basin, then wiped them with a towel, took the teacup, sat on the chair, and finally had time to look at Gu Laozhan. He said kindly, "Tell me, what do you want to see me for?" He just plundered the family's wealth last year, and now he feels a little guilty, and he doesn't have the confidence to speak. Gu Laozhan smiled and said, "Your Highness, since I listened to your teachings, I have been enlightened. Now I am a businessman. To make a long story short, speak human language." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Don't beat around the bush. You don't want to be a good mountain king. Why are you running to Sanha?" Gu Laozhan was stunned for a moment, and smiled awkwardly. "Your Highness, Nanzhou is in turmoil. Many people want me to join them. I don't have the courage to agree. I dare not refuse. And I come to join the prince." Lin Yi smacked his lips, frowned. "Do you mean someone is trying to get you to rebel?" Gu Laozhan smiled and said, "Although there are thousands of people in our army, the prince knows that they are all old, weak, women and children. Rebellion?" He didn't have the courage to say this word, so he could only be ambiguous. Lin Yi said, "Join me. All right. Go to the Metropolitan Commandery, and someone will allocate land for you." Gu Laozhan cowed out again and said, "Thank you, Prince." Seeing that he had no intention of retreating, Lin Yi asked again, "What else do you want?" Gu Laozhan said, "I also want to serve the prince." After saying that, he couldn't help but look at Qin Hu next to him. If this kind of trash can stay, why can't I? Lin Yi touched his smooth chin. Does he really have the spirit of a cuckold now? Apart from Qin Hu, who was fleeing, Tian Shiyu, who was forced to do so, is not counted. Gu Laozhan is the first person who took the initiative to join him. The look in Lin Yi's eyes when he looked at him immediately changed. "What do you want?" "Ah." Gu Laozhan was also stunned by the question. Does it need to be so direct? The prince has the final say in Sanha. I will naturally rise to prominence if I follow the prince, and it's just around the corner. I am just a vassal king. Lin Yi shook his head unconsciously. You come here hoping to get promoted and make money. Is it the wrong place? Prince, I don't want to be an official. Gu Laozhan shouted. I just want to make money. Huh? Lin Yi was even more speechless. Do you have such a bad memory? Last year, I emptied your family's assets. Prince. Gu Laozhan smiled. I heard that the prince has opened a sea transportation. Is there a way for me to get a ship? So that's what you're thinking about. Lin Yi smiled. You must have heard about it. If you want to sail a ship, you have to participate in the auction. The highest bidder wins. Without a license, it will be difficult to make a fortune. Your Majesty. Gu Laozhan smiled bitterly. You took all my money. Lin Yi asked curiously. You are a mountain bandit. You are going to sea. That is nonsense. Go Laozhan said. Your Majesty, you don't know, our generations have been fishermen, and we have been hiding in the mountains, and we are also struggling to make a living. Okay, if you make money, just don't forget my share. Lin Yi thought that this man was the first one to come to him. Giving him a shipping license would be like buying a horse's bones with a lot of gold. Thank you, Your Highness. Go Laozhan was overjoyed. Seeing that Lin Yi stopped talking, he stood up and said goodbye. Chuzhou, Yuezhou were constantly at war. Even Hangzhou, Nanzhou were affected, and more refugees poured into Sanhe, each with their families. Those with better family backgrounds even drove cattle and sheep. However, most of them were extremely poor, some had clear goals, and poured directly into Baiyun City. Lin Yi couldn't pretend not to see this kind of people, because they were extremely hungry, and they could do anything. Still following the old method, work for relief, all were recruited by Bianjing to build roads. This time, there were many people building roads, and with previous experience, the road to Yuezhou was built very quickly. More refugees were aimless, entering the deep mountains and old forests to open up wasteland and plant crops, or hunt and fish. For this kind, Lin Yi had no way to control it. Although he was the king of Sanhe, the scope of his jurisdiction was only within 100 miles of Baiyun City. Anywhere further away, the mountains were high, and the roads were dangerous, and it was out of reach. Time passed faster than Lin Yi imagined. The summer harvest came in the blink of an eye. Many local residents became landlords, and even started hiring workers. This also solved part of the employment problem for Baiyun City. The guards of the palace expanded very quickly, but, no matter how many they recruited, they could not catch up with Hong Ying's elimination speed. After all, those who were not at the level of Hua Jing were not in his eyes. Shen Chu was helpless, and He Jixiang stared blankly. He Jixiang said, Manager Hong, your requirements are too high. Many people may have good luck in the future, so you still have to give them some time. It's such a pity to drive them away directly like this. There are 371 guards now, and all of them are masters of Hua Jing. Among them, there are many 3rd grade and 4th grade guards, and there are more than 20 5th grade and 6th grade guards. There are even 3 7th grade guards, who may surpass Shen Chu. He has been the governor of the Beijing camp for many years, and knows what this means. There are more than 10,000 people in the entire Beijing camp plus more than 10,000 people in the Ankang City Bingma division. There are only 100 or so Hua Jing guards, and only a few dozen with grades. Even if they are all elite imperial guards, there are only 100 Hua Jing masters. He really doesn't know what this dead eunuch wants to do. Hong Ying snorted coldly. What do you think the prince's mansion is? Anyone can come in. Shen Chu hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. General Manager Hong, do you think this will work? How about putting all those who can't enter the guardhouse into the militia? What does this have to do with our family? After saying this, he put his hands behind his back and walked away in a square step. He Jixiang and Shen Chu looked at each other. He Jixiang sighed. Commander Shen, then let's do as you wish. Put them all into the militia. We have worked hard to train them. If we let them go, it would be a waste of effort. Shen Chu said. It has to be this way. In this way, Wang Xing's militia suddenly became a team of nearly 4,000 people. However, the happiness did not last long. The food, drink, defecation and urination of these people became a headache for him. The funds for his militia were limited. Several thousand people came out of the palace to guard the palace. But the funds did not come with him. He had to sneak to Shen Chu and He Jixiang. He Jixiang and Shen Chu were helpless, and could only go directly to Lin Yi. The money bag was in Mingwei and Zixiao's hands. And if the prince did not give in, these two people would not give the money. Chapter 91 Shadow. I understand what you mean. After all, these people are farming and fishing, while they are receiving monthly wages from me. Lin Yi sighed. This is all my private money. I keep it for my retirement. In order to maintain world peace, is it necessary to spend so much private money? He Jixiang smiled and said, Your Highness, please be at ease for now. After the summer harvest, I will take them to suppress the bandits, and make sure to find a way to make up for the shortfall. Lin Yi smiled and said, This is more like it. Don't lose money in the end like last time. He Jixiang hurriedly agreed. The hotter the weather, the more unknown small flying insects there are in the air. Densely packed, no matter whether it is morning or night. They are everywhere, and Lin Yi dares not go out. Looking in the mirror, seeing that the ulcers at the corners of his face have already scarred, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are not poisonous insects. These small flying insects are more common in the few days of summer harvest, and gradually disappear after the summer harvest is over. It is another sultry morning. Mingwei and Zixia practice fighting against each other early in the morning, sweating profusely, and very diligent. Hong Ying put his hands behind his back, frowned and watched for a while, and finally couldn't help but waved his hand. Mingwei and Zixia groaned and fell to the ground. Please teach me. But? The two stood up quickly, not daring to complain. You all learned kung fu from my family, Hong Ying said dissatisfiedly. But the more you practice, the worse you get. Blood gradually flowed from the corners of Mingyu's mouth, and she didn't dare to wipe it off. She just stood up and said carefully, when Zhaoyi said that as long as we give it time, our red sleeves kung fu will be successful. Zixia was bolder, spitting out the blood foam in her mouth, and said unconvincingly, I don't know what I did wrong. I hope the butler can tell me clearly. However, in the end, she was still numb from being stared at by Hong Ying, and couldn't help but lower her head. Hong Ying said, the red sleeve move is a move that is used by the solitary Yin. You are originally born with a Yin body, so why do you need to practice more? How many times have we told you that Yang alone cannot make a difference, and Yin alone cannot produce anything? The two bowed their heads and said nothing. In fact, they had their own pains, and it was clearly the prince's idea to learn kung fu from Wen Zhaoyi. When heaven and earth come together, all things come into being, and when Yin and Yang meet, changes begin. Hong Ying snorted coldly. The same path leads to many divergences, and side tricks have misled many people. Don't make the same mistake again. Otherwise I will not forgive you. He was very glad to see this sentence in the prince's novel. Otherwise, how could he, with his acquired pure Yin body, achieve the clear mind seal? Yes, the two women said in unison. Humph. Hong Ying continued calmly. The prince is about to get up. Get ready. He ignored the two, and went straight to the residence of Shenchu and others in the front yard. A group of guards had already started morning exercises under Shenchu's supervision. Shenchu saw Hong Ying coming and his scalp tingled. He said with all his strength, General Manager. Hong Ying said, come to the mansion with those two idiots. Yes. Shenchu didn't need him to say more. He knew who those two idiots were talking about. Who else could it be besides Yu Xiaoshi and Cui Jiansheng? These two are indeed martial arts geniuses. It was right for Chief Steward Hong to let them enter the mansion. He only wanted them not to improve too quickly, so that he wouldn't lose so badly. After Lin Yi finished his breakfast, he held his teacup, cleared his throat with tea, and looked at Yu Xiaoshi and Cui Jiansheng, who suddenly stood on both sides of the door like door gods, and said with a smile, why don't you go and forge iron properly, and come here? Hong Ying said with a smile, Your Highness, when we went hunting a few days ago, didn't you say that you would let them be the two generals? He had read the investiture of the gods. Know what the two generals are. Lin Yi smiled and said, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. Okay, I'll take them with me from now on. This job that Fang Pai and Cui Gingren envied, but it made Yu Xiaoshi and Cui Gingsheng complain bitterly. They thought it would be better to be a blacksmith. They really wanted to quit, but they didn't dare to disobey Hong Zhongwan. Everyone knows that. Anyone who dares to say no to Hong Zhongwan is now either in a mass grave, or lying in bed, and hasn't gotten up yet. They are just not very smart, but not stupid enough to seek death. Sunny came in trotting, handing over a letter. Lin Yi glanced at the envelope, which was plain, without a signature. After opening it, he saw the sloppy handwriting again, and handed it to Mingwei. After reading it, Mingwei hesitated for a while, and finally whispered, Your Highness, the letter said that General Mei Jingji was assassinated, and it was kept secret. Chao Datong moved to Hanzhou and gathered 100,000 people. The signature was Shadow. Shadow again. Lin Yi looked at Sun Yi. Where's the person who delivered the letter? Sun Yi said. Commander Shen and Commander Bao both chased after him. Capture this man at all costs. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and ignored the content of the letter. What does the assassination of Mei Jingji have to do with him? Hong Ying nodded to Mingwei and Zixia, and quietly left the house. Lin Yi did not notice how, and when he left. At noon, he had not finished eating half of the abalone, because he could not eat any more. Since the big ship started sailing on Shijiang River, it was finally much easier for him to eat seafood, such as shark fin, bird's nest, and abalone. He touched his stomach. Damn, he gained a little weight again. He had to exercise. After the sun went down, he unconsciously walked up Baiyun Mountain again. The person he was waiting for didn't come again. Mingwei couldn't help but say, "Prince, how about we think of another way?" Lenny smiled and said, "Don't have any bad ideas. I've always pursued girls in an upright manner." Zixia smiled and said, "Your Highness is right." She couldn't tell whether this prince was amorous or loyal. After all, he was fascinated by the fourth concubine of Yuanxi's family last year. Now he has forgotten so quickly, and has set his sights on the girl from the Yin family again. And he has been obsessed with the girl from the Yin family for such a long time, but he still can't forget her. Go back. Lenny returned disappointed again. Whether it was the militia, the guards, or the school students in Baiyun City, the daily training never stopped. However, none of them satisfied Lenny. He didn't have the time to teach them in person, nor did he have the patience to write teaching materials. Therefore, the young online writer suddenly had an idea. Why not teach with fun? And learn with fun? He started his first new book this year, The Proud God of War. Any creature with thoughts is warlike. The entire history of mankind can be said to be a history of war. The essence of war is the continuation of politics, a means to achieve economic goals and distribute wealth. I wrote these 2 opening sentences unconsciously, and Lenny couldn't help but applaud. I am really a genius in online writing. How can I write such philosophical, poetic and meaningful sentences? The more I write, the smoother it becomes. Using a charcoal pencil, I write like a god. Chapter 92 Shanqi is here. After writing 2,000 words, I suddenly realized that I had written an argumentative essay. There is no protagonist at the beginning, no setting, no plot. It doesn't match the rhythm of the golden 3 chapters at all. I can't continue writing like this. It's time to show the protagonist's true strength. Let's just give him the surname Yi, one of the 4 major surnames in online literature. There won't be any big problems. Yi Lianchen, after all. This name is the one that impressed me the most. I haven't used it in the previous novels anyway, so let's use this one. Yi Lianchen was born in a remote mountain village. His parents died when he was young, and he lived with his sister and a mangy old dog. He started with a dog, a sister and a house. Is that okay? Tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His biggest dream, since childhood, was to become a general. The enemy invaded the border, and the country was in danger. He picked up the broken hatchet at home without hesitation. Under the setting sun, he said goodbye to his sister, packed his bag, and set off on the road to the bloody battlefield. Is the sense of substitution coming? He couldn't help but feel proud and hummed a little song. Unconsciously, he wasted another charcoal pencil, writing until the early morning. The rooster crowed. He looked out the window, and the eastern sky was showing a fish belly white. For an online writer, staying up late is very normal. Your Majesty, it's time to go to bed. Hong Ying couldn't help but urge him. I want to cultivate immortality, and my magic power is boundless. Lenny smiled and said, Why are you still not sleeping? What are you doing here with me? Your Majesty is wise. What a good I want to cultivate immortality, and my magic power is boundless. Hong Ying repeated it in his mind and wrote it down carefully. Then his eyes unconsciously looked at the novel that the prince had just created. No need to clean up, so that I don't mess up the manuscript. Lenny stood up and stretched. Yes. Hong Ying followed Lenny out of the study and closed the door. Lenny yawned and went back to the bedroom to sleep. He slept until noon. When he got up, it was the hottest time of the day. After washing up, I let Mingwei dig 2 prawns, and I ate 2 bites casually, and my stomach was full. It was hot, so I had no appetite. He wanted to take a bath. The water of Shijiang River was crystal clear, but it only looked clean on the surface. In fact, who knows how many parasites there were in it? He had already issued an order, prohibiting anyone from swimming in the water at will. He couldn't set the precedent. He didn't have the courage to set the precedent. Another name for Shijiang River was Miasma River. Therefore, if he wanted to take a bath, he would go to Baiyun Mountain, where there was spring water flowing directly from the cracks in the rocks. Purely natural, pollution-free. The water used by the He Palace is also carried back from the mountains. The summer harvest in Sanha has ended. Normally, summer sowing will always be delayed by 10 days or half a month. At this time last year, many people were either overworked or infected with epidemic diseases, and many families had white banners hanging at their doors. They were basically busy with funerals, so they had no spare energy to take care of other things. Even, fearing that they would be infected with the epidemic, they hardly dared to go out, and all the doors were closed. But since this He Prince came to Baiyun City, everything has changed. Drinking raw water has become a violation of the regulations. After a heavy rain, every household is required to spread quicklime. In the beginning, many people complained, but habit becomes nature, and gradually they get used to it. To this day, they also teach the refugees who have just arrived here how to use salt to treat leeches attached to their bodies, and how to add alum to the water. For those refugees who know nothing and are dirty, they will laugh and ridicule them. Laughing, they surprisingly found that there were not many deaths this year, and even many more new babies were born. Is it true, as the divine Dr. Hushurlu said, that if a person is clean, he will not get sick, and if he does not get sick, he will not die? However, some old men and women still attribute the reason to their martial arts training. After learning martial arts, they are immune to all poisons and diseases. The summer harvest is coming, and everyone is happy. In addition, there are many refugees, and as long as they are given a bite to eat, they will rush to help with the work. So there is no shortage of labor. Therefore, after the summer harvest, summer sowing will follow. Everywhere is a busy scene. There is no idle person in Bayun City. Those who are idle and looking for trouble are all sent to labor reform. Bayun City is changing with each passing day, and it is a great place. So much so that Shanchi, who just got off his horse, thought he came to the wrong place. It is true that it is a hot place, but at least he can get used to it. After all, he is from Nanzhou and is not afraid of heat. However, it is a remote place with no people, and it is an exaggeration to say that it is a remote place with no people. From Hong Kong, the best way to go is the Sanha section. Sean Darren has been traveling all the way, so you should come with me to rest. Xiezan and a group of old men came to greet him in person. Thank you, sir. Shanchi, with a white beard, dismounted with the help of Shanin, bowed and said, we haven't seen each other for many years. After that, he looked at Shinkisho, Yanjing and others, and bowed to them one by one. Shinkisho stroked his beard and said with a smile, Sean, don't be polite. We are all old acquaintances. Why do we have to be so polite? Shanchi said with emotion. I am so lucky to meet you all in my lifetime. In the past, he was not even worthy of carrying shoes for these people. It is true that things change over time. Xiezan led the way. Shanchi was in front, and behind him were his followers, as well as a dozen children of the Shan family, who came from Nanzhou to meet him and followed him all the way here. They were all warriors of the second rank or above. He Jin was a sinister villain, and he had to be on guard all the way. After entering the commandery, he finally sat down after some arguing for the first seat. After some greetings, Xiezan said, why would you take such a big risk? Mr. Shan? Shanchi sighed. Of course, there is no retreat, Dianjing said. Then why do you have to come in person? Shanchi smiled and said, if I don't come in person, how can I feel at ease? Shinkisho said indifferently. Mr. Shan, let's be frank. The fourth prince, the prince of Jin, the seventh prince, the prince of Nanling, and even the 12th prince, the prince of Yong'an, are all outstanding people. Shanchi snorted coldly. The big dragon is so vigorous, and the little dragon's horns are still cocooned. Black clouds swayed up and down, and I looked back and forth for fear of losing each other. Sir Shan, you are indeed a hero. Shinkisho stood up and bowed to Shanchi. Shanchi did not respond. After drinking a cup of tea, he said, everyone, please allow me to bathe and change clothes first to meet the prince. It's reasonable. The old men had no reason to refuse. Lenny had just returned from taking a shower on Bayun Mountain. He was shirtless. I heard that Shanchi wanted to see him, and there was no reason for him to wear clothes. Don't you like to criticize me for my inappropriate behavior? Then let him continue to criticize me. Long live the prince. What surprised Lin Yi was that this old man actually knelt down to him. When enemies meet, why be so polite? I dare not, Shanchi said loudly. The prince is joking. Chapter 93 Chipeng. Are you kidding? Lin Yi said unhappily. I'm not kidding. If you're deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, don't blame me for being rude. Your Highness, my uncle wouldn't dare to do that. Shan Ying couldn't help but interrupt. Please rest assured. Your Highness. That's the best. Get up. You're old. I don't even know if you have cold legs. Lin Yi held the teacup and yawned. Don't bother me, that means don't bother yourself. Before you do anything, it's better to discuss with Lord Xia and others. Your Highness has given an order, and I dare not disobey. Shang-Chi kowtowed twice, and stood up and continued. I'll follow your Highness's arrangements. Lin Yi looked at Xiezon. Xiezon stepped forward and bowed. I think we can first set up 1,000 households, and let Lord Shan lead it. Shang-Chi is the governor of the Provincial Administration Office, and he is also the commander of the military affairs. He holds 2 positions, and everything is legitimate. You can do it. Lin Yi still doesn't trust Shang-Chi. After Shang-Chi leaves, He Jixiang is left alone. No matter what, he must keep the gun, and Sanha must be ruled by him as a vassal king. Otherwise, he will feel uncomfortable. Without freedom, he might as well set sail to become an island owner. With the arrival of Shang-Chi, the residents of Baiyun City suddenly discovered that the militia had changed its name. It was called criminals. However, they still called them black-skinned people. There were 2 more government offices on the riverside of Baiyun City. One called the Provincial Government Office, and the other called the Guard Office. Then, the black-skinned people went door to register and issue household registration cards. What was the difference with the wooden signs before? They didn't know at first. However, some foreign merchants helped them explain. Your sons and grandsons can take the imperial examinations in the future. Only a few were happy. After all, most people didn't understand what it meant to take the imperial examinations. The regulations of the Prince's Palace were abolished, and the Sanha order was officially implemented. The laws were announced by the governor. A month later, the governor built the Maritime Customs Office on Fengyou Island. From then on, all Sanha merchant ships going north no longer had to hide. Shang-Chi's sudden move was unexpected to Lin Yi. Setting up the Maritime Customs Office was something he wanted to do, but he didn't dare to do. Your Majesty, this is a memorial from this humble official to His Majesty. Please take a look. Shang-Chi knelt in front of Lin Yi, as if he was sincerely asking for advice. Is this crying? Lin Yi swept his eyes at will. I understood the meaning. Give his Emperor Lao Tzu's fold to sum up. It is Sanha poor, fast money. Crying poverty? Shang-Chi understands literally. I probably understand the meaning. Smile. Wang Yi Yingming. This is not enough. Lin Yi shook his head. There are many people. The thief is everywhere. What other mudslides, epidemic, at all? Shang-Chi's recent performance has made him satisfied. He couldn't help but say a few more words. Shang-Chi said respectfully. I understand. Lin Yi said curiously. There is still one thing I don't understand. From what you said, the benefits of sea transportation are naturally understood by all the civil and military officials in the court. Why do we have to spend so much effort to open a canal and use grain transport? Wouldn't it be better to transport grain from Jiangnan to Hong Kong City by sea? Shang-Chi said. When our dynasty was founded, there were many sea vessels dedicated to grain transport. The routes were changed many times, and there were many accidents. Later, the sea borders were not stable, and the Emperor Gao ordered that no ship could go to sea, and prohibited foreign trade and fishermen from fishing. All the original seagoing vessels were changed to flat-headed vessels. People at that time sighed. No piece of wood was allowed to go to sea, but huge ships covered the river instead. No goods were allowed to be brought in, but children always left with full loads of jade and silk. Since the first emperor ascended the throne, he favored eunuchs, natural disasters, and man-made disasters, and the maritime ban was relaxed. However, the sailors of the grain ships, the boatmen on the river bank, and the poor people in the market town depended on this for food and clothing. And there were no less than millions of people. The grain transport was powerful, and it was too big to be eliminated. Lin Yi frowned and sighed. To put it bluntly, there are vested interests that obstruct this sea transport. Shang-Chi said. That's right, so my sea transport in Sanha will be smooth at present. Lin Yi smiled and said. Then let's do it this way, buy more seagoing ships, and make more money. Shang-Chi agreed, then took the letter from Lin Yi, and just as he walked out of the door, he met that dead fish face again. After snorting coldly at Hong Ying, he walked away without looking back. Your Highness, we found the shadow. Hong Ying said to Lin Yi. Who is the shadow? Lin Yi asked hurriedly. Hong Ying said. Does your Highness still remember the man in the wheelchair in Dashu Town? Qipeng. Lin Yi was deeply impressed by this man, who shared the same suffering as him in his previous life. Hong Ying said. It was him who spread the news. Lin Yi smiled and said. It turned out to be him. It is true that the real person does not show his true face, and the one who shows his true face is not the real person. Where is he now? Hong Ying said. without the prince's consent. I dare not take the initiative. I am still in Dashu town. Lenny put his hands behind his back, paced back and forth, then sent a message. Please come over. From the bottom of his heart, he could not feel any malice from Qipeng. He Jixian led the officers and soldiers of the Qianhu division, who were transformed from the militia, and set out to suppress the bandits again. Lin Yi looked at the bill of 50,000 taels, shook his head and sighed. Hong Ying reported that Qipeng was here. Lin Yi nodded and asked Hong Ying to invite him in. Looking at the thin man sitting in the wheelchair, Lin Yi's heart softened again. It's not easy for everyone. Greetings, Your Majesty. Qipeng supported his hands on the handles, and was about to fall to the ground. Don't be so polite. You are not an outsider. Before Lin Yi finished speaking, Hong Ying had already held Qipeng. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qipeng bowed and said, I know my crime. Lin Yi waved to Hong Ying and others, and after they went out, he sighed. When I arrived in Dashu town, did you know my identity? Qipeng smiled and nodded. Of course. Speak the truth. Don't talk nonsense. Just talk about useless things. Lin Yi said. Did you pass on the news to me before? Yes. Qipeng smiled bitterly. I just didn't expect that the prince would find out about me so quickly. I admire you. Lin Yi then asked. How did you get the news? Qipeng said. I don't have any other skills, but I know more about this news than others. Lin Yi snorted. Compared to the court guards and secret guards, Qipeng said proudly. What they know, I know. And what they don't know, I also know. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue blown away by the wind? Lin Yi was disdainful. Do you really think you have installed eavesdropping devices everywhere? Qipeng smiled and said. Your Majesty is right. Lin Yi sighed and said. Since you are here, don't leave. Who knows if you will sell the news about me for money later? Qipeng hurriedly said. I dare not. Lin Yi said. Stay with me. I will feel safer. Qipeng said. Be respectful is worse than obedience. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Lin Yi was puzzled. How could he seem so happy when he was imprisoned by himself? Could it be that he had developed a mental illness because he had been in a wheelchair for a long time? Chapter 94. Don't want to be a good person. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Since you know everything, you might as well tell me. Why did Shanqi come to Sanhe? This has always been his biggest doubt. After all, Shanqi is too obedient. Where is the integrity that a censor should have? He had to be suspicious. Qipeng said. Taiping Mountain saved Prince Yong, and all the Chao family members are working under Prince Yong. The Shan family can no longer protect themselves. Lin Yi said. Unless Prince Yong inherits the throne, how can they move the Shan family? Prince Yong is powerful, but the Shan family has 4 Jiren in one family, and 9 Jinshi in one alley. Whether in the court or in the local area, they are also well established. It's not something that a prince can do just by saying so. Qipeng tilted his neck and said. Why not? Lin Yi said. The crown prince is the prince, and he has been in office for 30 years. Even if my father changes the crown prince, it probably won't be the Prince of Yong's turn. After all, from the second prince, the third prince, to himself, none of them were favored by the emperor. The second prince died, and the emperor just sighed. The third prince was seriously injured in the battle in Yongzhou, and the emperor didn't even say a word, let alone take any action. He just said, try your best to treat. It's no different from a cat or a dog. If he dies, he dies. Qipeng bravely picked up the teacup on the table slowly, took a sip and said with a smile. Prince, throughout the dynasties, how many crown princes have ascended the throne? Lin Yi frowned and recalled the history of this world, and thought about the history of the Xia kingdom in his previous life, shook his head and sighed. Not many. Do you mean that Prince Yong has a great chance? The history of the two worlds is surprisingly similar. Most of the crown princes not only failed to ascend the throne, but also lost their lives. Qipeng smiled and said. Prince Yong has an army of more than 100,000, and is favored by the generals in the court. Especially your uncle, who has a close relationship with Prince Yong. So, at present, Prince Yong is the most likely. Lin Yi frowned and said. Your Majesty, you get along well with my uncle. But I didn't see that. Qipeng said. Your Majesty, don't be suspicious. In every battle with Watan, Prince Yong will lead the charge. It is said that he also blocked an arrow for General Yuan. I don't know that either. Lin Yi glanced at Qipeng. How did you know? Qipeng put down his teacup and bowed. Your Majesty, These are not secrets in the court. Lin Yi continued. Taiping Shan is favored by Prince Yong. But his Shan family does not need to flatter me. The 4th prince is the Prince of Jin. The 7th prince is the Prince of Nanling. And the Prince of Yong'an is not good enough? You have to come to me to join in the fun? Qi Peng shook his head and said, Your Highness may have forgotten that Shanqi's younger brother Shanque was framed by the Prince of Jin and his party. And his head and body were separated. The 7th prince's grandfather Mei Jingji and Shan Jin of the Shan family were not on good terms. The two were both military commanders and had always been incompatible. As for the 12th prince, His Majesty loves him very much. Lord Shan once reported him for forming a clique and doing private business. The 12th prince wanted to get rid of Lord Shan as soon as possible. Lin Yi said unhappily. He also reported me. Isn't he afraid that I will get rid of him as soon as possible? Qi Peng lowered his head and raised his head after a long time and said, Your Highness, you are a good person. Lin Yi was stunned again. Damn it, why are so many people giving him the good guy card? Is it wrong to be a good person? Damn it, I really don't want to be a good person, he said with hatred. What about the others? Why must they hang on this tree of mine? Qi Peng said. Your Majesty, the Shan family has no choice. Prince Yong is powerful, this truth is understood by the common people, and the ministers in the court naturally understand it, and the emperor understands it even more. The situation in the court is becoming more and more confusing, and Lord Shan just happened to find an opportunity to escape from the place of right and wrong. What's more, Sanha is the closest to Nanzhou, and it is also their last retreat. How do you know everything? Lin Yi looked at him with an increasingly unfriendly look. Qi Peng said nonchalantly, Your Highness, I am a businessman, and my friends are all over Daliang and the frontier. Of course, I can hear a lot of news occasionally. Lin Yi said fiercely. If you don't tell the truth, I will kill you. Do you believe it? Qi Peng still smiled and said, My body is useless in this world. Please do as you please. Your Highness, this dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Lin Yi is really helpless. He said helplessly. Then do you have any spies around me? Qi Peng said. The chief steward hung beside your Highness is too powerful. I have never been able to do anything about it. Really not? Lin Yi stared at him. No. Qi Peng shook his head firmly. Okay. Lin Yi rarely believed in someone so inexplicably. But facing him, he actually felt a sense of sincerity. Let's talk about the food expenses. You are embarrassed to eat and drink for free in the palace. Right? Qi Peng was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. Of course, Lin Yi said. Then give 5,000 taels of silver every month. Isn't it too much? Ah, Qi Peng sighed. Your Majesty, I am only one person. I can't eat so much. The fish you eat in the future are all caught by me. And the seafood you eat are all brought by big ships. Lin Yi said confidently. Not worth the money? Qi Peng bowed helplessly. Everything is subject to the arrangements of the prince. That's good, Lin Yi said slowly. Little Yingzi, Your Majesty. Hong Ying suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi. Give Brother Qi a big room, provide him with good food and drink every day, don't treat him badly. Also, smooth the threshold, otherwise it will be inconvenient for Brother Qi to go in and out. This is what Lin Yi is most satisfied with Hong Ying. He never needs to shout loudly, as long as he whispers a few words, he will stand in front of him like a ghost. Thank you, Your Highness. Qi Peng pushed the wooden wheel out of the house, and when he came across the steps, Sun Yi and Bao Kuei came over and helped to carry it down carefully. The newly built provincial administration office is located on the south bank of the Shijiang River. The large mansion with 4 entrances and exits is very luxurious. However, the residents here do not like this place. To enter the door, you have to inform them. What kind of rules are these? It is not like the previous Duzashizi, where you could enter and leave as you like. They feel very wronged. However, they have to come. To build a house and get a house deed. To open up wasteland and get a land deed. You need to come in person. Especially those refugees who have just arrived. They attach great importance to these things. If they don't have them, they can't sleep at night. And now we have to start paying taxes. Since the beginning of time, when has Sanha ever paid taxes? The locals wanted not to pay, but those refugees were so enthusiastic about paying, it made the native locals feel uneasy. Really not paying? But this was notified by the Baojia and the black leather men from door to door. It seems impossible not to pay. Right? In the end, many people still paid. Luckily, they didn't pay much. According to those refugees, compared with the 8 liters, 5 hectares, and 5 spoons per mu in Uao and Nanzhou, Corvée, tax increase, and 1 in 30 taxes. The little grain collected by Sanha can be ignored. Chapter 95 Paying Taxes. Liang Jin, Qiu Wujin, Wang Cheng, Xiao Qing. These wealthy families all paid taxes honestly, not to mention the powerless people like them. The happiest ones are actually the salt smugglers. They can get salt permits by paying money. From now on, they are no longer salt smugglers risking their lives, but proper salt merchants. They can walk on the street openly. However, they have to change their previous style of doing things. No matter what, Sanha will not tolerate people who act rashly. Even if they beat an ordinary person, as long as the other party complains, they will be convicted, and they will have to go to labor reform. Early in the morning, Shanin just got up and saw his uncle Shanqi practicing martial arts in the yard. After Shanqi finished his fight, he walked up to him and said, "Uncle's moves are getting better and better." Shanin still felt like he was dreaming until now, just because of his few words. This uncle followed him to Sanha without hesitation. Shanqi smiled and said, "It will be difficult for me to enter the rank in this life, so I just want to strengthen my body." Shanin smiled and said, "Grandson thinks uncle will break through soon. Do you know what kind of martial arts I practice?" Shanqi asked with a smile. "If my grandson is not mistaken, uncle is practicing Huiyuan Gong." Shanin has never learned it, but he has seen Honging teach everyone to practice it, so he is familiar with it. "I wonder why uncle is practicing this." Shanqi glanced at him and sighed. "I told you a long time ago, don't be conceited, but you never listened. From today on, you should forget the martial arts of our Shan family and practice Huiyuan Gong with all your heart." "Uncle." Shanin was shocked. He was frightened by his uncle's words. Shanqi sat on the chair, took the teacup handed over by Shanin, and then said, "The ancestors of the Shan family learned from the strengths of many families, created the Jinchido, and only then was they able to gain a foothold in Dongyang Island. The tree is shady and birds rest there. My descendants will benefit from its hidden merits. It is said that when this Jinchi knife is cultivated to perfection, it will break through the air with a sound like a dragon roaring or a tiger roaring, and no one can stop it. These are just legends. In addition to the ancestor of the Shan family, in the past 100 years, has there been more than 2 people who have cultivated this Jinchi knife to the highest level of the 9th grade? Shanin thought about it and said respectfully, "No. His father was only at the peak of the 8th grade. He wasted more than 20 years at the 8th grade. At present, the highest level of cultivation in the family is only his uncle Shanjin, the most outstanding martial arts genius in the family in the past 100 years. 10 years ago, at the age of 50, he broke through the 9th rank. Shanqi continued. For contemporary warriors, it is a chasm to enter the rank from the transformation of energy. It is a natural chasm to enter the 8th rank from the 7th rank. It is against the will of heaven to go from the 8th rank to the 9th rank." "That's right." Shanin heard this and couldn't help but feel sad. Relying on his talent, he entered the 7th rank 2 years ago. He is the youngest generation of the Shan family, with the highest cultivation level, and a well-deserved genius. However, to break through from the 7th rank to the 8th rank, it is not only about talent, but also about chance. If there is no great chance, he may stagnate at the 7th rank in his life. Shanqi continued. "How many people are in the 9th rank in this world?" Shanin said. "Less than 17. "How many grandmasters are there?" 8. Shanin suddenly had an illusion. "Is it easier to become a grandmaster from the 9th rank than from the 8th rank to the 9th rank?" Shanqi said in a deep voice. "There are 2 grandmasters in the palace." Shanin was stunned for a moment, leaned forward and said, "My grandson is stupid. Please give me more advice." "Uncle." Shanqi took a sip of tea and said lightly, "I have not been in Baiyun City for a long time, but I see that everyone practices martial arts, and there are even more masters of Huajin than in Ankang City, and Wangfu are all masters of the 3rd and 4th ranks. What kind of skills do they practice?" "Huiyuan Gong," Shanin blurted out. Shanqi smiled and said, "You are not too stupid." Shanin straightened the hem of his robe, knelt down and said, "Grandson knows what to do." Shanqi said with relief, "It's hard for you, child, but you have to understand, your last name is Shan." Shanin cried, "Grandson understands." The Shan family has reached a critical moment of life and death. Shan, she said. In a few days, I will go to Hongo to see your uncle and hand over a letter from me. He has a bad temper, and I can only say this much. Although Shan Jin is his son and nephew, they have already established their own families, which does not mean that the Shan family is one. My grandson will leave at night, Shan Yin said respectfully. Seeing Shan Chi close his eyes, he carefully left the yard. Since Shan Chi took office, more roads have been built in Sanha, and all Sanha people are required to perform corvée labor to build roads. Anyone who disobeys the order will be arrested by the police, and the Baojiao will also be punished. Lin Yi complained. It is too much to increase the burden on the people. Shan Chi confessed his guilt, and then just smiled, and did what he should do. Even Xiezan and others were very supportive. Lin Yi was helpless. The only thing they refused to give in was the reform of the garrison. According to the opinions of these old men, the garrison officers and soldiers could not be given monthly salary. But Lin Yi insisted that people should not shed blood, sweat and tears. As a human being, you should know when to stop. If you go too far, it will be bad. Seeing Lin Yi get angry, these old men no longer insisted. The garrison officers and soldiers received full salary, but they deducted a lot from the food. They could not have meat every meal. Fangpi Huajin, standing on the roof of the school, shouting and yelling, wishing that the whole world would know. Hongyan looked at him with disdain. He gently exerted force with his toes, and the dirt on the ground shot towards Fang Pai. Sisterin! Fang Pai screamed. He had no chance to hide. Yu Xiaoshi and Cui Gingxing laughed. Lin Yi looked at Fang Pai, whose face was bruised and swollen, and sighed. I said you can't do it. And you really can't do it. Fang Pai carried the wooden barrel that Lin Yi used for fishing, and said sadly, Your Majesty, the steward is biased and didn't teach me the trick. While Hong Ying was away, he couldn't help but complain a few more words. Lin Yi said casually, If you don't have the ability, don't blame others. After the fishing rod was put into the water, one after another, it was another day of full load. Back at the mansion, Shi Peng was watering the flowers with a scoop. You have to pay more, Lin Yi suddenly said unhappily. He didn't expect Shi Peng to call over a dozen of his servants at once. He was responsible for the food, accommodation and lodging of these servants, which was also a considerable expense. Shi Peng handed over a note. Your Highness can see how much this news is worth. Lin Yi didn't take it, and said directly, Don't talk nonsense. Read it. He had to admire this guy. He was so well informed. Shi Peng said. Concubine Yuan was reprimanded by His Majesty. Lin Yi hurriedly snatched the note from Shi Peng's hand, read it carefully over and over again, and said with a cold face, What is the matter? Shi Peng said carefully. It is said that it is because the princess left the palace without permission. Lin Yi stood there in a daze, without saying a word. If there is anything worth staying in Ankang City, it is only his mother and sister. However, Lin Ning's message always talks about the affairs of the court, and never talks about himself and his mother. Chapter 96 Privacy. Lin Yi sat down on the chair, gulped down a few sips of tea, said lightly, Why did the princess leave the palace? Shi Peng looked at Lin Yi's unpredictable, moody expression, said seriously, The princess is a 7th rank master, not something those guys can keep up with. Lin Yi said, Did she sneak out by climbing over the wall? When he was in Ankang City, the sister could still find an excuse to visit her brother to leave the palace, but once he was gone, he could imagine how difficult it would be for her to leave the palace. She has always been active. I'm afraid she couldn't hold it back, Shi Peng said. As far as I know. Probably. Lin Yi asked, Do you have servants in the palace? Shi Peng smiled and said, Everyone is born by their parents, and they have brothers and sisters, relatives and neighbors. Some of my servants happen to be in the palace, so they naturally hear more. Lin Yi said, I have an advantage. Do you know what it is? Shi Peng said seriously. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Lin Yi said, It is to respect the privacy of everyone, including yours. A living person should have his own little secrets. Do you understand? Shi Peng was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Yi to say this. He put down the teacup and bowed. I know, Your Majesty. Don't worry. I will never dare to murder you. Lin Yi shook his head and said, You are such a smart person. But you misunderstood again. You always like to understand more of what I say. Why bother? I don't like people I don't trust around me. Not even one. I understand. Peng said in a deep voice. I will never ask more about the privacy of the palace. I only have this one mother and one sister. If I don't care about them, who else in the world will care about them? Rely on him. The emperor? The emperor is ruthless. His sons are more powerful than each other. His generals are more fierce than each other. His ministers are more difficult to deal with. And the number of rebels is increasing day by day. I was so exhausted every day that I had no time to worry about these children's private affairs. Peng said. I understand. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will take good care of the princess. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Xiaoyingzi, send Mr. Qi out. You still haven't smoothed the steps. It's inconvenient to go in and out. I admit my guilt. After Hong Ying confessed his guilt, he personally pushed the wooden wheelchair out of the house. Peng was still shivering until he reached the front yard. But he didn't shout. You are a tough person. Hong Ying snorted coldly. Although the steward is a great master, he still has a mean heart. Peng said without showing any weakness. How the steward treats the prince, I will treat the prince the same way. Are you worthy? Hong Ying said. The prince has never despised my crippled body. Now he can still remember the way the prince's hand touched his leg. It was not pity, but heartache from the heart. In this life, except for his parents, he has never felt this kind of true love. Hong Ying said grimly. Since you know the ability of our family, you must remember the prince's words. Otherwise, I will definitely slaughter your entire Qi family. Peng said with a smile. The general manager is still not very well informed. I am the only one left in the world, barely surviving in this world. Hong Ying said. Then I will make you live a life worse than death. And your young men. Peng finally felt lighter. And the cold air was gone. Shopkeeper. A servant waited until Hong Ying was far away, and then ran over in a hurry. Are you okay? Peng sighed. Remember, don't mess with this eunuch if you are okay. Yes. The servants bowed their hands in response. Peng continued. This Wu Yuan Gong is quite interesting. Don't be lazy. Follow me and learn it. Another tall servant said. Boss, I don't know if this is suitable for us to practice. Peng looked at him coldly. Pan Duo, you are talking too much. I admit my guilt. Pan Duo knelt on the ground, kowtowed 3 times, and his forehead was bleeding. Peng didn't even look at him, and let the servant push the wheelchair into the house. Summer in Sanha. The locals have gotten used to it. For the refugees, every day is like a year. But for the sake of having enough food, they endured it silently. What's more, when the governor's yamen runners, the garrison officers and soldiers, and the school students practice every day, they can also learn a lot of kung fu. This is something they never dared to think about in the past. Many refugees have already learned the legendary flying over eaves and walls. If you are willing to join the garrison, you can get an extra 50 copper coins every month. If you are lucky enough to participate in the suppression of bandits, you can also share the bonus. The only thing that makes them dissatisfied is that, in Baiyun City, it is actually illegal for children not to study. Your own children. Can't you do whatever you want? But in Baiyun City, in Sanha, this doesn't work. The streets and alleys of Baiyun City, and even the exposed mountain of Baiyun Mountain, were painted with slogans such as, if the child doesn't study, the whole family will go to labor camp. Children are the future of Sanha. Sanha Literacy Campaign. No matter how hard it is, children should not suffer. Knowledge changes destiny. Professionalism creates the future. These slogans were naturally written by Lin Yi. However, the slogans written by the governor's yamen runners at the end gave him a headache. The whole family will die, but not a single child. If parents eat bran, children can't have porridge. Is this a bit too much? He didn't know. I don't care. As long as the children can go to school, it's fine. However, there are indeed not enough schools. So far, he has built 7 schools within 100 miles around Baiyun City. It was originally agreed that the governor would pay for all the money, but the old man Shanqi would refuse. The governor's income was not enough to cover the expenses. To appease the refugees, to pay the salaries of the garrisons, to build roads, which one doesn't cost money, Lin Yi had no choice. In the end, he had to pay his own private money. The most hateful thing was that Shanin actually stopped paying for food. His reason was very simple. He now lived at his uncle's house, and refused to eat at the Wang mansion. People's hearts are no longer the same as they used to be. Lin Yi suddenly sighed. Your Majesty, as long as we have people in Sanha, We will not lack anything in the future. Wang Qingbang could only comfort him in this way. What happened to Chao Datong going to Hongzhou? Lenny asked. The situation in Hangzhou is getting more and more chaotic. Whenever Chao Datong occupied a place, he would massacre the city. Wang Qingbang sighed. Millions of corpses and blood. What a bastard. It's good for the rebels to have ambitions. Lenny agreed. After all, are there any kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species? However, turning the butcher's knife against civilians is not something Lin Yi can tolerate. Where is he, Jixiang? Mr. He is still in Weizhou, suppressing bandits while helping the governor to build roads. Send a message. I have seen too many tragedies. Chapter 97 changes. I understand. Wang Qingbang straightened his robe, knelt down and said, I am willing to serve the prince until my death. Lin Yi said expressionlessly, I only care about the result. Wang Qingbang smiled but said nothing, and retreated cautiously. Lin Yi looked at his back as he walked away, turned his head and looked at Hong Ying. Where is Consort One? How come she hasn't been seen for another month? Hong Ying bowed and said, Consort One is practicing in seclusion. I don't know what kind of skill she is practicing. Your Majesty, would you like me to call her over? No need to bother her. Lin Yi sighed. I was thinking, if she has time, she could go to Hong Kong City for me. Since we are in seclusion. Forget it. With the Grand Master by my side, my mother and sister, the safety factor will definitely be much higher. Hong Ying immediately knelt down and said, I am willing to go back to Hong Kong City. Lin Yi waved his hand, sighed. Forget it. When he was bored, he started to continue writing the novel that had been suspended for more than 2 months. A general who doesn't want to be an emperor is not a good soldier. One day I want my portrait to be printed on the imperial banknotes. The powerful and wealthy are sitting on the ground like a tiger and a dragon, and the wealthy and powerful are coming with great momentum. They can destroy the masts and oars in a moment of laughter and chatter. A generation of war gods, whose reputation is fierce, and who has created great achievements. In the novel, he strikes hard. In reality, he is still submissive. He has a mother and a sister. Even if he doesn't care about himself, he has to consider them. Being free and easy is not really good. If you are too willful, it's needless to say, you will definitely cause trouble for them. The Shijiang River is widening its channel. Lin Yi stood on the bank, watching nearly 10,000 laborers working hard. Under the scorching sun, they had already peeled off a layer of skin, with white and black patches on their bodies. There were even many half-grown children aged 15 or 16, carrying baskets. Shanqi came forward, knelt down and said, Your Majesty, please do not be soft-hearted. Lin Yi counted with his fingers. The 1 million taels Du Sanhe had given as a tribute were almost gone. A poor man has a short ambition, and a thin horse has long hair. He could not say anything hard, but only sighed. We have to make sure they have enough food. If they don't have enough, then we'd better leave as soon as possible. Your Majesty's order. Shanqi and Xie Zan and his group said in unison. In the evening, Lin Yi passed by the front yard and saw Qi Peng's servants coming in and out, looking very busy. He felt something was wrong. He went to Qi Peng's room without hesitation. Qi Peng was lying on the bed, sweat on his forehead, and moaning softly. Lin Yi quickly lifted his trouser legs. His lower limbs were festering and smelled bad. Maggots have grown. Lin Yi sighed. The rotten flesh must be cut off. Someone, let Hulu come over. He has become a doctor through long illnesses. No one is more experienced than him in dealing with such things. However, he did not have the courage to use a knife, so he could only let Husha record it. Qi Peng's servants were just stunned, not knowing whether to listen or not. Qi Peng said weakly, Listen to the prince. I am a lowly person. Lin Yi asked someone to arrange hot water, put his stump into the water, and sighed. Are you convinced this time? If you don't have the ability, don't show off. As a person, perseverance is important, but respecting science is more important. This prince told you that you must keep your blood flowing, but you still don't listen. After a while, Husha recorded it. Lin Yi left the house. Hearing the screams coming from inside, how could he feel comfortable? In his previous life, he had gone through this, and could empathize more deeply than anyone else. When summer was about to end, the news that Yueo and Chuzhou were broken by bandits spread all over the world. Chao Datong and Han Hui joined forces, and they were ready to attack Hong Kong. Sanhe was still Sanhe, except that there were more and more refugees, and Lin Yi's pockets were getting drier and drier, but everything was calm. He Jixiang, who was fighting the bandits, came back. How many people went? How many came back? However, they lost money again. The big ones couldn't win. So they followed them all the way and picked up the leftovers. The small ones fought. But at most they brought back some cattle and sheep. Hey, Mr. He, if this continues, what will we do? Lin Yi was heartbroken. He spent 100,000 taels before and after the expedition. He hasn't even earned a fraction of it yet. He Jixiang said ashamedly. The bandits are powerful. I hope the prince will calm down. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said nothing more. No matter what He Jixiang and the others said, he was not willing to start a war. The guards converted from militias just moved around, and the money was spent. With this money, it would be better to improve the children's food. As the roads were gradually built, more and more children were sent to Sanha from inland and coastal areas. Every classroom in every school was packed with children, ranging from 3 to 15 or 16 years old. It wasted money and food without limit. But seeing them jumping around and chirping, Lin Yi had an incomparable sense of achievement. The 31st year of Delong. For the first time in history, Sanha sent grain to Hong Kong City. After a fierce auction, Liang Zhen was finally responsible for transporting the grain, going to Hong Kong City by sea in an open and above-board manner, and being able to smuggle one's own private goods. The benefits are self-evident. What was the 100,000 taels of silver at the auction worth? Hundreds of large sea vessels, countless small fishing boats docked at Pingfeng Bay on Fengniu Island, the sails hoisted to cover the sky. Lin Yi didn't recognize this place at all. It's only been a short time. And just because there is a new maritime customs, there are so many more ships? Tian Shiyu came over and whispered. Your Highness, you don't know that the old thief Du Sanha alone has more than 50 ships docked. The rest, except for those from Sanha, are from Nanzhou and Jiangnan. After replenishing supplies on the spot, they go directly to other places. Lin Yi said. Damn it. There is not a single good person. Where are the people from Du Sanha? After saying that, he looked at the prosperous commercial street that had long replaced the shacks, all of which were shops built with red bricks and stones. Tian Shiyu chuckled. Your Highness, Du Sanha is not here, but his daughter is. Du Yinyang? Exactly. Tian Shiyu smiled and said. Your Highness, this woman is really pretty, but her temper is not something that ordinary people can stand. Lin Yi smiled and said. The sting on the tail of a wasp is the most poisonous thing. But the heart of a woman. He actually didn't have a good impression of Du Yinyang. With the help of Hong Ying, he carefully stepped ashore from the diving board. Du Yinyang suddenly appeared in front of him, which surprised him. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Your Highness, you have been tired all the way. Please follow me to rest. Du Yinyang bowed slightly. Okay. Since we are here, I will not be polite. Lin Yi rode on the donkey and followed them. The streets were bustling with people. It was completely different from the last time he came. Sailors were fighting in the restaurant, and it was a mess. Lin Yi frowned and said, Is there no law in my Sanha? Just as Hong Ying was about to respond, when Qian behind Du Yinyang had already strode into the restaurant. The restaurant suddenly became silent. Chapter 98 Clerk. The restaurant was also newly built. It was probably built too hastily. The 1-meter-thick pillars supporting the roof beams were all crooked, and the stone floor was also bumpy. However, there was only one decent restaurant in Pingfengyo. People kept coming in and out all day long. The business was very good, and it was very noisy. The sailors, salt smugglers, pirates were all unruly, and they came in groups of 3 or 5. They dared to cause trouble, and were not afraid of trouble. Especially after 2 glasses of wine, they became more rampant. Therefore, there was no peaceful day in this restaurant. Even the tables, chairs and benches in the restaurant were not complete, and they all looked repaired. At this moment, more than 10 people from both sides raised their knives, looking at Wen Qian who came in, and put away their knives without hesitation. To make a living on the sea, you may not know Du Sanha. After all, this big boss rarely shows up. But you must know Wen Qian. What's more, this big pirate, who once roamed the sea, has accepted the court's amnesty, and will soon become the captain of the new navy of Sanha. At that time, with an additional official title, wouldn't he be the one who has the final say in both the black and white worlds? No one dares to provoke him. Can't provoke him. Can't afford to provoke him. Therefore, As long as you are not a fool. You should pretend to be a grandson at this moment. Wen Qian looked at Lin Yi walking in and said loudly, "You are disrespectful to the prince. Do you know what the crime is? Ah, death penalty." Looking at the young man who walked in with his hands behind his back. The smart ones threw the knife on the ground at the first time and knelt down. With one person as an example. The rest just follow. A large group of people knelt down in front of Lin Yi. And even the waiter who served the dishes threw the dishes on the ground. Lin Yi said, "Who has the final say in Pingfengao?" Wen Qian said, "Sanhe is the Princess Sanhe. And Pingfengao is naturally under the prince's control. If it were in other places, this would be a rebellious statement. The censor would definitely report it. But in Sanhe, there is no need to worry. Hey, how should we deal with gathering to fight and cause trouble?" Lin Yi's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Wen Qian said, "Of course they will be sent to labor reform." He knew the Sanhe law by heart. This prince was the most ruthless. So far, no one who violated the law would be spared. Balkue looked coldly at the large group of people kneeling in front of him and shouted, "Take them all away." He was now the deputy commander of the prince's palace and the chief constable of the provincial government. His influence and power were naturally greater than before. 2 guards came forward with knives, but no one dared to resist. He was very disappointed. Otherwise, he could show off in front of the prince and have the good luck of Luohan. Who knows? He might become rich someday. Line up and don't whisper. Han Deqing became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and kicked a shirtless sailor who wanted to pick up the knife. The sailor just groaned and didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. After Han Deqing drove more than a dozen people away, Wen Qian continued, "In Sanhe, killing someone means paying with your life. Debts must be paid. Fighting means labor reform. I hope you all remember this." "Yes." This time, everyone answered in unison. "Okay. That's all. I hope you all will abide by the law and don't make things difficult for me." Lin Yi said calmly, "If you make things difficult for me, you will make things difficult for yourself. Long live the prince." The people in the room waited for Lin Yi to leave before they dared to stand up and breathe out. It's not that this prince is so scary. It's that the guards behind this prince are too scary. Just pick one of them, and he can beat them all. The newly built Maritime Customs office is a 2-entry courtyard. The position of the eunuch was vacant. There were only 2 clerks inside, kneeling at the door. After Lin Yi entered, he took Mingyu's teacup, drank tea, and flipped through the files on the table. Then he said to the 2 clerks, "Go home and retire. This king can't afford you." "Your Majesty." A thin clerk rushed to speak. "You're taking money from this king's pocket?" Lin Yi said unhappily. "I'm merciful for not killing you." "Stop talking nonsense. These people are called Gongsher in the Zonrenfu, the cabinet, and Wen Yuan Pavilion. Jingcheng in the Ministry of Finance. Shuli or Dianli in the local government offices. Xiaoma, Jishir, and Kushu in the Shibosi or customs. From father to son. From brother to brother. It is a true hereditary succession. There are many people. Collusion and fraud. And the slightly more powerful ones can undermine the county magistrate and the prefect. The power of taxation is in their hands. Lin Yi has come into contact with quite a few of them. He knows their bad habits very well. The most profound impression is that they are very rich. They are all local tyrants. The emperor is troubled by these people. Knowing the harm they can't do without them. After all, the officials in the imperial examinations only know poetry or contemporary essays, and are not familiar with laws, archives, and economy. Without the clerks, political and economic activities will be paralyzed. Therefore, we can only make restrictions. As far as he knows, the clerks in Ankong City have only a 5-year term. Once the term is up, the Military Affairs Department will investigate and repatriate them to their hometowns. However, there are policies from above, and countermeasures from below. Under the nose of the emperor, they still deceive their superiors and subordinates. The files are all in their hands. How difficult is it to change your own file? When Yuan Pavilion can no longer work, wouldn't it be better for me to change my name and go to the Ministry of Revenue? Some clerks work for a lifetime and are really rich. There has always been a saying in Daliang State that there are capable officials in the world, but no capable officials. Thank you, Your Highness. The 2 clerks turned pale, looking at Shin Chuming's gleaming sword. Finally they left the room cautiously. Mingwe took the account book and flipped through it carefully, said with a smile. Your Highness, you are too perfunctory about the income and expenditure. You are really not afraid of anything. Lenny said. Select older children from the school later, I trust them. You have to work harder, and take care of them for a few days. They don't understand human relationships, which is both a bad thing and a good thing. Mingwe bowed. Yes, but there are some rules that I don't understand. Lenny, smiling, she said. What's so difficult about it? We don't care what the rules of other places' customs are. We only care about Sanha's. Goods are stored on Fangyo Island without tax. As long as they enter Sanha, they are worth 1% of the tax. I understand. Mingwe smiled and said. This method is simple. But won't we collect the port tax? No. Lenny smiled and said. I have decided to build Fangyo Island into a free port. Free port? This is a word that no one has ever heard of. According to the literal meaning, everyone can probably understand it. However, he can't explain it clearly. It's the same sentence as before. Any ship entering Fangyo Island will not charge me a penny. But if the goods want to enter Sanha, I will charge money. He didn't know the specific definition of a free port. However, it didn't stop him from redefining it. Chapter 99. Eat and drink well. What Sanha lacks most is population, although it has attracted many refugees, but in all, the whole Sanha, sandwiched between Au Kingdom and Nanzhou, is like a vacuum zone. He hopes to absorb foreign immigrants through the free port. Without population, there will be no domestic demand, no economic potential, and no development. Those beautiful young ladies will not come to Sanha. His dream of living a life of drunkenness and dreaming will never be achieved. Chipeng smiled and said, Your Highness is wise. Lenny said, If you have nothing to do, just stay on the bird island. The river water is dirty, and you can't go down, so just swim in the seawater and train your body well, so that you will be full of energy and will not fester. Chipeng said, Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, I have arranged for people to dig a pond at the foot of Baiyun Mountain and draw spring water. You are good at thinking of ways. Lenny nodded, and no longer paid attention to him. He looked at Wenqian and said, You have to take care of the Navy's affairs. And you also have to follow the affairs of the maritime customs. Anyone who dares to take money from my pocket is my enemy. Do you understand? Wenqian said. I understand. In a few days, he will be a proper Navy commander. The second in command of the pirates has transformed himself into an official. I am looking forward to it. In the evening, Du Yinyang hosted a banquet. After Lenny boarded the ship, he looked up and down, and always felt that it was different from other ships. He scratched the wood with his fingers and said with a smile, Nothing is more suitable for shipbuilding than eucalyptus wood. But it is too precious. These trees are not produced in Sanha. Du Yinyang said with a smile. The islands of the South Seas are rich in this wood, which is indeed very suitable for shipbuilding. The wide ship was decorated magnificently. Lenny was not a novice, but he was still amazed when he suddenly walked in. The tables and chairs are made of 1,000-year-old dragon blood trees. If he wasn't an online writer, he wouldn't have been able to recognize it if he hadn't read a lot of random books, gossip, and movies. Your Highness has good eyesight. It's a 1,000-year-old dragon blood tree. Du Yinyang leaned forward and said, I admire you. Hey, it's not easy to grow this thing so big. It's not necessary to cut it down and make it into tables and chairs. Lenny touched the wood grain and sighed that if these two were in modern society, they would be in jail for life. This is a world-class rare species. Your Highness is compassionate. Du Yinyang straightened up and raised her hand. Please sit down. Lenny withdrew his gaze from her bulging chest, sat down, crossed his legs, held the teacup, and said with a smile, With so much food, aren't you afraid of wasting it? Live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the sea, eat by the sea. Most of the food on the table was seafood. Tiger crabs were bigger than heads, abalones were bigger than faces, gooseneck barnacles were bigger than palms, and the most outrageous thing was the ivory clam, which was as long as an arm, and it was not even sliced. These were things he didn't have the money to eat in his previous life, and he had no chance to eat in this life. After all, the only things common in the palace were some sea cucumbers, shark fins, birds' nests, scallops, fish lips, fish roe and the like. Occasionally, the frozen ones were still off flavor. Even the emperor was treated this way. There are plenty of these in the sea, Your Highness. Just eat as much as you want. Du Enyang looked at Lin Yi in surprise as he grabbed a hideous-looking sea monster with his hands. Even the local fishermen dare not eat it casually. After all, it looked scary. He skillfully opened the shell of the sea monster with his 2 hands, removed the heart, removed the gills, and sucked it mouthful by mouthful. It seems that he eats it often, Lin Yi said while eating. Hermit crabs are also crabs. They still have to be steamed. If they are boiled, they will not have the same taste. At the same time, there must be seasonings, such as soy sauce, onions, garlic, etc. This is the minimum. Du Enyang clapped her hands and said, "Come on. Bring the sauce." "That's great." When the seasoning came up, Lin Yi dipped it in it and took a bite, and said with a smile, "This taste is right." Du Enyang smiled and said, "The prince is really an expert in this field." Lin Yi smiled but said nothing, just focused on eating. Such a big tiger crab. He had no place to buy it even if he had money. After everyone in the room had left, and only the 2 of them were left, Du Enyang couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, the Navy is just being established, and my father will follow your lead in the future. Your Highness, just tell me if you have anything to say. Isn't that right?" Lin Yi pouted. "For such a trivial matter, you're still asking for favors from him? Do you think he's stupid? He's not the kind of person who can be easily seduced by beauty." He swallowed his saliva carelessly, and continued to lower his head to deal with the seafood on the table. Du Enyang was stunned for a while and said, "Your Highness is right. Mr. Shan came forward to offer amnesty, and I also took risks." Lin Yi took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and was very dissatisfied. This tea is indeed inferior. This old gentleman is not a pushover. The person in charge of the Navy must be someone else's. He is usually careless and indifferent, but he is not so careless as to put the gun in someone else's hands. What's more, it's a bunch of pirates. So, if nothing unexpected happens, the position of the Navy leader should be Zhang Mian, the commander-in-chief of the Ankang City South Gate Military Division. As for why Zhang Mian came here, it is said that he offended the Minister of Personnel for no reason. The reason, I guess only old Shanchi knows. Your Highness is right. Du Enyang seemed to have expected it. Lin Yi continued, "Let your father calm down, and stop thinking about nonsense all day long. Even if all the eggs in Dalian are put together, it may not be able to break a stone." "What does your Highness mean?" Du Enyang's face gradually changed. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Between me and dignity, I certainly suggest choosing dignity. But I don't know if I can sell it at a good price next time, don't you think so?" Lin Yi looked directly at her. If the love lasts for a long time, staring at each other is also quite romantic. "I think the prince has misunderstood my father." Du Enyang finally smiled. "Eat well and drink well, and live forever." Lin Yi was full of wine and food, patted his belly, and gained a lot of weight. However, fortunately, he was thin before. According to his mother, when he was the thinnest, he was 7.12 pounds. He stood up with a yawn and said, "Okay, thank you for your hospitality. I have to go to bed, and I must tell your father what I said. This bunch of pirates, if you don't fight them one day, they will tear down the roof tiles." It was good enough to get them to surrender. But they were still thinking about controlling the Navy? Du Enyang clapped her hands again, and naturally a maid took Lin Yi to rest. The ship was stuffy, and the air was sticky. Lin Yi couldn't fall asleep. He simply took the homemade wine, and sat on the bow to look at the starry sky. Honging brought a shawl, put it on Lin Yi, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, the sea is windy." Lin Yi said, "Will you drink with me?" Honging smiled and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He filled his own cup and poured it down his throat. Maybe he was too anxious and choked, his face flushed, and he kept coughing. Lin Yi laughed and said to him, "What kind of alcohol tolerance do you have?" "I'm incompetent." While speaking, Honging kept coughing. Mingyu and Shenchu looked at each other, with strange faces. A great master can still choke when drinking? It's unheard of, unseen. After entering the 5th level, the alcohol can be forced out of the body through the true qi, and you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and said, "In the future, you still need to practice more, and you will get used to it after drinking. Do you want more? Try the small one again." Honging took the wine glass again, gently put it down his throat, slowly tried it bit by bit. After a long while, he said, "It's still a little sweet." Lin Yi said, "Wine won't make you drunk, drink more." Thank you, Your Highness. Hong Ying bravely drank the last bit of wine in the bottom of the glass in one gulp. Chapter 100 The Swordsman Without Rank. After drinking, he imitated Lin Yi and smacked his lips in the surprised eyes of Shinchu, Mingwei and others. They even had an illusion that their steward was really a simple-minded and amiable person. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Okay, go back to the room and sleep. There's no need to accompany me deliberately. The good thing about this boat is that there are no mosquitoes. Even if you sleep outside, it's not a big problem." What bothered him most about Sanha was the mosquitoes that covered the sky in summer. If there were fewer mosquitoes, there would be fewer epidemics. Mingwei and the others remained motionless. Lin Yi had no choice but to get up and go into the cabin. If he didn't sleep, no one around him would sleep. Perhaps he was too sleepy. So he lay on the bed and fell asleep in a short while. When he woke up, the scorching sun had already made the cabin look like a steamer. He was sweating all over. There was not enough fresh water on the boat. So he just washed his face hastily and ate a little. Although they didn't go out to sea, the deck was still busy. Many sailors were cleaning the deck, and many of them were dark-skinned and thin. Lin Yi took a closer look and found that they were definitely not sun-dried. These are the natives of the Nanyang Islands. Du Yinyang suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi and said with a smile, "They have rejected the king's rule, but they can still do some rough work. They all look capable." Lin Yi said with a smile, "I heard that many people went to the Nanyang Islands during the wars in recent years. Is that true?" Du Yinyang said. "The prince is indeed well informed." "That's right. However, they are all trying to make a living. Although they live in hardship, they are less exploited." After Lin Yi nodded, he suddenly saw a sampan coming from the sea. There were many boats on the sea, but this one was particularly conspicuous. A young man in a white shirt, with fluttering sleeves, stood on the boat, without sailing and no one rowing, but just coming straight over here, and at a fast speed. "Yichio." Du Yinyang frowned. Wen Qian and the others were as if they were facing a great enemy. Shinchu and the others glanced at Hong Ying next to Lin Yi, but they still did not move, and just watched coldly from the side. The young man on the sampan, without waiting to get close to the big ship, put his hands behind his back, jumped onto the big ship, and landed gently. Then he held the sword in his hand against his chest, looking straight at Du Yinyang, without blinking. As a man, Lin Yi could not see any lust in the other person's eyes. This is not the way a man should look at a woman. Yichio, the illegitimate son of the Yi family, Sanha's #1 swordsman. Chi Peng explained to Lin Yi. A well-known swordsman. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Look at his showy appearance. His rank should not be low." "Right?" Chi Peng shook his head and said, "He has no rank." Lin Yi asked curiously, "Without rank, how can he be called a master?" Chi Peng said, "Because he has no internal strength, no true energy, only swordsmanship." Lin Yi was stunned, and looked at the young man again. It's really a weird thing. The martial arts grade is based on the level of internal strength, but without internal strength, it's really hard to classify. It's enough for me to have sword energy. The young man looked at Chi Peng, smiled, and then said, "Do you want to try it?" Chi Peng's face changed, as if he was on edge, and he pushed the wheelchair behind Lin Yi. After a while, he let out a long breath, and said with a smile, "I am a useless person, naturally not worthy of your attack." Yi Chio leaned his sword on the ground, and looked at Du Yinyang again. Du Yinyang's face was not astonished. She gritted her teeth and said, "Yi Chio, have you had enough of this?" Yi Chio shook his head and said, "It's been 5 years. Every time I see you, my sword is still unstable." Du Yinyang bit her teeth and said, "What does your sword stability have to do with me?" Yi Chio said, "You are so beautiful, and you have influenced my sword heart. Then when will your sword be stable?" Lin Yi couldn't help but take a few steps forward, getting closer and closer to the young man. Hong Ying followed closely behind. "Of course, I will wait until the day when I can stab her without hesitation." Yi Chio looked at Hong Ying without blinking, holding the sword in his hand more tightly. "Just because of her skin, I feel uneasy every day. I really shouldn't do that. Do you think so? Have you ever heard, color is not different from emptiness? Emptiness is not different from color. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color?" Encountering such a strange thing, Lin Yi was also very surprised. Yi Chio said with a smile, "You are also a wonderful person. I have learned a lot from you. But I have no intention of becoming a monk." Lin Yi said with his hands behind his back. "In my opinion, your sword skills are really not that good." Yichio was not annoyed at all after hearing this. Instead, he raised his head and said, 5 years ago, I had a perfect sword heart and traveled all over the world. I have never been defeated so far. Lenny said disdainfully. Can you beat all the great masters in the world? Yichio shook his head and said, I have only heard of the 7 masters in the world, but have never seen them. Du Yimyang snorted coldly. You can beat my father, which is enough for you to be proud of. You beat Du Sanha? Lenny was surprised. This guy looks like a middle school student. He doesn't look like a master at all. He even has an illusion that he can knock him down with one punch. Look at that little body. So fragile. Yichio didn't comment, and said with a smile, My sword is faster than you think. That's it? Lenny looked disdainful, and couldn't stand his showy look. He snorted coldly. I have a friend named Sword Demon. Sword Demon? Yichio's eyebrows twitched. Only when he heard something about the sword could he attract his attention. He has been in the martial arts world for more than 30 years, and has defeated all the heroes in the world. He has never been able to find an opponent in his life. Looking at the other party's face, Lenny said more and more proudly. The first sword in his life was called Qingguang Sharp Sword, which was sharp and fierce, and indestructible. He used it to compete with the heroes of Liangzhou before he was 20. The second sword was called Ziwei Soft Sword, which he used before he was 30 years old. He accidentally injured a righteous man, and regretted it so much that he threw it into the deep valley. The third sword was called Xiantai Heavy Sword, which was a heavy sword without a sharp edge, and was very skillful. He relied on it to dominate the world before he was 40 years old. Yichio's breathing became heavier. He was not the only one like this. Everyone's eyes were on Lin Yi. Defeating all the heroes in the world, what a heroic spirit. Do you want to hear more? Lin Yi said with a smile. Please teach me. Sir. Yichio bowed to Lin Yi. After the age of 40, you will not be attached to things, and grass, wood, bamboo and stone can all be swords. From then on, you will practice diligently, and gradually reach the state where no sword is better than a sword. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back and looked at the vast sea. Not attached to things. Yichio muttered to himself, suddenly shouted, laughed up to the sky. Then what use do I have for this sword? In the stunned eyes of everyone, he threw the sword directly into the sea. He jumped off the boat and jumped into the sampan. Everyone looked at the sampan that was getting farther and farther away, with a look of shock on their faces. What's going on? Chapter 101 Unmoved. Yichio, who defeated Du Sanha, the 9th rank of the world and the invincible one on the sea, and made him a mess. The master of swordsmanship, who was rampant and determined to kill Du Yimyang to stabilize his sword heart, retreated just like that. Anyone who has seen him, who knows him, feels like they are dreaming, even Du Yimyang herself. I admire you. Du Yimyang bowed and said, Your Highness persuaded this shameless man to retreat with just a few words. Lin Yi said, Shameless man? Not really. Although you are very beautiful, he has no feelings for you. On the contrary, he wants to kill you, so that he can get rid of his inner demons. The prince is really quick to speak. Du Yimyang couldn't help but feel frustrated. She has always been very confident about her looks. But there are only 2 exceptions. One is the prince in front of him, and the other is Yichio, who has already run away. But he is really not an ordinary person. Lin Yi has only heard of killing to prove the truth. Killing a beauty to prove his truth. This was the first time he had seen it. The thoughts of a middle school straight man are not something that ordinary people can understand. After a quick lunch on the boat, he went ashore to find a cliff waterfall to wash, and he felt alive. In the evening, he boarded a big ship again and returned to Baiyun City. Because the river channel had been dredged, it only took 4 days for Lin Yi to reach the Shijiang port. After getting off the boat, he stretched his body and felt refreshed. It was still comfortable to stay in Baiyun City. He did not ride a donkey or a carriage, but walked directly to his mansion despite the heat. Halfway through the walk, Shinchu came over and said, Your Majesty. Lin Yi followed the direction of Shinchu's finger, and saw Yichio, who was dressed in white and spotless. The difference from the last time they met was that this time he had no sword in his hand. Nothing at all. Lin Yi frowned and walked over and said, Why are you following me? Yichio said, Your Majesty, since you know the sword demon, please introduce me to him. Thank you very much. You know my identity? Lin Yi became even angrier. Since you know that you are a vassal king, you still dare to be so arrogant? Who gave you the confidence? Yichio said lightly. I met your majesty when I was practicing sword in Bayun Mountain. Humph. Lenny hates two kinds of people. One is those who ignore him, and the other is those he ignores. He walked past him and entered the Huang mansion without looking back. Yichio followed behind. But he didn't expect that as soon as he stepped into the door. He saw Honging standing in the yard and smiling at him. The two of them just stared at each other. And no one spoke. Shinchu, Baokue and others stood on the side, holding their breath, more nervous than anyone else. I can't beat you, Yichio said directly. But I won't leave either. He sat directly on the doorstep of the Huang mansion. Honging didn't say much, and followed the prince. The one who suffered the most was Sun Yi. He couldn't beat the man in front of him, nor could he scold him. He simply didn't know what to do. When the food was served, the other party sat on it shamelessly and ate with him. He ate more than him. He hadn't eaten enough for 3 consecutive days. Do you know how to practice sword? I don't know. Then do you know why my sword is so fast? I don't know. Then do you know why I lost my sword? Sunny didn't want to say a word, no matter how the other party nags. Until the 5th day, Yu Xiaoshu came over, he was finally relieved. Do you know what is the most delicious food in Nanzhou? Yu Xiaoshu asked. I don't know. Yi Qiu answered truthfully. Stupid, you don't even know this? Yu Xiaoshu said with disdain. Of course, it's oyster omelette. Thank you for your advice. Yi Qiu bowed his hands in thanks. Then why is your hand strength so weak? Yu Xiaoshu said disdainfully. You are not as good as me in arm wrestling. Because your hand strength is strong. Then why do you use a sword? Because I like swords. Then your sword is not as good as my hammer. As Yu Xiaoshu's voice fell, Sunny watched Yu Xiaoshu swing the hammer weighing over 100 kilograms, smashing the threshold stone into powder. It was not until Dai picked up the hammer and joined the discussion that he completely collapsed. He claimed to be sick and hid in the ear room and never came out again. It was hard enough to meet one fool, let alone 3. Lin Yi was helpless about Yi Qiu. However, fortunately, the other party did not do anything excessive, so he turned a blind eye. When you meet a mentally ill person, you should still be more loving and tolerant. Since the completion of the governor's office, old men like Xiezan rarely stayed in the metropolitan commandery, and stayed with Shanqi all day. Every time Lin Yi wanted to find them, he had to cross the bridge to the governor's office. Greetings, Your Majesty. They knelt in a row in front of Lin Yi. He did not enter the house, but sat directly on the stone bench outside, holding a teacup and said, What happened to you that made you look so sad? Tell me about it, so that I can be happy. Several old men smiled bitterly. Is this what they said? Reporting to Your Majesty. Shanqi smiled. It's nothing serious. Just reminiscing about the past with you all. For example? Lin opened his mouth and let Mingwei stuff the orange into his mouth. In all dynasties, those who were exiled to the army were military officers, not civil officials. Shanqi sighed. I feel sorry for you old gentlemen. Civil officials can be exiled, but exile is a shame, Xiezan said. I have to thank the emperor for leaving us the last bit of dignity, not tattooing our faces. The room fell into silence again. Inexplicably, Lin Yi actually drank with them. Staggering from drinking, Yi Qiu was still sitting on the doorstep, looking at the drunken Lin Yi, and slowly stood up. Your Highness, I don't know what it means to not be stuck in things. Naturally, a gentleman uses things, not being used by things. Lin Yi blurted out, and then patted his shoulder. Look at you. You're so stupid. Fish ride on water, birds ride on wind, plants ride on time. What's wrong with that? Yi Qiu still didn't understand. It's outrageous. No matter what he said, Lin Yi was determined to refute it. Xiaoguo's title of famous argumentative is not for nothing, anyway. Whatever I say is true, if I haven't seen it. It's fake, if I don't believe it. It's wrong, if I don't like it. It's garbage. Follow the current. It's easy to reach, run faster than the wind. It's easy to go far. Yi Qiu said seriously. It's what we should do. Follow the trend without being stuck in things. Be emotional without being against the sky. What fish, water, that's the first level. Lin Yi said with disdain. Fish forget each other in the rivers and lakes. People forget each other in Taoism. That's the highest level. He knows nothing. However, it did not stop him from talking nonsense. Looking at Yi Qiu standing there in a daze, he became more and more proud and walked into the mansion in a swagger. In the evening, it rained heavily. Even the dredged river was still full of water. Sun Yi looked through the window of the ear room, and at the moment of thunder and lightning, he could barely see Ichio standing still in the wind and rain. This guy has been standing there for a whole day. If he catches a cold, he will be even more stupid. Master Yi? Sun Yi finally held an umbrella and walked over. Shall we go inside? Ichio still stood still. Fish forget each other in the rivers and lakes. People forget each other in Taoism. Ichio still muttered to himself, turning a deaf ear to Sun Yi's words. Chapter 102 Enlightenment. Yu Xiaoshu and Ah Dai each held a cucumber, and squatted at the door to join in the fun. Sun Yi said unhappily, he is your good friend, why don't you persuade him? It's good to take a shower when it rains. Yu Xiaoshu bit the cucumber while speaking. The prince said that getting wet in the rain will make you sick. After Ah Dai finished speaking, he stood up and ran into the mansion in the rain, and the drainage pipes of the prince's mansion. Since Lin Yi strongly requested a rectification, now the drainage is smooth when it rains. Lin Yi never saw fish at the door again, only occasionally seeing 1 or 2 yellow eels weighing a pound. However, he was too lazy to catch them. Looking at Ah Dai running over on the puddles, he said unhappily, you are idle, aren't you? Why don't you stay in the house when you have nothing to do? Why are you running around? If it weren't for the fact that he and Yu Xiaoshu were strong and could help with hunting, he wouldn't want to keep these 2 idiots in the mansion. It would be a headache. Ah Dai pointed to the door with his cucumber hand and said, Your Majesty, Xiao Qiuqiu is getting wet in the rain. You're not going in. Lin Yi sighed. Why are they all looking for trouble with him? If he catches a cold and dies at his doorstep, it will be unlucky, Hong Ying said. Prince, why don't I chase him away? Lin Yi said. He is a 9th rank master who can defeat Du Sanhe, so it's better not to provoke him. Otherwise, would he have allowed him to block the door until now? He would have hit him with a stick long ago. As he said that, he walked out to the yard. Mingwei followed behind with an umbrella. When they reached the gate, Sun Yi came up and said, Your Highness, this guy hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day and night. He just stands there stupidly. I'm really worried that something might happen. Seeing him standing there motionless, Lin Yi sighed and said, Brother, how about I arrange for someone to send you back? If you have anything to worry about, can we talk about it next time? Ichio raised his head and looked at Lin Yi, and bowed. Please teach me. Your Highness, how did this sword demon senior forget about each other? Lin Yi was stunned. How did he know? If he told the other party that he was talking nonsense, would he be beaten to death? However, he still had to bite the bullet and said loudly, Are you so useless? Do you have to be a fish? Stay in the water all your life? Why can't you turn into a dragon and travel in the sky? As long as you turn into a dragon, you will leave the water and go to the shore. What else can't you forget? If you turn into a dragon and don't be a fish, you don't need to follow the flow and ride on the water. Another lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating Ichio's pale face. Lin Yi, with a dim lantern at the door, suddenly had an illusion that this guy seemed to be smoking. Brother, should I come in or take you home? No matter how Lin Yi asked, Ichio still didn't say a word. He seemed to be in a daze, just standing there, expressionless. Hey, are you mute? Talk? Lin Yi couldn't help but get angry, as if he didn't exist. Helplessly, he turned around and left. Instead of wasting time, he might as well go back to sleep. Mingwei and Zixia followed closely behind, each holding an umbrella. Hong Ying did not leave, and his eyes were always on Ichio. Seeing Hong Ying's gloomy face, Sun Yi said cautiously, General Manager, what's wrong with him? I understand. Hong Ying snorted coldly. How can he be enlightened by the prince? Sun Yi waited for Hong Ying to leave, and his eyes unconsciously looked at Ichio again. The rain seemed to have eyes, avoiding him completely. It was so weird. He couldn't believe it. He rubbed his eyes, held the umbrella and looked closer. The other party's originally wet clothes were now clean. Standing in the rain, he actually had a bit of otherworldly air. It was a ghost. Suddenly, he saw Ichio smile. Just when he was wondering what was going on, Ichio suddenly rose from the ground. As soon as he raised his head, he could no longer see Ichio's shadow. In the darkness, there was another flash of lightning, and then another thunder exploded beside his ear. As a disciple who might be the most skilled in martial arts in Daliang State, his sixth sense was much stronger than that of ordinary people. In the dark, he felt that danger was approaching him. He instinctively dropped his umbrella and drew his sword. Then looked around, and saw that the lychee tree at the gate of the palace was slowly falling towards him. He was so scared that he immediately ran away. When the palace was built, the prince fell in love with this lychee tree at first sight, and specifically asked to stay. The prince said, "The 1,000-year-old lychee tree has better fruits. For people can't hug it together. If it hits, he won't have to get up for 10 days or half a month." The tree fell to the ground with a bang. It blocked the gate all of a sudden. The guards of the palace jumped onto the wall with knives raised, and looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. Shinchu looked at the smooth cut of the giant tree and sighed. "How can I explain this to the prince? The lychees on this tree, the prince especially likes to eat." The next day, the rain stopped and the sky cleared. The 1,000-year-old lychee tree blocking the door had been cleared away. Lin Yi looked at the roots of the tree and gritted his teeth. "You couldn't just watch? You just let it be chopped down?" "Prince." Sunny had no words to say. "I don't know why it suddenly fell down. At first, I thought it was struck by lightning." "Is it the Yichio?" Lin Yi asked. "It seems so." Sunny was not sure after all. He didn't see the other party take action. But Yichio was the only suspect present. Lin Yi said, "Next time you see him, let him pay. Although the Yi family can't compare with the Wang family and the Liang family, they are not short of money. Ask for a little more." Hong Ying bowed and said, "Yes, I will definitely make him pay." Shinchu breathed a sigh of relief. Facing this kind of evildoer, who else can do anything except for General Manager Hong to take action himself? "If I go there with my guards, according to the prince, I will only be killed. So, in order not to lose face, it is better not to volunteer." At the gate of the provincial government office, Shanqi stood on the steps at the gate of the government office, looking at the 1,200 yamen runners and constables on the cement square below, stroking his beard from time to time. The 6 gates in Ancon City do not have so many constables. A small Baiyun city is actually equipped with so many constables. He actually rejected it in his heart. It would be better to put all the personnel in the garrison. However, this was the request of Prince He, and he could not refuse. Prince He had only one sentence: "Stability overrides everything." He took a sip of the tea from the master, and handed it back, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Sanha takes development as its primary task, and will not tolerate the evildoers to commit crimes." Although the words came out of his mouth, he did not understand the specific meaning. Prince He was standing on the side, and he naturally executed according to Prince He's intentions. Yes, all the people below had been strictly trained by He Jixiang, and they answered in unison, with a deafening sound. In this way, Sanha started a new round of anti-gangster and anti-evil operations. For any outsider who came to Sanha, the first thing they had to learn was how to face the black skinners. In the mouths of the Baiyun city residents, no matter how much you despise and abuse the black skinners in your heart, when the black skinners called you, you must stand still and squat, and then hold your head with your hands. Never rely on your own strength, and don't take the black skinners seriously. Chapter 103 News. Of course, if you have learned 2 or 3 Lingbo Weibo moves in school or on the playground of the guard post, you can also try to escape, to see whether you run faster, or the black skin man's knife is faster. After all, you are not the only one who went to labor reform with injuries. How many people in the world can withstand a group fight by 3rd dash, 4th dash, and 5th rank people? In short, no matter what rank you are, anyone who is arrogant in Sanha, or in Baiyun City, will end up with no good result. So, this made those masters lose their temper. Being scolded by ordinary people, but not being able to scold them, it's so frustrating. There's no way to get revenge. The most frustrating are those who are used to doing business without capital. It's easy to make money, and it's easy to spend it. Every day I feel that I don't have enough money to spend. After coming to Baiyun City, this feeling is even worse. When I'm short of money, I always have to check out the rich and powerful, so that I can go to patronize them at night. Unfortunately, during the crackdown, there is a curfew. I can't even go out at night. I can only hide in the inn. They were so poor that they almost had to beg on the street. They never thought that they would have such a miserable life. Looking at the peaceful Baiyun City, Lin Yi was naturally very satisfied. Moreover, in just a few days, the Yinjing's road construction team had more than 100 free laborers, all of whom were martial artists, and more useful than ordinary people. Lin Yi saw with his own eyes that a man could carry a load of 300 or 400 kilograms, and chop down a waist-thick tree with one knife. They are really the best choice for building bridges and roads, Shanchi said. They are powerful. They are arrogant. They make private friends. They violate the law with force. They should be executed. But the prince only lets them go to labor camp, which is really merciful. Lenny smiled and said, They are a little arrogant, but they are not guilty of death. It is better not to harm the harmony of the world. Shanchi said, The prince is wise. Lenny left the governor's office and met Jiang Cho holding a sword at the door. This man came to Sanha with Shanin. Because he was quiet, Lenny had no deep impression of him. Under the scorching sun, isn't it hot? Lenny asked curiously. Your Highness, you are joking. How can it not be hot under the scorching sun? When Jiang Cho laughed, the scars on his face squeezed together, seemingly more frightening. Then why don't you hide in the shade, but stand in the sun? Lenny asked. Jiang Cho bowed and said, I'm waiting for Brother Shanin to come back. Lenny said, Just wait patiently. He didn't even know where Shanin had gone, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. But he was too lazy to ask more. If he wasn't there, he would have less to worry about. When the road from Baiyun City to Yuezhou was halfway built, the news that Waden's 100,000 troops occupied Yongzhou reached Lin Yi's ears. Yongzhou Prefect Zhao Zhan was surrounded by Waden's army and died in battle. Damn it. Waden is so cruel. Although Zhao Zhan is a civil servant, he is also a fierce general. Lenny looked at Qi Peng. Qi Peng's news was always 1 or 2 days earlier than his sister's. Qi Peng bowed and said, Chun Yao, the military supervisor of Jinbei, watched him die without saving him. Where is the king of Yong? Shanchi's face flashed with joy. In the end, he still looked grief-stricken. Qi Peng glanced at Lin Yi, and seeing that he didn't say anything, he said to Shanchi, Prince Yong is still in Hangzhou, and asked to return to Yongzhou to quell the rebellion. His Majesty did not approve it, and appointed Yang Changchun, who had never been defeated, as the governor of Yongzhou's military affairs, and led 100,000 troops to Yongzhou. Yang Changchun? Shanchi's brows knitted together. Lenny smiled and said, Who is this? Shanchi bowed and said, Your Highness probably hasn't heard of this person. He is a jinshi, but he is actually a scholar, and he doesn't know martial arts. In the 10th year of Delong, he served as the Minister of State, and won 10 battles against Waden. Later, he fell out with Zhao Zhan, and resigned due to illness. The emperor was furious at his excuse of illness, and after demoting him to a commoner, he was imprisoned, awaiting judgment. I didn't expect that he would be reused now. Lenny asked curiously, Is he very powerful? Shanchi said, I'm afraid only the prince's in-laws can be compared with him. Qi Peng said, This man is on good terms with Prince Yong. Lenny sighed. This is where I have to admire the third brother. He can put down his face to make friends with anyone. But the third brother lost Yongzhou this time. Won't he be furious? Shanchi said, Your Majesty, as long as Yang Changchun goes there, Yongzhou will be safe. Yang Changchun? Is he really that awesome? Lenny stood up and yawned. Don't engage in personality cult. There is no real ever victorious general in this world. He couldn't stand hearing good news about the third brother. In a subtle way, he hoped that the third brother would be as unlucky as possible. He agreed with the words of the king of Dai. It didn't matter who ascended the throne. But it must not be the third brother. This guy has the same temperament as his father, the emperor, and doesn't recognize his relatives. Fortunately, the emperor is a tiger that doesn't eat its own cubs. 3 days later, Princess Lin Ning's letter arrived. Wang Qinbang took a look and said directly, Your Majesty, it is indeed a matter of Yongzhou. Lenny smiled and said, Reply to her and tell her that in the future, she doesn't need to pass on information about matters in the court. I know everything I should know. Wang Qinbang nodded and replied to the letter in person. In fact, he could leave these matters to his apprentice Fan Bin. However, the prince may trust him, but he may not trust his disciple. Some things need to be handled by himself. Sunny walked in, bowed, and said, Prince, Lord Zhang is here. Lenny asked, Which Lord Zhang? Sunny said, Lord Zhang Mian. Lenny said, Let this old guy in. Yes. Sunny had already walked to the door, but he was limping, which made Lenny find something wrong. Stand up. Lenny called him. Prince, do you have any other instructions? What's wrong with your leg? I accidentally fell down. After Sunny finished speaking, he glanced at the expressionless steward Hong. Could I tell the prince that I got my leg beaten by the butler? It was because I didn't take good care of the lychee tree at the door. If I really told him, I wouldn't die. The butler would at least give the prince some face. The palace couldn't be missing people for no reason, which would make the prince suspicious. I was afraid that I would rather die than live, Lin said with annoyance. Be more careful when you walk in the future, and don't be so rash. After Sunny left, he continued to mutter. So many people are careless recently, and the roads are slippery when it rains. From Shinchu to Baokue and the two idiots, no one can walk normally. Even Mingwei, although she walked normally, hadn't worn a skirt for a long time. I pay my respects to the prince. May the prince live long and long. Zhang Mian knelt in front of Lin Yi, looking like he had lost all hope in life. Sir Zhang, it's been a long time since we last met, Lin Yi said happily. Please sit down. We are old friends. Don't be so polite. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Mian stood up without hesitation, picked up the teacup, and gulped down several mouthfuls. Lin Yi said, I haven't congratulated Sir Zhang yet. The Navy Chief is a 4th rank official. Zhang Mian smiled. Your Majesty, you are joking. Only a fool would want to be a 4th rank official. The commander of the Hong Kong City South Gate Military Command is only a 7th rank official. But he has great power. Even the officials of the court have to greet him with a smile when they see him. What's more, he has to stay away from his wife, children and parents, and be alone. He really didn't know who he had offended to end up like this. Chapter 104 Compensation. I just can't express my pain. Master Zhang, you sound so dissatisfied. Aren't you? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Navy Supervisor, what an important position. This is also the trust of the old man in you. Are you dissatisfied with the old man? Old man? Hearing this word, Zhang Mian's legs and feet suddenly became weak. He knelt down again, and said with a sad face, I dare not. It is my honor to share the worries of the emperor. That's good. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Most people regret less for what they have done than for what they have not done. Mr. Zhang, you are a 7th rank official in Hong Kong City. You may seem to be free and easy, but you don't make much money. Do you have an income of 10,000 taels of silver a year? I have calculated all this for you. However, it is different for Sanha. You are the head of the navy, in charge of the South China Sea, and you are ordered to smuggle. Isn't the silver like water? Rushing in? Don't worry. Whenever I have a bite of meat, you will have a bite of soup. Prince Zhang Mian, who was still kneeling on the ground, trembled. He was really shocked by the words of this prince. Smuggling under the order of the emperor? How dare he say this to his face? If the emperor hears about it, he doesn't know what will happen to him and the prince, but all members of his Zhang family will die. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, Look at how cowardly you are. Look at this room, who else can't be trusted? Zhang Mian raised his head and the first person he saw was Hong Ying. It was still that familiar dead face. Even when he smiled, it was no different from crying. It's annoying. But he dare not say it. As everyone knows, he is the #1 lackey in front of Prince He. He always agrees to Prince He's requests. He has become half the bastard that Prince He is now. It is said that if Prince He hadn't stopped him, concubine Yuan in the palace would have wanted to beat him to death several times. Zhang Mian was the first to disbelieve that he would betray Prince He. Then he looked at Mingwei and Zixia. They were just 2 maids. Why could they have such outstanding temperament? He quickly retracted his gaze, and dared not look at them anymore. He met Shanqi's eyes, who was looking at him with a smile. Shanqi stroked his beard and said, Master Zhang, don't doubt it. Your coming here is arranged by me. Zhang Mian gritted his teeth and said, Master Shan, I have no grudge against you. Why do you have to do this? Shanqi said, Tell the prince that there is no one else in the capital who deserves his trust except Master Zhang. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Mian really wanted to curse. Thank you for your family's trust. But things have come to this point, and there is no other choice. Lin Yi smiled and said, We have known each other for so many years. I am so sorry to have to trouble you to handle things for me every time. Now that we have been apart for these days, I can't see you, and I actually miss you a little. Come on. Get up. Don't be so polite. Zhang Mian smiled bitterly. As long as he and the prince are in the capital for 1 day, he has to help clean up the mess. Since he and the prince became vassals, he has no idea how happy he is. There are basically no dignitaries in Nanchung. It is all up to him. the commander of the South Gate Army and Horse Division. Master Zhang, please sit down. Xiazan bowed and said, your uncle and I are also sworn brothers. Master Zhang, there is no need to be polite here. Zhang Mian sighed secretly, and was in no mood to make friends. The next day, he boarded Tian Shiyu's big ship, and went to Fangnia Island to take office accompanied by Han Diqing, the guard of the palace. Yi Qiu squatted on the newly repaired threshold of the palace again. His clothes were tattered, and there were several wounds on his face. He no longer had the image of fluttering sleeves in the past. Want to eat? It's delicious. Dai held the wild fruit in his hand, and wanted to give it to his new good friend Yi Qiu to eat. He was afraid that he would not believe it, so he tried several in a row. The fruit in his hand disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Who hit you? I will avenge you. Dai patted his chest very righteously. He didn't have many friends, especially those who could listen to him patiently. Including his brother, they all disliked his nagging. However, Yi Qiu was different, always listened to him, and nodded when he agreed. Yu Xiaoshu said carelessly, stupid, it must have been the steward who beat you. Dai stood up and said, you are the idiot. His brother told him that he would beat anyone who called him stupid again. Yu Xiaoshu was not allowed to do that, of course, except for the prince and steward Hong. What's the matter? You want to fight with me? Yu Xiaoshu's accent changed a lot since he learned some local dialect during his voice change period. He also raised the hammer in his hand. Who is afraid of who? You too. Neither of you is worry-free. If you break the threshold or the door again, the steward will not forgive you. Sunny was helpless with these two fools. He couldn't deal with them, so he could only bring the steward out. As he expected, the steward's title was still effective. Both of them put down their hammers in dismay. Dai looked at Yi Qiu again with a sad face and said, it was really the steward who hit you. Then you can't get revenge. My brother said the butler is a grandmaster. Grandmasters are very powerful. I know. Yi Qiu lazily pointed at the lychee tree roots at the door and said, he asked me to pay for it. Can you lend me some money? I promise to pay it back in full in the future. I don't have money. Dai stepped back several steps at once, keeping a distance from Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu was stunned. Miss Mingwei. Sunny bowed to Mingwei, who suddenly appeared at the door. Yes. Mingwei nodded at him and looked at Yi Qiu. Come in. After that, she turned around and left. Seeing Yi Qiu still motionless, Sunny hurriedly urged, hurry up, or the steward will come out. A tiger in a low position is bullied by a dog. How sad. Yi Qiu entered the Huang mansion weekly. Sunny was afraid that he would get lost, so he had to send him in personally. At noon, the sun was scorching and the air was sultry. Lenny didn't even feel like fishing. He was holding two newly made red sandalwood beads in his hand, looking weak. When Yi Qiu came in, he didn't even raise his eyelids. Just said, that lychee tree grew up with me. I have a deep affection for it. How dare you cut it down? Yi Qiu said, Your Majesty, that is a 1,000-year-old lychee tree. He was born and raised in Sanha. How could he not know? Lenny said unhappily. You also know it is a 1,000-year-old lychee tree? Don't you know how precious it is? Yi Qiu said, Your Majesty, there are many of them on the mountain. They are not resistant to fire. Even the woodcutters are too lazy to cut them down. Are you deliberately contradicting me? Lenny was unhappy. Yi Qiu felt Hong Ying's aura, and finally sighed. I dare not. But I have no money. Lenny said, Your Yi family is rich and powerful. How could you not come up with 10,000 taels of silver? Yi Qiu said, 7 years ago, I was kicked out of the family. Lenny was stunned and said, Did your father kick you out? Yi Qiu nodded. That's right. Chapter 105 Barbarians. Lenny asked curiously, Why did your father kick you out? How come I didn't know? You're not doing well at all. How disappointing. Yi Qiu raised his head and said, People with different ideals cannot work together. Lenny said, Who cares about your morality? What are you going to do with the money? It's impossible to default on your debt. If he can't squeeze out 2 taels of oil from this guy, he won't be willing, after all. This guy is too annoying. Yi Qiu said, I don't have any money. Okay, you don't have any money. Right? Then sell yourself to pay off your debts. Lenny said bitterly. The palace just happens to be in need of a gardener. You can be a gardener. You are good with swords. And printing is also within your expertise. Don't refuse. What he said was irrefutable. Yi Qiu did not dare to look at Hong Ying. and closed his eyes, accepting it. Since then, there was a gardener in the palace who was holding scissors and carrying a wooden bucket all day. He dared not be lazy. Otherwise he would have more and more wounds on his face. He hated the dead eunuch so much. From childhood to adulthood. Although his father scolded him, he did not have the courage to hit him. The only thing that made him happy was that the food here was pretty good compared to the food in the palace. Lenny had nothing to do except fishing every day. However, a new regulation issued by the governor's office caught his attention. Those who kill private cattle will be sent to labor reform. Lenny was very dissatisfied with this regulation. It was not scientific at all. Shanchi personally greeted him at the gate of the yamen, and said with a bow, "Princes shall not kill cattle without reason. Officials shall not kill sheep without reason. Scholars shall not kill dogs and pigs without reason. And common people shall not eat delicacies without reason. It has been like this since ancient times." He did nothing wrong. It has always been like this. So is it right? Lenny asked coldly. The ancients drilled wood to make fire, and used knives to carve words on bamboo boards. Why don't you learn? Shanchi said. Cows are big animals. Officials and private individuals use horses and cows for important purposes. Cows are the basis of farming, and horses are used to supply the army from afar. Lenny sighed. I told you to innovate and use your brains, but you just didn't listen. There are not enough oxen for farming. Shouldn't you encourage people to raise more cows? Shanchi said with a smile. Your Majesty, 1 cow per household is enough. Lenny said. If we raise too many, why can't we sell beef? Everything should be done according to market rules. Cows don't eat meat. They only eat grass, corn stalks, and peanut vines. They are actually very easy to raise. It's just because you nerds banned this and that, which made the people afraid to raise cows. In the end, there were not enough cows. This time, I have the final say. Anyone who raises cows will receive a subsidy of 30 yuan per household. Shanchi wanted to say something else, but Lenny had already walked away. He had no choice. The regulations issued on the same day were revoked on the same day, and replaced by another regulation. Sanha could kill animals at will, including cattle and sheep. There were subsidies for raising cattle and sheep. The former regulations were unprecedented in Sanha, and the latter regulations were unheard of. Anyway, they were all very strange. However, after someone really got the subsidy for raising cattle and sheep, the people of Sanha went crazy. Go build roads, and you only get 30 big coins after working hard for a whole month. Find a lamb or a calf, throw it on the mountain, and you don't have to worry about anything, and you will get 30 big coins. What? Thieves? Thieves are all building roads, and they don't have time for this, as the road of Baiyun City extended further south. More and more people knew about it. After deducting the grain tax from the provincial government, the little money was gone in a short time. However, they suddenly faced a more unexpected and serious problem. The barbarians living in the deep mountains and old forests detained more than 1,000 craftsmen who were building the road. That night, the lights in the Huang mansion were bright. From Shanchi to Wang Qingbang, everyone sat here, looking at the frowning Huang. According to their opinion, they could just send the guards to suppress the rebellion. But Huang did not agree. He Jixiong said, Your Majesty, the barbarians are rampant, and severe punishments must be used. Lin Yi took the teacup handed over by Mingwe, and looked up and said, Are they the people of Sanha? Wang Qingbang said, The power of life and death is in your hands. They are just low-class people, so you can kill them if you want. The emperor will not blame them. Lin Yi said, They are just some poor people, and they are actually more afraid of you. If they are really barbarians, they should not only detain the craftsmen, but kill them directly. It seems that there is still room for negotiation. I will go south myself. He was a young man with all the qualities, and he ran into a group of stubborn old men. He could not expect to reason with them. He didn't know how many children and women would die if he relied on them to do it. He could only make the decision himself. Your Highness, Qin Disheng knelt down and said, The barbarians are cruel. Your Highness, how can you risk your noble body? Lin Yi snorted coldly and ignored them. The next day, the banners were flying. The otter flag hand-painted by Lin Yi himself was in front. Behind him were 3,000 armored guards and sword-wielding soldiers. And finally more than 5,000 civilians transporting food and grass. The people of Baiyun City lined the streets to watch. After all, this was the first time that Prince He went out to fight. Thinking of Hypezi, they hoped that Prince he would die outside, and that it would be best if he didn't come back. However, thinking of the peaceful days in front of them, they were given by Prince he. If he died, Bayun City would probably be in chaos. It would be back to the days of bandits everywhere. For a while, everyone was very conflicted. However, they really loved the guards of Prince He's mansion. Seeing familiar people walking past him. Some old ladies always stuffed eggs, dried meat, and other things into the hands of these children. These children are really kind and friendly. No matter what difficulties he has, he will say a word, and they will never refuse. They are more filial than his own sons. Lin Yi was tired of riding in the carriage. So he rode on a donkey, and continued to go south along the newly built road. The water is clearer, and the sky is bluer. There are more wild animals. When he encounters tigers, monkeys and the like, he always stops his men from shooting them. The weather was getting hotter, and there were more and more mosquitoes. He had been bitten by several lumps on his face. One of the thumb-sized acne had already festered. Prince, why don't you let me go? Hong Ying's heart was broken. After walking for 10 days, the prince's face was no longer good to look at. Lin Yi said, then rest for a day. His ugly face, even in the face of the enemy, was a joke. Hong Ying naturally bowed his hands and agreed. The team of nearly 10,000 people rested at the bottom of a mountain stream. Lin Yi followed Ming Yue's advice and put on a mask made of a scarf, like a woman. After 7 days, his face was finally healed after applying the medicine made by Xiezan. Only his arms and thighs were still spotted. Yi Qiu rode a tall horse to catch up with Lin Yi's short donkey, and shouted, Your Majesty, I will kill someone for you. How about we write it off? You wish. Lin Yi patted the donkeys, and ignored the idiot. Chapter 106, The Old, the Weak, the Women and the Children. Since Yi Qiu lost his sword, he suddenly felt empty in his hands. He was a little uncomfortable. He had no money to buy a new sword, so he simply picked up a straight branch and held it in his hand. Wherever he went, his hands were not honest, and he would always swing them randomly in the dense old forest. The sword energy was everywhere, and the trees, regardless of their height, had their tops cut off, all became the same height. The birds in the forest fled, hundreds of them chirped, and kept calling in the air. Lin Yi was stunned. This guy is still quite skilled, Yi Qiu said proudly. Prince, how about my swordsmanship? You tell me who you want to kill, and then we will be even from now on. You better take a rest, I don't need you. Lin Yi refused without hesitation. Who hasn't had a second-year student's period? When he was a child, he thought he could make a big fuss in the heavenly palace with a stick in his hand. The river flows eastward, the stars in the sky are the Big Dipper, they don't turn back in water or fire. When you see injustice on the road, you will roar, and when it's time to take action, you will take action. The beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers. He couldn't help singing. His voice was average, but he loved to sing. He sang more, and people in Bayun City listened to him more. Many songs were already familiar to many people. Especially this song, Hero Song. It was full of vigor, and was loved by warriors. Slowly, the people in the team began to sing along with him. Finally, more and more people gathered, and gradually it became a sea of singing. For a moment, the spirit of the whole team was different immediately, and there was no longer the kind of sluggishness caused by the heat just now. Arrogant and proud. Laughing at the waves, blood hotter than the sun, courageous as iron and bones as fine steel, broad-minded and far-sighted. This time, before Lin Yi opened his mouth, someone in the team began to sing a man should be self-reliant. Especially those local people in Sanha, who sang very hard. They stretched their voices, and their chests rose and fell, as if they had used up all their strength, singing this song in the local dialect with unparalleled momentum. Because this song was so popular, Lin Yi wanted to use it as a military song, but in the end, he thought about it and gave up. Although it was exciting, the idea was not in line with the army, and it was only suitable for singing for fun. Lin Yi was getting more and more tired, and gradually became impatient. He looked at Bao and said, Shanqi is still quite capable. The cement road has been built to this point. Where does it lead to? Bao smiled and said, Your Highness, this road has been built to the southeast, directly to the bird release island. Lin Yi said, I thought so. Otherwise, this road is deserted, and there is not even a ghost to be seen. There is no point in building the road. By the evening, everyone finally walked out of the end of the cement road. There were some scattered tools on the roadside. Qin Xinlua suddenly rushed out of the woods, walked to Lin Yi, half knelt down and said, "Prince," Lin Yi asked, "where are the others?" Qin Xinluo pointed to the lush forest and said, "Just go ahead, I'm sorry to trouble you." Prince. He was originally a guard in the palace, and later joined the militia. After Shanqi came, he entered the Sanhe Guard as 1,000 households. Shinchu said, "You have 1,000 people anyway, how could you be stopped by a group of barbarians?" This was what puzzled him the most. Among the road workers, most of them are locals, and they've learned a few moves in the school playground. And some of them are good at Huajin. The rest are prisoners who violated the regulations, and their martial arts are also good. Moreover, there are 7 or 8 guards such as Qin Xinluo, all of whom are above the 3rd rank. And Qin Xinluo is already at the peak of the 6th rank. Even if facing thousands of regular troops from Daliang, they can chase and fight. That's how confident he is. He will never be detained by a group of barbarians. Now his face is a little hot, and it is really dull. Lin Yi yawned and said, "Victory and defeat are common in the military. Stand up and talk. Tell me what happened." "Thank you, Your Highness." Qin Xinluo stood up and bowed to Lin Yi, Hong Ying, and Shinchu one by one, and said, "It's just some residents on the mountain. There are less than 5,000 people in total. They are all old, weak, women and children. They have basically no fighting power. They said that our road construction destroyed their feng shui, and they refused to allow us to build it again. I have always remembered the teachings of Your Highness to win people over with virtue and treat border residents well. And I dare not start a war. Otherwise, how could a group of old, weak, women and children stop thousands of men? I really have no words to express my pain. Damn it. I lost money again." Lin Yi looked at the long line of people behind him and couldn't help sighing. This time, he had spent 20,000 taels of silver. "I am incompetent. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Qin Xinluo apologized again. Lin Yi waved his hand weakly. "Okay. You lead the way. Let's go and take a look. There is no need to follow so many people. The rest of you stay here and wait for orders." Shinchu followed the order, and only brought 100 or so guards from the palace. Lin Yi rode on a donkey and heard a whimper from a distance, followed by another urgent sound. And he didn't know what it was. Even though he was a military novice, he understood that this was a message. Following a narrow path through a dense forest, Qin Xinluo was in front, waving his knife casually. Dust flew, and a big pit appeared on the ground. The pit was densely packed with sharp wooden thorns. Lin Yi's scalp was numb. If he fell off while riding a donkey, wouldn't he be chilled to death? People are treacherous. He got off the donkey angrily and walked around the big pit. Along the way, Qin Xinluo kept swinging his knife. In addition to the big pit, there were also ropes, foot straps, and bamboo rafts for swinging, each of which was sharpened. Lin Yi and his companions hadn't done anything yet, but they had made Yi Qiu impatient. "Go!" With a loud shout, he rode forward. Wherever the branches in his hand swung, all the traps appeared. For a moment, the gravel flew and the trees fell to the ground. Lin Yi and his companions finally sped up. The road builders were cooking. When they saw Lin Yi and his companions coming, they all knelt down and bowed. Seeing that no one was injured, Lin Yi waved at them indifferently and looked at the other group of people. They all held wooden sticks and wooden bows, and didn't even have a decent iron tool. Just as Qin Xinluo said, all of them were old, weak, women and children, and many of the children showed signs of malnutrition. Even the leading man was very thin, shirtless, with his ribs protruding from his body. "Tell me, why are you blocking the road construction? This is also a good thing for you. Isn't it convenient to go to Baiyan City to buy things in the future?" Lin Yi felt no sense of accomplishment bullying such people. The leading man was about 40 years old. Although he was thin, he was not short. He raised the iron knife in his hand and said angrily, "The road construction has angered the mountain god. The mountain god has already blamed us. Look at the mountain in front. It has collapsed completely." Chapter 107. Nothing that can't be solved with money. Lin Yi was stunned. Earthquakes can also be blamed on them. After a long time, sighed. The earth dragon turned over. Haven't you seen it before? The rivers are boiling, and the mountains and graves are collapsing. High banks become valleys, and deep valleys become hills, which is a common thing. The leader stiffened his neck and said, "No, since you built the road, the mountain has collapsed." Qin Xinlua stepped forward and said with his hands down, "Your Highness, that was caused by the explosion of gunpowder." Lenny sighed. There was no time to explain to these people what gunpowder was. "Tell me, how much do you want?" Lenny was always very direct. Whether it was the world of the previous life or the world of the present, some principles were the same. What was the purpose of believing in ghosts and gods? Of course, it was for the benefit. If there was no benefit, the gods and Buddhas would curse him. As long as the money was paid, who would care about ghosts and gods? Feng Shui? The big official in front of him, suddenly so direct, made the leader a little at a loss. The legendary officers and soldiers were all murderous, not to mention that they had seen the mighty army with their own eyes 10 years ago. Lenny said, "Be frank. How much money do you need to continue to build the road? Tell me the number." Yichio suddenly pointed at the leader with a branch. "I killed them all for you. How about we don't owe each other anything?" Suddenly, his heart ached. Blood gradually flowed from the corner of his mouth. And then he looked at Hong Ying in horror. He honestly covered the blood with his sleeves and said nothing. "It's hot. And you're angry. So just say less. No one thinks you're dumb," Lenny said coldly. "You're good in other aspects. But you're too inhumane. Even if it's a cat or a dog, you can't just kill it casually. You'd better remember what I said. Staying here in this palace is really a shame for you. You can leave now." He didn't want to keep such an inhuman person by his side. Yichio lowered his head and said nothing. He wanted to leave. But, without the order from that dead eunuch, he dared not leave. After he became a master of swordsmanship at the age of 23, he traveled all over the country without a single defeat. But, he broke many firsts in front of Hong Ying. He was defeated for the first time. He was defeated in 3 moves for the first time. He escaped for the first time. And, he didn't run away yet. Today, the record was broken again. The opponent swung a palm at me secretly, and I didn't even dare to dodge. I took it. Now, I want to vomit blood. But I don't dare to. That dead eunuch said that their prince likes cleanliness. The leader is already a person of Huajin. He clearly felt Yichio's strong killing intention. Once the opponent makes a move, no one in his family, young or old, will be spared. He is very sure of this. He is not a fool, Lenny said impatiently. "Tell me a number." "Sir, how about giving me 100 taels?" The leader finally said a number. 100 taels? Lenny was speechless. These people really have never seen the world. He waved his hand and said, "I'll give you 1,000 taels. How about that?" The enemy is so generous? The leader hesitated. Lenny asked, "Do you know where the Bird Island is?" The leader said, "Of course I know," Lenny said. "Then what other tribes are there on the way to the Bird Island?" "Do you know?" The leader said. "There is only a tribe of Li people ahead. The Li leader's bow is several feet long, and the arrow is more than a foot long. It is extremely powerful," Lenny said unhappily. "No matter what he is like. I just want to ask you one question. I will give you 1,000 taels. Can you deal with him and stop him from interfering in the road construction?" The leader hesitated for a while, waved his sword, and gritted his teeth. "We honest men are not easy to mess with." "That's settled." As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the guards brought up a large box. As soon as the lid was opened, the silver inside sparkled. Everyone in the Lian tribe was swallowing their saliva. The brave ones came up to move the boxes. Lenny said, "But you have to agree to one request of mine." "What request?" The leader's face fell. "You have so many people sitting around doing nothing. So why don't you all help build the road?" Lenny smiled and said, 3 meals a day. Guaranteed to keep you full. Like what they eat? The leader pointed at the craftsman. Lenny said, "Of course. I will do it for you." "Well, you have the final say." The leader suppressed his joy. "If we really eat the same food as those craftsmen, let alone building roads, it would be worth our lives," Lenny said. "That's fine." The guards who were carrying the boxes stepped back, and Lianren happily carried the boxes away. Lenny really didn't care. Sanho was his. Baiyun City was his. These people still spent money in Baiyun City. It was nothing more than putting money in the left pocket and putting it in the right pocket. The money eventually went into his pocket. Is there any difference? Newspapers often have headlines like, "Improving the purchasing power of urban and rural residents is the key to expanding domestic demand." After reading more, you probably understand it. So, as a person, You can't gain anything without sacrifice. You can't let these people be too poor. It's for others and for yourself. The two parties reached an agreement. The craftsmen from Bayun City continued to build the road, and Lienren also joined in. Looking at the rubble in the sky caused by the dynamite, they didn't feel anything at all. At this moment, their stomachs were full, and they were still lying comfortably, and they didn't bother to care about anything else. Besides, road construction requires 3 meals a day. However, those prisoners only have 2 meals a day, and still can't eat enough. They can't take care of it. Lenny stayed in the Lienren tribe for 2 nights. Looking at those hundreds of children who were half-dressed, he couldn't help but say he wanted to take them away. The leader Ninggu said he wanted 300 taels. Is this selling children? Lenny didn't care. Give him the money, without hesitation. The next day, he took the laughing children, with a long line of women crying heartbreakingly behind him. Because everyone was held back by the man. They couldn't catch up even if they wanted to. If you want to see the children, you can come to Bayun City anytime. Lenny asked Shinchu to shout several times in succession. The sound echoed in the valley, and it lasted for a long time. The farther they walked, the more crying children there were. Lenny couldn't tell whether it was right or wrong. If these children were left behind, Lenny believed that half of them would not survive adulthood. The sanitation level in this era was here, even if they were wealthy and powerful, no matter how many children they had. In the end, he would survive. Back to Bayun City. The mighty expeditionary team, with no captives behind, disappointed the residents of Bayun City. The people who came out to watch the excitement dispersed soon. The children brought back from Lienren lived in an orphanage. They were taken care of by Sangposi, the first old woman in Bayun City who had achieved Huajin. Despite her hard work, they could not avoid bullying. None of these children could speak Mandarin, or even Bayun City dialect, and spoke incomprehensible language. Mingwei and Zixiao were the most tired, working day and night. Lenny saw it all. But he spread his hands, and he could only talk. Chapter 108 Visitors from the Capital. Are you two asking for a beating? I've told you so many times not to bring these beasts into the city, but you still won't listen? Lenny watched Ah Dai and Yu Shaoshi riding a tiger each in the yard, making the servants of the palace terrified, and anger suddenly surged in his heart. I scolded them once last time, and you still haven't learned your lesson? Yu Shaoshi shouted. The butler said he would make tiger bone wine for you. Yes, the butler said so. Ah Dai also felt wronged. I was just kidding. Lenny glared at Hong Ying, and then said, Put it in the old forest. Stay away. Don't hurt anyone. I know I was wrong. Hong Ying smiled and said, The prince said he wanted to make tiger bone wine, and I took it seriously. Lenny said, I respect science. How can I drink anything? Even if it was ginseng and deer antlers. He was too lazy to eat them. It would be better to eat 2 more carrots to supplement vitamins. Not to mention birds' nests. Thinking that it would swallow saliva. He was too sick to eat it. As for oysters, kidneys and the like, he just liked their taste and thought they were good. Yes. Hong Ying waved his hand at the 2 idiots. And the 2 men drove the tiger out obediently. The tiger was frightened and rushed out, startling Sun Yi, who had just stepped out of the ear room. He patted his throbbing chest and said, If you scare me sick, I will burn you to death. Although he didn't have the ability, it didn't stop him from bragging. Thinking of his own kung fu, he couldn't help sighing again. He couldn't even beat 2 children. The steward seemed to have given up on him, and hadn't come to check his kung fu for nearly a month. But it's not a bad thing. He hasn't been beaten for a month. It's really happy to be so lively every day. He couldn't help but imitate their prince, and picked up the teapot in his hand. Of course, he didn't have the good tea like the prince, but he had the posture, and his laziness revealed his unruliness. He was not afraid of the sky falling. Just when he was about to turn around and go into the house, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw that it was Lu San, the lackey of Tian Shiyu. Is your boss here? Sunny asked calmly. Apart from Tian Shiyu, a small character like Lu San was not worthy of going in to see the prince. Lu San lit the pipe in front of him and said with a smile, Brother Sun, you are a forgetful person. You entrusted me with something, but you forgot it so quickly? You mean? Sun Yi seemed a little bit unbelievable. Lu San smiled and said, That's right. I lived up to your trust and brought you here from Nanzhou. Sun Yi hurriedly asked, Where is that person? Lu San said, Your old lady was seasick all the way, and I took the initiative to put her in Jinfu restaurant. She is drinking tea and resting there. Thank you for your kindness. Sunny happily bowed. For guards came on fast horses. Sunny walked over, stopped a tall man, pushed him down without saying anything, jumped on, and said with a smile, "Ma Gui, lend me this horse first. Also, help me watch the gate for a while. I have something to do outside." Ma Gui said unhappily, "I came all the way from the west. There is no post station. I rode for more than 100 miles. The horse can't stand it. You get off quickly. If there is any damage, Commander Shin will not forgive me." Hearing what Ma Gui said, Sunny got off the horse decisively, waved his hand and said, "Then help me watch the gate." He ran to the stable. As the former groom of the palace, the grooms and veterinarians, who now manage the palace, are all his apprentices. Seeing him leading the horse, not only did he not ask anything, but also enthusiastically helped him put on the carriage frame. Baiyun City was already so familiar with him that he drove along the main road and soon arrived at Jinfu restaurant. He was still quite socially prestigious compared to the doorman of the palace. People in the restaurant would bow and greet him from time to time. He was naturally very proud of himself. He had lived such a glorious life in Hong Kong City. Who would treat him as a human being? After returning the greetings one by one, his eyes were fixed on a table against the wall in the inner room of the restaurant. A little girl wearing a white silk skirt and a pearl flower on her head beside the table also saw him and kept waving. "Brother, I'm here." Before Sunny had time to be happy, he suddenly saw a young man who was grinning at him. He walked over and said with a cold face, "Why are you here too?" This is his younger brother Sun Chung, the only scholar in his Sun family. "Why are you here with me instead of studying in the capital?" In anger, he didn't even have time to talk to his father and mother. "Okay, it can't be explained in a few words. Let's talk later." After his father Sun Du finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Waiter, let's settle the bill." Sunny knew that this was not a place to talk, so he gave the waiter a few copper coins and got on the carriage with his family. "Brother, this place is different from what is said in the legend. Look at this road. It is wider than Hong Kong City." The little girl kept pulling Sun Yi's arm, chattering all the way. Sunny said, "You girl, you are so old, but you still have no sense of stability." His mother rolled her eyes and said, "You are the one who spoiled you." Ever since her son entered the Huang Palace as a groom and received a monthly salary, he has the final say in the family. As parents, they have no status. This made the old couple very dissatisfied. "What else can we do? Just let her be." Sunny touched his sister Sun Xiao's head lovingly. According to the prince, his sister is meant to be spoiled. His mother said, "You are a girl. You are already 13 years old, and you still can't even embroider a flower. How can you get married in the future? Learning embroidery is just for getting married?" Sun Yi smiled disdainfully. Finally, the carriage stopped at the gate of a courtyard. Sun Xia jumped off the carriage first, looking at the big house with white walls and black tiles in front of her, and said with a smile, "Brother, are you home?" Sun Yi said while opening the door. "Of course. You are here. Dad and Mom. Come in." This courtyard was built by him, Yu Shaoshi and Cui Jiansheng 2 months ago, and it was only separated from them by a courtyard wall. "I didn't want to live with them, but I couldn't help it." This place was backed by mountains and close to the water. Only these few families lived here. There was a lot of open space, which was very suitable for growing vegetables or rice. Another reason was that these two guys were hated by everyone. Most people didn't dare to provoke them, nor did they dare to come here for a stroll. Although the security in Baiyun City was very good, sometimes he was on duty in the palace, and was away from home all day and all night. He was not afraid of 10,000, but he was afraid of one. His family didn't know martial arts, so living with these two idiots was reassuring. There were 4 side rooms, a main hall, a side hall, and a stable, a kitchen, and a warehouse. The old lady of the Sun family walked around inside and outside, and there was no place she was dissatisfied with. This was much better than their house in Hong Kong City. Look at how flat the land is, and how white the walls are. Chapter 109, Beaten Again. After opening the back door of the yard, there was a sudden scream of fright. Sunny hurried over, and took a closer look and saw several gray-haired squirrels running around in the trees outside. The old lady patted her chest and said, "This mouse is too powerful. It can even climb trees." Sunny smiled and said, "This is not a mouse. It is a squirrel. There are also squirrels in the mountains near Ankong City. It's just that you don't leave the city all year round. So you don't know? The old lady squinted her eyes and pointed at the animal with sharp horns in the grass by the river and said, "What is that?" Sunny smiled and said, "It's a deer," the old lady said. "I have seen this thing, but I don't know if it bites people." Sunny said, "Things that bite people have long been chased into the mountains, and there are usually people patrolling, so they dare not come down easily." When he and the prince first entered Baiyun City, there were often wolves and leopards coming down the mountain. However, since the orphanage was built, the prince and I have set people to patrol every day to drive away wild animals for the safety of the children. Now it is rare to see slightly ferocious wild animals in Baiyun City. There are only some deer, squirrels, and monkeys with strong revenge. That's good. That's good. The old lady nodded and sighed. This place looks good, but it's too hot. My skin is sunburned. Sunny shook his head and smiled, and boiled water to make tea. After the family sat down around the table, he looked at his younger brother Sun Chung again. Sun Chung said aggrievedly, "I didn't want to come here, but my father dragged me here." Sun Du sighed. "Since I became the supervisor, I have been gathering with a group of people to go to the palace gate to petition for mercy. This is nonsense. Fortunately, he was dragged here. Otherwise, not to mention his head, our whole family's heads would not be enough to be chopped off." "Nonsense!" Sunny was so angry that he slapped the table. Sun Chung stiffened his neck and said, "The eunuch party is a disaster for the country, and we scholars should take responsibility for it." "Shut up." Sunny gritted his teeth in anger and snorted coldly. "It doesn't matter if you lose your own life, but don't let your family be affected," Sun Chung said. "Of course, everyone has their own responsibility for their own actions," Sunny said. "You asked Eugene not to kill your whole family, and Eugene didn't kill them? If he listened to you so much, why would you ask for mercy?" Sun Chung blushed and couldn't speak. Sunny took out a piece of paper from his sleeve, put it in front of him and said, "Sanha is different from other places. It has its own laws. You should read it carefully, and talk to your parents. Do everything according to the rules. Rest here, and when it's almost time, I will find you a job." Sun Chung muttered, "I don't want to be a groom like you." "Want to be a groom?" Sunny said unhappily. "Why don't you die of pleasure? Is it so easy to be a groom in the palace?" Even if Commander Shin gave him face and let Sun Chung in, he would not dare to see him off. His brother is a foolish young man who has been studying too much. If Commander Shin can't kill him, it's hard to say what will happen to General Manager Hong. Therefore, for his own face and his brother's life, it's better to send him to the commandery. Those old men are great scholars who are both civil and military. If his brother is with them, he may make progress. He has not given up the idea of letting his brother take the imperial examination. He just wants to send him back to the capital to take the exam when the opportunity is ripe. It's too early to talk about this now. Let's take a good rest first. Yue Quan has been on the road all this time. He has never suffered such a hardship in his life. The old lady complained. It's a pity for the 2 horses and the carriage. They were sold at a low price in Nanzhou. Why do you insist on taking a boat? It makes me feel sick now. We are here now. If you don't take a boat, you will be even slower. After San Yi settled his family, he hurried back to the palace to do his work. Ma Gui was dozing off at the door of the ear room. After being woken up by San Yi, he said reluctantly, "You have been gone for too long." San Yi bowed and said, "My parents are coming today. I have to settle them down?" Ma Gui's eyes lit up and said, "You are so quick to take over?" San Yi smiled and said, "To be honest, I originally thought that Sanha was a barren land, and I couldn't bear to see them suffer with me. But we have been here for a long time, and we all know that this place is much better than staying in the capital." Ma Gui sighed. "I also have to think about finding someone to take the letter back. Just like you. It's always more reassuring to have someone by my side." "Of course." Sunny patted his shoulder and said, "Let's go to Jinfula later." "Brother, I'll treat you," Ma Gui said. "Han Diqing hasn't come back yet. Are you the only one guarding the gate now?" Sunny said, "I went to Fengya Island, and I'm running errands for Zhang Mian now." Ma Gui said, "The navy is good, but I don't know when we will have this opportunity. I don't want to go." Sunny smiled and said, "It's so good to be the gatekeeper here. Otherwise, He wouldn't be able to build such a big yard. Han Diching left, and he was still thinking about who to let take over. His 2 apprentices definitely couldn't leave. The guards were all good at fighting and killing, and couldn't do a job that required eyesight like guarding the gate. Fonpei? Although this kid was a little naughty, he was very smart. It was perfect for him to guard the gate. I still had to find time to talk to Commander Shin. Ma Gui stood at the door for a while, stretched his waist, and left. Then Ichio limped again, with a wound on his face, and sat listlessly next to Sun Yi. Sun Yi took a sip of tea and said gloatingly, "Was he beaten?" He didn't like Ichio. To put it bluntly, he just lacked human touch. Ichio sighed. That woman was too cruel. Who? Sun Yi was curious. Besides the housekeeper, who else in the mansion had the ability to beat him? The woman holding the child. She doesn't look old. I haven't seen her at all in these days. It seems that she has come out of confinement. Sun Yi didn't need to think too much. He knew it was Wen Jiaoyi. Ichio sighed. She is unreasonable and very aggressive. Sun Yi snorted coldly and didn't comment. Then, how did you offend her? He had to admire this guy's courage. Wen Jiaoyi's kung fu was unfathomable. It was said that she was a person who could beat Hong Zongwan without any chance to fight back. Ichio said, I was watering flowers in the side yard. I never saw anyone there. You know, people have 3 urgent needs. Who would have thought that someone would open the door and come out without asking any questions? He slapped me in the face. People have 3 urgent needs. And it was in Wen Jiaoyi's yard. Sun Yi was really shocked. He patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother, it's not easy for you to be alive. What's the big deal about being beaten? I'm being beaten for nothing? Can you beat me? Ichio hung his head to his chest. The Huang Mansion is really a very cruel place. The beatings I received in the past 30 years combined were not as good as the one I received in the palace for just half a month. The key point is that I didn't get beaten in the past 30 years. Chapter 110 The Sage Appears. The number 1 swordsman who once defeated all the opponents in Daliang State has fallen to the point where he is beaten and scolded by others. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, but there is nothing I can do. Who made me inferior to him? Sun Yi said. He is a grandmaster. Wouldn't it be like playing to beat you? I have already shown mercy by beating you up, so be content. Ichio said unconvinced. That's because I was not prepared. Sun Yi smiled and said, Why don't you go in and try again? Ichio said proudly. Under the grandmaster, I am also invincible. Sun Yi said indifferently. So what? Humph. Ichio turned his head and ignored Sun Yi. He was also hurt. There were actually 2 great masters in the palace. It was really scary. He was very glad that he did not break into the palace when he traveled around the world. Wouldn't that place be even more terrifying? Concubine when came out of retreat. Lin Yi specifically asked the kitchen to cook a large table of dishes. Sister, you have come out of retreat. It's a good thing, I'll toast you. Lin Yi raised his glass. Concubine when took a sip of wine and said, What's there to be happy about? Isn't it like this every year? Lin Yi smiled and said, Sister Wen has been in retreat these days. She probably didn't eat or drink well. She has lost a lot of weight. He thought retreating meant not eating or drinking, similar to fasting. When Jiaoyi was in seclusion, although she stayed indoors, she still ate, and ate more. She had plenty of fish and meat every day. Miraculously, she didn't gain weight. She was even thinner than before. Lin Yi looked at his belly, wondering if she had secretly taken some slimming pills. When Jiaoyi smiled and said, I haven't seen you visit me once? Lin Yi said, It's mainly because I'm afraid of disturbing my sister's seclusion. When Jiaoyi snorted coldly and ignored him, she turned to look at Ichio, who was cutting flowers at the door. Ichio shuddered all over, and slowly turned his head, not daring to look him in the face. When Jiaoyi said, Where did you pick this up? This woman is even scarier than that dead eunuch. Lin Yi smiled and said, He cut down my beloved lychee tree. I have no money to pay for it, so I can only do hard labor here. Oh, by the way, Xiaoingzi, remember to go back and ask him to press his handprint and sign a 10 or 8-year contract. Hong Ying smiled and said yes. Ichio looked hopeless after hearing this. But facing 2 great masters, he really didn't have the courage to say no. He was not stupid. After Lin Yi finished his meal, he was about to go out fishing. For a fisherman, he was addicted, so he didn't care whether it was hot or not. Sun Yi suddenly ran in and said Shan Yin was back. Shan Yin was bruised, and behind him was the charming and idle Eugenio. Lenny looked at the two people in surprise. You can meet each other halfway. It's really fate. Lenny teased while holding a teacup. Sean smiled bitterly. Your Highness. It's really hard to describe. He went to Chuanzhou to find his cousin Shan Jin. And he only knew that Chuanzhou was the base of Jizhao Temple. He never thought he would be so unlucky and run into Eugenio. This woman is simply haunting. And you can meet her wherever you go. Lenny looked at Eugenio again. This girl wore a bamboo hat and a green round-collared robe that covered her from neck to feet. However, the moment she entered the door and stepped on the stairs, Lenny realized that she was barefoot. He had never noticed it before. Miss Yi, you have shoes, but you don't wear them. Why are you walking barefoot? It's so hot. Your feet won't burn. But they'll hurt. Don't you have money to buy shoes? I'll give you a pair. Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty, it's not necessary. Eugenio gritted her teeth. Lenny seemed not to notice and continued with the teacup in hand. Why are your feet so white even when you walk barefoot? Do you have any good whitening methods to recommend? As a believer in science, he would naturally seek advice sincerely when he encountered something that was a little bit unscientific. Your Highness, please respect yourself. Eugenio's face flushed. Sean was secretly happy. This woman finally got humiliated. He looked at Lin Yi with admiration. Your Highness is worthy of being a prince. This flirting with women is different from others. Lin Yi asked curiously. Do you mean that I don't respect myself? You can insult my taste, but you can't insult my character. I dare not. Seeing Mingyu has creepy eyes, Eugenio finally restrained her tone. I am here to ask your Highness a question on behalf of my master. Lin Yi said. Your master is a great master. What can you ask me? The Huangshui River burst its dike, and Yuezhou suffered a severe drought. Eugenio said word by word. When the world is in chaos and the people starve to death, what should we do? Why not eat meat porridge? Lin Yi didn't even think about it, and blurted it out. This is a free-point question. Eugenio was stunned for a long time after hearing it. No matter what, she could not imagine that this legendary unlearned prince would answer like this. This is not only unlearned, but also ignorant. Prince, do you really think so? What I think is none of your business. Lin Yi did not like this aggressive tone, and snorted coldly. Come on. Send the guests away. Mingwa raised her hand and said, Miss Yi, please go in. Goodbye. Eugenio bowed, and when she walked to the door, she took her sword from Bao Kuei. He and his master entered the palace, and neither of them surrendered their swords. Seeing her gradually going away, Lin Yi said unhappily, You really are the boss. And you are the second, doing inexplicable things. When Jiaoyi, who had not said a word from beginning to end, smiled and said, You can get it back now. It's not too late. Why do you want to get it back? Lin Yi asked curiously. When Jiaoyi said, You dare to say that just now. It's because you don't know Jizhao Temple. Lin Yi said, Isn't he just a great master? What's so great about it? When Jiaoyi sighed, Don't you have any idea about this great unity? Mingwei, Zixia and others looked at each other, left the house, and quietly closed the door. Lin Yi said, What's the benefit of being an emperor? When Jiaoyi said, You are the only one who has the final say in the world. Isn't that enough? Lin Yi pouted and said, I'm not interested. I have to worry about money every day when I open my eyes. This is a true portrayal of his father, Emperor Delong. Since he ascended the throne, the national treasury has never been well off. The emperor is high above and enjoys the glory, but his scalp still tingles when people below ask for money. When Jiaoyi said slowly, Do you know, if Eugenio went to the Yongwang or the crown prince, how would they treat him? Lin Yi said, What would happen? When Jiaoyi said, They would welcome him with open arms and treat him as a guest of honor. Lin Yi asked puzzledly, What's so famous about Jizhao Temple? For those who are interested, Jizhao Temple is their help. When Jiaoyi sighed, Looking at you, you probably haven't heard that when the world is in order, the saints hide, and when the world is in chaos, the saints emerge. Such mysterious words, coming out of your mouth. How can it be so strange? Lin Yi didn't like it. Chapter 111, Love and Resentment. When Jiaoyi said seriously, Don't underestimate Jizhao Temple. Lin Yi said, A few nuns with strong martial arts skills are saints? When Jiaoyi said, Taking the enemy's head in a sea of thousands of troops is as easy as taking something out of a bag. Determining the outcome of a war by relying on the power of one person? Lin Yi was a little disdainful. When Zhao said indifferently, Emperor Gaozu Lin Baoji fought against Chen Duo, who was unrivaled at the time. In Hongou, 300,000 troops against 500,000 troops, and they were defeated repeatedly, and were in danger. Finally, the head of Jizhao Temple led his disciples, and entered the enemy camp, as if they were in an empty space, and killed 3 generals in a row. Chen Duo was defeated. Emperor Gaozu was able to conquer the world because of Jizhao Temple. Do you still dare to look down on him? Lin Yi sneered. The death of several generals paralyzed the military command system. And Chen Duo is not that good. As a modern person, he actually looked down on this kind of military system. When Zhao continued, among the masters in the world, the most powerful one is Master Jingyi of Jizhao Temple. After the age of 40, I have never met an opponent. If you can get the help of Jizhao Temple, you still have a great hope of taking the throne. Lin Yi said carelessly. If I want something, I will naturally get it with my ability. I don't really care about what others give me. A gentleman does not eat food given out of pity. When Zhao said again, Yi Jinyu is so beautiful that she can overwhelm the country. According to the rules, if you ascend to the throne, the saint of Jizhao Temple will be your future concubine. Lin Yi said, she is just a little prettier. I don't care if she puts on a bad face every day. I have said so much. And you are not moved? When Zhao suddenly laughed. I'm just curious. How do you know so much? Lin Yi changed the subject. When Zhao stared at Lin Yi's eyes and said, I am the previous saint of Jizhao Temple. Jingyi is my junior sister, and my name is Jingxian. Ah! Lin Yi was stunned. When Zhao seemed to be very happy to see Lin Yi like this. She picked up the teacup, lightly lifted her skirt, crossed her legs elegantly, and said with a smile, Why? Are you surprised? Then the late emperor ascended the throne because of. Lin Yi had to suspect that the late emperor ascended the throne because of Jizhao Temple. That's right. When Zhao said with a smile. Otherwise, how could he, an unfavored prince, ascend to the throne? However, he is a heartless man. I have been in the deep palace for decades, and I have never seen him once. Then what about my father? Lin Yi's curiosity grew even stronger. When Zhao said, when the previous emperor was in power, it was known as the Yongguang Prosperous Era. Jizhao Temple was hidden from the world. But DeLong relied on his own ability to ascend to the throne. He knew a little about my affairs, but he never made things difficult for me. However, he probably dreams of destroying Jizhao Temple. Then why are you following me? Lin Yi's face gradually changed. He only wants to be free. He will never become a puppet of any force or any person. When did you become so suspicious? I have liked you since childhood. And you promised to take care of me in my old age. When Zhao said, really? Lin Yi still had some doubts. When Zhao said, you know me. I never lie. She was more disdainful of lying. Lin Yi said, if you have any purpose, I think you will be disappointed. I forgot to tell you that I have been at odds with Jizhao Temple for a long time. When Zhao said with a gloomy face, how do you think I got hurt last time? It was all because of my good junior sister. Why? Lin Yi didn't understand. You two are senior and junior sisters. Shouldn't your relationship be very good? Since I was a child, I entered Jizhao Temple, but Jingyi and I have always been at odds, competing with each other everywhere. When Zhao suddenly fell into past memories. When I was 16, I became the saint of Jizhao Temple. But I like the bustling streets, I like the beautiful hair flowers. What does the rise and fall of the world have to do with me? But I can't disobey the master's orders. I have to travel the world for the master. I found the late emperor and talked with him. He took the people of the world as his responsibility, and the master was very satisfied. Jizhao Temple fully supported him to ascend the throne. After the master passed away, Jingyi became the leader of the sect. It's really unpredictable. Lin Yi said. Then you can't become enemies. Right? She killed my only son. When Zhao suddenly said loudly, he is only 2 years old. He can already call mother. My good child. Rice-sized tears fell from her eyes. Lin Yi heard this, and didn't know what to say for a moment, and didn't know how to comfort her. At that time, I met a man, fell in love with him, and later became pregnant. However, the saints of Jizhao Temple in all generations cannot have private affairs, and can only marry the emperor. What is the people of the world? She can kill my son for the sake of the people of the world. When Zhao said coldly, What does the people of the world have to do with my son? The hatred of killing my son is irreconcilable. I will take Jingyi's life in this life. Sister, please accept my condolences. Lenny gritted his teeth and said, your enemy will be my enemy in the future. I will definitely avenge you. Even a 2-year-old child can be killed. How cruel it is. Alas, I shouldn't say so much. When Jiaoyi wiped her tears, forced a smile and said, I'm making a fool of myself. Lenny said, Yi Jinyu was her apprentice. You let her go. You are very tolerant and generous. When Jiaoyi said, she is just a miserable person like me. Why should a miserable person make things difficult for a miserable person? After saying that, she shook her head and said nothing. Lenny was in no mood to go fishing. The guards recruited refugees, and the number of soldiers suddenly expanded to nearly 5,000. They trained hard on the playground on the south bank of the river every day. With more than 1,000 yamen runners and constables, the daily consumption of money and food was excessive. There were few people in Sanha, and the taxes were only so low, so they could not afford to support so many soldiers. Shanqi had no money, and sighed at Lin Yi. What does it have to do with me? Lin Yi said unhappily. I can't solve the problem. But can't I solve the problem of you who raised the problem? Your Majesty, we just need to survive this autumn harvest. The autumn grain will be here soon. Shanqi smiled awkwardly. Humph, I heard that there is a bandit occupying a gold mine in Jinji Mountain. You go and take care of it. Isn't it? Expect him to pay? He is now unwilling to do such a stupid thing. Your Highness is wise. Shanqi bowed. He was extremely happy. That afternoon, 5,000 officers and soldiers of the garrison were ready to set off, led by He Jixiang and Shinchu. What the hell, I can't lose money again. Right? Lin Yi felt that he had been fooled. It takes so many people to fight a bandit? Your Highness. Yi Qiu, who had been standing next to Lin Yi, was hesitant to speak. If you have anything to say it now. Lin Yi glared at him. Jiang Xixi is my disciple. Yi Qiu lowered his head. What? Lin Yi suspected that he had heard wrong. The sword master is my useless disciple. Yi Qiu patted his chest and said, if the prince doesn't like him, I will kill him immediately. Who will you ask for money after killing him? Lin Yi kicked him. Hurry up and catch up with Lord He Jixiang and the others. Yi Qiu ran away in a hurry. Chapter 112. The void has a body of 10 feet. 5,000 guards, and more than 3,000 civilians, were full of fighting spirit, as the residents of Baiyun City lined the streets to see them off. However, before they had walked for half an hour, they had to turn back halfway. Yi Qiu had promised He Jixiang that he would definitely bring back the bandit leader. He Jixiang strictly followed Lin Yi's words. Treat combat readiness training as a real war. And operated. After leaving and coming back, I didn't feel much after all. Every daily training was like this. The most disappointed were the residents of Baiyun City, after all. They had too strong expectations. Last time they went to suppress the Lian people. They returned empty-handed. This time, it was the same again? What the hell? They were so embarrassed. How could they brag to the refugees from other places about how awesome the guard post was? It was so disappointing. Yi Qiu rode alone to Jinji Mountain. 5 days later, he walked slowly ahead with a dogtail grass hanging from his mouth, followed by a group of beggar-like bandits. If it were in the past, every household in Baiyun City would have closed their doors tightly, to avoid trouble. However, the present is different from the past. With so many soldiers and officers from the garrison, and the constables from the yamen, who can still be arrogant? In the words of the chief constable Bao Kuei, in Sanha, the dragons are coiled, and the tigers are lying. Although they hate Bao Kuei, and despise the black-skinned people headed by Bao Kuei, they deeply agree with this statement. Therefore, they have now all exposed their true nature, to watch. No matter whether it is a big or small matter, they always have to come to the front to watch the excitement. If they were not stopped by the black-skinned people halfway, they could have followed all the way to the governor's yamen. Shanqi looked at the hundreds of tattered bandits at the door, and then looked at Yi Qiu on horseback and said, bring the chief criminal Jiang Xixi to the prince, and let the prince decide. The rest of the people, without a doubt, will be sent to labor reform. Yi Qiu snorted at a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a scruffy beard, and rode away. The middle-aged man hunched over, and hurriedly ran behind him, all the way to the Huang mansion. Sunny went in to report. Lin Yi lay on his back under the grapevines, squinting his eyes, looking at the middle-aged man kneeling behind Yi Qiu. His face was untidy, with pits and dents all over it. and he was wearing ragged clothes, with a knife hanging from his waist. Who is this sword-wielding scholar Jiang Zishi? Lin Yi was confused. This is a scholar? And he's using a knife. The middle-aged man kowtowed and said, Your Highness, my name is Jiang Zishi, and the sword-wielding scholar is my master. Yi Qiu coughed and smiled. Your Highness, you don't know that I was kicked out of my home 7 years ago. I had no place to live in this vast world. So I went to Jinji Mountain. Later, when I left Jinji Mountain, this useless apprentice actually used my name. He really deserves to be cut into pieces. Master, spare my life. Jiang Zishi's head hit the ground with a bang, and the ground was covered with blood. My martial arts skills are not good enough. There is really no other way. Get up. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, It's unlucky to have so much blood in the yard. Yi Qiu hurriedly said, You bastard, didn't you hear what the prince said? Get up quickly. Yes. Jiang Zishi got up quickly, letting the blood on his forehead flow down his neck and onto his body, bypassing his thick beard. Lin Yi said, My king is fainted by blood. Go wash yourself and come back to see me. Jiang Zishi followed Sun Yi down and came back soon. There was still a bloody wound on his forehead. Mingwei saw this and threw a white silk scarf over. Jiang Zishi took it and tied it on his forehead. Lin Yi said, Jinji Mountain is a place where gold is produced. Why are you so poor? Look at you. You are so cowardly. You don't even have a pair of shoes. Your Majesty doesn't know. Yi Qiu knew the answer to this question, and naturally he had no choice but to say, It's not easy to open a mine. Whether it's a government mine or a private mine, it's not enough to cover the cost. Otherwise, let alone a 1,000-year-old lychee tree, he could afford to lose even 10 trees. Can mining lose money? Lin Yi was a little unconvinced. After all, he didn't know much about this. Yi Qiu said, Your Highness, it's not easy to wash gold. The gold you get in a year is barely enough for people and horses. Lin Yi asked, Isn't there a gold mine? Can't you just dig it? Yi Qiu said, It's also dangerous to drill through rocks and holes, which is beyond human power. If human power can't do it, what about explosives? Lin Yi didn't believe it. Explosives? Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, and he said with a bow, Of course, it's no problem to break mountains and shatter rocks. He had seen how Bianjing built roads. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Zishi and said, I'll give you a chance to make a fortune. What do you think? As soon as Jiang Zishi looked at his master, he was glared back, so he had to bite the bullet and said, I will follow the prince's arrangements in everything. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and said to Sun Yi, Take him to Shanji. It's unjust not to mine the gold mine. Sun Yi took Jiang Zishi away. Yi Qiu looked at Lin Yi, then at Hong Ying, who had an expressionless face, and finally left the house cautiously. The sky was filled with sunset glow. He and Sun Yi each guarded one leg of the bench. One held a teacup, and the other waved a branch. Your apprentice is so old. How dare you be his master? Perhaps because his family had come. Sun Yi was in a particularly good mood recently. Yi Qiu said, Kneel down and kowtow, and I can teach you swordsmanship. Get lost. I don't need you to teach me. Sun Yi said unhappily. No matter whether it was Hong Ying or Wen Jiaoyi, as long as they were thick-skinned enough to ask for advice. These two people were always willing to teach, having two great masters as teachers. Isn't that good? Why did they have to find a defeated opponent of a great master like Yi Qiu? My swordsmanship is unique in the world, Yi Qiu said proudly. If you learn my swordsmanship, you can go anywhere in the world. Sun Yi said disdainfully. When can you get out of this palace? Humph! Yi Qiu's wound, which had been healing quickly, was torn again, and a handful of salt was sprinkled on it. Heartbroken, his good friend Dai came and looked at the bunch of lychees handed over. He didn't take it. He thought of the lychee tree again. He hated the lychee tree the most now. It's all the lychee tree's fault. And why does the lychee tree bear lychees? And they are so delicious. Someone likes to eat them so much. You should learn how to use a hammer from me. Dai never peels lychees when eating them. After they enter his mouth, he rolls his tongue and the lychee skin comes out. Then he starts chewing them in big mouthfuls. The manager said, When my hammer is practiced to a high level, it can break the void. Void? Yi Qiu asked curiously. What is the void? Dai was about to shake his head to indicate that he didn't know, but Sun Yi spoke. You don't even know this. And you still have the nerve to say that you are invincible under the Grand Master? Sun Yi said proudly. The manager said, I don't fight with things. Things don't hinder me. I turn over without leaving any trace. I go straight to the top of the mountain. This is the void. The void has a body of 10 feet. Dai suddenly followed up and said loudly. Chapter 113, You will suffer for your own sins. Yichio remained silent, sitting in a daze, seemingly realizing something, but the branch in his hand continued to wave. Dai waved his big palm leaf fan-like hand in front of him a few times, but he remained indifferent and sighed. You are stupid again. What should I do? After saying that, the other party still had no reaction, feeling bored, and sat down next to Sun Yi. Fong Pai rode over on a tall horse. Sun Yi stood up, stretched himself, and said, Be smart when you are on night duty at night. There are many refugees coming from outside these days. There are some people in the martial arts world who are proud of their martial arts skills. But they can't hold their own. They always make a fool of themselves. Since Fong Pai came to replace him, Sun Yi has been much more relaxed. Don't worry. If there are people who are blind, we will definitely let them see how powerful we are. Fong Pai is not confident in himself, but in the guards of the palace and the chief steward Hong. Since the palace was built, no one has ever been able to climb over the wall. Be careful. If there is a little trouble, not to mention the chief steward, your sister Mingwei will peel off your skin. After Sun Yi finished speaking, he yawned, turned around and left with his hands behind his back. I have been stuck in the palace for a whole day. Although I have done nothing and there is no tiring work, I am not so happy. I finally got a rest. But I don't want to ride a horse. Along the road, looking at the scenery along the way, I walk slowly towards home. Dai and Yu Shaoshi each carry 2 hammers. Following behind him, he walks fast. Dai and Yu Shaoshi also walk fast. He walks slowly, and both of them walk slowly. Before I know it, I have arrived home. Just when I was about to close the door, Yu Shaoshi and Dai each hold a door panel. And no matter how hard Sun Yi tries, he can't close it. What are you doing? Are you used to eating for free? These 2 people come home when it's time for dinner. They are just haunting me. Sun Yi really has no idea what to do. Yu Shaoshi and Dai didn't say anything, they just kept looking around the yard. Sun Yi sighed. It's time for dinner in the mansion. Let's go back. It's much better than at home. Really, why are you here to join in the fun? Yu Shaoshi said angrily. The prince said we are too fat, so he asked us to lose weight. We are never full every time. Dai also said aggrievedly. Sun Yi said, Dai, your brother can cook. Don't think I don't know. Let your brother cook. My house is small. It's really inconvenient. He didn't dare to say anything too harsh. After all, he couldn't beat him. Yu Shaoshi said. His brother went to the garrison and won't come back. Sun Yi's mother came out with a dustpan, saw the 2 idiots, and waved enthusiastically. Boys, come in quickly. I was wondering if you 2 would not come. I have cooked so much food. The 2 idiots ran to the table and sat down. Sun Yi sighed. His mother still can't change her nature of taking advantage of others. These 2 idiots can hunt a wild boar or a wild deer every day, at the very least. They can send a rabbit or a pheasant or something. Anyway, no matter how much they hunt, they will send it here. According to her mother's calculations, what's the big deal about having a meal? After all, rice and steamed buns are not as expensive as meat, but Sun Yi is really annoying. With these 2 guys, it's inconvenient for the family to talk together. Don't eat yet, stop playing. Sun Yi kicked a little gray dog that his sister Sun Xia was teasing. Many local families keep this kind of dog to guard the house. They dare to fight even against wild beasts running down from the mountains. He has seen it with his own eyes. 2 dogs can chase a tiger to the ground. The prince said that the dog was called a bone-mouthed Sharpei. He thought that since it caught the prince's eye, it would be nice to keep it himself. Right? Unfortunately, it would be annoying if you really keep it. If there is any disturbance, the dog will bark for half the night, making it hard for people to sleep. If the girl didn't like it, he really wanted to throw it away. Where can you find a dog with triangular eyes? It makes people feel uncomfortable. It's too ugly. Brother, you heard it. Sun Xia heard the dog barking, and hurried out of the yard to comfort it. Humph. Sun Yi ignored her, sat next to Yu Shaoshi, and asked his father, Where is Sun Chung? Why doesn't he come out to eat? Sun Du said, School hasn't finished yet. Oh! Sun Yi suddenly remembered. The school has military training today, so don't save any food for him. The school provides food. Thinking of his younger brother Sun Chung. He also had a headache. According to his original idea, it shouldn't be too difficult to help him find something to do. Who knows? When he went to the military command to find Shirkwan, who was familiar with him, Shirkwan told him that Prince, he had made a rule a month ago. No matter who it was, if they wanted to be a clerk in the provincial administration, military command, maritime customs, or guards, they had to come from a school. And it had to be a school in Baiyun City. According to Prince it was refusing to recognize academic qualifications other than Sanha, Jinshi, Tanhua, and others who came to Sanha also had to go to school to retrain, learn the study of things, chemistry, arithmetic, and even the so-called element, symbols that a lot of people couldn't understand. The students suffered, and teachers like Mingwei and Zixia also suffered. However, Lin Yi was not much relieved either. You will suffer if you do evil. The sun had not yet risen, and it was dim. Lin Yi had never gotten up so early before. In more than a year, the school had expanded to 10. Mingwei, Zixia, and even Hongying were in school together. But there were still not enough teachers. Lin Yi had no choice but to find smart students to serve as first or second grade teachers. He had to teach these teachers every now and then. Now that the school has been built, is it irresponsible? Teachers usually have classes. Lin Yi has to teach the teachers before class in the morning, after class in the afternoon, or on weekends. As long as you are not dead, study hard, students are the same. Lin Yi persisted for half a month with a dry mouth. I just hope these teachers can become talent soon. Anyway, I gave them everything, even the handouts and teaching materials I wrote myself, no matter whether they can understand or not. He hoped that among the dozens of teachers sitting there, and the thousands of children in the school, 1 or 2 geniuses would emerge. After finishing 3 hours of teaching, he ate something and went into the house to take a nap. After waking up, he gulped down 2 cups of tea. It was really hot. Your Highness, Hongying whispered. Master Xie is waiting outside. Lin Yi said. Let him in. Xiezan walked in with a big man, bowed, and said, Your Highness, it's so hot. Don't be so polite. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Thank you, Your Highness. After Xiezan finished a cup of tea, he breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Your Highness, according to your request, we held a plow-making competition, water-wheel-making competition, and ironware competition. The first and second place winners have already come out. Chapter 114 Auction. Very good, let's do as we said before. The first place will get 50 taels, the second place will get 30 taels, the third place will get 10 taels, and we will continue. The purpose of Lin Yi's holding these events is very simple, which is to improve the tools of production in life. Even if there is only a small change in the plow, plowing a little more land than before, it is considered progress. This is a thoroughly agricultural society. He is a modern man who has received higher education, eaten pork, and seen pigs run. But he will never move the modern system here. The birth of each system has its own background. The old has not gone. The new has been mixed. There is no consistent order, mechanical imitation or blind promotion. All are copycats. And finally they are neither fish nor fowl. Instead of this, it is better to start with some small things and cultivate the spirit of man. For example, the awareness of hygiene, the attitude of learning arithmetic and chemistry, and the enterprising spirit of pioneering and innovation in production and life. He wants to improve the atmosphere of this society first. Yes. Xiezan refilled the tea himself, took a sip and continued. The blacksmith from Nanzhou is very powerful. And the knife he made can cut iron like mud. Lord Bian has already paid for him to open a blacksmith workshop. Knives are secondary. After all, these are used on the battlefield. Sanha does not need them for the time being. Let them make more sickles, shovels, chisels, and hammers. They are more practical. Lin Yi said while peeling lychees. Any competition can be held, such as brick and porcelain firing, carving, making carriages, making bows and arrows, carving and shipbuilding are all crafts. As long as someone does a good job, I will not be stingy with money. Xie praised. Your Majesty is wise. Stop talking nonsense. You guys, you still need to use your brains more. Sanha not only needs to retain people, but also retain talents. Lin Yi suddenly remembered something. Also, let Lord Bian and that group of blacksmiths work together to find a way How can these cannons and muskets not explode? Ever since when Zhao learned about the details of Jijiao Temple, he has been a little uneasy. In any case, he still needs some self-protection power. He has an inexplicable confidence. As long as he has cannons and spears, he can also blow the iron bones into slag. Don't worry, Your Majesty, Xiazan said seriously. I will do my best. There is no need to say more to Your Majesty about this matter. This is the main direction of attack for these old men. Especially He Jixiang, the former governor of the Beijing camp, who understands the importance of firearms better than anyone else. After receiving his instructions, there are more and more competitions in Baiyun City. Not only official ones, but also private ones. The entertainment industry, which had suffered a heavy blow before, is gradually recovering at this moment. Merchants who fled from Hongzhou brought Hongzhou's advanced business philosophy and opened the first brothel in Baiyun City. The first wearing competition was held in Baiyun City. For a time, Baiyun City was more lively than before. There were so many beautiful women. So it was so lively. Lin Yi was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He told everyone around him that such a brothel owner was a talent. So he must be taken care of and must not be killed. Therefore, at the wearing competition, the constables of the government office helped to maintain order. The autumn harvest began, and the big ships from Baiyun City returned one after another, filling the river. No matter the residents of Baiyun City or the refugees from other places, they had never seen such a spectacular scene, which surrounded the banks of the West River. How can you use rats as flags? The rats on this flag are really big. Some people couldn't help laughing, pointing at the flags on the big ships fluttering in the wind. Bullshit! He snorted to the locals who knew the flags of the palace well. That's an otter, not a rat. Yes, you are all blind. You can't tell the difference between a rat and an otter. Someone followed up. What's the difference between them and mice? Then someone else said unconvincingly. They all have beards. It was a mess for a while, and the quarrels continued. In addition to spices, ivory, coral, pearls, and other Southeast Asian specialties, there was also a long string of Southeast Asian natives tied with ropes. They were auctioned publicly in Baiyun City, according to gender and strength, ranging from 500 copper coins to 3 taels of silver. The most valuable ones were young women and adult men. Young women could be used as servants, and even meet the needs of some wealthy people. Adult men are the best strong laborers. It is autumn harvest now, and the natives are basically working hard in the fields. As for the elderly and children, they are not completely useless. They can help to dry the grain and take care of the children. Lin Yi himself did not expect that the auction method he promoted in Sanha would be played so smoothly. Driven by curiosity, he went to the auction site in person and found that some of the so-called Southeast Asian natives were not natives at all. After all, their appearances were too different, and he didn't know where they were robbed from. He suspected that they were captured from the coast of Ashoka, but he had no evidence. He wanted to ban the keeping of natives in Sanha. However, he was afraid that he would be too harsh and hit the sea transportation. He could only ask the chief secretary to issue regulations one after another. The keeping of natives must also follow the basic law of Sanha. They can be bought, but they must be paid, and they cannot kill or beat people at will. Otherwise, the natives will have the right to appeal. Ambitious scholars can go to school, and those with extraordinary martial arts can enter the guard post. In short, nothing can violate the rule that once you come here, you are a Sanha person. For Lin Yi, using natives to enrich the labor force of Sanha is also a helpless solution. At this moment, Du Yinyang, Tian Xiu, Guo Laozhan, Liang Jin, Qiao Wujin and others, including Shanqi and Xiazan, are sitting at the dinner table of He Wangfu. Lin Yi held a teacup and said nothing. Shanqi suddenly said, Everyone, according to Liang law, privately minting coins will be executed immediately. Seeing that He Wangye didn't say anything, he became more confident. Wealthy families, like Liang Jin and Qiao Wujin, cannot be allowed to develop any further. Liang Jin and Qiao Wujin knelt down in front of Lin Yi, which actually frightened Lin Yi. He stood up, waved his hand and said, I don't care about your mess with the government office. After that, he took the Heizi, who was gnawing bones under the table, out of the room. Everything was moving in the best direction. He could finally find time to continue writing novels. After this stage of unremitting efforts, the 300,000-word epic Arrogant God of War was finally completed. My admiration for the prince is like a surging river, continuous. Hong Ying was very excited. He actually became the first reader of this book. Through this book, he finally understood what it meant to where compassion comes from. Great teachings are known to the world, and truly understood the mystery. In 3 sleepless days and nights, he read the book over and over again 7 times. He really couldn't put it down. Chapter 115 Famous Generals of All Time. According to the prince's wishes, I reluctantly handed the book to the old man He Jixiang. He Jixiang didn't care at first. After reading the first few hundred words, the language was vulgar, and the content was extremely boring. How could a great scholar like him take it seriously? But after all, it was written with the prince. It was reasonable for him to bite the bullet and read on. Otherwise, when the prince asked, he would not know anything, which might be too embarrassing. In the end, what he didn't expect was that he became more and more fascinated as he read on. Yi Liangshan is indeed a famous general of all time. After reading, he sighed like this. He solemnly locked the book in a box and did not let anyone read it, including the old men he was on good terms with. After that, the garrisons, schools, and constables in Sanha all followed Yi Liangshan's training methods. Even the white walls of the garrisons were painted with slogans such as sweat but not blood, bleed but not life, sweat now, no blood in the future, and so on. We must thoroughly understand that our old habits, old ideas and even old morals are no longer suitable for today's requirements. Lin Yi did not care about He Jixiang's compliments. Traditional is not necessarily good. The outdated idea that women without talent are virtuous is not desirable. If there were no women, how would men like us be born? Born from cracks in the rocks? In front of a group of old men. Lin Yi never spoke politely. A loving mother sews clothes for her son. She sews them tightly before he leaves, fearing that he will return late. Who says that a son's love can repay his parents' kindness? Xie Zhan's eyes gradually became moist. I have been poor since I was young and have no money to buy books. Whenever I pass by a bookstore, I read them with drooling eyes. If the price is too high and I can't buy them, I dream about them at night. When my loving mother found out, she would borrow money from neighbors. I am really ashamed. Wang Qingbang wiped his half-useful eyes and sighed. I was orphaned at the age of 3. My family was poor. My grandmother drew on the ground with reeds and taught me to write and recite ancient poems. After leaving home, I was unable to serve, which was a lifelong regret. Then came He Jixiang and Chao Heng, who were both unconsciously immersed in the past. Looking at a group of crying old men, Lin Yi's scalp tingled, and he ran away in a hurry. 3 days later, the governor's office began to officially recruit female detectives, all of whom were students from girls' schools. They also wore black clothes and black pants. But on the streets of Baiyun City, they were a beautiful landscape. People in Baiyun City could not dislike them at all, even if they had fierce faces. They looked so cute. Anyway, whatever they say, the residents of Baiyun City will do the same. If you make such a cute girl angry, you are just ignorant of the situation. This situation surprised the male detectives, and this kind of differential treatment made them very hurt. At the end of the autumn harvest, Baiyun City was filled with smoke. Lin Yi was very angry. Isn't it good to keep the straw for burning? Why do you have to burn it in the field? It makes the whole place smoky. The answer is, there is plenty of wood on the mountain, so there is no need for straw. He wanted to ban it, but it seemed too unreasonable, so he let them do whatever they wanted. Now he dared not live in the mansion, and went out to sea by boat. Of course, he had to use his own fishing gear. The 3rd time he came to Fangya Island, it was different from the previous time. There was actually a 2-story luxury restaurant. After Lin Yi ate there once, he felt that the price was more expensive than that of Baiyun City. But people still came to eat there in an endless stream. At the same time, he saw the so-called foreign barbarians. Here, each one was more shabby than the other, like beggars. Lin Yi was too lazy to pay more attention to them. Living in Tian Shi's house, he ate and drank and fished every day. The tools used for river fishing were not very useful at sea. He was basically empty-handed every time. He simply took Hong Ying with him, followed the fishermen's fishing boats, and became a fisherman. Even if his face was sunburned, he was still happy. A man's happiness is that simple. When Lin Yi was free and easy, Hangzhou had a big mess. Chao Datong led his army to besiege the Yingxiong city, the capital of Hongou. Prince Yonglin Kit is 37 years old this year, but his face is still fair, and he doesn't show his age at all. sitting cross-legged on a high seat in the government office of Hero City. Looking at the generals below, he said slowly, "Chao thieves are besieging the city. What should we do? His old nest, Yongzhou, has been lost. If Hangzhou is lost again, there will probably be no place for him to stay in the world." All the generals were silent, including the decisive General Mei Jingji. The thieves are powerful, with a total of 500,000 troops. Even if they leave the city with these tens of thousands of troops, they are overestimating their own strength. The entire government office fell into silence for a while. Suddenly, a lieutenant ran in and whispered something in the ear of King Yong. King Yong's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "Please come in quickly." A woman covered in a green robe entered the government office and threw the bag in her hand on the ground of the government office with an expressionless face. A bloody head suddenly appeared. "Chao Datong." Finally someone exclaimed. Everyone present couldn't believe it. Lin Yi was still chopping another coconut, but it was still an empty shell. Chi Peng pushed the wheelchair over and handed over a note. "Is Chao Datong dead?" Lin Yi sighed. "This guy deserves to die. He dragged refugees with him and ruined countless families." Chi Peng said. King Yong recruited Chao Datong's subordinates, a total of 200,000 troops, and moved to Yuezhou. "Invincible?" Lin Yi asked. "How did Chao Datong die?" Chi Peng said. A 9th rank official from Jizhou Temple and 7 8th rank officials entered Chao's camp. Chao Datong was defeated and his generals were beheaded. "He is quite capable." Lin Yi sighed. "In the future, you have to sign an agreement with others and never use 9th rank experts and grandmasters first. Damn it. This power is too strong. It can actually behead directly. And hundreds of thousands of troops become decorations? It's incredible." Chi Peng didn't know how to respond for a while, and could only smile. Lin Yi continued. "Is there any news from my sister?" Chi Peng said. "Since Princess Huaiyang was reprimanded by His Majesty last time, Concubine Yuan ordered her to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors, and she has not shown up since then." Lin Yi sighed. "My mother said she was timid, but she pushed me to fight for the throne. She was brave, but she was fooled by a few words from my father." Chi Peng was very tactful and lowered his head without saying a word. Lin Yi was ready to leave for home. When passing by Pingfengao, he found that the native auction here was more lively than that of Baiyun City. As long as no one dies here and the laws of Sanhe are followed, he doesn't care. Even people who don't get seasick will feel dizzy after staying on the boat for a long time. After returning to Baiyun City, he rested for 2 days. "Your Majesty, it just rained. It is said that the miasma in the mountains is quite heavy." Honging wanted to stop Lin Yi, who insisted on going south to hunt. "If you don't move, my belly will be unbearable to look at." Lin Yi patted his belly helplessly. What a shame. He just wanted to be otaku. And definitely didn't want to be a fat otaku. Chapter 116 Decisive Power. Honging said, "Your Highness, I haven't eaten well these days at sea, and you've lost weight recently." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Can you stop lying with your eyes open? How fat am I? What is fat?" Sometimes, it's hard to hear the truth. But, hearing too many lies is not a good thing. A person will be arrogant without realizing it. Honging said seriously, "Your Highness, I'm telling the truth. You've lost weight these days. If you really want to take a walk, it's better to wait until another day. It just rained, the mountain is wet, and the road is slippery. It's not easy to walk, it's very hard. If the road is not easy to walk, you will have to suffer." Lin eats everything, but he can't suffer. Otherwise, he must have been a candidate for Peking University or Tsinghua University in his previous life. It's the same in this life. I only know that I can fly around after learning martial arts, but as a prince, although I am not favored, I am still surrounded by people when I go out. Why stand and suffer that when you can lie down? Honging said. "Your Highness is right, or should we go fishing?" Lenny said. "No, I haven't recovered from the sunburn yet." The originally fair face, after staying at sea for a few days, actually became a lot darker. No matter what, you still have to save some face. You can't end up being embarrassed. Since you can't climb the mountain and don't want to go fishing, you can just lie under the grapevines with a teapot in your arms. You can pick 2 grapes from the vines when you have nothing to do. They are pure and pollution-free. You don't wash them. Just put them in your mouth. After eating, you spit out the grape skins for fun. Unfortunately, you don't have the ability of Dai, and you can't spit far. He was curious, after learning martial arts, Would you be able to urinate farther? When Jiaoyi was teaching a little girl under 2 years old to do horse dance. The little girl was crying pitifully, but she didn't show any mercy. Lin Yi couldn't bear to watch. So he simply said to Mingwei, "Take the child out to play. If you don't play more when you are young, you won't have the chance when you grow up. Why do you have so many requirements for a child?" When Jiaoyi let Mingwei hold the child, sat next to Lin Yi, took a sip of tea and said, "If you don't work hard when you are young, you will be like you?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "What does it have to do with me? Don't drag me into everything." When Jiaoyi said, "My junior sister turned to King Yong, and you are not nervous at all. King Yong is a decisive person. Once he ascends the throne, he will not care about brotherly feelings. Aren't you worried? By then, your position and the position of the king may not be secure." Lin Yi said, "Shouldn't the prince and my other brothers be worried? It's true that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is." When Jiaoyi said, "You are really carefree," Lin Yi said puzzledly, "Didn't you say that my father, the emperor, dreams of destroying Jizhao Temple? Jizhao Temple is so blatantly helping the third brother, aren't they afraid of breaking taboos? Besides, so abruptly, the third brother has become the first to be exposed. Whether it's my father or my other brothers, it's not a good thing to attack him in a group." "Right," When Jiaoyi said coldly, "Jizhao Temple has always acted like this, to show their attitude to the world. Once Jizhao Temple shows its attitude, those wavering people will make a decision. Do you think there will be more and more people supporting Prince Yong?" Lin Yi's hands were very dirty because of eating grapes. He washed his hands with a teapot, wiped them, and then said, "But it's too early to be the first to do it, isn't it? My father is not dead yet. Prince Yong lost Yongzhou," Qi Peng suddenly said slowly. "Mei Jingji is a veteran who has fought many battles. He and Prince Yong are in the same army, but they are not in harmony. Otherwise, how could Chao Datong have a chance to take advantage of it? If Prince Yong loses Hangzhou again this time, I'm afraid he will have no place to stand in the future. No matter what happens, it won't be worse than the current situation." "That's right," Lin Yi snorted coldly. "Is Jizhao Temple so awesome? If we do it this way, we should devote all our efforts to training a few more grandmasters. Wouldn't it be enough to reach the 9th rank? Why train soldiers? Not only do we have to pay them food and wages, but we also have to provide them with food and drink, which is a thankless task. Do you really think that grandmasters are cabbages?" When Jiaoyi gritted her teeth, and became more and more annoyed with Lin Yi. "I have already said that there are only a few grandmasters in the world. There are no more than 20 people who can reach the 9th rank, but Jizhao Temple has 2 grandmasters. One is the sect leader Jingyi, and the other is the head Si Jingquan. There are 4 other 9th rank people. They don't have the ability to fight for the world, but they have the ability to decide who can fight for the world." Lin Yi vaguely understood a little. Jizhao Temple has no soldiers or generals. Although there are martial arts masters, it is a fantasy to seize the world. To put it bluntly, Jizhao Temple is a force that breaks the balance between the two sides. At the critical moment, it can be used as a special force to carry out decapitation operations. It's nothing great. Lin Yi is now only thinking about when the cannons and muskets that do not explode can be successfully developed. Ignorant boy. When Jiaoyi waved her sleeves and left, only Hong Ying and Qi Peng were left on Lin Yi's left and right. Lin Yi asked in confusion, "Is the Grand Master really that great?" Qi Peng looked at Hong Ying, bowed his head and said nothing. Hong Ying smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the Grand Master will definitely bow down to you when he sees you." After saying this idiom, he was very satisfied. In all of the novels of the prince, the most frequently used idiom, besides so terrifying, is bow down to you, which shows how much he likes this idiom. Not bad. Lin Yi clapped his hands and said, "When the time comes, I will definitely let them feel what is the righteousness." Hong Ying pondered for a while, and said boldly, "Your Majesty, what is the righteousness?" This was the first time he heard this word, and he had never seen it in the prince's book. It's hard to describe. Its energy is great and strong. If it is nurtured with integrity and without harm, it will fill the space between heaven and earth. Lin Yi couldn't remember what happened next. Looking at Hong Ying, who was full of curiosity, he finally said something nonsense. "Heaven and earth have righteous energy, which is mixed and flowing. Below it is the rivers and mountains, and above it is the sun and stars. Anyway, it's a very powerful thing. As long as you have it, you can say it and follow the law to ward off evil and uphold righteousness." He thought of strange stories from a Chinese studio. It's a pity that he doesn't have time to write it now. Otherwise he would have to write it down. Ward off evil. Hong Ying's eyes lit up. And he said cautiously, Your Majesty, are you talking about the sword of warring evil? Sword of warring evil? Lin Yi looked at him with pity. This kid has become stupid from reading novels. He has a lot of responsibility for his current situation. He really can't bear to blame him. He can only perfunctorily say, It's about the same. I understand. Hong Ying was full of joy. Lin Yi wanted to ask, What do you understand? But he was too embarrassed to ask. Let him live in his own world. There is nothing wrong with that. Originally, he is just a pitiful person. He really should take better care of him. What's more, he is the one who has been serving him since he was a child. Chapter 117 Dogfight. Lin Yi was lying peacefully. Balkue ran in a panic. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Did the sky fall? Lin Yi said unhappily. No. Balkue shook his head honestly. The sky is not falling. Why are you panicking? Lin Yi said unhappily. What did the king tell you? No matter what happens, you must stay calm and don't panic. Yes, Balkue said with a wry smile. I know my crime. Lin Yi then said. Tell me, what is it that scares you like this? Balkue saw that the prince finally asked about the main matter, and hurriedly said, Those outsiders from Hangzhou fought with the locals. Lin Yi raised his eyelids and asked, Are there any deaths? Balkue shook his head and said, No. Lin Yi said. Then tell me slowly, what exactly did the fight start about? It was not the first or second time that the locals and outsiders had clashed, and he was no longer surprised. After all, regional superiority and regional discrimination have existed since ancient times. No matter what, one's hometown is the best, even if it is a poor, barren land. Balkue cleared his throat and said, The refugees from Hangzhou brought a kind of dog with them, which looks like a tiger and is very ferocious. Tiger-striped dog. As a professional shit shoveler, Lin Yi is very familiar with all kinds of dogs. Then what? Balkue said. Then most of the locals raised bone-mouthed Shar-Peis. There were two people who were idle and were arguing about which dog was better. One said his dog could bite wolves, and the other said his dog could fight tigers. They refused to give in to each other, so they started fighting. Then they all had relatives and friends, and more people gathered, and it became a mess. It took a lot of effort to suppress it. There were 73 people in total, and they were all escorted to the governor's office. Shan Darren meant that the conflict was caused by different customs, and it was not suitable to be punished with labor reform. So he came to ask your opinion. Your Majesty, you still ask me about this kind of trivial matter? Lin Yi said unhappily. It's such a simple matter. Can't you use your brain? Balkue said with a bitter face. I am stupid. I hope your Majesty can teach me. Of course, it's a dog fighting competition, Lin Yi said with a smile. Let's see who is better. Balkue suddenly realized. Your subordinates understand. Looking at Balkue running away, Lin Yi felt something was wrong again. Dog fighting? Isn't it too cruel? I wanted to chase Balkue back, but finally thought about it and gave up. Under the chairmanship of the chief secretary, the first dog fighting competition in Baiyun City officially began. It sounds simple, but it is not so easy to do it. First of all, there was a dispute within Sanha. Why can your bone-mouthed Shar-Peis in Baiyun City represent Sanha? Are the big-headed dogs from Bird Island, the Golden Rooster Mountain Bear Dog, and the South Sea-Tail Greyhound not worthy? Those who are not convinced will naturally compete internally first. Then, people from Chuanzhou, Yuezhou, and Nanzhou also became unhappy. Are Sanha and Hangzhou the only places with good dogs? This is too much. Led by wealthy businessmen from all over the country, they also organized a fighting team. Lin Yi, out of curiosity, went to take a look. There were all kinds of Chuanzhou blue dogs, Nanzhou native dogs, Chuzhou arrow-haired dogs, and Yueo mountain dogs gathered together. Lin Yi was surprised. When did the people in Baiyun City become so rich? Fighting dogs not only eat grain, but also meat. It's not that easy to raise them. Looking at the two big fat dogs, one black and one yellow, at his feet, he couldn't bear to stew them, thinking whether to send them to the arena to win glory for the palace. The moonlight poured into the water, the river waves swallowed, the dew breath sucked it, and the sky was white. Hong Ying stood on a small boat in the river with his hands behind his back, looking at each eel floating in the water, without saying a word. General Manager, What do you want? You say something. Yi Chio was confused. He was sleeping well in the room, and this general manager came up with a fatal move, so he could only run. Now that he had no strength to run away, he did not plan to run away anymore. He said resignedly, "As long as you say so, I will do whatever you say." Hong Ying snorted coldly, turned around and went ashore. The boat behind him remained motionless. Yi Chio had no choice but to swim to the side of the boat, and supported himself with his hands on the side of the boat. He suddenly jumped onto the shore, and stood opposite Hong Ying. He covered his chest with his hands, and kept coughing up blood. He was so unlucky. Why did this damn eunuch beat him up for no reason? The egrets and water jacanas in the grass by the water were startled from time to time, and flew to the sky with screams. General Manager? Since he hasn't killed me for such a long time, I should still have a little hope of survival. Right? Hong Ying said coldly. If you become a Grandmaster, what will you do? Of course, I will kill you. The dead eunuch. First, Yi Chio almost blurted it out. However, I am not that stupid after all. Yi Chio was really scared. He finally understood the real gap between himself and the Grandmaster. As long as the other party wanted, he had no power to fight back at all. He said carefully, walking in the rivers and lakes, eliminating violence and protecting the good? Suddenly, I watched a strong wind sweeping over me again, and I fell directly to the ground, and couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tell me, what will you do if you become a Grandmaster? Hong Ying continued coldly. Yi Chio covered his mouth, spit a mouthful of blood foam on the ground. I was too lazy to get up. It's good to lie down. Looking at Hong Ying, he said more cautiously. That is to protect Sanha. This is the slogan painted on the white wall of the garrison. Is it wrong? Looking for death. Hong Ying swept his palm over again. Ah. Yi Chio put his hands on his chest, but he didn't expect that his face was injured. For a while, his nose kept bleeding, and his eyes could no longer be opened. You have one last chance. Hong Ying walked closer and closer to him with his hands behind his back. If you can't answer again, there will be no chance. Stay here. Green mountains and clear waters are a good destination. Our family won't treat you unfairly. Looking at Hong Ying's expressionless face under the moonlight, Yi Chio was really scared. Yi Chio was sure that he would kill him. This dead eunuch has no humanity. This is not a joke. His mind was turning quickly, thinking about the scenes since he came to the palace. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind. The scene of this dead eunuch teaching those children martial arts appeared in his mind. Hongyan, Yu Xiaosher, Ah Dai, Fong Pai. This dead eunuch would always tell them tirelessly that martial arts was to serve Prince He. That's right. It must be right. Don't you know yet? Hong Ying raised his palm again. To serve Prince He. Yi Chio shouted at the top of his lungs. I will become a Grandmaster. And I will definitely serve Prince He. He looked at Hong Ying's slowly lowered palm with horror on his face. And he breathed a sigh of relief. And almost cried with joy. He knew he was right. It was really not easy. He just walked through the gates of hell. Fortunately, his brain reacted quickly. Otherwise he would be dead now. Chapter 118. Sword Technique to Exorcise Evil. Very good, Hong Ying said indifferently. If you can't become a Grandmaster, there's not much point in you living. You'll die even if you don't become a Grandmaster? Yi Chio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He remembered another sentence that the dead eunuch often said to the guards and those children. The palace doesn't support idle people. In a blink of an eye, the figure of the monster disappeared. He then slumped down on the river bank, gasping for air, spitting out a little blood from time to time. After spitting and spitting, after getting used to it, he couldn't help but think, if he became a Grandmaster, can he still kill him? After thinking for a while, hurriedly shook his head. Don't commit suicide. Hong Ying sat alone on the chair with his eyes closed to rest. The door of the room was pushed open, making an unpleasant creaking sound, and he didn't open his eyes. In Sanha, who else could avoid his eyes and ears and walk to him easily? Except Wen Jiaoyi. Wen Jiaoyi walked to the right side of Hong Ying and sat down, poured herself a cup of tea, sniffed the cup, and then put it on the table, smiling and said, You dog slave. Your master has so many good teas. But you don't drink this mess. Servants naturally have their own rules. If the master doesn't give it to you, you can't take it yourself. Hong Ying opened his eyes and put the cup of water, taking it in his own hand. He took a sip and said with a smile, Wen Jiaoyi, do you have the leisure to come here today? Wen Jiaoyi said with a smile. Aren't you afraid of raising a tiger to cause trouble? People have no intention to harm tigers. But tigers may hurt people. What should we do? Honging glanced at Wenjiao, and then said with a smile, the prince said that tigers may hurt people. But people also have the intention to subdue tigers. Wenjiao said with a playful look, don't keep talking about what your prince said all day long. Don't you have anything you want to say? He dare not. Honging said firmly. Wenjiao said, are you afraid of Jizhou Temple? Otherwise, why do you want Yiqiu to become a grandmaster? I just don't want the prince to suffer. Honging said slowly, if we really face Jizhou Temple, what will you do? Wenjiao? Wenjiao said hatefully, the hatred of killing my son is naturally irreconcilable, and I will naturally kill my enemy with my own hands. Honging said, I understand now. Your skills are improving quickly, which I didn't expect. Wenjiao sighed, I thought you were lucky, but now it seems that it's more than that. In time, I'm afraid I won't be your opponent. However, since you are loyal to your master, you have to work harder. I have been practicing in the Deep Palace for decades, and I thought I could avenge my son. But I didn't expect that I would still be defeated by her. You now? I am afraid that you can't last more than 10 moves from my junior sister. Honging was surprised at first, and then lowered his head and said nothing. Wenjiao smiled and said, you don't have to be like this. My junior sister is a rare figure in 1,000 years. You can be proud of being able to last 10 moves from her. Honging raised his head and said lightly, Wenjiao, it's already night. You should rest early. Wenjiao got up, and as soon as she left the house, the rooster began to crow. It was the end of autumn, but the temperature in Sanha still showed no sign of dropping. Yiqiu sat next to Sun Yi with a bucket of water. The two looked at each other, both surprised. Why were their eyes swollen? Didn't you sleep well last night? Sun Yi spoke first, and they both understood each other. Yiqiu whispered, this damn eunuch is really not a good thing. Bold, Sun Yi said sternly, winking at him, and hurriedly whispered, if you want to die, don't take me with you. Humph. Yiqiu ignored him. However, I admit in my heart that he is right to be cautious. I experienced it myself last night. That dead eunuch is not a human being. This is the closest time to death in my life. On this day, everyone in the palace, from the commander, the guards, the gatekeepers to the grooms, had a bruised face. Of course, Mingwei and Zixiao were the exceptions. They were bruised and could not show up in front of the prince. Otherwise, if they could not explain well in front of the prince, they would be beaten. Or even worse, everyone in the palace was in danger and fell into a tense and murderous atmosphere. The elimination round of the guard team is about to begin again. Anyone who fails to meet the assessment requirements of Chief Manager Hong can only leave. After leaving, whether to return to the capital or stay in Sanha to join the garrison made many people waver. Yiqiu was standing in front of Hong Ying, but no matter how he stood, he felt something was wrong. He couldn't help but kneel down and said in a trembling voice, please teach me, General Manager. Hong Ying sat on the chair, lightly closed the tea lid. You practice swordsmanship, so I will teach you a swordsmanship called the Sword of Exorcism. Sword of Exorcism? It sounds so advanced, so powerful, Yiqiu said happily. Thank you, General Manager. It was not in vain to kneel. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. After saying that, Hong Ying threw down a knife. Go ahead, you are not bad, you won't die even if you bleed a little. Castrate yourself. Yiqiu was stunned, and his lower body felt cold, and he unconsciously clamped tighter. Although he had no desire for sex, it didn't mean he wanted to be a eunuch. Hong Ying looked at him again and said, how about we help you? Once you get used to it, it will be fine. Butler. Yiqiu burst into tears. This was the first time in his life that he cried out loud. I don't want to castrate myself. You are so kind. Let's change to other skills. Okay. I have thrown away my sword, and I will never practice sword again in this life. Hong Ying said indifferently. Don't practice sword? That's a pity. You are a good candidate for sword. No. No. Butler. You misunderstood, Yiqiu said hurriedly. Now I hate swordsmanship. After saying this, he could feel his sword heart trembling and bleeding. In order to be a complete person, he could only go against his own sword heart. You don't want to learn this. You don't want to learn that. You are really embarrassing for our family. Hong Ying threw the teacup on the table. Yi Qiu was stunned. This is the evil repelling sword technique. What is that? You only gave one option. He wanted to bang his head against the wall and die directly. Manager. I can learn Yuan Gong. Under the strong desire to survive. Yi Qiu ignored the tears on his face and said loudly. Please rest assured. Manager. I will definitely work hard to learn. Hong Ying frowned and looked at him for a long time. Yi Qiu was terrified. Then he said, Manager, if I'm really not cut out for this Yuan Gong, can we switch to the exorcist sword technique? At this moment, he was really scared out of his wits. Hong Ying said slowly, That's great too. From then on, Yi Qiu began to practice Yuan Gong like Yu Shaoshi and others. But he was more diligent than anyone else. After all, there was a risk of being castrated at any time. He really didn't want to be a eunuch. Chapter 119 Money House. It was late at night, and the people were still. Lenny couldn't sleep. Looking through the window, he looked at the bright moon in the sky, took out the wine, and poured it for himself. I don't know if Qingdao is bitter, if the snowflakes are still floating, if Budweiser has enough aftertaste. He muttered a few words, and almost cried. He missed the days of Zhui Shaoshan and Yuman Wang. Your Highness. Mingwei turned on the lights, and the room suddenly lit up. You have to go to school tomorrow, don't worry about me. Lenny waved his hand and said, Let this king be alone for a while. Yes. After Mingwei retreated, she didn't walk far, and still stood not far away with her hands down. Hey, you guys are taking my words less and less seriously. Lenny frowned and said, Get out, didn't you hear me? I know my crime. Mingwei was stunned for a long time. The prince hadn't lost his temper for a long time. After coming to his senses, he gently closed the door and left the room. Lenny took 2 more gulps of wine. The more he drank, the more he felt uncomfortable. He was really afraid that others would see him talking to himself. The key point was that others couldn't understand him. It was like a mental patient. He finally finished the wine in the bottle. After sitting alone for a while, I finally went to bed. When I woke up, the sun was shining brightly. After dinner, walk 100 steps, and live to be 99. Cow dung and sheep balls can be seen every few steps on the road. After 2 consecutive rains, there is an indescribable smell everywhere. Are you so extravagant that you just throw them on the road and don't pick them up and drive them at home to burn? Lenny didn't wait for the people below to answer, and continued to talk. There is a lot of firewood in the mountains. The abundance of natural resources is not always a good thing. Unlike Lianzhou, it is said that due to drought, even the bark of the trees has been eaten away by people. Shanqi, who had been following Lin Yi, bowed and said, Your Highness, there are more and more people raising cattle and sheep. There are cattle and sheep everywhere. The calves are not yet grown. But the trend of slaughtering cattle in Sanhe is increasing. Many people have bought cattle from Nanzhou, Hongou, and Yueidou to slaughter in Sanhe. Why not? Lenny said in surprise. It will promote the circulation of goods. Not only will everyone have a livelihood, but the people in Sanhe will also be able to eat beef. It's a win-win situation. Shanqi smiled bitterly. He had long been accustomed to the alternative thinking of this prince. And he also learned a bunch of specious words. Now when writing official documents, issuing announcements, and laws, he will deliberately add them. He must let this prince know that he has understood the spirit. This is called the emperor's will. In the court. He has been in the court for so many years, and guessing the emperor's will is a basic skill, and he is familiar with it. He caught up with Lin Yi, and then said, Prince, according to your meaning, each household is now 30 won. But there are more and more foreign refugees, and it is also a big expense to settle them. The government office may not be able to sustain this little money. Lenny said with a smile. What a pity. I don't have money. Otherwise, I would have compensated the people for you. It's really hard for you. Your Highness. You have money. Shanqi said hurriedly. The day before yesterday, Tianqi arranged for someone to send 30,000 taels. Du Sanhe 20,000 taels. And Gu Lao's on 5,000 taels. That's my retirement money. How dare you covet it? Lenny said unhappily. Your Highness. Shanqi was helpless. Although the taxes collected by the maritime customs, the land tax, and the salt permits were all in the provincial administration, it was still not enough to cover the expenses. The big profits like shipping are all with the prince's mansion. Lenny waved his hand and said, How about this? Issue a notice and temporarily cancel the breeding subsidy. Your Highness is wise. Shang-Chi was naturally overjoyed. Canceling the subsidy, I am not afraid that the people will not raise cattle, and now they have no choice but to raise them. After all, they can be sold and killed. The profit from a cow is equivalent to raising several pigs. The most important thing is that it doesn't cost much to raise cattle. Lenny said again. There are some things that I don't need to worry about, such as this road, you see. Even if no one cleans it, you have to issue notices everywhere. Whoever pollutes it should clean it up. Isn't it good to poop cow and sheep feces in the fields? Must it be on the main road, in the city? If they refuse to change their ways, then fine them. Fines work everywhere. Whoever pollutes should clean up. Shang-Chi pondered for a moment, and said with a smile, Your Highness is right. Lenny asked, Have you bought back Chiu Wujian's copper mine? That's right. Shang-Chi sat with Lin Yi under the roots of a big banyan tree. I was just about to ask Your Highness what to do. The people's business is based on money and goods, but there are many treacherous minters. Lenny smiled and said, Don't mint copper coins for the time being. There are too many thin and rotten copper coins on the market, which are completely a scam. However, a bank must be opened. It is really inconvenient for Sanha to transport goods between the north and the south without its own bank. Yes, I understand. Shang-Chi nodded, which was considered as an agreement. You have to understand what the essence of this silver note is? Lenny smiled and said, It is credit. People can exchange the silver note you open for gold and silver anytime and anywhere. I know. Shang-Chi said. I will definitely discuss it with Mr. Xie and work out a solution. Lenny said. What can you two old men discuss? When it comes to poetry, you are very good at writing articles. But this economics is not to look down on you. If you are not good enough, you need to find a professional. I will definitely ask Miss Mingwei and Miss Xixia for advice. Shang-Chi was deeply impressed by these two women. When the governor's office was first established, all the account books were handled by these two people, and even the chief accountant was trained by them. However, this accounting method is something he has never seen or heard of. Although he is well versed in the classics, it is very difficult for him to learn it from scratch. Lenny said, What's the point of just looking for them? They have never run a money shop. We have to look among the refugees to see if there are any who have worked in the bank. If there are none, we can spend a lot of money to go to Nanzhou or Hongou to invite one back. He knows everything about astronomy and geography, but he knows nothing about practical operations. He can only help to propose a rough framework. He will give some advanced suggestions on what the final product will look like. That's the best. Yes, Shang-Chi agreed. The dog-fighting competition in Sanha is in full swing. This event, originally meant to be a competition for the honor of the hometown, has gone a little off track. Smart people actually openly set up dealers, and even set various odds in a similar way. Should it be banned or not? Lin Yi was quite doubtful, but after thinking about it carefully, he didn't care. Entertainment life is so monotonous these days, and it would be too inhumane if they were not allowed to have some fun. Moreover, they should not take on too much responsibility. And finally train a group of giant babies who can do martial arts. Chapter 120. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 121. Lovesick Dog. Bone-mouthed Sharpetti from Baiyun City represented Sanha in the competition. Hangzhou, Nanzhou, Yuezhou, Chuzhou and other places also had their own dogs to compete. On the day of the official opening, it was even more lively than the selection of the courtesan in Chengxianglu. Lin Yi strolled around Baiyun City. Qi Peng followed behind him in a wheelchair pushed by a servant. Qi Peng suddenly said, Your Majesty, aren't you curious about how I know so many secrets? Lin Yi said indifferently, If you don't want to say it, can I force you to confess? You are already like this. If I torture you again, can you still survive? I never force people to do things. As a human being, is it true that you are good and I am good? After saying that, he sat down next to a tea stall. After the boss served the tea, Qi Peng filled Lin Yi's cup with his own hands, and then waved to the servant Pan Duo behind him, indicating that he should leave. I'm always grateful for your trust. Your Majesty, you're wrong. It's because I don't trust you that I keep you by my side, Lin Yi said with a smile. Who knows if you will take my secrets and go out to exchange for money? It's safer to stay by my side. Qi Peng said seriously. Your Highness, you are joking. Although I am of low status, I still understand the principle that a loyal minister should not serve two masters. Lin Yi said. How many times have I told you? Don't talk like a commoner. It's offensive. Yes, Qi Peng continued. I want to talk about my own affairs. I wonder if your highness is interested in listening. Lenny put a peanut into his mouth and said while eating, "Just say it if you want to. I am also very curious. How do you, a person with inconvenient legs and feet, who never leaves the house, know so many things? Waiter, do you have any wine?" Chi Ping threw a silver coin on the table without waiting for the waiter to respond. The waiter hurriedly picked up the silver and said with a smile, "Mr. Chi, wait a moment. Who said that tea houses cannot sell alcohol? Besides, they were acquaintances." After a while, a pot of wine, 2 cups were delivered, and a plate of beef. Lenny also took a cup and said with a smile, "Although you are swimming now, your physical fitness has improved, but you still shouldn't drink alcohol. It's easy to get inflammation. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness." After drinking a cup, Chi Peng sighed and said, "Eat less. It won't be a problem after all." Lenny said, "Then drink slowly. Don't rush. Remember when I first met Your Highness? I said, I was born in Dazhu Town and grew up in Dazhu Town." After Chi Peng drank 3 cups of wine in a row, his face turned red. "I grew up with her. We were childhood sweethearts. Inseparable." Lenny caught the key words at once. "Yes." Chi Peng drank another cup of wine, and then said, "We have been childhood sweethearts. When we got older, due to the restrictions on men and women, we could not be together in public, but we would still go out secretly. I took her out riding horses and fishing. That was the happiest time of my life. My father had high expectations for me and wanted me to bring honor to the family. I went to the provincial capital at the age of 12. When I was 15, I won the first place in the imperial examination, and I was very proud of myself. My father was seriously ill, so I had to return home to serve him. But she is gone. Her father went to UAO to do business 3 years ago with all his family. Not long after, his father died of a serious illness. I was naturally heartbroken." Lenny poured him a glass of wine and sighed. "It's not easy for you either. The double blow of losing his father and losing his love was indeed very painful. I had no intention of taking the imperial examination." Chi Peng raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. "After my father passed away, I had no intention of taking the imperial examination in autumn. I managed the family business at home. Your Majesty, do you know what it feels like to miss someone?" "I don't know." Lenny shook his head honestly. "I have been single for 2 lifetimes. Even if I have unrequited love, I will forget it soon. For example, Yan Shichi, the concubine of the Yuan family. I am too reckless." "What kind of person is the prince?" Chi Peng smiled bitterly. "Love has nothing to do with high or low status." Lenny smiled and said, "If you like someone, even if she is an ordinary girl, you will miss her to the point of heartache." "That's exactly the truth." Chi Peng sighed. "If you miss someone but can't get her, you will toss and turn. I packed my bags and rode all the way to Yuo to find her. Yuizhou is so big. It was already a year later when I found out where he was. His father was not doing well in everything and died of depression. His aunt married him to Chuanzhou. I went all the way to Chuanzhou again. After 2 years, I still found nothing. I understood a truth at that time: the power of one person is limited after all." Lenny nodded and said, "If you rely on yourself to search like this, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Without the internet, no phone, underdeveloped communication, and inconvenient transportation, it is basically impossible to find someone in the vast sea of people. So, I drew a portrait of her when she was 13 years old. Every time I went to a place, I hired porters and hangers-on to carry the portrait and ask around for her." Chi Peng smiled bitterly. "Originally, my family was very wealthy. But because of these porters and hangers-on, they were all gone within a year. She's already married. Why are you still looking for her?" Lenny wanted to call him a prodigal son, but in the end, he held back. After all, she was already pitiful enough. "I'm worried. This is an obsession. If I can't find her, I think I will never be happy in this life." Chi Peng put down the cup in his hand. "I didn't want to give up at that time. I had gathered thousands of porters and hangers-on under my command. If they dispersed, it would be hopeless to look for her in this life. I am not a smart person, but my family has been doing business for generations, and I have learned this business by nature. With the help of the elderly in my family, I opened a silk shop and sold tea. The business grew bigger and bigger, and I had more and more porters and hangers-on. It only took 15 years to open restaurants, inns, warehouses, brothels, silk shops, and escort agencies all over Liang State, and even outside the Great Wall. Unintentional planting leads to a good harvest? Exactly. Go on. Lin Yi finally became interested. It doesn't matter to me how much money I make. The main purpose is to find out about her, Chi Peng said. Finally. God will not let down those who work hard. I finally found her 5 years ago. Unfortunately, she already has 3 sons and a daughter. It's a pity. I didn't bother her. I just looked at her quietly. That was enough. Lin Yi didn't know how to evaluate him. He was a bootlicker? An honest man? A spare tire? The girl didn't flirt with him, didn't make any promises, and didn't flirt with him. After all, it was just a single dog's unrequited love. Since you can find people everywhere, it means that you were fine at that time. And having money and leisure is not a dream. How come it has become like this now? In order to avoid a dull moment, Lenny asked one more question. Anyway, he was free anyway. Chapter 122, Selling Art but Not Body. Your Highness, when you are in the underworld, you cannot decide what to do. I have more than 10,000 porters, hangers, friends, and heads of business. In order to find out about her, I occasionally heard some other news. It is useless to keep it in my hands. I exchanged it for money, which naturally offended some people. In addition, in the business world, there are inevitable disputes. There are so many people who want to kill me. The more Chi Peng drank, the redder his face became. He gradually started to cough. It took a long time for him to stop. He then said, the one who had a direct conflict with me was the secret guard. There are 3 brothels in Hong Kong City alone. The secret guards have brothels? Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned unconsciously. How careless. He is a frequent visitor to the red light district in Hong Kong City. He has been to all the top-notch businesses. Thinking carefully, I didn't say anything out of line in there. Right? Isn't it just drinking with them, talking about literature and poetry, chatting about ideals, watching them dance? It doesn't seem to be a big deal, Chi Peng said calmly. Getting information through brothels and restaurants. Such a simple method. I am using it. How could they not use it? Besides, there are 40,000 secret guards, and the funds allocated by the court are limited. Through brothels and restaurants, we can make up for the deficit, Lenny said. Do you know Lu Rian? This is the top star he frequents the most. He is face-blind, so he doesn't look at her face. The main reason is that this young lady dances well, so she goes there more often. Your Highness, this Lu Rian is the adopted daughter of Jiang Zhong, the commander of the secret guards, Chi Peng said meaningfully. She is 17 years old, and is said to be stunningly beautiful. She is proficient in everything from playing the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and she is also a third-grade master. It's a pity that I have never had the chance to see her beauty. Jiang Zhong's adopted daughter went to a brothel? Lenny still found it a little unbelievable. Your Majesty, Jiang Zhong has 17 adopted daughters, Chi Peng said with a smile. Besides, there are so many dignitaries in the capital who are drooling over Lu Rian. If it weren't for Jiang Zhong's support, a weak woman, why would she only sell her art but not her body? Damn it, I actually stayed with her for such a long time. Lenny rubbed his forehead angrily. I really didn't expect it. Did the secret guards injure your leg? I have always been cautious. Since I started selling information, I have changed batches of porters and hangers-on. No one has ever seen my true face, Chi Peng continued. But I was careless and underestimated the secret guards. Ma Kuo, the commander of the Hongo secret guards, is an extraordinary person. Through the porters, hangers-on, and an old portrait, he found her directly. Lenny asked curiously, Does Ma Kuo know you? Chi Peng shook his head. He doesn't know me. It's just that in recent years, my people have made a lot of noise. And he followed the clues and found her. I captured her whole family, trying to find out if I could find any clues from her. I was like a madman at that time, desperate to save her. As a result, I am in this situation now. I underestimated the enemy, and was hit in the legs by the boulder thrown by the strongman. What happened next? Lin Yi looked at his legs unconsciously again. Then I slaughtered the dark guards in Hangzhou. A total of 418 people, Chi Peng suddenly said coldly. I rescued her, her husband, and her children, changed their names, and placed them in a place where no one could find them. From now on, I will not bother her anymore. and let her live her life of raising a family. Lenny was shocked and asked in surprise, "How dare you tell me this? Aren't you afraid that I will report you? Your Majesty, the only person in the world who knows my identity is you. Besides Pan Duo. In the eyes of others, I am just a disabled rich man." Chi Peng looked directly into Lin Yi's eyes, without any evasion. Lenny said, "What do you want from telling me this? I have worked hard these years, and have been on guard everywhere, fearing that I will be beheaded if I am not careful." Chi Peng sighed. "I am just a rootless duckweed," Lenny said. "Since it's so tiring, wouldn't it be better to disband?" Chi Peng said. "Many people have followed me through life and death, and even if they have no merit, they have worked hard. If I retire, where will these people's livelihoods come from? My thighs are not thick either, you hugged it too early. Isn't it?" He usually talks nonsense, saying things like cuckold spirit, but Lin Yi is not stupid enough to think that he really has it. "You have such good conditions, but you don't go to join the Prince Yong and others, it's a pity," Chi Peng said respectfully. "I don't want to end up in a situation where the birds are gone and the good bows are put away, and the cunning rabbits are dead, and the running dogs are cooked. Then why do you think I won't?" Lin Yi was actually a little angry. He looked down on him too much. "Your Majesty, you won't," Chi Peng said very confidently. "Even to the current emperor, you have no respect at all." "Humph," Lin Yi said unhappily. "Then how do you know? If you surrender, I will definitely accept you." Chi Peng was speechless. This was something he had not expected. Who would not be overjoyed to get an organization like the Secret Guard and treated with courtesy? "It seems that you still don't understand me." Lin Yi sighed. "I just said that I keep you in the palace not because you are useful, but because I don't trust you. I have one advantage. I never use people I don't trust," Chi Peng said. "Since the prince can use Qin Hu and Tian Shi, why can't he use me? It's very simple. Because they are stupid enough. Dealing with stupid people is tiring. But I can sleep until I wake up naturally." Lin Yi stared at him and said, "It's hard for me to sleep well with a smart person like you." After that, he ignored Chi Peng and turned away. Chi Peng's life is simply a legend, the type that even novels dare not write about. Such a great man, others would love to have him. But Lin Yi didn't feel that way. A team can be full of mediocre people, because mediocre people can become capable people in the future, but there can't be smart troublemakers. What's more, people like Chi Peng may be respectful on the surface, but they are too arrogant in their bones. He can't control him. When he returned to the mansion on a donkey, stepping on cow dung and horse urine, the sun had already set. He asked Mingwei, who had just returned from school, "Where is Concubine Wen?" "I haven't seen her for a few days," Mingwei said. Concubine Wen said she was going out to do something and wouldn't be back for a while. Lin Yi nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He was hungry at night and suddenly wanted to eat barbecue. So he did it himself. He put up firewood in the yard and roasted a whole lamb. He also took a teacup and prepared wine. Life should have a sense of ritual. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Otherwise it would be too boring." Chapter 123 Fire. Unfortunately, although the food tasted good, he didn't eat much, and finally gave it all to the children in the orphanage. A group of children in the orphanage had been sent away, mostly the boys from Songyang, and the remaining ones were basically local children, mostly with physical disabilities. Blind, stooped, mentally disabled, everything was available. The rest were normal, mostly girls, still crying in their cradles. Lin Yi couldn't bear to abandon any of them. How much food could they eat? Besides, he could teach them martial arts, and when they were a little older, those with strong bodies could be sent out, and farming wouldn't be a big problem. Even if they are not clear-headed, they can find a job in the future, so they won't starve to death. As for those with disabled hands and legs, the key is to learn to read and write. Lin Yi hardly attends classes in school, but is willing to spend a lot of time in the orphanage, teaching them arithmetic and accounting. He even often plays games with them. The only difficult thing is a blind child, who is already 11 years old. Lin Yi plans to send him to the Taoist temple on Baiyun Mountain to read bones and tell fortunes. Is this also a professional match? In order to lay a foundation for the child as early as possible, he invited all the old Taoist priests on Baiyun Mountain to come. The old Taoist priest was aggrieved. Didn't he just extort a silver ingot from you? Why did he retaliate like this? How could he dare to say no? It's not enough to teach the children, but he also had to take them as his apprentices. These children were the most innocent. Lin Yi treated them sincerely, and they always followed him. Lin Yi was very pleased. Shanqi, Siezan and others were all amazed. Only when they were in the orphanage could this prince behave like a normal person. Prince, this is called yellow-skinned fruit. Old Lady Sang brought a plate of fruit and bowed, saying, "It can eliminate greasiness." Old Lady Sang was originally just an old woman with dim eyesight, hunchback, and who could not read a single word. But since learning the Yuan Gong Hua Jin on the playground, he has sat up from a dying illness and has been talking and laughing for another year. Since coming to the orphanage and becoming the so-called director, he has gradually become more powerful. Lenny waved his hand and said, "It's so sour. I won't eat it." When it was getting dark, he just came out of the orphanage gate and saw a red fire in the north. Ma Gui said, "Your Majesty, the people below just reported that the fireworks workshop opened by the Yuezhou guys caught fire. After Bao Kui became the chief constable of the government office, he rarely returned to the Huang mansion. Ma Gui was promoted to the deputy commander of the Huang mansion the day before yesterday." Lenny asked, "Are there any casualties?" Ma Gui said, "Only the master's arm was burned, and nothing else was serious. However, more than a dozen houses were burned to ashes, and the fire is still spreading. It's good that no one was hurt. Those old houses have been an eyesore to me for a long time. It's difficult to demolish them. Now that they are burned clean, we will rebuild new ones." Lenny continued, "Tell Shanqi that the government will pay for the reconstruction of all the damaged houses. After all, there are no insurance companies in this world. It all depends on the people themselves. Most of them will probably end up on the streets." Ma Gui bowed and said, "I understand. This Shanqi is really a jerk. He always worries me." Lenny sighed. "Safety and production is very important. This fireworks workshop should not be opened in the city. There is no need to hold these fireworks masters accountable. They did not do it on purpose. Let's arrange them to the south bank of the West River. There are more open areas there. Normally, they must be punished as a warning to others. However, Sanha is different. Masters with some skills are eager to be praised. Not to mention fireworks masters related to gunpowder. Since the arrival of this family making fireworks, Bian Jing has become more addicted to blasting mountains. Lin Yi was afraid that a slight punishment would give the family a heart attack or cause them to suffer a serious injury. Although there were many people fighting the fire, there were no professional equipment and professionals, and the fire in Baiyun City continued to expand. When he woke up the next day, Lin Yi looked into the city and saw a mile of ruins. Many of the wooden huts that used to be burned to ashes were completely burned. Fortunately, the government officials provided disaster relief, and the people whose houses were destroyed had food and drink. And they also received the government's promise to rebuild their houses. They were not depressed at all, and were even a little happy. "Your Highness." Shanqi had not slept all night, and now he looked haggard. Lenny smiled and said, "Your health is the capital of work. If there is anything, just let the people below do it. Why do you have to come here in person?" "It's just my job." Shanqi smiled and said, "Most of the victims have been settled. I wonder if your Highness has any other instructions. This city has always been too narrow, and it's hard to walk around." Lenny smiled and said, "Since it has been burned, there is no need to rebuild here. Just flatten it, lay cement, and plant some flowers and plants. Use it as a playground." Shanqi responded in a favorable manner. Lenny continued, "Also, it's time to make a plan. But what does planning for renovation mean?" For Shanqi, this is another new term. It's about the same meaning. Lenny smiled and said, "In the future, the residential area will be the residential area. The living area will be the living area. And the workshops will also have to be arranged in a separate area. And they should not be mixed together. Your Highness is right. In the future, all newly built blacksmith shops, brick kilns, porcelain kilns, fireworks workshops, and those who pickle salted fish, make hair ornaments, and weave cloth will try to be on the south bank of the West River." Lenny talked freely. As for the commercial area, it will be centered around the Jinfu restaurant, and the roads will continue to be repaired. Naturally, the wider the road, the better. After the instructions, he got on the donkey and headed to the south bank of the West River. Halfway through the journey, he was frightened by a loud noise and almost fell off the donkey. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was actually a group of children playing with fireworks. They were so creative that they stuffed the fireworks into bamboo joints, which made crackling noises. He did not scold or blame them. but let them do whatever they wanted. There were too many restrictions in this era. He did not want to be the one who imposed restrictions. This was not allowed. And that was not allowed. Sanha lacked too many things. He was not afraid that they would do it, but was afraid that they would not do it. His attitude towards new things had always been to let them grow wildly. As for what it will look like in the future, it all depends on God's will. Anyway, it's better than a stagnant pool of water. With the completion of the road to Fangya Island, the Lian people and Li people who lived in the deep mountains and old forests in the south began to slowly go down the mountain and sell mountain products and seafood to Baiyun City to buy oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea. Many of them came to the school to see their children. After all, Lin Yi was very inhumane to bring their children to Baiyun City. There was an endless stream of people going to and from Shijiang Bridge. When there were many people, they had to wait in line, especially when there were large carriages. Otherwise they would be stuck in the middle of the bridge and unable to move forward or backward. Chapter 124 Orphanage. Lin Yi got off the bridge, looking at the hundreds of mountain people riding on ponies, asked Ma Gui, "Who are these people?" No matter what they were wearing, or what they looked like, they didn't look like Liren or Lianren. But if you look closely, there's not much difference, except that their clothes were a little strange, and their faces were painted with all kinds of messy colors. Ma Gui said, "Your Highness, this one lives in the mountains too, and looks similar, but they like to apply some fancy things, as if it can prevent mosquito bites." According to the people of Baiyun City, in the past, they could not go down the mountain once a year. Since the road was built, they have come here twice. The leather and mountain products were all taken away by the merchants from Nanzhou. The mountain people riding on the pony looked at so many people on the bridge and seemed very nervous. They held the wooden sticks, iron forks, and wooden spears in their hands more tightly. Chen Xinluo, the constable of the government office, who maintained order on the bridge, glanced at Lin Yi, walked up to the mountain people and shouted, "You all know the rules of Sanha. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be punished." Most of the mountain people were ignorant and could not understand the official language. Only an old man with dark skin and pale hair got off the pony and said to Chen Xinluo, "Sir, don't worry. We are only buying some goods." Chen Xinluo said, "That's good. Remember to abide by the law." The old man bowed and said, "Yes, please rest assured, sir." Then he spoke a lot to a man who looked like a chief next to him. Lin Yi tilted his ears, not understanding a word. He simply ignored it, as long as these people don't make trouble. Yu Shaosher and Ah Dai rode in front, and soon, there were many wild animals hanging on both sides of the horses. Lin Yi followed behind, with a bow and arrow in his hand, and when he saw the wild animals, he pulled the bow, but unfortunately, both the wild boar and the deer didn't give him face, and ran away directly. He finally shot an arrow, but it was only 10 feet away, and he couldn't even catch the rabbit's tail. "Damn it, what's wrong with letting me shoot an arrow? Star anise, chopped green onion, and chili pepper are all arranged for you." Lin Yi was so angry that he threw the bow and arrow directly. Ma Gui was quick-witted and took it in his hands. "Your Majesty, what do you think of this?" The guard Bao Jin held up a colorful bird like a treasure. A rose-breasted parrot, not bad? Lin Yi was about to take it in his hands happily, but just as he took it in his palm, the parrot fluttered into the air again. Bao Jin flew into the air and caught it in his hands again. This time Lin Yi did not take it, but smiled and said, "It's ready, and see if there are any other birds. Catch a few more, and take them back to raise them." "Yes." Bao Jin jumped deep into the forest. After getting Ma Gui's permission, the other guards also went to catch birds. When they returned to the mansion, Lin Yi took a closer look and found that there were owls, thrushes, white pheasants, golden-eyed babblers, ospreys, brook robins, cuckoos, sunbirds, and even 2 white-backed pigeons. There were even many that he couldn't name. Since he couldn't name them, he estimated that many of them were extinct or endangered in modern society. If it were in his previous life, he would not have to buy or rent a house for the rest of his life, and he would have endless soap to pick up. Lying quietly in the yard, Shi Peng came over in a wheelchair and handed him a note. Lin Yi didn't even raise his eyelids. He didn't really care about the outside world. "Prince." Shi Peng reluctantly put the receipt into his sleeve and said with a smile, "Prince Yong personally led 300,000 troops to attack Yuezhou. Han Hui was defeated and fled in panic. This third brother is quite capable." Lin Yi continued. "Then what?" 9 out of 10 houses in Uizhou are empty, and more people are fleeing to Sanha and Nanzhou. According to my staff, there will be at least 50,000 to 60,000 people in succession. Qipeng said. And Hangzhou has been corrupt for a long time, and more people are going to Sanha. Well, to put it bluntly, it all costs money. Lenny waved his hand and said, Tell Mr. Shan. Yes. Qipeng had just pushed the wheelchair out of the yard, and Lenny suddenly said again, Thank you. Qipeng was stunned, looking back and laughing. Grandpa Wang, this should be done below. Fangfi trot in, said Du Yinyang. Lenny nodded. When Du Yinyang entered the door, seeing Yiqiu who practiced in the yard, first frown, she doesn't want to see this person anyway. But then I was surprised again. Yiqiu, who practiced all his heart, turned to her. She stood in the yard for a while. Haven't seen you for a long time. You have changed. Your skin can no longer disturb my heart. Yiqiu's cold way. Please go. After listening to this, Du Yinyang. I don't know, it's time to be, still should be angry. From the day she met Yiqiu, Yiqiu always looked at her as if she were dead. And every time he said he wanted to kill her because she disturbed his sword heart. Now, she can still feel his disdain and contempt. However, she can no longer feel his killing intent. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. You have stabilized your sword heart. Yiqiu said coldly. It is better to have a sword in your heart than to have no sword. Du Yinyang was confused and could not understand what he meant. She simply stopped talking and continued to follow Fang Pai, who was leading the way. After entering the front yard, the man and the prince still looked lazy. Greetings, Your Majesty. Sit down. Lenny pointed to the teacup on the table and said, Drink tea. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tell me, what does your father mean by asking you to come? Lenny never trusted people like Du Sana. He only knew that once he came to him, it would be no good. Your Majesty, since you built the roads to Yuo and Nanzhou, opened the sea route, and built the maritime customs, there are fewer and fewer merchant ships docking in Nanzhou. Du Yinyang sat opposite Lin Yi, and her delicate and slender fingers gently twisted the teacup and said with a smile, The navy of Nanzhou has arrived in the South China Sea. The navy of Nanzhou? Lin Yi frowned and said, Are you looking for trouble? Du Yinyang smiled and said, The world is bustling. All for profit. The world is bustling. All for profit. I hope the prince can respond. Lin Yi said, Is your father still afraid? Du Yinyang said, My father traveled across the sea, but he dared not be an enemy of the court. Lin Yi rubbed his brows and waved his hand. Du Yinyang did not finish a glass of water, and bowed and left. Prince. Qipeng pushed the wheelchair in again. Who is the governor of Nanzhou close to? The third son or the prince? Lin Yi asked casually. Qipeng said, The governor of Nanzhou, Wu Lin, is upright, does not accept private visits, does not moisten his skin with fat, and has clean hands. No one touches. This is expected. Lin Yi snorted coldly. But he is not a good thing. When I was in Ankang City, I heard of his reputation. It is said that his 7-year-old daughter was strangled to death just because she took a cake from the neighbor's house. And it was even sung by the scholars all over the world. Chapter 125 Executioner. That's right. What good is a man who can strangle his own daughter? Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, If he falls into my hands one day, I will make him feel suffocated. The people praised him for his integrity, fortitude, and honesty. But Lin Yi couldn't like him. What kind of person could strangle his own daughter? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. After hearing this, Qipeng sipped his tea first, then said, The Navy Commander Jiang Qian is the prince's man. Lin Yi pondered for a long time and said, It doesn't matter. I guess the third brother is giving him enough headaches now. If he had a little brain, he wouldn't come to trouble me. If his eldest brother really has no brains and insists on competing with him, then he deserves to be trampled under the feet of the third brother in the future. Your Highness is wise. In the future, you all should stop saying such nonsense. Lin Yi sighed. I am so wise. Do I need you to tell me, if it weren't for the pressure of life, who would want to acquire talents? Qipeng held back his laughter and said, Your Highness is right. Lin Yi said carelessly. Use more fresh words. I have already advocated innovation in Sanha. You also have to keep pace with the times. Qipeng smiled and said, I understand. After drinking wine in the yard, Lin Yi went to bed and fell asleep. In the following days, as Qipeng said, Refugees poured into Sanha like a tide. The government office was under the greatest pressure. It had to provide porridge every day and settle the refugees. Within a week, the warehouse of the government office was full of rats. Lenny couldn't stand Shanchi's noise, so he used his own savings to subsidize 50,000 taels. The next thing was the deterioration of public security. Petty thefts continued. And even worse, 3 massacres had occurred. Lenny was so angry that his teeth itched, and he instructed to investigate. The constables and the garrison had more than 6,000 people, patrolling day and night. The public security in the city was improved, but the residents in the countryside and the mountains suffered. In just 1 month, more than 60 people have died. Sanha is a large area, and there are so many refugees that the constables and the garrison officers and soldiers can't take care of them. In response to the deteriorating public security, Lenny made a big move, mobilizing the people. There are many people practicing martial arts in Bayun City. They can check outsiders, whether it is useful or not. It can relieve some of the pressure on the government office. According to the instructions of the prince, Mrs. Sang came out to promote it. Within 2 days, there were a group of old men and women wearing white gloves in the streets and alleys of Bayun City, many of whom were Huajin. According to the authority granted by the government office, they can check all suspicious persons. All refugees who have reported to the refugee point have household registration cards, and those without household registration cards will be escorted to the governor. If anyone dares to escape, the old man and the old lady just need to shout, and a group of people will rush over. Even if they are masters of the 3rd and 4th ranks, they will have no way to escape. The old men and the old ladies are not satisfied with the results of the battle in the city, and more of them take the subsidies from the government office to go deep into the countryside. Your Majesty, we have caught 15 rioters, and I don't know how to deal with them. Shanchi stood in front of Lin Yi and said carefully, I have tried them again and again, and there is no injustice. What should I do according to the regulations issued by this king before? Killing people means paying with life, Shanchi said without hesitation. Lenny said, according to Liang law, what should be done? Shanchi said, behead him. Lenny sighed, then why do you need to ask me? I understand. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Lenny thought for a moment and continued, we need to let these people know that they have committed crimes and are probably in the wrong place. Yes. Shanchi bowed and agreed. The next day, the governor built a new wooden stage on the main road from Bayun City to Yueshou. At first, everyone thought it was a stage, or something else. It was not until Shanchi sat in the middle under the scorching sun, and the so-called black-skinned men pushed 15 people tied up on the stage, that they realized that this was the beheading at noon. In the play, for the residents of Bayun City, this was the first time since the beginning of the world that they had personally witnessed public execution. Even for the refugees from other places, this was the first time. Many refugees never left their towns and villages throughout their lives. Bayun City was the farthest place they had ever been. To chop off people's heads, you need an executioner. He Jixiang went on several expeditions. Whether it was the guards of the palace or the militia team, there were only a few soldiers who had killed people or seen blood. Even those who had seen blood did not have the courage to chop people's heads with a big knife in broad daylight without panic or trembling. Bao Kui, as the chief constable, spent an entire night and made great efforts to finally select 15 big men who were strong and brave enough to chop people. He frowned and watched from the audience. One of the shirtless men was shaking with his knife. He grabbed Yu Xiaosher, who was watching the excitement nearby, and said in a deep voice, do you dare to chop off someone's head? Yu Xiaosher waved his hands hurriedly. Ah Dai followed and waved his hands continuously. Captain, I can't do it either. I won't kill anyone. He stepped back several steps in fear. Bao Kui sighed, and looked at Yichio and said, what about you? Yichio said disdainfully, I never use a knife to kill people. Bao Kui gritted his teeth in anger. Bastards. The butler must have beaten you too little. He gritted his teeth and said, at worst, I can go on stage myself. Just as he was about to stride onto the stage, he suddenly heard a cold snort, and turned around to see that it was Tian Shiyu. Tian Shiyu smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Why make it so difficult? Since he was in Bayun City, he would not miss this kind of bustling scene with thousands of people. What should we do? Bao Kui asked. Tian Shiyu nodded at Lu San and said, go ahead. Show them how to chop off a person's head. Then let them see it. Lu San took off his shirt, revealing his bulging chest muscles, walked onto the wooden platform covered with red cloth, took the big knife from the constable, who was almost scared to pee, and waved proudly to the crowd watching below the stage. It was the first time in my life that I had chopped someone off in a fair and justifiable and legal way. The sun was getting higher and higher. There were layers of people gathered below the stage, all of them sweating profusely. But no one was willing to leave. Some were onlookers, and some were victims. Shanchi, who was sitting in the middle of the stage, was originally very calm, but suddenly became nervous. He was originally a weak scholar, and he was promoted to the position of censor, but he had never presided over an execution. He glanced at Xiezan, and He Jixiang standing in the corner. Xiezan did not move, and He Jixiang was eager to try. I still have to do it myself. Shanchi sighed, looked at the increasingly scorching sun, and finally said hatefully, "It's 3/4 after noon. Execution." Lu San had been waiting for this moment. The big knife shining in the scorching sun chopped down. The person under him didn't even have time to scream. Chapter 126 Exam. The head fell to the ground instantly, and when the blood spurted out of the neck, he had already stepped back and bowed to the people around him. Then, another head rolled on the ground like a watermelon. One of the executioners was probably too nervous. He cut it with a knife, and the prisoner under him screamed, and half of his head was still hanging on his neck. The executioner's face was covered in blood, and he stepped back several steps in fear, seeing that everyone around him was looking at him. He was suddenly too ashamed, and he stepped forward again. This time he raised the knife, using all his strength. Another horrible scream. This time he chopped off the right spot. The prisoner's eyes drooped, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth, and he could no longer make any sound. But his head still did not fall to the ground, and his whole body was still twitching. The crowd watching below could not bear to watch. What kind of hatred was this? Since he was going to chop off someone's head, why didn't he give him a quick death? The burly executioner was so ashamed that he just stood there in a daze. Finally, Lu San couldn't stand it anymore, and walked over, and with a knife, the prisoner's head and body were separated. This little episode was talked about by the people of Baiyun City for 2 or 3 days. After all, such a thing was too scary. Death is not scary, but it is scary to die like that prisoner, and die in an untidy way. Shanchi was embarrassed by such a thing. According to Liang law, all prisoners sentenced to death generally need to be approved by the Ministry of Justice first, reviewed by the Dali Temple, and finally executed by imperial decree. However, the reality is that if all death penalty cases are brought to the capital for trial, it will lead to a problem of long-term imprisonment of prisoners, long-term imprisonment, and long delays in trial. It is common for death row prisoners to stay in Jiaoyu for 10 or 8 years, and finally die in Jiaoyu before being executed in autumn. Jiaoyu is overcrowded, and ordinary people are not qualified to live there. Later, the county and government offices did not record the files, and directly put the prisoners in shackles, and they died. The most conspicuous are the secret guards and court guards, who are only qualified to detain people, but not qualified to decide life and death. However, they have countless ways to make people die in prison. Once people die, all problems are solved. By the 15th year of Delong, the joint trial of the 3 courts gradually became a formality. All government offices in various places carried out immediate execution, and would not wait until autumn. So, for a dignified second-rank official like him, chopping off a few heads was nothing big. The only thing he didn't expect was that the first time he chopped off someone's head, he would make such a big joke. If it got out, it would be really embarrassing. It's true that everyone has their own expertise. He was considering whether to spend a lot of money to invite a professional executioner back from the capital. It's winter, but the banyan trees all over Baiyun City are still green. The final exams of Sanha School are coming. However, there will be no holiday after the exams, except for the Spring Festival holiday. Sanha has no summer and winter vacations. Lenny can't give them a holiday. After all, these children go to school late enough. If they are given a holiday, what can they learn? It has always been a cramming education. They learn as much as they can. If they can't learn, they will give up. Such as Yu Xiaosha and Adai. Lin Yi attached great importance to the final exam. He personally set the questions for the 3 papers of arithmetic, physics, and chemistry. especially for arithmetic. He used rare patience and repeatedly considered for 3 days before setting the paper. He believed that mathematics was the foundation of all subjects. It can be said that behind every major progress of mankind, mathematics has been strongly supporting it. On the day of the arithmetic exam, he was also the invigilator. Seeing that prince, he attached so much importance to it. Shanchi, Xiezan and others had to accompany him personally. There were guards and soldiers in the examination room, and 10 constables supervised from front to back and left to right. So the students below had no chance to cheat. Looking at the students scratching their heads, Lenny smiled knowingly. Which student is not like this? He left the classroom with his hands behind his back. Shanchi followed behind him and flattered. Your Highness's questions are indeed ingenious. Arithmetic is a good subject. Lenny smiled faintly. Brothers will betray you. Women will leave you. But you can't do arithmetic. If you can't do it, you can't do it. No matter how hard you try. You can't do it. Shanchi's mouth twitched. And finally he smiled and said, such a subject cannot tolerate the slightest falsehood. Lenny smiled and said, of course. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. Even if you get angry, it's useless. You still can't do it. He turned to Xiezan and said, first place in a single subject. First place in the total score. You will not only get a reward, but also a big reward. We have to let them understand. What does it mean that there is a golden house in books? Xiezan said. I know. As for the imperial examination, not only did the prince not want it, but these old men did not have any illusions. Sana's literary style was not strong, and the students could barely recognize a few words. Even if they took the imperial examination, it would be a waste of money and energy. Lenny continued, if you have a golden house, would you still be afraid of not having a beautiful woman? That's exactly the truth. Shanchi always felt that Lenny was a little too direct. However, the words are often rough, but the truth is true. Lenny pondered for a while and said, it is not enough to give the first place a reward. You have to ride a tall horse and wear a red flower. The old men looked at each other. This is the treatment only the top scholar can get. Since the prince said it, they naturally had no reason to refute, and even responded to the prince's request for pioneering and innovation. After the exam, the school field competition was held in the newly built square on the ruins of Baiyun City. Thousands of children in the school, regardless of age, voluntarily signed up. However, the only girls' school in Baiyun City was not satisfied. There were more than 70 girls in the girls' school, ranging from 3 to over 20 years old. And the principal was Zixia. Master Xie. What do you mean? Zixia asked Xiezan. Are the students in the girls' school not students? Miss Zixia. They are women. How can these women compete with men on the same stage? Xiezan's eyebrows were raised high. Zixia's request made him feel incredible. Master Xie. I have told the prince that men and women are equal. This. Xiezan hesitated for a while, then suddenly had an idea and pointed at Hong'an behind Zixia and said, as far as I know, Hong'an is the apprentice of General Manager Hong and has already entered the 5th rank. This may not be fair to other children. Talking about fairness? Other students don't have a grandmaster as their master. Zixia smiled and said, she won't participate. Xiezan couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. On the day of the martial arts competition, the huge square of Baiyun City was packed with people. After all, this was a new thing for Baiyun City. Moreover, among the students participating in the competition, there were his own nephews, and he would definitely come to cheer. However, not everyone agreed that their children would participate in the competition. The butcher hid the butcher's butcher knife that the butcher had already taken out in his chest. His daughter, his own daughter, actually wanted to participate. He was uneducated. But it didn't mean that he didn't understand that men and women should not touch each other. At that time, when men and women were fighting, would his daughter still be able to marry? Would his old general's family still have shame? Chapter 127 Face. However, once he arrived at the place, looking at the guards and constables who were maintaining order on both sides, he immediately felt terrified. He had learned kung fu on the school playground. Although he was still a long way from Huajin, at least his sense of crisis was much stronger than before. He knew who to offend and who not to offend. Now when he was selling pork, he didn't even dare to speak loudly. It was better to be ignorant. Now he didn't feel as happy as before, and his little heart had nowhere to rest. Any of the officers and soldiers, constables, who were in front of him, could beat him so badly that his parents wouldn't recognize him. Strangely, the indignation he had just felt disappeared in an instant. The knife in his chest suddenly became a hot potato, and he was at a loss. If they found out, would he be sent to labor camp? How could he act as if nothing had happened? Suddenly, a constable looked at him, and he was so scared that he immediately lowered his head, hunched his body, hid in the crowd, and retreated. I dared not walk too fast, for fear that the knife in my arms would fall. I walked to a remote and deserted place, and then I dared to cover my chest with my hands, and ran home with big strides. After returning home, I put down the knife, and drank a large pot of orange peel water, and breathed a sigh of relief. I paced back and forth in the spacious house with my hands behind my back, and finally gritted my teeth, and returned to the square. Looking left and right, I squeezed into a group of old, weak women and children, and relied on my own strength to get to the front. The students on the school field, regardless of gender, age, fight in groups of 2, and those who were eliminated continued to fight. He squinted his eyes, and saw his petite daughter. She was fighting with a boy who was half a head taller than her. If he remembered correctly, it should be Lucan, the son of Lu Duo, the shopkeeper of the silk shop. The little bastard should be 16 years old. How shameless. His daughter is only 14. Is this bullying the weak? The little bastard turned over, circled up and down, punched and slapped, and his daughter retreated step by step. He only regretted sending the knife home. He didn't blink. Too shameless. And dared to use the black tiger to dig out the heart, when he was still worried about his daughter's small body. His daughter retreated deep, and turned around to swing the lotus. The boy was caught off guard, and kicked out of the circle drawn on the ground with lime. Jiangjin wins. Chen Xinlua, who was the referee, shouted loudly. "Ha-ha. My daughter? That's my daughter." Jiang the butcher finally couldn't help laughing, showing off left and right, and suddenly met the gloomy face of Lu Duo, the shopkeeper next to him. "What are you doing?" "Humph." Lu Duo gritted his teeth and turned away, looking at Lu Duo's angry look. Jiang the butcher laughed even louder. "Old man, is it great to be rich? Your son is still defeated by my daughter. Congratulations, congratulations. Your daughter is a third-grade student now. At such a young age, her future cultivation is limitless. Baiyun City is so small, most of the old residents know each other. Therefore, many people bowed to Jiang the butcher and congratulated him. Ha-ha. Lucky. Lucky. Jiang the butcher's laughter was unusually loud. After a while, there were only 16 people left on the field. After that, they still fought in pairs, and only 2 people were left. One was the boy Han Jin, and the other was Jiang the butcher's daughter Jiangjin. I can beat both of them by myself. Yu Xiaosha was depressed because he couldn't play. I can, too. Ah Dai was also very angry. Shui Genren said while chewing sugar cane. We are not students anymore. Of course we can't go up. He felt a little regretful, and should have stayed in school for a few more days. He really shouldn't have begged the prince to drop out of school. Until now, he could only watch Han Jin's glory on the field. He is now a third-rank official. It was noon. The sun was high in the sky. The competition was still going on. But what no one expected was that the winner was a weak little girl. Champion, Jiangjin. After Xiezan finished reading loudly, he couldn't help but sigh that it was incredible. How could a little girl break through the third rank so easily? This talent is almost catching up with Hong'an, and Hong'an has a great master as his master. A little girl, who is less than 1.6 meters tall, wearing a big red flower, under the attention of everyone, jumped on a tall horse, and the constables followed behind her and beat gongs and drums to parade in the streets. The butcher was so happy holding the 20 taels of silver he had just received from Xiezan that he couldn't stop smiling. Even if he had saved all his life, he couldn't save so much. Amid the compliments of the crowd, he finally understood what real face was. This was what it meant to have face. He said that the butcher was famous in Baiyun City because he had a champion daughter. Look at you guys. When Lin Yi knew that the champion was a girl, while marking the test papers, he scolded Fang Pai and others. You are not even as good as a girl, Fang Pai said. I just graduated from school, otherwise I would definitely be able to do it. Lin Yi snorted. Do you want me to call that girl over, and you guys try? If you lose, you will give her all your monthly salary for a year. After hearing this, Fang Pai shrank his neck and stopped talking. Losing the fight is not scary, but losing the monthly allowance is scary. 3 meals a day, all eaten at the palace, I'm sure I won't starve to death. However, if a man has no spare money in his pocket, what's the difference between him and a beggar? He has learned to drink now. He must have some money for the wine. Right? Yu Shaoxia suddenly shouted. Prince, I'm going to fight her. Lenny waved his hand impatiently. Go play somewhere else. You just know how to bully others. You're an adult, but you're so shameless. Yu Shaoxia didn't dare to say anything after all. There are more than 20 bird cages made of bamboo strips in the yard, but now they are empty. At the beginning, there were more than 100 birds in them. Lenny fed and watered them on time every day, but he got impatient after a while. There were so many birds, and their chirping made his ears explode. In a fit of anger, he opened all the cages. He thought it was open-minded. If they wanted to leave, they could leave. If they didn't want to leave, he would keep them. At most, he would keep them. In the end, there was only one rose-breasted parrot left. But the parrot didn't stay in the cage. It wandered around the yard all day long. Occasionally, it would deliberately tease the big black and small yellow birds sleeping on the ground. The two dogs were so angry that they chased after the parrot. But once the parrot flew up into the sky, they had no choice but to bark and scream from below. What the superior likes. Many people will like it. He had just cleared the cage of birds for a few days when a large group of people sent him precious birds. Even the cages were made of red sandalwood and ironwood. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly stopped them. However, someone saw that he liked to play with beads, and sent him a lot of hand-played toys. How do you play with this thing? Lenny looked at the white beads made of ivory in front of him, and said he was having a headache. Chapter 128, Butchering an Ox. Even if you rub your hands until they are bald, this thing won't make any pulp. Right? Honging said with a smile. Your Highness, this was given by the Liang family. It's so hard, I don't have that much strength. After rubbing it in his hand for a few times, Lin Yi threw it to Honging and said, You can play with it, maybe you can use it as a hidden weapon in the future. It should hurt a lot when you hit someone with it. It should be better than your needle. Thank you. Your Highness. Honging took it in his hand happily, and said with a smile. Your Highness is wise. If you hit someone with this thing, the villains will definitely bow down to you. Of course. Lin Yi's eyes were on the pair of old beeswax again, but after playing with it for a while, it became boring, and he threw it aside. Walnuts feel better when they are rolled. He has been rolling for 2 years, and he believes that it will soon be jade. Tens of thousands of refugees suddenly poured into Baiyun City, which made Lin Yi, who was used to being a hands-off boss, curious. How much can they eat? After eating so much of his food, the silver was like water, all flowing out. Most of the refugees were settled by the governor on both sides of the tributaries of the Xijiang River, and given the most important land. The residents were scattered, stretching for dozens of miles. Lin Yi crossed the Xijiang Bridge, and found that there were many wooden sheds on both sides of the road leading to the bird-releasing island. Although the governor could lend money and property, and help build houses, most refugees were unwilling to lend. After all, they had to pay it back in the end. They could only borrow some food out of helplessness, when they were extremely hungry. Based on their past experiences, they firmly believed that it was easy to borrow, but difficult to pay back. Many people were scared by usury. Even if the government had allocated land to them, they would not trust the government easily. The most important thing was that the children were taken care of by the school, and they had food, drink and shelter. As for the adults, they could find a job and have a full meal. If they didn't have a job, Sanha was rich in products, and they could find food to fill their stomachs by going up the mountains and down the rivers. They won't starve to death. Moreover, the brave ones, seeing the big ship recruiting sailors, all boarded the ship without hesitation, and it is said that they can earn 1 or 2 taels of silver every month. The original white-walled and black-tiled Baiyun City, because of the extra shacks, suddenly became a large slum again. Most of the money of the governor was used to resettle the children of refugees, to build bridges and roads at the new resettlement sites, and occasionally to set up some mobile porridge distribution points. After all, not every refugee has the ability to work. Even if they used it sparingly, it was still not enough, and Lin Yi subsidized more than 20,000 silver. These refugees are really gold-eating monsters. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for building the roads to Yueo and Nanzhou. It is human nature to follow the easy way. You can walk here with your eyes closed. However, there are still many refugees who did not go to Baiyun City, but scattered everywhere in Sanha, seeing mountains and opening up land. According to Shanqi's estimate, there are at least 70,000 to 80,000 people. Many places have formed settlements, and even conflicts with the locals who originally lived in the mountains, and fights occur from time to time. The constables of the governor's office wanted to intervene. But by the time they got the news, the grass on the graves of the victims was already 3 feet high. The current situation, for Lin Yi, can be described in one word: chaos. The area he can manage is still limited to the 100 miles in front of him. The farthest is just the bird-releasing island. Whether my words are effective or not depends on how far the road can be built. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, "There are so many refugees. They are just sitting there doing nothing. Let them build the road." "Your Majesty." Shanqi smiled bitterly. "The governor really has no money. Let Bianjing, this prodigal, do whatever he wants. Can they still live a good life?" Lin Yi said unhappily. "Don't cry poor, at most. I'll give you the Navy's money. Don't think about taking money out of my pocket again." He really didn't want to see Shanqi's smug face, so he turned around and left. In the evening, the rain fell and continued intermittently until the next morning. Xianjia shovel. Early in the morning, the butcher stood in front of the butcher's shop and started to scold. His daughter won the championship and received a reward of 20 taels. But he was not happy for long, because without his knowledge, a new butcher's shop suddenly opened across the street. Isn't this competing with him for business? This street is so small. If others sell more, he will sell less. If others sell less, he will also sell less. He will lose money anyway. Suddenly, he saw Ma Gui, the deputy commander of the palace guards, walking over with a hat and a horse. He was about to raise his hand to say hello, but he didn't expect Ma Gui to walk directly to the door of the butcher's shop across the street, and actually greeted the guy with a face full of flesh inside. "Zhu Rorong, you bastard. Why don't you stay in the capital city and join in the fun here?" Hearing this, the butcher's heart tightened. No second. Listening to the tone, it turned out that they were old acquaintances. It seems that his position as the meat supplier of the palace is in jeopardy. He walked 2 steps towards the counter and continued to listen carefully. The sound of rain outside seemed too loud, and he couldn't hear it clearly, and the 2 people walked into the butcher's shop opposite. It rained on the first day of opening, which is really unlucky. Zhu Rorong sighed to Ma Gui. Ma Gui smiled and said, "I didn't dare to recognize you just now. You said you wanted to open a butcher stall. So go ahead. Why did you open it right across from someone else's? That butcher is not easy to mess with. Be careful or he will cause you trouble." "How can I be afraid of him?" Zhu Rorong said with disdain. "I am also a third-rank official now. Why don't you let him try? Besides, I am doing this for his own good. I have been taught by Prince He. I told Prince He that this is called the agglomeration effect. Only when those who sell silk, run canteens, and sell vegetables gather together can the business be good." Ma Gui sighed. Anyone who has been taught by their prince, he has not seen many normal people so far. Look, a butcher who sells meat actually speaks a lot of incomprehensible words. And what is agglomeration effect? He is now following the prince all day, trembling with fear, afraid that one day he will become one of them. Then I wish you a prosperous business. Ma Gui walked to the backyard of the butcher's shop with his hands behind his back, looking at a big black pig that had just been slaughtered, covering his nose, and said, "Your wife and children are here?" Zhu Rorong said proudly. "Of course. I have asked Miss Mingwen, and the child will be able to go to school tomorrow." Ma Gui nodded and said, "This sauna has its own rules. If you do something wrong, even though we are friends, I can't protect you." "Of course." Zhu Rorong patted his chest and said, "I dare not do the prince a disgrace. Commander Ma, if you are willing to do me a favor, I will host you tonight. Is that okay?" "Who else?" "Young man Sun Yi, and Dr. Hu and his son, and us old people from the capital." As for Shen Chu, he had looked down on him before, and he didn't have the face to invite him. Ma Gui thought for a while and said, "Okay, I think your pig head is good. I will prepare it tonight. That's for sure." Zhu Rorong suddenly whispered again, "I heard that Sana can slaughter cattle. Of course, this is approved by the prince." "That's great," Zhu Rorong said with a look of relief. "I can finally practice this butchering of cattle openly. Stories are just stories. Don't take them seriously." Ma Gui shook his head and sighed. He actually took the story of the butcher who butchered the cow told by the prince seriously. Where in the world can there really be such a powerful butcher? Such a person is not a human being, he can be called a god. Fiction writers are really harmful. Last night, Fong Pai was still standing on the roof shouting Jing Lei, saying that he wanted to practice Jing Lei Huangji. This time, it was very unexpected that the steward didn't beat him up. Looking at his face, he was actually a little relieved. He really didn't understand. Fortunately, there is still a sober person like me in the Huang mansion, a rational person. He himself didn't realize that. The words that came out of his mouth were also learned from the Huang. The rain continued until the lights were turned on, and it never stopped. The girls in Chungxianglo were listless. Because of the rain, there was not a single customer. Chapter 129. Lu Rian. Sir, please come in. Seeing Lin Yi, who was wearing a collared robe and had a rather dignified demeanor, a cuckold immediately surrounded him enthusiastically. Are you staying in a brothel or playing in a hotel? Lin Yi stood at the door and did not go in, stretching his neck to look inside. He was a frequent visitor to the brothel, so he naturally understood these jargons. The so-called staying in a brothel meant spending the night in the warm hibiscus tent, from one night to the dawn. And playing in a hotel was simply treating this place as an inn, and doing nothing else. The cuckold spoke jargons just to find out the details, and the familiar customers would naturally understand, so there was no need to say anything more. If he doesn't understand, he is a stranger, so he will be very tough. He should say a few more words to cultivate his consumption concept and make him spend more money. If he meets such a customer, he will make a lot of money. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, the eunuch was about to take 2 steps forward when he saw a single knife sandwiched in the middle. The guard Wang Su accompanied Lin Yi today, who was also specially selected by Lin Yi. After all, Shin Chu, Bao Kui, Ma Gui and others are well known in Baiyun City, so it would be meaningless to bring them into the brothel. Get out of the way. Don't let our master get into trouble with you. Seeing the eunuch retreat, Wang Su closed his knife. Lin Yi smiled at the eunuch. Where are the clothes? Oh, sir, this is really unfortunate. The eunuch knew that Lin Yi was an old hand and a rich customer when he heard the tone. After all, there are not many people who order the courtesan before entering the house. Why? Lin Yi came here because he heard the reputation of the courtesan. Miss Rian is out. The eunuch smiled. Who is so rich that can ask Miss Rian to be out? Lin Yi asked. And the residence of Lord Ma, the deputy commander of the palace guards. The turtle slave seemed to be proud of it, and he held his head high when he spoke. Ma Gui? Lin Yi suspected that he had heard it wrong. He had just met him in the evening. It's better not to call Commander Ma by his name casually. The turtle slave whispered. The young master is probably from another place, so be careful when you speak. We in Sanha have the final say with the prince, and Commander Ma is a close friend of the prince. Baiyun City is not as good as other places. The young master should learn more about these rules. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, you will be helpless. If you really go to labor reform, sir, your body is in bad shape. Noisy. Wang Su drew his sword again. You don't know what's good for you. Seeing a team of Wang Fu constables passing by on patrol, the turtle slave's voice became louder. Come and beat me up if you dare. If you don't lie down, I'll take your surname. I won't get up without more than 10 taels of silver as compensation. He likes this kind of arrogant idiot the most. He has been in Baiyun City for so long, and he has never seen anyone who dares to use a knife in Baiyun City. That's enough. Lin Yi turned and left. Your Highness, please slow down. You are soaked. Wang Su had to follow closely behind him with an umbrella. Is this Lu Rian, the Lu Rian from Hong Kong City? Lin Yi was puzzled, so he wanted to come tonight to find out. This? Wang Su lowered his head in shame and said, I really don't know. You are not well informed. Lin Yi became even angrier when he thought that Chi Peng told him that Lu Rian came to Baiyun City. I know my crime. Wang Su was also very wronged. He was just an ordinary guard. The two commanders didn't care about this kind of thing. What could he do? Lin Yi walked around a bend and then said, Is Ma Gui building a house outside? Yes. Wang Su moved the umbrella closer to Lin Yi, regardless of whether he was wet or not. It is said that Commander Ma is going to bring all his family here. The house is not far from the palace, just right next to Adai's house. Your Majesty, how about I lead the way for you? Lin Yi thought for a while and said, Forget it. He never doubted Ma Gui's loyalty, so there is no need to go and scare people. Just go back and take a shower and go to bed. The nightlife in Baiyun City is so boring. Miss Lu. When Ma Gui saw Lu Rian, his scalp tingled. He almost thought he was seeing things. This is Baiyun City, more than 1,000 miles away from Hong Kong, Why did this woman come here tonight? Zhu Rorong was supposed to host a banquet, but thinking of Zhu Rorong's house full of fishy smell, he really didn't want to stay there, so he changed the banquet to his own home. As long as Zhu Rorong brings wine and food, it will be fine. His house is newly built. Unlike Sun Yi, he really put in a lot of effort, brick by brick, and supervised the whole process. Whether it is the area, or the style, it is not much worse than the local rich people in the countryside. So, eating here first. The area must be large enough, and second, it is also a way to show off to everyone. Look at his house. Halfway through the round of wine, this sly-looking guy who Shirlu actually said he wanted to call a girl to help with the fun. As a result, the person who came was actually an acquaintance. No, he was an acquaintance of the prince. He accompanied Prince He to visit all the places of entertainment in Hong Kong City. Prince He was naturally surrounded by flowers, and as a guard, although he did not touch a leaf, there was no one he did not know. Especially Lu Ruyan. Prince He was a frequent visitor. Now, I called her to my home. What would Prince He think? The key is that Prince He may not know that Lu Ruyan has arrived in Baiyun City, and he has not informed her in time. Thinking of this, he almost cried. Their prince was generous and kind, but he was also famous for being stingy. Long time no see, Ruyan has not yet congratulated you. I heard that you had been promoted to commander, which is really a cause for celebration. When Lu Ruyan spoke, her thin lips seemed to be smiling. After that, he bowed to Hu Shirlu and said, Dr. Hu, we are old acquaintances. Hu Shirlu's face was also not good. Who doesn't know about the little things with the prince? Although she is a prostitute, she is also the prince's person. The people in this room are really looking for death. Miss Lu. Ma Gui gritted his teeth and made a prompt decision. My humble abode is simple. I am afraid that the young lady has come to the wrong place. If the young lady does not mind, I will send her back. I will prepare the carriage now. Sunny ran out in a hurry. Since Lu Ruyan came in, he was half sober. Does my slave really displease you? Lu Ruyan said in a delicate voice. Why do you treat me like this? I dare not. Ma Gui glared at the little maid behind Lu Ruyan, and the little girl was at a loss. After waiting for Lu Ruyan to get on the carriage, he almost collapsed on the ground. It's too scary. Sunny almost cried. Ma Gui said angrily. Why are you still standing there? Pull the horse over, and go to the palace. Oh. Sunny hurried to the back of the house to lead out the horse. The two rode their horses to the Huang mansion one after the other. Hu Shirlu gritted his teeth, got on his horse, and followed him. What should I do? Zhu Rorong stamped his feet in anger behind him. The rain kept falling. Lenny returned home, took a bath, and couldn't sleep, so he was just playing with the parrot standing on the table, trying to teach it to speak. He looked up at Ma Gui and the other two kneeling in front of him. He said slowly, A man smiles for a beauty, and a beauty smiles for money. You all understand these principles. So why are you so nervous? Ma Gui smiled. Your Majesty, I just can't figure out why Lu Ruyan came to Baiyun City from the prosperous capital. Lenny smiled and said, Don't worry about it for now. He went to look for her the first time, and he was too lazy to look for her the second time. Yes, in Sanha, she can't get out of the prince's palm. Ma Gui flattered. Lenny said, Okay, it's getting late. Go back and rest. After watching them bow and leave, he also yawned and went into the house to rest. The parrot behind him was shouting something incoherent that no one could understand. The rain stopped and the sky cleared. As soon as Lin Yi finished his breakfast, he got some bad news. Because of the rain, many refugees fell ill. Under the command of Hu Shirlu, the officers and soldiers of the garrison blocked the refugees' resettlement site and did not allow anyone to enter at will. When Lin Yi heard the symptoms, he initially estimated that it was influenza. However, it was deadly enough in this era. He immediately issued an order. The school was closed. This was the second time the school was closed since its establishment. The first time was because of hand, foot and mouth disease in the summer. Almost all the children in the school had red spots all over their bodies. Fortunately, no children were injured. Otherwise Baiyun City would have been in chaos. As a teacher, you also have to take responsibility. If you do a good job, no one will blame you. But if something happens, no matter if you are a prince or not, parents will dare to fight for their lives. Including Hu Shirlu. The miracle doctor is the same. Medical troubles are endless. If you can cure well, you are a miracle doctor. If you can't cure well, you are a quack. All his thoughts are on improving medical skills. Martial arts have never been good. If his wife Jean hadn't learned some boxing and kicking, he would have been beaten to death long ago. In the end, his small clinic became the focus of patrol by the yamen runners and constables. Doctor Who? Look at this child. She has been vomiting everything she eats since last night. What should we do? Zhu Rorong held his 7-year-old daughter, his face full of anxiety. No matter what, you have to think of a solution. It's all your fault. You had to come to this damn place. Zhu Rorong's wife kept scolding him from beginning to end. If anything happens to the child, I will never forgive you. Okay. It's just a case of acclimatization. It's not serious. Go back and take some medicine. Have a good rest. And drink more water. Hu Shirlu had just returned from the refugee camp and was exhausted. And there were still hundreds of patients in the clinic. He had no intention of talking to anyone. If Zhu Rorong was not an acquaintance, he would have started to scold him directly after they had just had a drink together the day before. Watching the couple walk away with the child, he lay on his back on the chair for a while, and then went on to see the next patient. He was busy until late at night, and someone would knock on the door from time to time. At this time, he had just had a meal. Looking back at the empty medicine cabinet behind him, in rainy weather, the medicinal materials could not be dried, could not be processed, and were not enough. Thinking of this, he could not help but sigh. He felt that he had to accept the prince's suggestion to open a medical school. At that time, he would recruit more apprentices, and he probably wouldn't be so tired. Chapter 130. Arranged Marriage. Moreover, in Baiyun City, most of the time it is compulsory labor. There are too many poor people here, not to mention the small amount of money they give, but they even dare to buy on credit. He missed the days in Ankong City, where the nobles were generous and gave several ingots of silver at a time. Occasionally, he could only hope that the landlords and rich people in Baiyun City would be cured of their illnesses, so that he could make up for the deficit. He didn't expect these people to die quickly, which was already a kind heart of a doctor. He saw with his own eyes that the rich and powerful beat 7- or 8-year-old children to death. The only advantage of coming to Sanha is freedom. Except for the prince in the Huang mansion. He doesn't have to be afraid of anyone. As for the dead eunuch, he is not afraid, but terrified, usually accompanied by arrhythmia, chi stagnation and blood stasis, dizziness and insomnia. In severe cases, both chi and blood are deficient. Therefore, usually, he will never go to the Huang mansion if he has nothing to do. After all, if he goes to the Huang mansion, he will inevitably see that dead fish face. After hurriedly eating the last bite of the meal, he washed up hastily and fell asleep on the bed. However, in the second half of the night, the door was knocked again, banging non-stop, and both children were woken up and cried loudly. He was really upset. A merchant staying at Jinfu restaurant had a high fever again, and he had to go. He dragged his tired body and got into the carriage that came to pick him up. He made up his mind that he would not stay in the clinic this time. At least his family could not continue to live here. Otherwise, someone would suddenly come to the door in the middle of the night, and the whole family would not be able to rest. The rain stopped 3 days later, according to the old man in Baiyun City. In previous winters, Baiyun City had never had such a long continuous rain. This time, it rained for half a month without stopping. Many people's houses were moldy inside and outside, especially food and bedding. So, as soon as the sun came out, the roads and playgrounds in Baiyun City were all covered with these things. It was a good place to bury people. Because of such a small rain, more than 70 lives were lost. On this day, there were cries one after another. Those with wealth would have a pair of thin boards for relatives and friends to mourn. But the poor didn't even have a pair of straw mats. And even those with few people couldn't carry the body to the mountain for burial. In the end, the constables pulled a horse-drawn cart to help burn and bury it. The children who lost their parents were all sent to the starting point orphanage. Baiyun City was filled with gloom and sorrow for a while. This mess made Lenny upset. He didn't want to go out because he didn't see it. School was about to resume, and he just took the time to correct the Chinese papers for the final exam. Shanqi, Xiezan and others were accompanying him. Shanqi saw that Lin Yi actually gave a vernacular essay first place, and ignored another essay with parallel 4-6 lines and beautiful words, and only gave it third place. It would be fine if it was 1 or 2 essays. But I didn't expect that every essay was like this. As long as it was written in vernacular, all of them were first place. Shanqi couldn't help it after all. and randomly picked out 2 essays, one first place and one third place, and said, "I don't know how the prince judged it. This humble official really doesn't understand." Xiazan and others also looked at Lenny. They didn't understand either. At such a young age. Why are you writing the piece of the sage? The sincerity of the sage. Shi Diokai has his ambition, but his capacity is not yet full. You just write things that I can't understand. Can't you speak properly? Lenny glanced at the article written in neat small characters and said, "The third place is still because his paper is clean. Otherwise I will make him eat a duck egg. Can't understand?" After hearing this, Shanchi almost vomited blood. Just because you can't understand. You actually gave him the third place. Moreover, how dare you give him the third place? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? It's just that the ignorant are fearless. He wanted to jump up and curse. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of his identity as a scholar. However, if he really cursed, he would lose the demeanor of a scholar. Shanchi took a deep breath and argued, "Your Highness, it is rare that this boy can write such an article at such a young age. I hope your Highness will consider it again." Xiazan handed over another article and said, "Why did your Highness give this one the first place? My family lives by the sea. Facing the sea. My family has a fishing boat. My father is a fisherman. It takes half a month to come back from fishing. I miss him very much." Lenny smiled as he read it. It is easy to understand, and the feelings are sincere. Isn't that enough? Your Highness, Shanchi said with a wry smile. You didn't set the rule of writing in vernacular before the exam. But now you judge it based on this. It's really unfair. Qin Dishing also took the parallel prose and said with a smile, Your Highness, the person who wrote this article is a 14-year-old child named Liang Yunji, who is Liang Jin's distant nephew. Although he was from a poor family, he was smart and had a good memory. He was very hardworking and studious. If the prince had asked him to write in vernacular Chinese from the beginning, I believe he would have been able to write a beautiful article. He had the same idea as the other old men. He firmly disagreed with giving the vernacular article a first place. Otherwise, it would be a big joke if it was posted at the school gate as a model article. Although they were prisoners sent to the army, they were once role models for scholars all over the world. They were, are, and will be, all trying to maintain their reputation, especially their reputation among scholars. So, no matter what, they would not allow the prince to mess around today. That seems to be true. Lin Yi nodded involuntarily. Those who are good at writing vernacular Chinese may not necessarily be able to write classical Chinese, but those who are good at writing classical Chinese are likely to be able to write a decent vernacular Chinese. So think about it, I still haven't considered it carefully enough. Your Highness is wise. The old men were ecstatic. Then let's rank them first. Lin Yi finally came up with a good idea. The old men looked at each other, and could only reluctantly agree. Then let's do it. Lin Yi made the final decision. After being bored in the mansion for about a week, he really couldn't stand it anymore, and reluctantly went out. What made him happy was that Baiyun City seemed to have returned to normal life, sweeping away the previous gloom. However, just as he arrived at the riverside, he encountered bad luck again. A large ship came back, and the sailors on it died of illness. 12 people died. The bodies were thrown directly into the sea, and nothing was brought back. The sailors' relatives burst into tears by the river after hearing the news. Wang Su went to inquire about the news and came back. Your Majesty, this is Qiu Wujin's ship. Lin Yi frowned and sighed. Tell the Qiu family to do a good job of the aftermath. Resettle them, and give them money. Don't let people down. Otherwise, I will not let him off easily. Yes. Wang Su bowed. Lin Yi couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere in front of him, and turned back to the mansion. He simply stayed at home for another week. Prince, have some lotus seed soup. Freshly made, Minghua said with a smile. Hey, how many times have I told you? I don't drink these things. Lin Yi was really helpless. He was full of tea every day. If he didn't drink these things, Fangpi and the other bastards would get them all. Zixia suggested. Then make some ginseng soup. Prince, you have lost weight recently. Lin Yi patted his belly, as if it was true, and said happily, I am worried. He hated the joys and sorrows of the world. People can live like pigs, but they are not necessarily as happy as pigs. Minghua said. Your Majesty, you also said that what is destined to happen will happen, and what is not destined to happen should not be forced. Why should you feel sad for them? Lenny smiled and said, I also said that my fate is determined by me. Why can't you remember it again? Your Majesty is right, Mingwei and Zixia said in unison. As they were talking, Wang Qingbang rushed in. Lenny said, Read it. He didn't need to guess too much to know that it was a letter from his sister. Your Highness, you should read it yourself. Wang Qingbang handed over the translated note. Lenny was curious, what could make Wang Qingbang so solemn? He simply took it and read it himself, then said with a smile. My father just remembered that I am single now. It's really not easy. He is 19 this year. The Emperor just remembered to arrange a marriage for him. In the 100 years since the founding of the country, he may be the first one to marry so late. Wang Qingbang smiled. He would never participate in such a topic even if he was beaten to death. Mingwei bowed and smiled. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Humai, the daughter of Prince Hishuan. Lenny threw the note on the table, picked up the teacup and said, Who is Prince Hishuan? Wang Qingbang bowed and said, Prince Hishuan is the great-great-grandson of the first-generation Dukyu. Hu Qi. Dukyu was the adopted son of Emperor Gaozu, who followed Emperor Gaozu in his campaigns and made great contributions. Later, Emperor Gaozu named Hu Qi the Dukyu. Prince Hishuan Huzhen's father was a prince who inherited from a side branch. When it comes to Prince Hishuan, he is demoted according to the law and inherits the title. Well, Lenny was very. He said happily, Yuezhou has been a prosperous place since ancient times. The Hu family has been local tyrants for so many generations. The Prince of Hishuan should not be short of money. Right, Prince. Qi Peng couldn't help but interrupt. Yuezhou is corrupt. The Prince of Hishuan and his family have fled to Nanzhou. What? Lenny frowned all of a sudden. You knew it a long time ago? Why didn't you tell me? Qi Peng smiled awkwardly. I was afraid that the prince would dislike my noisiness. Lenny then said, Is my future wife beautiful? A wife fell from the sky, and there was no reason for him to refuse her. Now I only care about how people look, Qi Peng said. It is said that the princess of Pingjiang County is both civil and military, and is not inferior to men. Lenny said unhappily, I am asking how she looks. I really don't know. Qi Peng shook his head. Lenny didn't believe it, but no matter how he asked, Qi Peng just evaded the question of knowing. Lenny finally gritted his teeth and said, Can't I not punish you for your crime? If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will immediately drive you out of the palace. Do you believe it? Qi Peng hesitated for a while and said, The princess of Pingjiang County is beautiful and innocent. That's good. Lenny finally felt relieved. He is not obsessed with appearance, but he still hopes that his future wife will be good-looking. After all, it is pleasing to the eye. Chapter 131 Navy. Wang Qingbang said with a smile. If it goes as expected, the Emperor will announce the decree soon. Your Highness can wait for the good news. Lenny nodded and said, That's the best. I will wait slowly. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. I thought of my own mother unconsciously. She must be disappointed. She only married the daughter of a prince, and she was on the road of escape. She didn't have anything. She might even become a burden. But he was very happy. All day long, he was smiling from ear to ear. He will soon end his single life, and will not be alone anymore. What if his future wife does not satisfy him? He can still marry a concubine. As the year draws to a close, something happens in Baiyun City that everyone is talking about. Since people of all ages in Baiyun City began to learn martial arts on the playground, some people have really discovered the benefits of practicing martial arts. Especially old men and women. They benefit from it physically. As for young women, after learning martial arts, their men will not dare to bully them at will. That's why the Chow family in West Street beat up the man Wu Debong. After beating him, they went straight to the government office and asked for a divorce. The one who submitted the petition was Sun Xing, a fortune teller in Baiyun Dugwan. He is now also a lawyer, and his business is booming. After receiving the petition, Shanqi had a headache. According to Liang law, any wife who beats her husband will be beaten with 100 sticks, and if she wants to divorce, she can do so. However, their prince never respects the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues, and even advocates that men and women are the same. Therefore, he dared not judge directly according to Liang law, and still had to consult the prince, to avoid trouble for himself later. Arrived at Prince's mansion, and walked straight in. Fong Pai had a headache, and had to run in front of him every time to report. and he almost got a stitch in his side. Prince. Shanxi handed the lawsuit over directly. Lenny took it. Took a look. And although it was written in classical Chinese, he could still barely understand it. He put the lawsuit on the table, picked up the teacup and said with a smile, "Men can beat women. Why can't women beat men? Your Highness is right." Shanxi really couldn't refute it. Lenny continued, "As for how to divide the property after the divorce, you can decide for yourself. Whoever earns it will belong to him. But you can't let the woman be penniless. At least enough to go out and live." The division of property was also a problem in the previous life, not to mention the current situation. So he could only give a general opinion. "Yes." Shanxi pondered for a while and said, "Prince, this woman took the initiative to divorce in Sanha for the first time. I wonder if she should be rewarded. Their prince he liked to give rewards at any time. And he said it according to Prince he's temperament." Lenny shook his head and said, "There is an old saying that goes, persuade reconciliation rather than divorce. So, there is no need to do so much. If he dared to give rewards, there was every reason to believe that the next day, everyone in Sanha would dare to fake a divorce to get a reward. And they would be very happy. Everyone knows this trick. The intelligence of ancient people cannot be underestimated. I know about it." Shanxi continued. "The Nanzhou Navy is docked at Fengniao Island right now. What does the prince have to worry about? You are the governor, the military commander, and you come to ask me? I understand." Shanxi left in disgrace. When talking to the prince, he never beats around the bush. That day, Shanxi gritted his teeth and allocated 10,000 taels of silver, recruited 4 large ships, and personally led 1,000 garrison officers and soldiers to Fengniao Island. Standing at the bow, looking at the more than 20 large ships flying the Liang Guolong flag on the sea of Fengniao Island, his face was gloomy. However, as he got closer and closer to the shore, his mood became relaxed again. Although he was a civil official, he was also a martial artist. The 1,000 guards behind him were basically all Huajin, and the imperial guards in the palace did not have such combat power. Therefore, he stepped onto the land of Fengniao Island with full confidence. "Shan, sir." The Navy commander Zhang Mian and Qianhu Wenqian, Han Diqing came out to greet them personally. Shanxi bowed and said, "Everyone has worked hard." Zhang Mian smiled and said, "Shan, sir, has been traveling all the way. Why don't you go and rest first?" Shanxi said, "After I take a bath and change my clothes, I will go to meet Jiang Qian. He is old, and after sailing on the sea for several days, his physical strength is indeed exhausted. After having a quick bite at the Maritime Customs office, I took a shower and slept until the next morning. I'm old." Shanxi sighed as he sat in the main seat. "You all don't even know to call me old. I'm really ashamed," Zhang Mian said, "seeing that the master is sleeping soundly. I really can't bear to greet the master. And it's nothing serious." Shanxi stroked his beard for a while, then picked up the teacup in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "The Nanzhou Navy has stayed in Fengniao Island for half a month. What does Jiang Qian mean?" Zhang Mian shook his head and said, "Master Jiang has booked the inn, but he still refuses to see anyone." Shanxi asked again, "How many people are there in the Nanzhou Navy?" Zhang Mian said, "More than 1,200 people, all on the boat. Jiang can went ashore alone." Shanxi snorted coldly. "What does he think Sanha is? He really thinks it's his own home. Come on. Pass me my card. First courtesy and then force. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude." Shan Ying came over and said, "Uncle, let me go." Shanxi nodded and said, "Okay. No need to be polite." His nephew was a 7th rank official, so he was not worried about anything happening. Besides, this was a bird-releasing island. The Navy and the garrison soldiers had nearly 3,000 people. Wenqian suddenly said, "Sir Shan, according to my observation, Jiang Qian is not an easy person to deal with." Zhang Mian said, "In the past, the Navy of Nanzhou relied on merchant ships to survive. But now merchant ships from all over the country are docked at Sanha. I'm afraid Jiang Qian is upset. So you have to be on guard." "So what?" Shanxi said with a smile. "This is Sanha. What can he do, unless he wants to rebel?" Zhang Mian said, "What if Jiang Qian shamelessly intercepts our Sanha ships? I'm afraid it will be bad." Shanxi said, "Are you just vegetarians?" Zhang Mian said seriously, "Of course we are not afraid, but the Nanzhou Navy has been established for a long time, and our Sanha Navy has just started training, and I am not sure if we can fight head-on. Shanchi knew he was telling the truth, and just asked, "What if it's on land?" Zhang Mian said proudly. "Naturally. He will never come back." When Qian listened on the side, and finally couldn't help saying, Zhang sir, this is Sanha. On the surface of the South China Sea, their leader Du Sanha has the final say, Zhang Mian said. How can the Navy's affairs be left to others? He really didn't understand why the prince would put a pirate leader in the Navy. Shanchi closed his eyes and rested, no longer speaking. After a while, Shanin came back. Uncle, Jiang can still refuse to see me, and only handed in your card. You are quite arrogant. Shanchi was very angry. After all, he was a second-rank official in the court. Chapter 132 Jiang Qian is really arrogant and domineering, looking down on everyone. Zhang Mian looked at Shanchi, whose chest was heaving, and was very worried. He was afraid that this old man would make some foolish decisions at his age. He said just now that he had no confidence in winning, but his face was red. The truth was that the so-called Sanha Navy had only 4 large ships in front of them. Let's not talk about the soldiers in the Navy, but only the generals. Most of them were trustworthy guards of the palace, including himself. They were all landlubbers from the north, and had no knowledge of water. Now they still rely on Wen Qian and his group of pirates to help with training, and occasionally do sea transportation, and travel back and forth to make up for the deficit. If they really want to compete with the Nanzhou Navy at sea, they don't even need a round to drive them into the sea to feed the turtles. Victory and defeat are common in the military, and such words are just for self-consolation. If the Navy really wants to make such unnecessary losses and sacrifices, he believes that the prince will be able to skin him and tear him into pieces. Shan sir, this matter needs to be considered in the long run. Zhang Mian couldn't help but say, I hope this old man will not be impulsive. This time I brought 1,000 garrison officers and soldiers. I will give you full authority to command. Shanchi paced back and forth on the steps and said, Let's fight him on the shore. On the shore? Zhang Mian was puzzled. Shan sir, what do you mean? He was born a military general. Naturally he knew the strength of the garrison officers and soldiers, and he was not afraid of the Nanzhou Navy on the shore, even if the other side had twice as many troops. What's more, the other side only had more than 1,000 people. Shanchi said confidently, If he doesn't come out, I will force him out. I want to ask you, besides Pingfeng Bay, where else can large ships go for supplies around Fangyo Island? When Qian took over the conversation naturally. Of course, it is Tianqi's Shangshui Bay, but there is no one to lead the way, and there are reefs all over the bottom, so it is impossible for the Nanzhou Navy to get in. The second is to enter Baiyun City from Shijiang, but without the guide ticket from our maritime customs, I am afraid that as soon as they dock, they will be invited by Bao Kuei for tea. This is also a new word he learned from Baiyun City. Instead of saying arrest someone, invite for tea. See how elegant it is. Shanchi smiled and said, That's all right. Convey my order. There are thieves on Fangyao Island, and strict restrictions are in place at this moment. You have sealed the port of Pingfengao, and no one is allowed to dock at will without my order. I want to see, how many days can the Nanzhou Navy survive without supplies? Your Excellency, this is a great idea. Wen Qian laughed. Let alone other things. They have no other place to find this fresh water, and they will die of thirst. Zhang Mian bowed. I will do it right away. After saying that, he turned around and left. Han Diqing and others also hurriedly followed, and the lively hall suddenly became deserted. Shanchi looked at Shanin and said, You should go too. Shinju didn't come with us. If there are good players in the Nanzhou Navy, it will be difficult to deal with. Shanin smiled and said, Uncle, you think this is Baiyun City? Where do so many masters come from? Since seeing this prince, he has seen more masters than he has seen in his entire life. Shanchi glared and said, Just go if I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yes. Shanin had no choice but to chase after him. In winter, Fangyo Island is still green and lush, with flowers and leaves in full bloom, and some unknown wild flowers are still blooming. Zhang Mian set up a table at the entrance of the port, sat on the side, holding a teacup, and the fragrance was fragrant, but he didn't dare to breathe it hard. After all, the salty and humid sea breeze would also take the opportunity to get into his nose. On his left and right were Shanchi, Han Diqing and others, and behind him were more than 1,000 guards and naval officers and soldiers. After taking a sip, He put down the teacup and said, "Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he will be captured." The sun slowly gathered its light and gently sprinkled the afterglow on the sea, sparkling and shining with golden light. There was finally some movement on the deck of the Nanzhou Navy. Many people were cleaning the deck, and from time to time some people looked at Zhang Mian and others on the shore. Dozens of people came down from the boat with baskets and poles and wooden barrels. Zhang Mian winked, and Han Diqing immediately led his men over, shouting loudly, "Respect the order of the governor. There are bandits on Fengmiao Island. Martial law is being imposed, and no one is allowed to enter or leave." After hearing this, the people of the Nanzhou Navy looked at each other, and some of them got on board to report. After a while, a shirtless man came down from the boat, snorted coldly at Han Diqing, and looked straight at Zhang Mian. "Mr. Zhang, what do you mean? You are not qualified to talk to me," Zhang Mian said coldly. "If you want to talk, ask your supervisor to come over. Our supervisor is in the inn. Why don't you go find him yourself?" The big man snorted with his arms crossed. Zhang Mian ignored him, and lowered his head to blow the floating tea leaves while holding the teacup. There are rules in the officialdom. He and Jiangkan are both supervisors, and they are of the same level. However, Jiangkan brought the navy to Fengmiao Island without even saying hello, and just docked directly. What's even more outrageous is that, after landing, he passed the gate of the maritime customs without entering. Chuanxin embarrassed him. He had no reason to look for her. Besides, Shanqi had handed over the slip. But she didn't come. This was intentional. In this case, it depends on who bows first. The big man tried to force his way past Han Diqing, and Han Diqing drew his sword. "Captain Wu, I am also following orders. Please don't make things difficult for me." Han Diqing did not retreat. "Very good." Captain Wu pointed at Zhang Mian with gritted teeth. "Are you deliberately making things difficult for my Nanzhou Navy?" "So what?" Zhang Mian said bluntly. "Believe it or not, I will bombard your Pingfengao." "Do you dare?" Zhang Mian said with disdain. "You?" Captain Wu was choked and speechless. He really didn't dare. There is still a second-rank official on the Bird Island. Firing at him is no different from treason. Han Diqing raised his hand and said, "Captain Wu, please go back. I will make you pay sooner or later." Captain Wu turned around and left angrily. Zhang Mian stood up and said lazily, "I will lie down for a while. I will take turns to guard. Remember, not a single bird can be released from the boat." "Yes." Thousands of people responded to the order together. The shouting shook the sky, which actually scared the people on the Nanzhou Navy ship. This is what Zhang Mian admires most about He Jixiang. He is indeed a former governor of the Beijing camp. His officers and soldiers are well trained, and they are so neat that they look like one person. The Sanhe officers and soldiers blocked the port for 3 consecutive days. Local residents and merchants from other places can only enter the port, but not leave. Even if they leave the port, they must be inspected. Shanqi squinted his eyes and said, "This is the 3rd day. It seems that there are still a lot of food on this ship." Wenxian smiled and said, "Sir, don't worry. I guarantee that they will not last more than 2 days." Shanqi asked curiously, "Why are you so sure?" Wenxian said, "On the day when the Nanzhou Navy docked, the first thing they did was to buy things. I arranged for people to check how much they bought and how many days they would last. After spending lavishly for several days, it is estimated that more than half of the money has been used, and no more has been purchased yet. I am afraid that the most lacking thing at the moment is fresh water. The night before yesterday, the Nanzhou Navy secretly arranged small boats to land nearby, but we found them all and failed. It was the same yesterday, and 5 small boats came out at once." Shanqi nodded and said, "If this is the case, it is the best. Don't be careless and take strict precautions." "What about the inn? Jiangkan still hasn't shown up?" Zhang Mian said. "Last night, Wu Qingla followed a small boat and broke in from another hill. I didn't chase him and let him go. He went directly to the inn. I don't know what Jiangkan is planning at the moment." Shanqi said, "I have been away for quite some time. I can't just stay here any longer. It's better to make a decision early. At most, we can wait until the day after tomorrow. If Jiangkan doesn't come out, what should we do?" Han Diqing snorted coldly. "It's dry weather, and flooding is inevitable. He must be the most angry. Jiangkan clearly doesn't take them, and the prince seriously." Chapter 133 different. If he hadn't been afraid of Zhang Mian's so-called officialdom rules, he would have killed him directly. Shanqi stroked his beard, smiled and said nothing. A captain came in and reported. Sir Jiang Kan, the director of the Nanzhou Navy, wants to see you, Shanqi said in surprise. So soon? I thought he would hold on for a while longer. Since he's here, let him wait a little longer. Come on, set up a banquet. I haven't had a good drink with you all these days, it's my fault. Everyone was very happy, and started to set up a big banquet. After waiting for 2 hours, when Jiang Kan came in, Zhang Mian and others were eating heartily, and did not even look at him. Jiang Kan snorted at Zhang Mian and others, looked at Shanqi who was sitting in the main seat, and said with a bow, Sir Shan, we meet again. He was a military commander, and he did not need to kneel down to anyone except the military commander. Shanqi smiled and said, Sir Jiang, please sit down. He secretly sighed that the etiquette system was broken. Thank you, sir. Jiang Kan took 2 steps forward without hesitation and sat down next to Shanqi. He raised the wine glass and said, I toast to you all. He drank it all in one gulp. Shanqi applauded and said, Mr. Jiang has a good alcohol tolerance. I really admire him. Jiang Kan smiled and said, Mr. Shan, I am a rough man, and I never beat around the bush. I wonder what Mr. Shan means by closing the port. Shanqi said, As the governor, it is my duty to keep the place safe. Sanha is poor and bandits are rampant. If they escape from Fangya Island to the sea, it will be troublesome. I won't be able to explain to His Majesty then. Sir, my Nanzhou Navy is also under the order to suppress bandits. Jiang Kan said with a gloomy face. Why didn't you let them go ashore? Shanqi said. If I hadn't seen you, sir, I would have thought that this was a pirate deliberately impersonating, and dared to intercept a passing merchant ship. Sir, you have really considered everything. Jiang Kan suddenly laughed again and said, Since you have verified it, I wonder if you could open the port now. Isn't Sir Jiang also suppressing bandits? Shanqi said indifferently. We have intercepted merchant ships going to Fangyo Island. I wonder if you have found out. Although many large ships will enter Baiyun City from Shijiang, but as the road from Baiyun City to Fangya Island is repaired, more merchants are willing to go ashore from Fangya Island and enter Baiyun City by land. The bird-releasing island is the most important passage for Sanha to enter and exit the South China Sea. The Nanzhou Navy has been intercepting passing merchant ships for a month. The losses caused to Sanha are immeasurable. The most direct one is reflected in taxes. His governor collected less money. That's why he hurried to the bird-releasing island. Pirates are cunning, they must be guarded against. Jiang Kan said seriously. If we let them rob everywhere, if something happens, can you take the responsibility? Shanda. Bandits from Chuzhou, Yuezhou, Hangzhou have already entered Sanha. This official has no choice but to take responsibility. If the bandits are powerful, this official can't take the responsibility either. Shanqi picked up the teacup. Shan Yin raised his hand and said, Master Jiang, please come in. Master Shan, I hope you can take care of yourself. Jiang Kan waved his sleeves and left. At night, the Nanzhou Navy sent 50 or 60 good fighters to force the landing. Wen Qian, an 8th rank officer, and Shan Yin, a 7th rank officer, were in charge. 15 people from the Nanzhou Navy were killed or injured. The next day, Shan Yin hurriedly ran in and said, Uncle, the Nanzhou Navy said they have caught the pirates. Shanqi nodded with satisfaction and said, Then lift the blockade. Let them complete their supplies. And leave the port today. Shan Yin agreed and hurried out. On the day when the 23 large ships of the Nanzhou Navy left Fangya Island, more than 70 large and small ships of merchants immediately entered Fangya Island. The streets of Fangya Island once again returned to their former bustling and busy scenes. This time, Shanqi did not take a large ship, but took 100 officers and soldiers alone, riding in a carriage on the newly built road. The scenery along the way was endless, and everyone was in high spirits. Because of the road construction, the Li people in the mountains had many contacts with the officers and soldiers of Sanha, and they were not afraid when they saw them at this moment, and brought a lot of things out to sell. Shanqi felt that Sanha was different from other places. The ancient famous generals were said to be harmless, but how many people could do that? The officers and soldiers of Sanha were all unknown, but they really did it. They didn't stop along the way, and it still took them half a month to get back to Baiyun City. He couldn't help but sigh at the size of Sanha. After Lin Yi heard the news of Shanqi's return, he didn't care much. He was now worried about the monkeys running down the mountain. There was originally an orphanage next to the palace, but later, because there were more and more orphans, they had to build a new one somewhere else. The place next door was abandoned. Lenny simply demolished the wall in the middle and included it in the palace, and used it as a place for servants and guards to stay. However, the trouble that followed was that the children in the orphanage liked to secretly feed the monkeys that ran down the mountain. After close contact with them, the monkeys gradually got used to it, and were not afraid of people at all. They came in large groups every day. If you show your teeth to them, they will dare to stretch out their claws to scratch you. Lenny looked at the two golden little monkeys playing on his shoulders, and was very impatient. No matter how he drove them away, these monkeys would not leave. Don't you want to eat monkey brains when you bully me? Lenny pushed the two little monkeys off his shoulders one by one, but he didn't dare to use too much force. After all, the old monkey was watching on the wall. This bunch of guys are the most vindictive. People are only described as monkeys, but not monkeys as human, which shows that monkeys are really hard to deal with. Little Yellow and Big Black are so fierce, we always avoid them when we see them. After the two little monkeys landed, they suddenly jumped onto the table in front of them, and shouted at Lenny in a very aggrieved tone. Go home. Lenny pointed at the old monkey on the wall. Your mother is calling you to go home for dinner. Mingwa laughed. Your Highness, why don't I drive them away? If they don't obey, just give them a beating. Lenny pondered for a while and said, let's set up a feeding point on the mountain, and don't let them go down the mountain at will. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat in peace every day, and they will take away my food if I don't pay attention. These things don't know what shame is. Mingwa arranged for the guards to spread corn and bananas on the mountain, and did the same every day. There are indeed fewer monkeys going down the mountain, but there is still a little monkey who lives in the Huang mansion every day, taking Xiao Huang and Dehei as mounts, and showing off in the Huang mansion. If the prince hadn't stopped him, the people in the palace would have been kicked out long ago. Lin Yi welcomed the second spring festival since arriving in Sanha. As expected, he was alone again, staring at the table full of food. Let's set off 1,000 tails of fireworks to make a noise. After dinner, Lin Yi asked people to put the fireworks bought in advance in the garden of the palace. They lit them together, and the bright fireworks exploded in the air, attracting the attention of people in Baiyun City. He stood at the door until midnight, and suddenly smiled and said, This prince has turned 20. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Guards and servants over 100 people knelt in the yard. Lenny said to Mingwe, Everyone has worked hard to come to Sanha with me. I will give each of you 1 or 2 taels of silver as a red envelope. I wish you all good health, happiness, success in the new year, and all the best. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone said in unison. Live 1,000 years. Your Majesty. Get up. Lenny waved his hand and said, It's a big festival, just have fun, don't be so serious. Handiching Baokue. I'm here. Lenny smiled and said, Light the lights, come to the big table, I'll play Pai Gao for you, if you have the ability, you can win. As he said that, he put the plate that Hong Ying was holding on the table, which was full of gold and silver. Everyone's eyes lit up. There were still a lot of golden melon seeds inside. There was no hierarchy in the casino. That night, Lin Yi lost 530 taels of silver. The next day, after waking up from the drunkenness, he was so distressed that he could hardly breathe. Lin Yi strictly supervised, and the flowers in the garden carefully taken care of by Yi Qiu were in full bloom. Lin Yi was sniffing a crabapple flower. Fang Pai ran over and said, Your Highness, a woman is here, very beautiful. Very beautiful? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Did you tell me your name? Fang Pai scratched his head. I did. I think her name is Lu Rian. Lu Rian? Since it was confirmed that Lu Rian in Baiyun City and Ankong City were the same person, Lin Yi lost interest. After all, this woman is Jiang Zhong's adopted daughter, and has a relationship with the secret guards. Fang Pai said, Prince, let him in. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, Let him in. Sitting there holding a teacup, watching Lu Rian walking gracefully, he swallowed his saliva in a very cowardly way. Rian pays respects to the prince. Lu Rian said as she walked straight to Lin Yi. You are still so beautiful. I miss you so much. Lin Yi pointed at the chair and said. Mingwei quietly retreated, walked to the door, and cursed her in a low voice as a vixen. Your Highness, you lied to me again. Lu Rian said in a tender voice. I have been here for such a long time. And you have never come to see me. Really? Lenny thought that such a woman was still a virgin. Which was a pity. Tell me, why did you come to Sanha? Your Highness, I missed you. So I came here. Lu Rian sat on Lin Yi's right-hand side. To be honest, although the other party was beautiful, Lin Yi could not go back to the past after knowing her identity. Women's mouths are deceiving. I don't believe you. Lu Rian was stunned. This prince would never say such heartless words before. She could only say aggrievedly, the prince left the capital. Probably he doesn't know the situation. Last year, Ankong City selected a new courtesan. I am old and ugly. How can I support it? I can only come to Baiyun City. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Naturally, he didn't believe what this woman said. Although she is already 23 years old, she is still very beautiful. At worst, she can still find a rich and honest man to marry in Ankong City. Then you have made so much money. At least enough for 2 lifetimes. Why do you have to work so hard? Lin Yi counted with his fingers. And he was so frugal. And he probably spent 2,000 taels on her. And it was only 2 years. Chapter 134 Money House. Thinking of this, his heart was even more upset. This was just spent on her alone. If you count others, it would be more than 30,000 taels of silver. So, generally, those who don't have a mind at home can't just drink and have sex. Of course, except for those talented men, after all. They can use each other. Those courtesans can get a good story of talented men and beautiful women. Lu Rian smiled and said, Your Highness, a man relies on clothes and a horse relies on saddles. Clothes, gold and silver jewelry. Which one doesn't cost money? I just want to maintain a little dignity these years. All the money I have is spent on these useless things. We all know that your majesty has a way to make money. Please give me some advice. Otherwise, when I am old and ugly, I will probably end up on the street. Lin Yi said with a smile. It is very simple to make money. My bank will open soon. When the time comes, you can put all your money here to earn interest. The interest rate is 1%. When the time comes, you can deposit 100,000 taels, and you can earn 1,000 taels of interest a year. It is a guaranteed profit. You should trust my reputation. Right? Lu Rian's mouth twitched unconsciously, and she looked at Lin Yi with resentment. Your Majesty, if I had so much money, why would I bother to come to Sanha to earn this hard-earned money? That's true. Lin Yi touched his chin, and said after taking a sip of tea, I also have a way to earn 100,000 taels of silver. Please give me some advice. Your Majesty? Lu Rian seemed to be very interested. Lin Yi said seriously, You deposit 10 million taels in my bank. Lu Rian gritted her teeth, and was so angry that she couldn't speak. Ming Wei, who brought tea in, was afraid that she couldn't hold back her laughter, and hurriedly retreated. Prince, you are still so bad. You only know how to tease others. Lu Rian took a long time to calm down, and took out a handkerchief to wipe the tears that were flowing. You don't understand my feelings at all. Are you crying suddenly because you are very frustrated that you can't kill me? Lin Yi took a sip of tea, looking at Lu Rian, who was in tears, and he didn't have the slightest sympathy. As a man who has seen a lot in the world of love and sex, he has long understood a truth. The only one who can pull him into his arms is Zhong Kui. The only one who can make trouble on his legs is Yao. And the only one who is willing to bear a child for him is Maldi. Alas, I still can't think about it. I feel suffocated when I think about it. Prince, why do you say that? My heart is all on you. Lu Rian looked at Lin Yi angrily and said coquettishly, You used to call me little sweetie, but it hasn't been long. And you are so cold to me. Lin Yi suddenly missed. You haven't called me a dead ghost for a long time. Prince, you are still so funny. Lu Rian shook his arm coquettishly. Can I wait for you tonight? My king is busy. Let's see if I have time. Lin Yi picked up the teacup. Then I will take my leave first. Lu Rian touched her face unconsciously. Was she really old? She was no longer attracted to this prince? Otherwise, why would this prince treat her so coldly? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Lin Yi looked at his gradually receding figure, and could not help but sigh again. He finally met a good-looking one. But he still didn't dare to make a move. It was really boring. After lunch, he took Fang Pai and the 2 idiots to the Baiyun Bank, which Shanchi had just opened in Baiyun City. Because it was newly opened, there was no reputation accumulated. Naturally, no one was stupid enough to deposit money in it. It was deserted. Not even a ghost could be seen. There was only one shopkeeper, and 2 assistants, sitting idly inside. The shopkeeper was called by Lin, in his 40s, a refugee from Uezhou, and had been an apprentice in the bank for more than 20 years, always doing odd jobs. He was the most knowledgeable among the refugees, and Shanqi had no choice but to let him take over first. "Your Majesty, take a look, these are the engravings and silver notes we made." Bai Lin was full of confidence. Although the bank was just a startup, after all, it had the endorsement of the prince, so it would be hard for this bank not to succeed. Lenny took the silver note with landscapes printed on it, and in 3 colors, squinted his eyes, and read it several times, and asked with a smile, "Where is the secret seal?" Bai Lin was stunned for a moment, and had to bite the bullet and said, "I am a commoner with little knowledge, and I don't know what a secret seal is." Lenny smiled and said, "Since the previous dynasty, this treasure note and silver note have been used, and later this treasure note was gradually abolished, and this money house, at most, is operated locally, and it is more troublesome to use it in other places. I remember when I first came to Baiyun City, I had no place to use the silver notes from Hong Kong City in Nanzhou. Occasionally, there are some grain and oil shops, silk shops, and merchants willing to help exchange cash, but they must first give silver notes, and wait for them to confirm the authenticity before giving the silver. It often takes 10 days or half a month to get the cash. Why do you think this is?" Bai Lin said. "Of course there are many counterfeits, and it is hard to prevent them. So this secret seal is used to prevent counterfeiting." Lenny remembered that this secret seal method was invented by the money houses of Shangxi merchants. So it is normal that this world does not have it. He took off the jade pendant on his neck, pressed it hard twice in the ink on the side, and then placed it on a piece of white paper, showing a clear image of the Bodhisattva. He gave the jade pendant to Fang Pai to clean, and in the puzzled eyes of the crowd, he tore the white paper into 2 halves along the Bodhisattva statue. Then he said, "This big piece of paper is the silver note, and this small piece of paper is the ticket stub. If they can be combined into one, it will be a real ticket. This is the simplest secret seal. Do you understand?" "I understand." Bai Lin was extremely excited. He had been in the bank for more than 20 years, so he naturally knew what this meant. This is still the simplest one, and it is not enough to prevent counterfeiting. You still have to think of more ways. Lenny said lightly, "I will confide in you. If it is just for a broken bank, earning tens of thousands of taels of silver a year, there is no need to open it. What I want to do is to connect the world. Do you understand? Connect the world." Bai Lin repeated it several times in his mouth, and couldn't calm down for a long time. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. With Your Majesty's suggestion, I can definitely figure out the secret seal," Lenny said. "So don't be in a hurry for now, take it step by step, and take it slowly. As long as a fake banknote appears on the market, a year's work will be in vain. So, you still have to take it slowly." He didn't leave the bank immediately, but found a room, prepared to write down all the financial knowledge, bank rules, anti-counterfeiting knowledge, which he knew that was not presentable, on paper, so that people in the bank could learn. While writing, he scratched his head. After all, he knew very little. He wrote for more than 2 hours, without even going to the toilet. His back and waist were really sore, and people really couldn't be too idle. Now that he was a little tired, he felt that he had tried his best, and even moved himself. On the way back, the sun had already set. He didn't ride a donkey, but chose to walk, looking at the children playing on the street. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. 2 children who were fighting bumped into him, but he didn't get angry. Mingwei smiled and said, "Prince, you spoil these children too much." Lenny said, "If you don't treat them as human beings when they are young, they won't be human beings when they grow up." Mingwei didn't understand what this meant. However, their prince always said these strange words, and she was used to it, so she stopped asking. But Lenny continued to say to Fang Pai and others, "No matter how crazy and dark this world is, remember, you must be sober, gentle, and spotless." No one could understand this sentence. However, it would be too shameful if no one responded to the prince's words. Honging smiled and said, "Your Majesty is right. Your Majesty, I will be a good person." Fang Pai suddenly said loudly, "Very good," Lenny said with great relief. "Your Majesty, I am 15 years old. Can I drink now?" Fang Pai continued to say boldly, "The prince and he have always forbidden them to drink. So they drink secretly. But it is too uncomfortable. I advise you not to drink. It will affect your growth. Your Majesty. How could it be? I am so tall. I don't want to grow any taller. Fong Pai said loudly. Lin Yi looked at him coldly and said, Because I will break your legs. Little bastard. You dare to drink before you are 16? Chapter 135 Sickness. After hearing this, Fong Pai was so scared that he immediately took a step back, not away from Lin Yi, but away from Chief Steward Hong. As everyone knows, Chief Steward Hong always misunderstands the prince's meaning. Any joke will become true. Prince, what about the fruit wine? Fong Pai looked depressed, and he simply had no desire to live. What about the gentleness that was just mentioned? It doesn't count now. Lin Yi smiled and said, Does that count as wine? Thank you, Prince. Fong Pai smiled. As soon as he returned to the mansion, he learned from Chi Peng that Prince Yong was recalled to the capital by the emperor. Lin Yi pondered for a while and said, Is it because I don't believe him? Shan Qi pondered. Prince Yong is connected with Jizhao Temple, and it is natural that he will be criticized in the court. Lin Yi then asked, How is Yongzhou? Isn't Yang Chongqun very capable? Qi Peng said, General Yang currently has only 30,000 soldiers available, and is still waiting for the troops from all over the country to gather. However, General Yang is not an easy person to deal with. He has taken the lead in breaking Jinshan City, and the defender of Wadden fled in a hurry. Lin Yi sighed. By the time the army is assembled, it will be too late. This is the drawback of the military system. Every time there is a war, troops are evenly dispatched from all over Liang State. It takes 1 or 2 months to arrive from the closer ones, and it takes more than a year for the farther ones, such as Chuanzhou, to arrive, which can easily affect the war. Wang Qingbang said with a smile. Jinshan City can be attacked or defended. Governor Yang's trick is very good. As long as we wait for reinforcements, everything will be easy, Lin Yi said with a smile. I hope so. Spring is here. The governor set up porridge distribution points on the roads leading to Yuezhou, Hongou, and Nanzhou, and deliberately promoted it. In just half a month, there were 20,000 refugees who came to Baiyun City. According to the news brought by the refugees, Lin Yi knew that Yuezhou and Hongzhou were completely rotten. He estimated that his father was now working all night. However, he himself could not be happy, after all. There were too many places to spend money. The so-called work for relief was to work hard to build roads, not to let these refugees have time to avoid more trouble. The old people could not build roads, but they were all recruited by local people, after all. It was time for spring plowing. Spring plowing was the biggest event of the year in Sanha. This time, Shanqi personally presided over it. According to Lin Yi's requirements, it was necessary to ensure that a family could not plow in spring because they did not grow crops. Lin Yi stood on the Shijiang Bridge. The place he looked at was no longer desolate as when he first arrived. Now it had been turned into fertile fields. These refugees were much more diligent than he had imagined. If it weren't for the limit on the number of acres of land per household, he believed that these people would not even let go of the top of Baiyun Mountain. However, after all, there were still some people who didn't take these things seriously. Some refugees had already gone to the southernmost place with their families, because there were more uninhabited and ownerless lands there. The governor is in charge of everything. How can he even control the deep mountains and forests? Lin Yi really doesn't care. The more food he grows, the better. The policies of land cannot be bought and sold at will. Land cannot be reclaimed at will. And land deeds are only to prevent future land annexation. This is an eternal problem. The weather is getting hotter. When Lin Yi got up in the morning, he felt a pain in his back. He found a mirror, looked sideways, and saw a big abscess on his back. He was not too surprised. It would be abnormal if this thing didn't grow in a hot and humid place. To prevent it, he not only took a bath every day, but also asked everyone to take a bath every day. Unexpectedly, he still couldn't escape it in the end. Hu Shirlu came to apply medicine, but there was still no sign of improvement. 3 days later, his entire back was ulcerated, and he felt pain all over his body when he got into bed. When he went to bed, he couldn't lie down anymore, so he could only lie prone. At night, he suddenly had a high fever that wouldn't go away, and Hulu prescribed medicine. It's so damn bitter. After drinking it, he threw the bowl directly to the ground, and the ground was full of fragments. Your Highness. Minghua looked at Lin Yi, whose face was sallow, and tears flowed down her cheeks. She was at a loss for a moment. He's not dead yet. Don't cry. It's unlucky. Lenny lay on the bed, his shoulders flush with the edge of the bed, his head and hands hanging in the air. Weak. Your Highness. How about I give you another bath? Zixia's eyes were always red and swollen, and she couldn't cry at this moment. No need. The skin has been washed off, and it hurts when it touches water. Lenny coughed again as he spoke, and his lungs felt uncomfortable. He stretched out his hand, and Mingwei took a handkerchief to help him blow his nose. Hong Ying came out of the bedroom with a gloomy face, walked to the living room, and looked at Hulu, who was sitting beside him in a daze. Hu Shirlu sighed. Even if the butler wants to kill me, I can only say this. Do my best? Hong Ying said coldly. Is this all you can do? Hu Shirlu said. Butler, do you think I will feel better than you? He came to Sanhe with his family. If something happened to the prince, he would be more afraid than anyone else. I hope the doctor will do his best to save him. Shanxi closed his eyes and sighed continuously. For a moment, the palace was bleak. Lenny looked through the window at the scorching sun outside and said with a forced smile, I don't want to lie like this anymore. It's uncomfortable. Mingwei and Zixia looked at each other. Mingwei stepped forward to hold his hand and helped him up. Zixia squatted beside the bed and carried Lin Yi to the yard with her back to him. The gate of the yard was full of people, and when they saw Lin Yi coming out, they all knelt down. Lin Yi was too lazy to say a word and pointed at the chair. Hong Ying quickly spread silk on the backrest, and he leaned on it. You guys are like this. I'm also in a difficult situation, Lenny said and coughed twice. I knew there was some miasma, but I didn't expect it to be so fierce. Give me some tea. Prince, Hulu said you can't drink tea. Mingwei cried and said, let's drink some boiled water. Okay. Lin Yi continued to cough for a while, closed his eyes and sighed. If you can't even drink tea, what's the point of living? The people kneeling at the bottom of the steps burst into tears. Don't cry, it's bad luck. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, if you really die, you can divide the money, run away, don't let others. Coughing non-stop, his head became heavier and heavier. Hu Shirlu was so frightened that he lost his soul and hurried over to give him acupuncture. He and everyone in the palace held their breath and watched without blinking. They were all at a loss at the moment and didn't know what to do. After a long while, Hu Shirlu used his fingers to test Lin Yi's breathing, breathed a sigh of relief, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After Lin Yi woke up, he glanced at Mingwei, who was lying on the bedside, looking at the ceiling, and said nothing. Your Majesty. Hong Ying's words woke Mingwei up, and Mingwei hurriedly stood up. Mingwei said, Your Highness, do you want to eat something? Lin Yi shook his head and continued to close his eyes, as if he didn't get enough sleep, and closed his eyes again. In the middle of the night, he opened his eyes again and saw Mingwei holding his hand and crying. What are you crying for? Your Highness. Mingwei wiped her tears and fed Lin Yi some water. I dreamed that I went home. Lin Yi smiled and said, I was typing away on the computer. Your Highness. Mingwei just thought he was confused because of the fever. There are many scenes in the world that can only be seen with eyes closed. Lin Yi rubbed her head and said, You don't have to cry. In the future, you should find a good family to marry. Prince, if you are gone, I will never live in vain. You are talking nonsense again. In this world, no one can live without the other. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Give me some water. After drinking, he fell into a deep sleep again. The people of Baiyun City finally found something wrong. The black-skinned people patrolling the streets were not as diligent as before. When they encountered fights and troubles, they did not send them to labor reform, but just scolded them. There was even a sudden increase in cow dung and horse urine on the streets. Before the prince came, Baiyun City was like this, wasn't it? But now they can't stand the dirt and mess. Not to mention taking a look. The smell is simply unbearable. The smart people had already discovered something was wrong. They hadn't seen the careless Prince He for a long time. It's been half a month. Right? The news that Prince He was ill and dying began to spread in Baiyun City. Someone went to Hu Shirlu's clinic and found that the clinic was closed all day, which further confirmed the news. For a while, Baiyun City fell into a tense atmosphere. Thinking carefully, is it the credit of Prince He that Baiyun City has such a prosperous scene today? Especially the local residents, who have lived here for generations. They feel it most deeply. God knows, if this Prince He is gone, will Bayun City return to its half-dead state before? Wang Qingbang sighed. Doctor Hu, you should think of a solution. Prince He was sick, without a backbone, Bayun City was in chaos. Because once Prince He really died, no matter what we did, it would be meaningless. Hu Shirlu smiled bitterly. I have done my best, but don't worry, Prince's fever has subsided, and he is fine now. 3 days later, Lin Yi was awake more and more. I never thought I would lose weight like this. Lin Yi felt sore all over. But his mind finally cleared up a little. These days, he was just drowsy. And after waking up, he just drank some water, and didn't eat much. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Hu Shirlu cried with joy. Open Lin Yi's back. It's all scabby. That's good. It's true that illness comes like a mountain, and goes like a thread. Lin Yi smiled and said, I can even smell the stench on my body. It's so fucking disgusting. Prepare water, I need to take a bath. Yes. Mingwe ran out happily. Lin Yi took a bath. Mingwe and Zixia waited on him. He was too weak to refuse, and lay in the bathtub, which was considered a good time. 3 days later, he finally got out of bed and walked, and drank 2 bowls of porridge. It's really a life or death experience. Lin Yi himself didn't expect that he would be sick for such a long time. In the middle of the night, Bayun City was full of fireworks. They are all so rich, it seems that the taxes are too low. Lin Yi smiled as he looked at the fireworks that were blooming all over the sky. Chapter 136 Dinghai Shenzhen. Mingwe said with a smile. Your Highness, everyone was very nervous during your illness. The people below relaxed, and Bayun City was in a mess these days. Until today, when the news of your recovery spread, Bayun City returned to normal. Lin Yi glanced at Shanqi behind him, and said unhappily, Your Highness, no matter what happens in the future, you still have to do what you should do, and form a normal state, and you can't lose your composure. Yes, Shanqi said with a smile. Your Highness, you are the backbone of Bayun City. Who can't the earth turn without? Stop being pretentious. Lin Yi looked at the 2 big dogs circling around him, and said distressfully, It seems that you still have a conscience. Knowing that I'm sick. You guys are also so uncomfortable that you can't eat. Look how thin you are. He was very moved, thinking that if he was gone one day, these 2 dogs would curl up on his grave, and whimper, and be unwilling to leave. Prince, Fong Pai suddenly said. Adai hasn't fed them for a long time. The prince is sick, and everyone in the palace is worried. Who has time to take care of the 2 dogs? Adai scratched his head aggrievedly. I forgot. Lin Yi looked at the big and strong Adai, and decisively kicked the thin Cui Gingren. Ouch! Cui Gingren took the kick obediently. Although the prince used great strength, he did not even sway. He just said with a puzzled look on his face, My lord, why are you kicking me? You are his brother. If I don't kick you, who else should I kick? Lin Yi pointed at Adai and said unhappily, I have to let him experience the feeling of a family member being beaten. Cui Gingren wanted to cry, but couldn't. The others were all laughing. The palace was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, sweeping away the previous gloom. Bayun City, which had been on hold due to the illness of Prince He, has once again resumed its bustling appearance. In the past, they did not think that Prince He had any role, and that he was nothing more than an idle prince. However, until Prince He fell ill for nearly 20 days, the people of Bayun City really understood what the magic needle that stabilizes the sea meant. The black-skinned people patrolled the streets less and less frequently. Those scoundrels, who had been reformed through labor, were still thieves, and took the opportunity to cautiously stick their heads out, wanting to continue to stir up trouble as before. They went to find the constables, and found that they were just doing their job, and they were not as enthusiastic as before. For the first time, they just gave these people a lecture. There was even a bit of impatience in their tone. The people in Bayun City suddenly realized that the situation had changed. Some sensitive merchants even shortened their business hours, and they closed their doors before it was completely dark. After all, there were no patrols in the daytime, and at night, the so-called curfew became a dead letter. They never thought that the black skins that they used to hate would have a day that they looked forward to. The incense offerings at Bayun Temple were surprisingly strong. Some people began to go up the mountain to pray for the Prince He, especially the wealthy merchants, and they gave money for incense offerings of 3 or 5 taels. The monks and Taoist priests in the temple were not too happy to suddenly receive so many benefits. After the Prince He's mansion came to Bayun City, there were many more wealthy people at the foot of the mountain, and they suddenly became generous, unlike before when they only had 1 or 2 coins and were stingy. They still hoped that this would last a long time, and the years would be peaceful. If this prince he really died, according to the current situation, Sanha would probably return to the old days. Thank God, this prince he finally recovered. As prince he recovered, the black skin, the guards resumed patrolling the streets. The merchants were so excited that they almost cried. One family took the lead in buying fireworks, then the second family followed suit, the third family, the fourth family, and the fireworks in Bayun City did not stop all night. Will there be scars on my back? Lin Yi turned sideways, looking at the black, white, red festering healed area in the mirror, his brows never relaxed. Your Highness, Minghua said with a smile while applying medicine to Lin Yi. Hulu said, Your Highness is blessed by heaven, and you won't have scars. Nonsense, Lin Yi said with a smile. Alas, I didn't expect that I would almost fall into this abscess. After being bored in the mansion for a whole day, the scabs on his back slowly fell off, and he started to go out. He felt refreshed for a while. Your Highness, Lin Yi walked, and the elderly Shanqi had to follow behind him. You submitted a memorial. And what did my father say in reply? Lin Yi turned around and saw Shanqi's hesitation, and he knew what was going on. Shanqi bowed his head and said nothing, holding the memorial with both hands. Lin Yi took it and looked at it. Shanqi wrote 3 memorials in a fluent manner, and his father only replied with 3 words, Got it. The 3 big red characters were so bright and dazzling. As expected, the imperial family is the most ruthless. Your Highness. Shanqi watched Lin Yi throw the memorial into the Shijiang River, and it drifted farther and farther with the river. My poor mother and sister. They must be worried and frightened. Lin Yi sighed. I wonder how they will cry now. Wang Qingbang said, Your Highness, I have already sent a pigeon to send a letter. I am afraid that the queen and the princess have already known it. Lin Yi snorted coldly. That's because you don't know their tempers. His mother may be angry with him, but she may live for him in this life. If they knew that he was in trouble, they would have sent someone to come even if they could not come in person. Shanqi, Wang Qingbang and others were all silent. It was just as Lin Yi expected. That night, a ragged eunuch appeared in the palace. Xiao Shizi. Lin Yi saw him looking like a beggar. Although he felt sympathy, he still laughed out loud. How did you become like this? This was Tan Shizi, the eunuch at his mother's palace. Prince, Tan Shizi said with snot and tears. I'm glad you're okay. I came all the way from Hong Kong City without stopping, and I tired 7 horses to death, just to get here. As he spoke, he cried even louder. Okay, go down and wash up. Eat something. I'm fine now. If there's anything, we'll talk later. Lin Yi waved his hand. Minghua took him down. After Tan Shizi washed up, he lay on the ground and fell asleep. No matter how others called him, he didn't wake up. Lin Yi couldn't bear it after all, so he simply had someone carry him to the bed. After all, he was still a 15-year-old child. The next day, as soon as he got up, he saw Tan Shizi kneeling at the door. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I'm really too sleepy. Tan Shizi banged his head several times. Okay, stop knocking. My floor is very expensive. You can't afford to pay for it if it's damaged. Lin Yi continued. Have you had breakfast? Your Highness, I have already eaten. Tan Shizi grinned. That's good. Lin Yi smiled and said, Get up and talk. I've been tossing you around a lot these days. Tell me what's going on in the palace. Tan Shizi stood up and bent his waist and said, Your Highness, the queen heard that you were sick and cried all day, so she ordered me to leave the palace and prepare the best medicine for your wounds. Ginseng and deer antlers. After listening to this, Lin Yi was speechless for a while. After a long time, he asked, Are they all okay? Tan Shizi said, Your Majesty, don't worry. They are all fine. The princess has already entered the 8th rank. Oh, Lin Yi said happily. I haven't heard of that. After asking for a while, Tan Shizi replied in detail. Your Majesty, that's all. I've told you everything I know. Okay, you've worked hard. Go down and claim your reward. Rest for a few days before going back. Don't be so anxious. Lin Yi thought that since he had sent a pigeon letter, his mother would already know his situation. Tan Shizi said with a sad face. Your Highness, I can't go back. Why? Lenny asked. I risked my life to escape, Tanshizi said with a frown. If I go back, I will die, please have mercy. Your Highness. Okay, just stay here. Lenny smiled helplessly, as if he understood what he meant. The palace suddenly lost a young eunuch. If they couldn't find him, they would just simply mark him on the list, and if he died, no different from a dead dog. However, if someone who was already dead on the list suddenly came back to life, he would have to die. Moreover, it was a serious crime like leaving the palace without permission. After returning, there was no reason for him to live. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tanshizi kowtowed to the ground again. All right. Lenny shook his head and said, Get up. Honging followed. Your Majesty, be merciful. This is your good fortune. Tanshizi stood up and kowtowed to Honging again. Master, I miss you so much. Master? Many people in the room were puzzled. Mingwa smiled and said, Xiao Shizi is the chief steward's eldest disciple. Although the martial arts of these people were taught by the chief steward, none of them had ever been given the title of disciple. Lenny waved his hand and said, You and your disciples can go and reminisce about the past. Honging then took Tanshizi away. After leaving the yard, Hongin bowed to Tanshizi and said, Greetings, senior brother. Tanshizi was stunned. When did his master recruit another disciple? Honging said, She is your junior sister. You two should encourage each other in the future. Yes. Suddenly a junior sister fell from the sky. Tanshizi's mouth was grinning with joy. Is the junior sister a 5th grade disciple? Hongin nodded. Honging waved his hand and said, Okay, go down and rest first. Starting tomorrow, I will formally teach you the Sword of Exorcism. Sword of Exorcism? It sounds so powerful, he said happily. Thank you, Master. Honging smiled and nodded, and let him leave. Shinchu, Baokue and others beside him were stunned. Except for the prince. When did General Manager Hong treat people so kindly? Is it because he is his apprentice that he is given special care? They all looked at Mingwei and Zixia on the side. Mingwei waited until Master and Apprentice Honging walked away before she whispered, You are not from the palace, so you naturally don't know. 1 year. The queen thought that the butler had corrupted the prince and wanted to beat him to death. It was this child who lay on the butler and took 30 beatings for him. Later, the prince arrived in time. Otherwise, the child would not have survived. Everyone suddenly realized. Chapter 137 War. No wonder. This little eunuch actually caught Hong Ying's eye. After Tanshizi came, Yichio was the happiest. Hong Ying put all his energy on Tanshizi, and his pressure was relieved a lot. The saddest people were Fong Pai and Yu Xiaoshi, because Hong Ying started to call Tanshizi senior brother, and ignored them. Yu Xiaoshi wanted to beat Tanshizi. As a cousin, Fong Pai stopped him responsibly, for only one reason: he couldn't beat him. In this case, don't bother looking for trouble. Yu Xiaoshi could only watch Tanshizi and Hong Ying go out together. Even Shan Yin felt the malice of this world. 15 years old. The peak of the 7th rank. This little eunuch can't be described as a monster. In short, standing in front of this little eunuch, Shan Yin was embarrassed to say what his cultivation level was, let alone say that he was a martial arts genius. Hong Ying was teaching Tanshizi the so-called evil repelling sword technique, and he didn't avoid people. He followed and watched for a while, and then ran away in a hurry. He still had to carry on the family line for his Shan family. However, he could truly feel the power of the exorcist sword technique. He had heard Yichio mutter that once the exorcist sword technique was released, there would be no other sword techniques in the world. He truly admired Yichio's sword techniques. In terms of sword techniques alone, it could be said that it was the best in the world. Yichio had said so. The exorcist sword technique must be powerful. With this sword technique, it was only a matter of time for Tanshizi to enter the 8th rank. Considering Hong Ying's terrifying strength, he did not dare to think about what would happen to Tanshizi in the future. In short, he was the worst. Unfortunately, he was not someone who gave up easily. He practiced Huiyuan Gong as diligently as Yichio every day. Shan Qi was very pleased to see him like this. Lenny was not in a good mood either, because the news of his illness reached his father. The matter of marrying the princess was temporarily ruined. He had to wait until the news of his recovery reached his father. And his father happened to be in a good mood and remembered this matter one day. Then he would have the opportunity to marry his wife home. It's so sad. Thinking of this, Lenny couldn't help but hate Shan Qi again. I'm not dead yet. Why are you in such a hurry to submit a memorial? Prince? What do you want? Lin Yi suddenly said this inexplicably, leaving Shang-Chi confused. I am 20 years old. Your Highness is 1 year older, which is a good thing. I am still single. Single? Shang-Chi didn't understand the meaning of this word at all. In the long night, I am alone. Lin Yi glared at him. Shang-Chi didn't know what to say for a moment. Mingwei and Zixia were both there, and he couldn't just say, "You have 2 maids. Although they are not as beautiful as the Emperor, they are more than enough to add fragrance to your family. Otherwise, why do you keep maids? If I get married, do I need to go back to the capital?" Lin Yi suddenly remembered this question. Your Majesty, Shang-Chi just thought he wanted to go back to the capital, so he didn't want to provoke him, and spoke carefully. Your Majesty, the Princess of Pingjiang is in Nanzhou, and the Emperor's will was probably sent directly by the Prince of Hechuan. Otherwise, why did you arrange a marriage with them? Isn't it just to be close? Lin Yi also understood very well. Even if I die, I can't go back. This is the fate of the vassal king. You can stay in the capital with a thick face, but it is harder than climbing to the sky to go back. Even your dead father cannot go back. After hearing this, Shang-Chi knelt on the ground and said loudly, Your Majesty, be careful with your words. Look at what you have become. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Shang-Chi said seriously, Eat the salary of the king. Be loyal to the king. Your current salary is issued by this king. Lin Yi looked at him with disdain. The big ship that your Shan family bought is now using the ticket of Sanha. If Qipeng hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known. However, he still didn't say it out loud, to hurt feelings. Yesterday, you just moved 20,000 taels of silver out of my house. What's the point of relying on the taxes collected by the governor? We still have to rely on him for subsidies. Your Highness is right. Shang-Chi lowered his head. Humph. Okay. If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't, go home and sleep. Lin Yi yawned. I am sleepy too. I have a suggestion, Shang-Chi said with a bow. Sanha already has 8 schools, and the cost is very high. I wonder if they can be closed. Lin Yi said. Your governor doesn't even have this little money? Shang-Chi said. I am afraid I am just a moon in the water or a flower in the mirror. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Yi continued, The best plan for a year is to count the grains. The best plan for 10 years is to plant trees. The best plan for 100 years is to plant people. Do I need to say more about these principles? Your Majesty, time is not on my side, Shang-Chi said anxiously. You guys. Lin Yi shook his head and said, Some things are not done just because you see hope. But there is hope only when you persist. I don't need you to teach me how to do things, Qin Dishing said. Your Majesty, things should be prioritized. Lin Yi smiled and said, You have all seen those beggars, right? Qin Dishing said in a deep voice. Please teach me. Your Majesty. Lin Yi let Mingwei rub his forehead. He felt comfortable and didn't want to talk much. He said more lazily, Beggars don't envy rich families, but they will definitely hate beggars who earn more. Shang-Chi and Qin Dishing looked at each other. Anyone who is not stupid can understand the meaning of this. Finally it withered away. The scabs on Lin Yi's back finally withered away. His back was all red and purple. After making sure there were no wounds, he went into the mountains to soak in hot springs despite the hot weather. It is said that soaking in hot springs is good for the body. I don't know if there is any scientific reason. Anyway, I'll soak first. However, he didn't dare to soak for too long. He hurriedly went ashore after half an hour. He dressed up in a short dress. Before he knew it, he had reached Baiyun Temple again. There were people burning incense in an endless stream, but no one recognized him. Sun Qing, who was setting up a stall to tell fortunes, had sharp eyes. He saw it immediately, and walked over with a hunched back, whispering, Prince. He really loved and hated the man in front of him. After the prince came to Sanha, their temple, which was usually empty, suddenly became prosperous. He also set a rule of no more than 3 fortunes a day. This was not a small amount of money. At the same time, he also had the business of a lawyer. It was a bit exaggerated to say that he made a fortune every day, but 2 or 3 taels of silver a day was no problem. I couldn't earn that much in a year before. The only thing wrong is that, I don't know if this prince he deliberately retaliated, but he actually asked me to teach the children in the orphanage to read bones and tell fortunes, and he is blind, For this blind apprentice, I was so worried that I couldn't sleep at night. After all, Prince he had said long ago that if his apprentice couldn't become a master, he would not have to be a Taoist priest. It's so shameless, but I can't resist. Everyone knows that Sanha is big. And Prince he is the biggest. You look so radiant, you picked up money again? Lin Yi teased. Your Highness is joking. Sun Xing wanted to jump up and yell. King picked up money for me to see. But, thinking that this guy had just recovered from a serious illness, he didn't want to irritate him too much, so his voice became much lower. If he died, his source of income would be cut off. His idea was the same as that of many smart Sanha people, that this guy and the prince were still useful when they were alive. Lin Yi pouted, ignored him, and walked into the temple. But after entering the door, he hesitated. Turning left was a Buddhist temple, and turning right was a Taoist temple. Anyway, he could worship gods and Buddhas. So he simply went to the left first. It would not be a big deal to worship the three pure ones later. In the spacious Buddhist hall, there were more than a dozen cushions in a row, all of which were praying devoutly. He did not see a man. He was the only one. Bodhisattva, you are really effective. The prince's illness has really been cured. Thank you. From now on, I, Yan Shichi, swear to heaven that I will burn incense for you every day. The voice was so faint that it was inaudible. Lin Yi still listened to the general idea. He never thought that this little girl would pray to the gods and Buddhas for him. Yan Shichi stood up from the mat and turned around and saw Lin Yi standing behind him. She stuck out her tongue and left in a hurry. Lin Yi looked at her back and couldn't help laughing. He followed her example and kowtowed 3 times respectfully in front of the Buddha. Then he put a silver ingot in the box in front of him. Jin Ke, a general under Han Hui, a bandit in Weishou, was forced into a desperate situation by Lin Yi's uncle Yuan Qing and retreated to Sanha. The border of Sanha was unstable, and the way for refugees to enter Sanha was cut off. Shanqi, Xie Zan and other old men, including Wen Qian, who was far away on Fengya Island, and Han Diqing's navy all came back. Once hundreds of thousands of defeated soldiers entered Sanha along the newly built road. The consequences would be unimaginable. What is the total population of Sanha? With so many people rushing over, it is impossible to describe it as a disaster. Please make the decision. Your Majesty. After Shanqi finished speaking, everyone in the room knelt down with him. My uncle is too difficult. Lin Yi couldn't decide whether to keep the enemy out for a while. He still held a glimmer of hope that the rebels would not enter Baiyun City. Your Majesty, there are so many children. What if the bandits enter? Xie Zan felt that he seemed to have grasped Lin Yi's weakness. The consequences will be disastrous. Then hack him. Lin Yi finally got angry. No matter what, he didn't want the children to be hurt. Your Majesty is wise. The response in the room made Lin Yi's eardrums hurt. The streets and alleys of Baiyun City were covered with white slogans. It is glorious to join the army. Defend Sanha. The rich contribute money. The strong contribute their strength. Strengthen combat readiness. Prepare for war. The whole Sanha was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. Even a fool felt something was wrong. It took only 10 days for Sanha's garrison to expand to 10,000 people and 7,000 civilians. Following this, the price of grain in Sanha rose. According to Shanqi's idea, the profiteers should be arrested and beheaded directly. Economic problems should be solved with economic methods. Lin Yi stopped him directly, opened Sanha's granary, lowered grain prices, and paid these profiteers to death. Chapter 138 Military Supplies Supplier. What problems can be solved by just beheading and killing people? It will only make everyone feel insecure, and make all grain merchants at a loss. He has watched a TV series, and it left a deep impression on him. During the famine, there was a shortage of food, and grain merchants raised the price of grain, taking the opportunity to make money. According to convention, the government naturally had to stabilize the price of grain, not allow price increases, and those who raised the price would be beheaded as a warning to the public. Therefore, all grain merchants dared not transport grain anymore. Only one grain store owner could not bear to see the starving people everywhere buy at cost price and sell at cost price. But the price of grain is still higher than that of the local area. He was beheaded by the government. In the end, no one dared to bring in a grain of grain, and even if there was grain, they dared not sell it. Everyone starved to death. Lin Yi certainly did not want to see such a scene. Hoarding, you hoard yours. Lin Yi opened the granary. It was not because he was smarter than others, But because this method was only possible in Sanha, Yuezhou, Chuzhou is a fertile land, there is plenty of grain in the granary, but when there is a famine, no matter the governor, the commander-in-chief, or the provincial governor, there is no right to open the granary to release grain. Even if the grain in the granary is moldy or infested with insects, a memorial must be submitted to the emperor, and only after the emperor agrees can the grain be released for disaster relief. After several months of memorials going back and forth, the hungry people could no longer survive. So they rebelled. They would die anyway. The first thing they did after the rebellion was to open the granary. In front of them, Sanha was not loved by its parents, and no one cared about it, even when paying grain to the court. It was only a symbolic amount. He could build a granary if he wanted to, and open a granary if he wanted to. He had the final say. However, it was not possible to lower the grain price casually. There were many rice shops in Sanha, but there were only a few big grain merchants. Saying that he would pay them to death was just a rant. If they were all killed, Sanha's grain circulation would be in big trouble. So even if these grain merchants were so corrupt, he had to appease them. The next day, 5 grain stores in Baiyun City reduced their prices at the same time. Although the price reduction was not large, the major grain merchants were still uneasy. At this time, a notice was posted at the door of the governor's office to recruit so-called grain suppliers. The general meaning was that the Sanha army was going to fight the bandits and needed a lot of grain. Moreover, it was not enough to give them grain at a low price, but they had to help transport it with the army. In other words, wherever the army went, your grain had to be transported there. This is quite a high requirement. Many people in Baiyun City are no strangers to the word supplier. After all, there are many lime suppliers, brick and stone suppliers, wood suppliers, gunpowder suppliers, and ironware suppliers in Sanha road construction. Whether it is the former metropolitan commandery or the current governor, they are always happy to pay, generous, and have no deductions. All merchants with the word supplier in their names are making a lot of money. Even Sun Kazi, who specializes in weaving baskets in Baiyun City, was originally so poor that he could not even afford to eat. However, since he became a basket supplier for the construction site, his whole family has not only worked to weave baskets, but he has also hired hundreds of people. His small basket workshop has become such a big business. A few days ago, he built a big house on the south bank of the West River that people envy. Besides, the food supplier is military supplies. Anyone with a little knowledge knows that it is impossible not to make money. Under Lin Yi's planning, Shanqi personally presided over the first military supplies supplier conference in Sanha, which was not limited to food. Outsourcing military supplies to profit-seeking businessmen was not only disagreed by Shanqi and other old men, but also by Han Diqing and Bao Kuei, who were close to Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi only had one sentence. In terms of material allocation and transportation, he was not as good as the old man Liang Jin, who walked unsteadily. Even if he added up all the people in the palace and the governor's office, let professionals do professional things. Save money, time and effort. Avoid redundancy. And your own people can learn a lot. After all, in Sanha, only Zhang Mian and He Jixiang have real military experience, and neither of them is good at logistics. Otherwise, He Jixiang would not have lost so much money in 2 expeditions. Finally, there was no choice. Shanqi and others reluctantly agreed, and the prince was right, and it would not hurt to give it a try. The supplier conference was held in the courtyard of the governor's office, and more than 200 people sat there. All of them were well-known merchants in Sanha, landlords and gentry. Even Tian Shiyu, Ge Laozhan and others were among them. After fierce bidding, Huang Daoji, the owner of the largest blacksmith shop in Baiyun City, won the quota to supply weapons such as knives, shields, and spears. Liang Jin and Xiao Wujin provided food transportation. The only female owner present, Li Sanyang, provided clothing, boots, hats, bags, tents, etc. Her clothing shop had more than 50 female workers, and was the largest in Baiyun City. The remaining livestock fodder, baskets, alum, coal, carts, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, tea, tum oil, candles, copper lamps, hemp ropes, and iron horseshoes were also bid. After the meeting, the butcher snorted a Ju Rorong and left without looking back. What bad luck! Lu Roron's price was the same as his. Now they were both meat suppliers. But now was not the time to get angry. He had to go back and buy pigs, cows, and sheep, and then hire people to make meat jerky. On the day the army left the city, there were 10,000 officers and soldiers from the garrison, and behind them were more than 20,000 civilians driving livestock and carrying baggage, and the employees of their respective suppliers. This time, the army was led by Zhang Mian, the adjutant of the navy, and Bao Kuei, the chief constable. The residents of Baiyun City were excited again, this time. Such a big event was made. Will they be disappointed again? Otherwise, it would be a waste of their feelings every time. The roads were packed with people. Even the children in the school skipped classes and joined in the fun. Each one was more lively than the other. Looking at the people who were full of fighting spirit, Lin Yi was very puzzled. What about the people who love peace? Why are they so excited? It's not scientific at all. Shan Qi smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, this expedition has cost 110,000 taels of silver. Almost everyone in Baiyun City made money. How could they not be happy? Lin Yi sighed. War is really expensive. Not only is the governor out of money, but his savings are less than 10,000 taels. If he loses again in this battle, he will be left with nothing. What if we lose? Lin Yi couldn't help but worry about this problem again. He was not afraid of losing, but he was afraid of death. Who doesn't have a family to support? His sin would be heavy. Your Highness, He Jixiang suddenly shouted. If we lose, I will throw myself into the Shijiang River. Thinking back to the past, he had seen the elite troops in the world when he was reviewing the troops on the parade ground. If the officers and soldiers of the Baiyun City garrison could lose, it would be unfair. Among the 10,000 troops, let's not talk about how many of them have Huajin. At least they are all martial artists, and they can be said to be able to fight 1 against 5. Chapter 139 Rebels. Before, the Sanha militia was newly established, and its combat power was limited. He was very cautious in his 2 bandit suppression operations. But now it is different. The officers and soldiers of the garrison have all been carefully trained and grown up by him. They are all elite soldiers who advance and retreat in an orderly manner, unless Zhang Mian and Bao Kuei are incompetent and stupid enough not to know what it means to defeat them one by one. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of refugees cannot fight against more than 10,000 regular troops at all. It can be said that it is like an egg hitting a rock. Lin Yi sighed. If we really lose, I don't care whether you jump into the river or not. I will take a boat to the sea, find a small island, and live out my life. He Jixiang still said with certainty. Your Majesty, please rest assured. I hope so. Lin Yi said no more. In a faint way, he regretted building the road. The road from Yueo to Sanha was so convenient that anyone who was not a fool would come here. It was April. The temperature in Sanha remained high. However, when the officers and soldiers led by Zhang Mian walked northwest along the road, they felt cooler and cooler. They even needed to cover themselves with a blanket when sleeping on the top of the mountain in the middle of the night. It only took half a month to get halfway to Yuezhou. They would always meet refugees along the way. After giving them some food, they were asked to walk towards Baiyun City. At night, in the large tent, there were only Bao Kuei and Zhang Mian. According to the rules, drinking was prohibited in the army, so the 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground, holding teacups, and were silent. After a long time, Bao Kuei said, Master Zhang, according to the scouts' report, the 100,000 refugees led by Jin are getting closer and closer to us. I wonder what arrangements you have made. Zhang Mian said disdainfully. Why should we care about them? He had more confidence in this army than He Jixiang. Master, you must not underestimate the enemy, Bao Kuei said hurriedly. Otherwise, if there is any mistake, you will fail the prince. Zhang Mian smiled and said, Don't be so nervous, let's wait 2 days. The army continued to march westward for 10 days. Chen Xinluo, who was acting as a scout, reported that Jinke's vanguard was less than 3 miles away from them. Master Zhang, I have dealt with the rebel scouts. Chen Xinluo, riding on a tall horse, bowed. Zhang Mian said in a deep voice, How many people are there in the vanguard? Chen Xinluo said, Less than 10,000. Zhang Mian smiled and said, When 2 enemies meet on a narrow road, the brave will win. Facing such a small number of enemies, there is no need to use any strategy at all. At dusk, the refugees, who were in tattered clothes, holding long spears and long sticks, and carrying pots and pans, were stunned when they suddenly saw such a group of armored soldiers in front of them. Kill! The long sword in Balkue's hand gleamed in the sun. He led the way, with 800 cavalrymen behind him, and chopped at the refugees of the rebel army. Before they rushed over, the refugees began to flee. The supervisors began to wave their swords, not allowing the refugees to flee. For a while, screams were everywhere. The refugees were in a panic, running all over the mountains and plains. In just a short while, Zhang Mian had no time to order the whole army to attack, and before their swords had seen blood, the rebels had almost run away. There were only 100 refugees squatting on the ground holding their heads in front of him, and many of them were women carrying children on their backs. The screams of women and the cries of children mixed together, making people upset. Balkue looked at Zhang Mian helplessly. He couldn't do it. Even if he really did it, according to his understanding of their prince, he would be skinned alive after returning. Is this the rebel army? Zhang Mian smiled bitterly. He didn't know whether to say Yuan Qing. Prince Yong is incompetent. Balkue looked at the fewer and fewer people on the mountain and sighed. Master Zhang, what should we do? Zhang Mian said. If the prince was here, what do you think the prince would do? Balkue pondered for a while and said. The prince is kind, so he should give out porridge. Good. Zhang Mian said to Chen Xinluo. Let the chef of Jinfu restaurant cook. Jinfu restaurant is also a supplier for this expedition, and is responsible for cooking for officers and soldiers. As for the civilians, they ate their own food. Pot after pot of hot porridge was cooked, and they were first given to the women in front of them. The women ate bowl after bowl of porridge in fear, and they always felt like they were dreaming. The bandits hiding in the bushes on the mountain could not resist the temptation of the fragrance and gradually ran down. Even if they died, they wanted to die with a full stomach. There were more than 2,000 people queuing up for food. Balkue did not dare to give them more food, for fear that they would be stuffed to death. Afterwards, he had them tied up again, and arranged for 100 civilians to escort them back to Baiyun City. As for how to deal with it, that was a matter for the prince. The army marched for 3 days, but still did not encounter any decent resistance. The refugees of 10,000 or 20,000 people ran away when they saw them. Until the 4th day, they encountered Jinku's direct troops. Jinku was able to escape from General Yuan Qing. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Balkue reminded Zhang Mian again and again. Zhang Mian smiled and said, Who is the mantis and who is the cicada? Today we will see. Looking at the enemy in front of him, Zhang Mian did not use any fancy tactics. He was one man and one horse, shouted, and rushed in first. The civilians, who were 2 miles away from the army, were sleeping, daydreaming, bored. Suddenly, the sound of cattle neighing woke them up. Then, they heard the sound of gongs and drums from the mountain, followed by the enemy charging down. The timid ones just ran away. Zhu Rorong, the pork supplier, suddenly roared, pulled out a meat cleaver from the middle of the car, and cursed. Why are you running? There are so many of us. We can crush them to death. How can I be afraid of them? The butcher was not to be outdone, and took out a meat cleaver. Don't panic, Li Sanyang shouted loudly. We didn't practice martial arts in vain. Zhu Rorong was the first to chop down the enemy rushing down the mountain. He was the 3rd rank. After chopping 2 people in a row, he felt that chopping people was easier than killing pigs. Pigs need to be stabbed, and it's useless if it's too shallow. But people are different. If you scratch their necks, they will all fall down. He was about to chop the 3rd person. A volley of arrows came. There was no one alive in front of him. He turned around and saw Zhang Mian, who was watching coldly. Not long after, the battle was over. Zhang Mian punched a sturdy man. The man spat out blood, knelt on the ground, still silent. Jinku, you are a man. Zhang Mian snorted coldly. Not bad, you can actually attack from the front and back. It's a pity that it doesn't work here. Dog official. Jinku's face was bloody, but he still said firmly, Kill me if you dare, I will still be a hero 18 years later. Balkue kicked him and cursed. You have coerced women and children, committed many evils, killed countless people, you are worthy of being a hero? Jinku still said, The winner is the king. The loser is the bandit. I have nothing to say. Balkue shouted, Take him away, and keep him under strict supervision. He believed that He Wangye would definitely cut this man into pieces. This man slaughtered the 2 cities of Baihe and Jushi successively. He didn't leave a single person alive. His crimes are too numerous to list. Late at night, Bao Kuei and Zhang Mian gathered in the tent again, looking at each other in bewilderment. Bao Kuei was a military family for generations. He participated in Mei Jingji's southern expedition at the age of 15. After that, he fought in the south and the north. His greatest ability was to save his own life. Zhang Mian was a descendant of a general. He also served under the account of Governor Yang Changchun at the age of 15. He led the troops and made many military achievements. The commander of the South Gate Army was not of high rank, but had great power. If he didn't have real ability, his uncle wouldn't be able to hold this position. But the two of them had never fought such a favorable battle. This time, they defeated 100,000 rebels, captured the bandit leader, and only lost dozens of civilians and hundreds of officers and soldiers. It was simply an unprecedented achievement. Don't tell others that they don't believe it. Even they themselves don't believe it. Master Zhang won the battle. Bao Kuei was not very happy and sighed. Are we going back like this? Go back and tell the prince directly that the enemy will flee when they see us. How embarrassing. It gives people the feeling that I can do it too. What do you think? Zhang Mian asked. Chapter 140 Decision. Bao Kuei couldn't help it, so he opened a bottle of wine he got from Zhu Rorong. First filled it for Zhang Mian, then poured it for himself. After gulping it down, sighed. Master Zhang, that's 110,000 taels of silver. This expedition, they emptied Sana's family fortune. Losing is not terrible. What's terrible is losing money. If the income is not enough to cover the expenses, Prince he may really tear them apart. This. Zhang Mian thought of Prince He's character who valued money as his life, and hesitated for a moment. This prince must love money the most. They went back in such a strange way, and empty-handed. How will the prince treat them? There is no need to think too much about the result. Bao Kuei sighed. Master Zhang, you are well informed. You should think of a way. At least he can't lose money. It's a pity that Sanha is poor, otherwise he would want to rob a few big families. Zhang Mian finished the glass of wine, and held the glass again, and Bao Kuei filled it up, and then clinked the glasses, and drank it all in one gulp, curiously. When I was under the command of Governor Yang Changchun, I fought with Wadden, and it was a hard battle. You have dealt with the barbarians of Au Kingdom, and you have also gone to Liangzhou to suppress rebellion. I have heard that the barbarians are brutal. But what about the Liangzhou rebels? Could they be the same as the rebels from Yueo? He wanted to find a word to describe it, such as collapsing at the first touch, but it was not appropriate. After all, they had not yet come into contact with the bandits. And the bandits started running when they didn't know what kind of troops they were. The Jinka direct troops they met later, claiming to have 20,000 people, were actually only more than 10,000 people. It was only under the deterrence of the supervisory team with swords and bows from behind that they attacked them with reluctance. They fired a round of arrows, killing more than 100 people. But the bandits were not bad, and did not retreat, but continued to rush forward. They were indeed panicked for a while. But as the cavalry rushed forward, the casualties of the bandits increased, and they retreated in a hurry. A serious stampede occurred, and the supervision team was useless. When the casualties were counted the next night, most of the casualties were because they had never seen such a scene before. In panic, they instinctively ran away, and some fell directly into the mountain stream and were injured or died. Some unlucky ones were run over by the animals and baggage carts. After the animals were frightened, they were completely out of control. Only 1 or 2 were injured by the enemies rushing down from the mountain. And the officers and soldiers under his command are roughly in the same situation. Most of the new recruits, who were added later, had no military experience. When the bandit swords came, they were so scared that they forgot to dodge. Some were directly beheaded by the fierce bandits. Fortunately, they won in the end. And they won inexplicably. This battle was too easy. Bao Kuei sneered. Master Zhang Wu Baishan, the leader of the Liangzhou bandits, had 1 million followers, and was said to have been wiped out, but now he is still at large in Jinzhou, Ningzhou, Yuzhou. They chased General Zhang by for 100 miles. How could it be a common thing? Then what's so special about these Liangzhou bandits? Zhang Mian asked puzzledly. My Liang state has 1 million soldiers, but the hardest hit are the border troops, whose salary is only 2 coins and 5 cents, not enough to feed for 2 days. Bao Kuei took another sip of wine, and snorted coldly. The border troops are poor to the bone, so they naturally rebelled. Most of Wu Baishuan's men are border troops and postmen. Although the officials are corrupt and the generals are weak, and the military has been in disarray for a long time, they have all learned martial arts since childhood and have taken part in military exercises. If they really compete with the Imperial Army, they are naturally not much behind. Say a few more words. Even if it is the Beijing camp and the Imperial Guards in front of us. You and I know it in our hearts. Zhang Mian was silent for a long time. And sighed. It's only General Yuan who has worked hard. General Mei and others are struggling outside. Bao Kui snorted coldly. If it weren't for the prince, I would have rebelled against him long ago. Brother Bao, please be careful with your words. Zhang Mian couldn't help but change his face. Humph. Bao Kui filled his own wine and said disdainfully, Master Zhang, are you going to tell the secret to the secret guards? You and I have been brothers for so long. It's too formal to say these things. Zhang Mian said helplessly. It's just that walls have ears. Brother Bao should be careful. What if people hear it? Bao Kui laughed. Others are afraid, but I am not afraid. Brother Bao, let's drink this cup together. After Zhang Mian finished the wine in the cup, he quickly changed the subject and said, We are in this situation now. I wonder if Brother Bao has any good ideas. No matter what, I can't go back to Baiyun City empty-handed. Jinke is too poor. With only a few thousand taels of silver. Bao Kui frowned and said, Master Zhang, we can only go to Yueo in person. But the prince means to only resist the refugees. Zhang Mian was quite doubtful. After all, he was the commander of this expedition. If something really happened, he would be responsible. But the prince didn't say that you are not allowed to leave Sanha or enter Yuesho. Bao Kui suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Brother, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Besides, with these guys, what danger can there be? Zhang Mian pondered for a long time and drank the wine in the glass again. Before dawn, there were Sanha soldiers and officers along the mountain road for 7 or 8 miles. The civilians started to make fire and cook. When the rice was cooked, the fleeing bandits came out of the forest from time to time. Unable to bear the bites of mosquitoes and hunger, they followed the smell, one after another. There were 3,000 or 4,000 people. When they were full, they were tied up like before. Then, they were escorted back to Baiyun City by civilians. Bao Kui sighed. These people are really good at eating. He was afraid that they didn't bring enough food. Zhang Mian glanced at Jinke, who was curled up in the tent, half dead, kicked him, and snorted. How is it? Hero? My lord, please spare me. After being tortured all night, Jinke was neither alive nor dead, and finally couldn't hold on any longer. You are too young to pretend to be a hero in front of me. Zhang Mian, as the commander of the South Gate Army, was also in charge of the prison. He had seen too many people like this, and he was very confident in his interrogation methods. Tell me, who is the person who passed through here and entered Yueo? Shen Zhong. He is just a waste, Jinke said while trembling. My lord, you can rest assured. Bao Kui asked. Who is the richest among the bandits? Jinke didn't understand what he meant. But after a while, he said, Of course it is Huang Sifang. Where? Bao Kui asked closely. When I came, he was in Dashi. Jinke was suddenly stepped on by Bao Kui and was out of breath. Zhang Mian said to his left and right, Take him back to Baiyun City for punishment. Such a person would be a burden to bring along on the road, and he is of no value. Zhang Mian found 7 or 8 refugees as guides and headed all the way to Dashi. In the past 2 days, except for a few insignificant bandits, the road was unimpeded. But after seeing the boundary marker between Sanha and Yuesho, the cement road in Sanha also came to an end. In front of them were rolling mountains, and the mountain road was rugged and uneven. If you were not careful, you would fall into a cliff thousands of feet high, and you would be crushed to pieces if you fell down. It was hard to walk, let alone the baggage vehicles. Zhang Mian discussed with Bao Kui and planned to bring only the 3rd rank and above to Yuesho, and the rest of the people would stay on standby. However, what they didn't expect was that in addition to the 800 officers and soldiers, there were more than 600 3rd rank and above among the 20,000 civilians. Zhu Rorong, why are you joining in the fun? Bao Kui asked. Commander Bao, Zhu Rorong said with a smile. You said that all the 3rd rank and above should follow, and I am a 3rd rank. He and Bao Kui were old acquaintances in the capital, and he was not afraid at all. Bao Kui said loudly. You all should retreat. This is a life and death battle. You are just civilians. This has nothing to do with you. Li Sanyong said. Commander Bao. I don't like what you said. We are all martial artists. Even if we face bandits, we are not afraid. I even killed 3 people with my own hands. Manager Li is as brave as a man. We admire him. Bao Kuei bowed and said, but everyone has gone to Dashi. It is not appropriate for this place to be unattended. I will trouble Manager Li to take charge of the situation here. In the end, without further explanation, he and Zhang Mian only took officers and soldiers above the rank of 830 to Yuesho. Chapter 141 Friends of Drinking and Eating. Zhang Mian and Bao Kuei did not ride horses, but directly used qigong. The cliffs were as flat as the ground. The 800 officers and soldiers behind them followed closely, and none of them fell behind, after all. They were all third-rank masters. I can't say about a state, but in a prefecture, or a county, with their bravery, there are basically few people who dare to mess with them. If they are really pushed to the limit, it would be easy to kill the whole family. Even if they are placed in the martial arts world, they can still become famous. Maybe they can get a name like Cross River Dragon, One Yuan Palm, God Gun Overlord. Zhang Mian even couldn't help but think, if they were placed in the capital Baiyun City. It had just rained, so the sun was not so scorching. Lenny took this opportunity to go out fishing. In the evening, he returned with a full load. Standing on the road, he watched the groups of bandits being escorted back by the laborers. Stretched his neck, but did not see a silver car, which made him very disappointed. Your Majesty, how should these refugees be dealt with? Shanchi bowed. Please tell me, Your Majesty, how many people are there? Lenny sighed. There are 12,000 people in front of us. Shanchi smiled. It is said that there are at least 20,000 people behind. Lenny thought for a while and said, children under the age of 8 should be sent to orphanages and schools, and the rest should not be spared. All of them should be sent to labor reform first. As for those over the age of 8, he did not dare to indulge them. Some of the bandits have child soldiers. Even if they are not capable of killing people, the bandit leaders will deliberately train them, capture people alive, and let them kill with their own hands. Many teenagers have lost their humanity. They are not only not children, but also not people. Therefore, Lin Yi will not be soft-hearted. He must first detain them and carefully identify them. Otherwise, putting them in orphanages and schools will hurt others. Shanchi said, Your Majesty, there are enough people repairing the road. There has never been a shortage of refugees in Sanha. And there are even more and more. There is no shortage of labor. But money is the most lacking. Then rent them out. Rent? Shanchi was puzzled. Lenny smiled and said, The natives said by the big ship can be sold or rented. Why can't the refugees be rented? Now is the spring plowing season. Planting rice, sugarcane, and corn, all of which require people. So rent them out. Shanchi hesitated and said, Your Highness, I'm afraid it's not easy to rent. Many refugees came here before, and as long as they were provided with 2 meals, they would do anything. Lenny said, You decide. Providing 2 meals is not bad. At least we have to pay for it. But we can't relax our supervision. Just don't gather and cause trouble in the end. Shanchi said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will keep a strict watch on them. The shacks of the Sanha refugees continued to be built southward along the road to Fengniao Island. The yamen guarded every intersection, and no one was allowed to enter or leave Baiyun City without reason. Lenny looked in the mirror, looking at his increasingly white back, and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no scar left. Your Majesty, I have already said it. Mingwei came up and wanted to put Lin Yi's clothes back on. No need. Lin Yi threw off his outer shirt. Take out your shorts. He could finally wear shorts and go shirtless, without scars, and without affecting the city appearance. After going shirtless, he felt refreshed lying under the grapevine. He no longer had to experience the feeling of sweaty clothes sticking to his body. It was late at night. Drinking alone was boring. In Sanha, he was the one standing on the top of the mountain. It was lonely at the top, and he lacked some friends for drinking and eating. Otherwise, it would be great to sit together. Your Highness, would you like to go to Chunxiangla? Hong Ying saw through his thoughts immediately. No. Lin Yi frowned and said, Lu Rian is Jiang Zhong's adopted daughter, you know that. Why give them a handle? Your Highness. Shi Peng pushed the wheelchair over. Lin Yi glanced at him, raised the bottle and said, "Drink a little with me?" After thinking for a while he added, "Don't drink too much. Obedience is worse than respect." Chi Peng unceremoniously picked up the wine pot and poured himself a glass, raised the glass with both hands and said, "Please." Drank it all in one gulp. "To be honest, you can drink quite well." Lenny praised with a thumbs up. "Thank you, Your Highness. Tell me, it's so late. Why are you still not sleeping? What's the matter?" Lin Yi took a sip of wine and stuffed a piece of mutton into his mouth. "Commander Bao and Zhang Tiju entered Yueshou," Chi Peng said while looking at Lin Yi's face. "With 800 officers and soldiers above the 3rd rank. You are really amazing." Lin Yi suddenly snorted. "Your guys were directly inserted into the army?" "That's what I was about to say." Chi Peng seemed to have expected it, and said calmly, "Jin Fu Restaurant is my property." "Jin Fu Restaurant is yours?" This was something Lin Yi had not expected. Chi Peng said with a smile. "That's right. It's not that I deliberately deceived the prince, but I just haven't found a chance to say it." "Humph." Lin Yi frowned and said, "These two bastards are too bold. They dared to bring such a small number of people into Yueshou." "Prince, they are all above the 3rd rank." Chi Peng emphasized the word 3rd rank. He hoped that this confused prince could understand what 803rd rank meant. All warriors are ranked according to the level of Huajin. Many people, due to various reasons such as martial arts, talent, and family background, 9 out of 10 will never be able to reach Huajin in their lifetime. Most of those who can finally reach Huajin are from wealthy families, rich and free, and those who can reach above the 3rd rank. It seems not too much to call them outstanding talents. As for the 7th and 8th grades, they are all from famous sects, and only a few of them are from military families. Back then, his family was very wealthy. His father invited famous teachers, and he was able to transform his energy at the age of 15. The key point is that he thought he was not stupid. However, he found that Sanha broke this convention. An old woman who had only practiced for a few months could actually transform her energy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and the old woman herself was in an orphanage nearby, he wouldn't have believed it. Even the prince's boys were admitted to the 5th and 6th grades. This broke his cognition. Don't underestimate the heroes of the world. Lin Yi sighed. I'm afraid they will underestimate the enemy. Your Majesty. That's right. Chi Peng couldn't refute. He raised his head and drank the wine in the glass again. Where's Yi Jinyu? She has followed Prince Yong into the capital. Damn it. Lin Yi cursed. This Jizhou Temple is determined to go all the way. Right. In addition to Yi Jinyu, Jizhou Temple also arranged an 8th rank and 2 7th rank guards to protect Prince Yong. This third brother brought a woman with him when he went out. Isn't he afraid of being laughed at? Lin Yi said unhappily. Your Highness. Chi Peng hesitated for a moment, and then said, These people are all men, and they are from the outer sect of Jizhou Temple. Outer sect? Lin Yi didn't understand what he meant for a moment. Chi Peng said in a deep voice, Jizhou Temple is secluded from the world, and the leader of Sichuan Province's martial arts is Baton sect, whose leader is Tang Ke, who is at the peak of the 9th rank. He once helped the second prince, Prince Pingchuan, in the army. He knows the second prince? Lin Yi was stunned for a moment and said, I remember Nie Yudao. That is, Du Sanhe, who once served under the second prince. Does that mean the two of them are old acquaintances? Chi Peng nodded. That's right. But Du Sanhe and Tang Ke have a grudge. Why? Lin Yi asked curiously. Tang Ke is a man of extraordinary martial arts, and with his handsome appearance, he is naturally loved by women. Chi Peng smiled meaningfully. Although Du Sanhe was born in a general family, he learned the martial arts of Baocheng Jingangtai. His junior sister is exquisite, and she and Du Sanhe have been childhood sweethearts. Unfortunately, he met Tang Ke and fell in love with him at first sight. Tang Ke was a romantic and suave man when he was young. So how could he care about a woman? When she was pregnant, Tang Ke ignored her and was unfeeling. The woman was angry and committed suicide by jumping off a cliff. It's really not a good thing. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. Baocheng? Why does it sound so familiar? Your Majesty, nobles are forgetful. Thank you for your praise. Your hometown is Baocheng. No wonder. Lin Yi suddenly realized. He just felt a little sorry for Du Sanhe. Born into a military family, he was powerful and influential, But unfortunately, he couldn't compete with the handsome guy in the end. Chapter 142 The Crown Prince Regent. Therefore, Nie Yudao and Tang Ke have always been at odds. Ping Chuanwang mediated, but the relationship between the two did not ease. Qi Peng continued slowly. With the rebellion of Liangzhou Wanlinsheng, you also know what happened afterwards. Your Majesty? Lin Yi asked curiously. The second child is Ping Chuanwang. Jizhao Temple is in Sichuan province. The closer you are to the water, the sooner you get the moon. So Jizhao Temple supported the second child at the beginning? Otherwise, how could the outer sect of Jizhao Temple serve in the second child's army? Qi Peng smiled and said, It's a pity that Ping Chuanwang died young. Yes. Lin Yi sighed. I was only 5 years old that year. When the second child was carried back, it was hot at that time, and he was smelly. I can't forget that bad now. A good person, it's gone. To be honest, so many brothers, my favorite is him. In the middle, his second emperor hugged him, then wait for him to touch, always tease him. Although it will be young, but the mind of adults is in mind. The second child really likes or perfunctory about him. He can feel it. Qi Peng Dao. The two princes are sincere. There is very prestige in the army. Even the ministers of the DPRK and China praised. Many people told the king, why is the master of 8 products be great? The second child is 7 grades, moreover. There is Tang Ke, Nie Yudao is such an 8 grades. Lin Yi puzzled. How can I let the elephant go to death? What other hidden feelings do you have? Qi Peng moved to the left side of the back of the wheelchair. One elbow is put on the armrest on the left. Smile. Wang Yi, not only the Grand Master. Listen to your breath. Lin Yi torn a piece of mutton and threw his mouth, eat while saying, Is there a big master in Fanbang? When Zhao Yi said that there are only 8 major masters in the world, including these states? Qi Peng laughed. The so-called world. When Zhao Yi, it's just the country. Dongyi, Shirong, Naman, Beatty, in her eyes, are just the 4 barbarians. In the 4 barbarians, although there is no title of Grand Master, there are masters equivalent to Grand Master. The National Master of Wadden, the Emperor of Asoka, Liefo, and the King of Nangu are all masters of the time. When Nangu invaded the border, the King of Nangu personally took action, which caused the second prince to encounter an accident. The King of Nangu? Lin Yi had to sigh at Qi Peng's wide range of sources. Is it the Emperor of the Nangu barbarians? Qi Peng said. The King of Nangu is the Witch of Nangu. It is said that the current Nangu barbarian king is extremely powerful. Since Jizhao Temple is willing to support the second son, why did you just ignore it? Just watch the second son die in vain. I don't know about this. Qi Peng shook his head. So there are things you don't know. Lin Yi stood up, stretched and said, Okay, go back and rest. Qi Peng didn't move, looking at Lin Yi who had walked to the corner, suddenly said, Your Majesty? What's wrong? Lin Yi turned around and said, Anything else? It is said that the emperor is bedridden. Qi Peng bowed. Is this a big deal? Lin Yi said with a smile. In the past 10 years. Has he had a good health? He was seriously ill every year. And then recovered. And finally became more and more energetic. It's a pity that the prince is always happy for nothing. Qi Peng said. Your Highness. This time is different. Lin Yi walked slowly towards Qi Peng. Sat down again. And couldn't help pouring a glass of wine. He put the glass to his lips and looked up and said, What's different? The emperor is ill, and has not attended court. All domestic and foreign affairs are subject to the prince's disposal. Qi Peng said carefully. The crown prince is the regent? Lin Yi had never expected that things would suddenly develop in this direction. Who is his father? How could he not know? How could he easily hand over power to others, even if it was his own son, the crown prince he personally appointed? He would not let him get involved in his power. Qi Peng bowed his head and said, The emperor's edict says so. Lin Yi said in hatred. Why do you say such an important thing now? Qi Peng said. I dare not. Lin Yi said. What else do you dare not do? Qi Peng said. This is a matter involving the royal family. I am just an ordinary citizen. Who is the one who is guiding the crown prince to be the regent? Lin Yi asked in a deep voice. It was Prime Minister Qi Yong, Shang Gong Xiang, and scholar Ma Jin. Qi Peng continued. If my guess is correct, it was probably the crown prince's order to let Prince Yong return to the capital. Since he is sick. How sick is he? Is he suffering from Alzheimer's? That's why he let the crown prince be the regent. I really want to go to the emperor's bedside to take a look. If you are kidnapped, just blink. Qi Peng bowed and said, I don't know. I got all this information outside the palace. There are no servants in the palace. Lenny said. What if I want to know? I'm afraid it's difficult. Chipeng shook his head and said, Your Majesty must also know how strict the guards are in the Emperor's bedroom. Hey, there are really no servants in the palace? Lenny continued to ask. If the prince wants it, he probably can have it. Chipeng smiled. And he was very happy. Damn it! Lenny couldn't bear to see him so proud, and said unhappily, Let's arrange for someone to find out first, and find out as much as we can. The crown prince is the regent, and there are strange things everywhere. If I don't find out clearly, I won't be able to sleep well. Your Majesty, the governor's office has money, the commander's office has money, and the guards have money, Chipeng said indifferently. Although I have little wealth, I have many servants under me, and they all need to eat. Your Majesty, if you dare to say one more word of nonsense, do you believe that I will beat you? Lenny interrupted without any hesitation. You eat and drink at my expense, and I ask you to do something, and you still dare to ask me for money? Chipeng said. Your Majesty, you said that brothers should settle accounts clearly. I paid for the food. He didn't eat and drink for free in the palace. Lenny gritted his teeth and said, Tell me, how much do you want? Not much. Not much. Chipeng shook his head and said, 100 taels a month is enough. 100 taels? Lenny suspected that he had heard it wrong. But I have a condition, Chipeng said immediately. What condition? I want the prince to exempt me from the food expenses. Humph. So that's what you were thinking. Lenny rubbed his forehead and said, Okay, I agree. The more detailed the palace affairs are, the better. Especially my sister and mother. Yes. Chipeng nodded and said, Please rest assured. The princess and the queen are fine. But it will be more difficult to exchange letters. Yes. Otherwise Lin Ning would have sent me a pigeon for such a big thing. Lenny finished the wine in the glass and leaned back in the chair. Nothing else matters. I just want you to take care of them for me. What's the matter? If you have any news, you must tell me as soon as possible. Please rest assured. Your Majesty, I will do my best. Chipeng suddenly said. The fourth prince? The Prince of Jin. The seventh prince? The Prince of Nanling. And the eighth prince? The Prince of Chu. Have already been in theft the day before yesterday. In theft? Lenny was very surprised, and gritted his teeth and said, Can you finish your words at once? Why do you have to say it at the end? Chipeng smiled and said, I forgot. You have guts. Looking at his fearless look, Lenny was so angry that he wanted to kick him. Did they run away to enfeoffment secretly? As long as the prince is not a fool, he can't let them run away to enfeoffment openly. It is said that the king of Jin also accidentally broke his leg, Chipeng said with a smile. Fortunately, I had foresight and ran away early. Otherwise, I would not have been able to break one leg, Lenny said with a smile. However, there is no need for Lao Ba to run away. Chuzhou is in a mess now. What's the point of going there? He and the prince are brothers from the same mother. No matter what, the prince will still let him go for the queen's sake, Chipeng reminded. Your Majesty, the king of Chu seems to be close to the king of Yong, Lenny said. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I just suspected it before. But this time he ran away directly. It seems to be true. The prince is such a failure as a person. Even his brothers, who are born of the same mother, do not stand on his side. But when I think about it, it is completely normal. The Prince Lin Rui and the 8th Prince Lin Zhan have very different personalities, temperaments, and ways of doing things. It can even be said that they are incompatible. Chapter 143 Worry. It's a pity that the prince is not here at the moment, otherwise I can ask, if the king of Yong and the king of Chu fall into the water at the same time, can I be his brother, in the future? He will be his emperor, and I will be my own vassal king, and we will not interfere with each other. Isn't this a good thing? We are of the same roots. Why are we so anxious to fight each other? Chipeng looked at Lenny, whose face was uncertain, and finally couldn't help saying, Your Majesty, you better make plans early, so as not to be hasty in the future. Lenny said. What do you think I should plan? Chipeng said. Your Majesty knows better than me what kind of personality the prince has, and he is the most intolerant. Once he ascends the throne, I'm afraid, if you have something to say, just say it. Say it all in one breath. Don't hesitate. Lenny gradually became impatient. If there is anything you are hiding from me, I will not let you off easily, Chi Peng said. General Mei Jingji's army set up camp in Hongou and kept the troops on standby. This is probably what King Nanling meant. The current rebellion depends entirely on General Yuan Qing's own efforts. Although Han Hui has been forced to retreat, it will be difficult to sustain for a long time. My stupid uncle. What can I do to save him? Lin Yi immediately changed the subject. Savoring the taste. He likes the third brother. And he is a close friend of the third brother. I don't bother to care about him. Let him do whatever he wants. He suddenly realized that he was not much better than the prince, after all. His own uncle was not on his side. He was also a member of the Yongwen party. However, it was not his fault, after all. He was a piece of mud that everyone in Ankong City knew was useless. It seemed that he had been hiding his incompetence too much, and finally became a joke. It was true that too much was as bad as too little. Chi Peng pushed the wheelchair, following Lin Yi, who was pacing back and forth. The imperial treasury was empty, and the army went out to suppress bandits and rebellions. And most of the food and grass were looted. People were killed when they saw them. And houses were burned when they saw them. All the children in jade and silk were taken in to be used as military funds. General Yuan is an upright man. And he would not do such a thing. The officers and soldiers were starving. And their faces were full of hunger. If it were not for General Yuan's good military management, they would have mutinied long ago. Lin Yi sighed. What is the difference between officers and soldiers and bandits? No wonder the people want to rebel. No matter what happens in the end. It's all death. The laws of history are indeed not subject to human will. Think about how diligent his father is. He gets up at 4 o'clock, goes to court at 5 o'clock, and then reviews memorials or discusses matters until 3 o'clock in the morning. He is very cold to the 3,000 beauties in the harem. Moreover, he has to write comments of 7,000 to 8,000 words every day, which makes him an online writer. Ashamed. However, the Daliang kingdom is still in a critical condition. Chi Peng remained silent. This topic was not for him to discuss. Lin Yi continued. Yu Boxu and Yuan, she need to investigate more. Without the cooperation of the imperial guards, it is basically a pipe dream for the prince to seize the throne. Yes, Chi Peng said seriously. I will try my best to find out the truth. That's good, Lin Yi said and turned to leave. But suddenly turned back. Are you sure you have nothing to say this time? No. Chi Peng smiled and shook his head with certainty. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, write a detailed report and give it to Shanqi and Xiezan. These old men are very cunning and should be able to analyze something. Yes. Chi Peng agreed without hesitation. Lin Yi returned to the room and lay on the bed for a while. But he still couldn't fall asleep. He got up and sat at the table to fill himself with wine. He drank one glass after another. Your Majesty, you can rest assured. The princess and the queen are blessed by heaven. Mingwei poured a cup of tea in front of Lin Yi and said softly, if your Majesty is really worried, I can go back to the capital to take care of the queen and the princess. Zixia followed closely and said, I can do that too. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, don't make trouble. Since the prince wants to seize the throne, it will be us brothers who will be in trouble. I believe he will not embarrass the women in the palace. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Mingwei said, Your Highness is right. Lin Yi continued to drink by himself and said, Ah, these two funny guys are really annoying. Just like the sixth Prince Daiwan said. Prince Yong and the Crown Prince. No matter who ascends the throne, the fate of these brothers will be the same. If they are not born on the same day of the same month of the same year, they must die on the same day of the same month of the same year. As he drank, he forgot about the troubles of Zhang Mian and Bao Kuei entering Yuezhou without permission. The emperor didn't care about the matter. So who could control him? As for the crown prince, brothers have no feelings. No matter whether he does good or bad, it's the same. It's better to be casual, just treat it as a broken jar. Dizzy from drinking, with Mingyue's help, I went to bed and fell asleep as soon as I lay down. The next day, just after breakfast, Shanqi, Xiezan and others came over. The first thing Shanqi did when he came in was to recruit more soldiers for the garrison. The reason was simple. Most of the soldiers followed Zhang Mian to suppress the bandits, and now the power left in Baiyun City is not enough to deter the scoundrels. When Lin Yi heard about spending money, he instinctively wanted to refuse, but when he thought about the prince's matter, he agreed. No matter what, he still needs some power. Once there is chaos in the future, he can take his sister and mother out of the palace and take them to be the island owner. Prince, Shanchi said carefully, if the news is true, I am afraid that Hong Kong City will never have peace again. Lenny said, the prince is the regent, which is legitimate. Who dares not to obey? Shanchi said, Prince Yong has been on the battlefield for a long time. He is a decisive person. How could he surrender and wait for death? If I am right, Prince Yong has already fled Hong Kong City. Hong Kong City is under the control of the prince. Unless he gives wings, can fly out. Lenny sighed. Otherwise the prince will keep a close eye on him. It would be very difficult to rely on only a few experts around him. Shanchi said, it depends on the luck of King Yong himself. If you want to recruit soldiers, I will not stop you. Lenny said after a long pause. But you must train them well. The quality of the soldiers is more important than the quantity. Yes. A group of old men suddenly knelt down and answered loudly, which scared Lenny. For several days in a row, Lenny couldn't sleep well. He was always awakened in the middle of the night. He dreamed that the prince chopped off his head. Damn it. What's there to be afraid of? It's just one nose and two eyes. It's hard to say who will win or lose. Lenny was still mumbling while eating breakfast in the morning, when Joey, who hadn't seen him for a long time, suddenly appeared in front of him, scaring him. What did you do? When Joey sat opposite Lenny, took a piece of mung bean cake, broke it and ate it while saying, you are so scared. I never do bad things. Lenny smiled and said, where have you been these days? Why didn't I see you? When Joey said lightly, just met an old friend. You have so many friends. Lenny pouted and didn't ask any more questions. When Joey then ate a bowl of porridge, and soon ate a duck egg. After rinsing her mouth with tea, she continued, I heard that you were sick a few days ago. Lenny sighed. The back was ulcerated, and then the high fever did not subside. I almost lost my life. I don't know what the disease is. Malaria is spreading in the spring. It's not a joke. Do you think it's a rumor? When Joey snorted coldly. You are lucky. You just got sick now. And you still saved your life. And you brought so many people. But they are still fine. This is not luck. It's science. Lenny said. You are not allowed to drink raw water, eat raw food, bathe in the river casually, and spread lime. Do you think it's all useless? When Joey smiled and said, you are right. After all, the facts cannot be refuted. So many children in orphanages are alive and well. This is definitely not luck. After the spring plowing, as Shanchi expected, Prince Yong escaped from Hong Kong City and returned to his old nest. Yongzhou. What is Yang Chongchun's attitude? Lenny said with a smile. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. Can Yang Chongchun easily hand over the military power? Chi Peng shook his head and said. Prince Yong treated Yang Chongchun as a teacher and even washed his feet in person. Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand. He still underestimated the third brother. Chapter 144 Entertainment First. A genuine prince, how much shame would he have to put down to wash someone's feet? What's more, his brother is still such a proud and conceited person, Chi Peng continued. However, General Yang was very terrified, and finally refused. Will you die if I finish my words at once? Lin Yi's face fell. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Chi Peng was still smiling. He was never afraid of Lin Yi losing his temper. Under the watchful eyes of the public, it is not easy to do this. Shanchi liked to stroke his beard more and more, sometimes 2 fingers, sometimes 3 fingers, making it easy. If he leans towards Prince Yong's chances of winning will be even greater. After saying that, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi. They are both princes. How come there is such a big difference in their conduct? I don't ask this prince to be polite to others, but at least he shouldn't scold them all the time. Think about it, it's really unlucky. He Jixiang shook his head and said. But what kind of person is Yang Chongchun? How could he be subdued by such a small trick? He is a person who would rather break than bend, otherwise the emperor would not have imprisoned him for so many years. Qin Dishing said. That's right, this person is a rare talent of generals, but he is eccentric by nature, and he won't easily surrender to King Yong. Moved but refused, Lin Yi was happy when he heard this. He continued. So many of you praise Yang Chongchun. It seems he is really amazing. He Jixiang said. Your Highness, Yang Chongchun is a weak scholar. He can't carry anything. But he can win over the arrogant and brave generals in the army. How can he be an ordinary person? Lin Yi asked curiously. He really doesn't know martial arts? He Jixiang said affirmatively. Not at all, Qin Disheng said. I remember that Qi Yong once wrote a poem. With a feather fan and a blue scarf. Talking and laughing. The masts and oars are reduced to ashes. Which is about Yang Changchun. He and Yang Changchun are at odds. And they are old enemies. But he still praises Yang Changchun so generously. Lenny sighed. Damn it. He really is a god. I must meet him when I have a chance in the future. Suddenly, there was the sound of fireworks exploding outside. And then the cheers of the crowd became louder and louder. Shanqi looked at Lindy's puzzled eyes and said, Your Highness, a big flower boat came from Nanzhou the day before yesterday. And there were opera performances, and the selection of the most beautiful women. The people had never seen such a lively scene before. So they all rushed out to watch. This group of people has lined up to the door of the governor's office. I will have them chased away, and have the big boats docked downstream. The governor's office is right by the river. Because there are piers on the side, many big boats like to dock here. Flower boat? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It came from Nanzhou. They are not afraid of losing money. Although Baiyun City has improved, it is still not rich. The only brothel in Baiyun City, Chengxianglu, can only do a marginal business. The ladies inside don't even have the chance to work overtime. When it gets hot or rainy, they just stare blankly. They can only rely on being out of the game frequently, and go from place to place to make money, which is more diligent than traveling merchants. Qi Peng said. That was invited by the old man of the Hu family to celebrate his 50th birthday. 50th birthday? Lenny said with a smile. This old man? He really has a lot of money to burn. A rich landlord. Actually lives a more carefree life than him. The king of Sanha and the lord of Baiyun City. Don't you think it's infuriating? Sometimes. I really want to be cruel and make peace with this bunch of feudal and corrupt vampires who eat people without spitting out bones. However, it is not that the strength does not allow it, but that the reality does not allow it. If he really kills one of them, everyone in Baiyun City will be in danger. Like a frightened rabbit. He will not be spared as a prince. And he will have to appease these old people from time to time. Let them live in peace. And then develop closely around him. The king of Sanha. Xiazan bowed and said, Your Majesty is kind. But he has become more and more arrogant. What can we do? Lenny sighed. As long as they don't kill or burn. Let them do whatever they want. It's just listening to an opera. It's not a big deal. Your Majesty. The extravagant style in Baiyun City is growing day by day. And people are bragging about it. Shanqi worried. I'm afraid that by then, no one will ask about the general's grave. And the family affairs of the actors will be known to the world. So what? Lenny smiled and said. The common people like to hear and see it. And everyone can be happy together. Everyone knows that real estate is not good. But can it be killed? In any case, the entertainment industry and real estate are both important links in the economy. Your Highness is right. Shanqi had already experienced the difference between this prince he and others. Anyway, this was not a big deal, and there was no need for him to argue with Prince He. It was well known that this Prince He was a fool, so it was better not to force him. After all, Prince He himself said, he was still a child. If he was a little more sensible, they wouldn't have to be so sad all the time. Lenny waved his hand and said, That's enough, that's all, I have to go back and rest. I wonder if the two dogs at home have been fed. Relying on you Xiaosher and Cui Gingsheng. Two idiots, these two dogs won't live long. Farewell. Your Majesty. Shanqi personally sent Lin Yi to the door of the governor's office. Lin Yi stood at the door, not in a hurry to leave, looking at the bustling crowd of people. Old and young, and the fireworks in the sky, suddenly had an illusion of prosperity. Lin Yi rode a donkey, passed by the Shijiang Bridge, and stood on the bridge to watch the fireworks for a while. Let's set off fireworks when we go home. Lin Yi said with a smile. Let's have fun together with the people. Yes. Hong Ying hurriedly agreed. It's been a long time since I saw the prince so happy. When he returned to the mansion, he passed by the yard, and saw Wen Jiaoyi lying there, so he walked up to her and said, Why don't you rest so late? The ice mirror is opened, it flies across the sea, and the light covers the stars in the sky. Wen Jiaoyi shook the wine glass in her hand. I don't know how many times the moon is full and waning, only the green mountains have no past or present. Drunk with a jade cup and swallowing a golden cake, no one in the world knows this scene. Sister is really good at poetry. Lenny said with a smile. I can't compare, no. Wen Jiao glanced at him sideways and said, "You are indeed ignorant. This is the poem of Zhang Jian, the great scholar of the previous dynasty, Zhang Mian's uncle. Zhang Mian is really lucky." Lenny changed the subject. "He actually has such a talented uncle, but it's a pity that Zhang Mian doesn't have that kind of brain. He's just a rude warrior." "You?" Wen Jiao shook her head and sighed. "You should learn more from King Yong. All my life, I have been expressing my ambitions, commanding the barbarians, and pacifying wars, so high-spirited, the heavens are jealous of my heroic spirit. I have only one advantage, I never compare myself with others." Lenny smiled and said, "As a person, the most important thing is to be content with what you have, and be happy. You are not striving for progress." The more Wen Jiao looked at Lenny, the angrier she got. She stood up and walked away without looking back. Who did I offend? Lenny was helpless. Chapter 145, Renting a Boat. "Prince, set off the fireworks." Yu Shaoshi suddenly shouted. "Set off." Lenny also shouted. "Set off 100 or so taels of silver. I am not short of money." After a while, 10 guards set off the fireworks together. For a moment, both sides of the West River were bright. In the mansion, Lenny could hear the endless cheers from both sides. The nightlife these days is really boring. If you want to have a richer life, you need to spend money. It was impossible to spend money. It was so hard to have a free event, so everyone wanted to come out and take a look. Everyone liked to watch, not only because of their nature, but also because they were bored. Lenny sat under a tree, drinking wine, and watching the fireworks. When he could no longer hear the noise outside, the humming and singing, he drank a bottle of wine. He yawned and fell asleep on the bed. But before dawn, he was awakened by a burst of laughter, and the endless sound of breaking through the air. "Prince, you are awake." Mingwei prepared a towel, water, and salt for Lin Yi to wash. After Lin Yi washed hastily, he yawned, ate breakfast with his eyes half open, and even glanced at Yu Shaoshi, who was practicing martial arts in the yard. He wanted to scold him, but he couldn't bear it. This is what happens to children who are just beginning to fall in love. Since Tan Shizi appeared in the palace, Yu Shaoshi, who is always muddle-headed, has been practicing martial arts more diligently. Although he is dull, he cares about a person more purely than anyone else. He couldn't bear to see Hong encircling around Tan Shizi. He just couldn't accept it. He held his breath, and must find a way to defeat Tan Shizi, who was at the peak of the 7th rank. Every day, he practiced except eating. Seeing him like this, Lenny didn't know whether to be relieved or sympathetic. Poor child trapped by love. Why are you jealous? Don't you think carefully? Can a man like Tan Shizi get married? It's nothing more than the deep affection between senior and junior brothers and sisters, or the nature of young people, so they can play together. Just after breakfast, Tan Shizi, who is also the gatekeeper of the palace, suddenly ran in and said, "Your Highness, Tian Shiyu is here." "Let him in," Lenny said with a smile. "Is he here to give money?" Tan Shizi said. "Your Highness, he is empty-handed." "Empty-handed?" Lenny frowned. "What is he doing here?" "Then, let him in." Lenny waved his hand. After a while, Tan Shizi led Tian Shiyu in. Tian Shiyu knelt down and said, "Your Highness, may you live 1,000 years. Lenny said impatiently. "If you have something to say, please say it." Tian Shiyu said, "Your Highness, I encountered a strange thing, and I came to report it to you." "What is it?" Lenny asked while holding a teacup. "Someone is looking for Nanzhou, Sana's big ship, to rent, to send people to Yongzhou." Tian Shiyu whispered. "They actually want to rent more than 100 ships." "Rent more than 100 ships?" Lenny asked in confusion. "That must be transporting a lot of people." "Right," Tian Shiyu said. "It is said that there are also food and supplies." Lenny looked at Tan Shizi. Tan Shizi hurriedly retreated and called Chi Peng over. This is what Lin Yi is most satisfied with Tan Shizi. Give him a look, and he can understand what he means, and he never needs to say any nonsense. Tian Shiyu, in front of Chi Peng, although a little reluctant, still told the story again. Chi Peng pondered for a while and said, "Your Highness, this makes sense now." The Prince of Yong hurried back to the capital, and all his troops were left in Hongou under the command of Mei Jingji. A few days ago, I got the news that Lu Yichuan, the trusted general of the Prince of Yong, suddenly turned against Mei Jingji and led 40,000 troops into Nanzhou without authorization. At that time, I didn't understand what he meant and didn't tell your Highness. Now I understand that he probably passed through Nanzhou and returned to Yongzhou from the sea. That's what I thought. Tian Shiyu clapped his hands and said. The man who rented the boat looked different. He turned out to be a soldier. This third brother just didn't move. But he made a big noise when he moved. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly and said. 40,000 troops. That's a lot of people. Your Highness, should we rent this boat or not? Tian Shiyu asked. Rent? Why not? If you don't make money? You're a bastard. Lin Yi said with a smile. Wadden is pushing people too far. Let Lao San teach them a lesson. If I don't rent a boat, someone else will. I might as well make some pocket money. It's no big deal. Tian Shiyu said happily. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Yi continued. But you still have to be careful. Yongzhou is his lair. In the end, not only will he not pay, but he will also seize your boat. If you go there, you can't come back. You have no place to cry. I can't save you either. This is entirely possible. After all, the current situation is so chaotic, 100 or so large ships will add a navy force. Tian Shiyu laughed and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. After arriving at the place, we will cross the shore by boat. If they really dare to act rashly, the boat will be pierced, and none of these landlubbers will survive. Before getting on the boat, we must make these things clear to them. It's better to be careful. Lin Yi continued. Take your own boat to take risks, and my boat will not be involved. Yes. Seeing that Lin Yi had no more explanation, Tian Shiyu carefully left the living room. After Tian Shiyu left, Lin Yi looked at Qi Peng and said, Are there any news about Zhang Mian and Bao Kuei? Qi Peng shook his head and said, According to the guys, they have entered Dashi. The one occupying this place is the bandit leader Huang Xifang. Your Majesty, don't worry. They are all third-rank masters. It should be fine. A third-rank master can fly over eaves and walls, jump onto the city walls, and doesn't even need a siege ladder. This is something that even the elite imperial guards of Dalian cannot do. After all, there are only a handful of masters above the level of Huajin in the entire imperial guards. I hope so. Lin Yi said no more, and went back to the room to catch up on his sleep. I didn't sleep for long, but I was finally woken up by the heat. I was sweating all over, and I went up the mountain to take a shower at the bottom of the mountain stream. Your Highness, Tenshizi said with a smile, while leading the donkey. I heard that the flower boat is fun, and the courtesans in Nanzhou are also very beautiful. It is their blessing to serve you. Your Highness, is she really beautiful? How does she compare to Lu Rian? Lin Yi asked. Your Highness, everything I said is true. Tenshizi held the rope with one hand, patted his chest with the other, and said with a smile, Last night, I jumped on the boat and secretly watched it. Compared with Lu Rian, she is even more shy. Your Majesty, would you mind going and taking a look? Lin Yi said with a smile. Since you said so, let's go and take a look. This prince should also understand the people's sentiments. Yes. Tenshizi immediately turned around and headed towards the Shijiang Bridge. Halfway through, Lin Yi suddenly said, It seems a bit inappropriate in the broad daylight. The cabin is airtight, and it must be very hot. Let's go at night. Drink some wine, feel the river breeze, and have fun with the people. It should be quite nice. Your Majesty is really thoughtful. Tenshizi complimented. Chapter 146 Shan Rui. Lin Yi smiled and said, Where should we go now? Tenshizi suggested. Your Highness, let's go fishing. Good. So Lin Yi squatted by the river until the sun set. 3 large wooden barrels were full of lively fish. Your Highness, look how big that fish is. Tenshizi pointed to a white fish with a long pointed mouth in the river, rolled up his sleeves and said, Go down and catch the small one. That's called a white dolphin. Lin Yi looked at the white dolphin jumping and diving in the river and said, Its mouth is so long and ugly, I guess it's not delicious. He really didn't know whether the Chinese white dolphin could be eaten. However, he decided not to eat it. If the superior likes something, the subordinates will like it even more. If he started this, a large number of people would definitely come to join in the fun and see what the food that the prince likes to eat tastes like. What? You don't like it? Who do you think you are? The prince and the others are from the royal family. How can their taste be lower than yours? The white dolphins in the West River will probably face a catastrophe in the end. Tenshizi said. Prince, how about I catch them for you and stew them in a pot? Lin Yi smiled and said, Go ahead. Walk about 20 miles. There is a water pool. There are many crocodiles in it, which taste better than white dolphin meat. Prince, you lied to me again. Tanshizi. The child smiled and said, I have seen the crocodile. Many children tie ropes to their legs and walk around. They are really ugly and must not taste good. Lenny frowned and said, Is there anyone walking a crocodile? Why hasn't he seen it? Yu Xiaosher said loudly. Prince, they are afraid that you will see it. So they are hiding it from you. Lenny said with a dark face. You are just eating for free. Why don't you stop them? Now, go and check for me. Who has nothing to do but raise crocodiles for fun. Either kill him and skin him, or send him back to the bubble. Yes. Yu Xiaosher left reluctantly, and Dai followed him. At night, the sky was full of stars. The singing of operas from the big boats echoed around the two banks of the river, and the sound lingered. The people on the shore burst into earth-shaking applause and cheers from time to time. Lin Yi looked at the crowd in front of him, and turned back to ask Tanshizi, Who is on the boat? Tanshizi smiled and said, I just jumped over to take a look. And there are Liang Jin, Xiao Wujin, Hu Banquan, Yan Kuishing. Anyway, all the famous gentry and rich people in Baiyun City are here. Master, the boat is here. Shall we get on it? Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, So these old guys are here. Let's go. We must go. Today. We don't have to spend money. A bunch of rich people. Who would dare to ask him to spend money? That would be asking for trouble. The boat bypassed the crowd and landed in a secluded place. Lin Yi, supported by Tanshizi and Dai, boarded the sampan carefully. The boat was unstable, so he simply squatted down, frowning at Cui Jiansheng, who was squatting and a head taller than him, and said, Wait a minute. You just wait outside. Don't go in. If he followed me, I would look too petite. Prince, I want to see the Urin. Dai said aggrievedly. There are plenty of opportunities to see the Urin. Why worry now? Lin Yi comforted. Don't worry. I will take you to see the Urin in a few days. Tanshizi also said. That's right. What's so good about the Urin? It's just a nose and two eyes. No different from you. Dai scratched his head and said. It seems so. She looks like me. There's really nothing good about her. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and asked Tanshizi. How is your master's retreat going? Since Tanshizi came, Hong Ying has been absent from work openly. And then he went into retreat. Lin Yi hasn't seen him for a long time. He eats, drinks, defecates and urinates in the house all day. I actually miss him a little bit. After all, this guy grew up with me, and we have never been apart for such a long time. Tanshizi shook his head and said, I don't know, but I just send food to him on time every day. Lin Yi smiled and said, Make more meat soup to nourish him. I think it must be very hard to be in seclusion. Tanshizi smiled and agreed. While talking, the boat had already approached the big ship. Lin Yi held the spiral staircase and carefully boarded the big ship. The sound of the opera drum exploded directly in my ears, making my heart surge. Your Highness. It was the old man Hu Banquan from the Hu family who came out to greet him. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, No need to be polite today. Yes. Hu Banquan bowed and raised his hand and said, Your Highness, please. There was a huge stage on the third floor deck. There were people singing, playing the eru, and beating drums. It was very lively. The 2 rows below were all the well-known figures in Baiyun City. After Lin Yi came in, the show on the stage stopped, the drums stopped beating, and everything was quiet. Why are you not singing? What's going on? Lin Yi heard the scolding and complaints coming from the shore. Lin Yi stopped everyone who wanted to kneel down and say hello, and said with a smile, Seeing you are so happy, I will come to join in the fun. So there is no need to be so polite. Your Highness is indeed in a good mood. Liang Jin said with a smile. Your Highness, please take a seat. Lin Yi was not polite, and sat at the top seat without hesitation, occupying the position originally occupied by the birthday boy Hu Banquan. Looking down from above, he inadvertently glanced at a woman sitting below him, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a little makeup. Lin Yi gave her a 9. Full marks would be a pity if she was arrogant. Liang Jin hurriedly stood up trembling slightly, pointed at the woman and said, Your Highness, this is the great Master Shan Rui of Nanzhou. Your humble servant pays respect to your Highness. I just said, don't be polite. Lenny smiled and said, "Sit down. The only thing worth complaining about is the woman's name. It's probably Yin. Ru. E. Nyang. Nothing special. Thank you, Your Highness." Shan Ri lowered her head and whispered, because Lin Yi was there for this meal. The old rich men didn't enjoy eating and drinking, and even talking was not very enjoyable. No one dared to speak loudly in front of the prince. For a moment, the place was completely silent. Lenny smiled and said, "Everyone, why are you so reserved? You must have a good time tonight." Liang Jin and Qiu Wujin stood up first, and then everyone on both sides stood up. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone raised their glasses with both hands, and drank them all together. Liang Jin said, "Miss Shan knows music, but her best skill is sword dancing. Miss Shan, can you let us open our eyes? Being respectful is worse than obeying." Shan Rui looked at Lin Yi with a charming look, and then she took out a sword from the sword box held by the maid beside her, and jumped, standing in the middle. The sword was like frost and snow, and it was surrounded by silver light. Instantly music sounded. The sword shadows along the way, real and unreal, wild and unrestrained. Like an immortal. The old men were fascinated by it. But Lin Yi was uneducated, and could not understand it. "But I also think this woman is amazing. Sometimes she does splits, sometimes she soars, and her body is incredibly flexible." Chapter 147 Fierce Brothers. Flipping and fluttering like a butterfly, the air is filled with a faint fragrance. It is breathtaking. Whether in the palace, or in the fireworks place of Hong Kong City, he has never seen such a soft and boneless woman. After 2 glasses of wine, Shan Ri finished dancing. Lin Yi was the first to applaud, and said loudly, "Good." Shan Ri raised her sleeves to cover her face, and said in a delicate voice, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness." "What do you mean by kindness?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "What I said is all true. If you don't believe me, ask everyone present." The old men on both sides laughed loudly. Lin Yi was shameless first, and the old men followed suit, and began to touch the women who accompanied him. Shan Rui sat next to Lin Yi naturally, and poured wine for him personally. Holding the cup, she said, "Your Majesty, I offer you a glass of wine." Lin Yi drank the wine in the cup without blinking, and showed her the bottom of the cup. Tan Shizi came over with his back to them, sandwiched between the two, and personally served wine to them. "Thank you, eunuch." Shan Rui stood up and bowed to Tan Shizi. Tan Shizi stood between the two of them, motionless, and didn't say a word. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Drink it." He was still muttering in his heart. Why is this little Shizi different from usual? Why is he so stern when he is so happy? Shan Rui also finished the wine in his glass, imitating Lin Yi to drink the bottom of the glass. Lin Yi clapped his hands and said, "You have a good alcohol tolerance." From time to time, people stood up to toast him, and he accepted them all and drank them all. The crowds on both sides had dispersed. Only the lights on the big ship were bright, and the noise of playfulness continued. Lin Yi was happy after drinking. If the moon doesn't sleep, he won't sleep. Dan Ri poured him a cup, he drank 1 cup, the more he drank, the more confused he became, his head was groggy. Afterwards, he had to hold the railing of the big boat, and vomited non-stop towards the river. His stomach was uncomfortable, his head was aching, but he couldn't stop being happy in his heart. At this moment, he finally felt that everything he had done was worth it. It seemed that he had returned to the days in Hong Kong City. He worked hard to develop in Sanha, just for a little fireworks here, more beautiful women. Tan Shizi said, "Your Highness, it's time to go back to bed." Lin Yi said, "I want to stay here overnight. Why not?" Tan Shizi smiled. "Your Highness, the tea here is not good. I'm afraid you won't get used to it." Lin Yi patted his head and said dazedly, "That's true." This time when he went back, he didn't take a small boat, but the big boat went directly to the shore. Lin Yi got on the carriage that had been waiting on the shore, and returned to the mansion. He got up 3 times in one night. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. After opening his eyes, he got out of bed, and gulped down 3 cups of tea. After breakfast, he began to think about what happened last night. He stared at Tan Shizi and said, "Little Shizi, did you ruin my good thing last night?" Tan Shizi said, "Your Highness, that woman is a 6th-rank woman." Lin Yi was puzzled and said, "So what? She is a swordsman. What's so great about martial arts?" Qipeng laughed and said, "Your Highness, a 4th-rank woman can be a master of the world and take revenge. She is already a 6th-rank woman. Why does she have to commit herself to a brothel? Just like Lu Rian." Lenny said. Don't talk nonsense. Tell me directly. Who does she belong to? He was really angry. It's so hard to fall in love with a woman. But she is already taken. Qipeng said. Your Highness. She belongs to the 6th Prince Dai Wang. Dai Wang has a secret agent called Partridge Whistle. Old 6? Lenny couldn't believe it. After all, in his impression, this guy has always been aloof from the world. How could he have spies? Yes, Qipeng said with certainty. Not only the King of Dai, but also the Crown Prince, the King of Yong, the King of Chu, the King of Jing, the King of Yong'an, and the King of Jin, all have their own spies and assassins. Does the King of Yong'an have one too? In Lin Yi's eyes, the 12-old man is really still a little kid. And he often teases him when he is free. Exactly. They have all learned to play the pig and eat the tiger. Lenny thought. Could it be that I have always been a naive person? Qipeng said. Your Majesty, please tell me how to deal with Dan Rui. Lenny shook his head and said. The 6th old man arranged people to come here, which may not be malicious. He should be most worried about the Crown Prince and the King of Yong now. And he has no time to care about me. Wait for a while. And see if Dan Rui will leave. If she continues to stay in Sanha. Don't blame me for being ruthless. He suddenly lost interest in the flower boat again. The King of Dai has recruited 10,000 guards. Qipeng continued. They share food and clothing with the lowest guards. Sleep without a bed. Walk without a ride. And even suck the guard sores. What? Lin Yi jumped up from his chair. Are you imitating famous generals? Why don't any of his brothers make him worry less? The key is that they don't even think it's disgusting. If one of them is not handled properly, he will be infected and die. This is totally disrespectful to science. It's lucky that he's still alive and kicking. The King of Dai is aiming for something big. Shanqi also sighed. The King of Yong washes Yang Changchun's feet. The King of Dai sucks out the pus from the soldier's sores. Lenny sighed. Then what other amazing things have my other brothers done? The commander of Nanling was corrupt and perverted the law, and the people were angry. After the 7th prince, the King of Nanling, was in theft. He directly chopped off his head and hung it on the city gate. Qipeng said calmly. This is the news I just received this morning. They're all trying to be saints. I think I can learn this method. Lin Yi suddenly looked at Shanqi. Prince. Shanqi shuddered all over. It's useless even if you chop off my head. He didn't seem to have done anything to cause public outrage in Sanha. Right? Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him, and then looked at Qipeng and said, Tell me, is there any news? Qipeng shook his head. Ah, it's so early in the morning, and there's no good news. Lin Yi sighed. He was absent-minded even when fishing. His brothers really put pressure on him. Late at night, bored, sitting under the grapevines as usual, surrounded by mosquito nets. When Zhao lifted the mosquito net, walked in, sat opposite Lin Yi, and said with a smile, Why? Drinking alone? Have a drink with me? Lin Yi did not wait for her consent, and poured a cup and pushed it in front of her. When Zhao picked up the cup, drank it directly, and then filled her own cup, and said with a smile, It's rare to see you worry. Why don't I worry? Lin Yi sighed. I often worry about my lack of money. Do you love money so much? Nonsense, Lin Yi said unhappily. How many people in this world don't love money? Then have you never thought about power? When Zhao asked curiously, Lin Yi said, I am already a vassal king. In Sanha, he is a real local emperor. Who can have more power than him? Chapter 148 Expectations. He is different from his brothers. He has no ambition. If nothing unexpected happens, his current life is pretty good, and he has no plan to change it. They walk their Changhua Avenue, and I walk my Erskian Bridge. Why do you have to test him for no reason? He has suffered enough from the college entrance examination in his previous life. I really don't want to work hard again. When Zhao laughed. The whole world is the king's land, and the 4 seas are the king's subjects. If the king wants the subject to die, the subject has to die. What should you do? Lin Yi frowned and said, This is what I am worried about. Whether it's the crown prince or the prince of Yong, I won't end up well. However, I didn't know that the 6th prince had ambitions before. But now that I've discovered it, I think it's not a bad idea to help him. At least if he becomes the emperor. It won't do anything to me. In fact, the most ideal candidate in my heart is the 2nd prince, Prince Pingchuan. It's a pity that he died too early. Wen Jiaoyi said. I remember you once told me a story. I don't remember the name of a person in the story. But I remember that sentence very clearly. Don't put your fate in the hands of others. Lenny smiled and said, You also know that this is a story? Everything in the story is a lie. Wen Jiaoyi said. But you also said it yourself. If you spend your life like this, it's really a pity and too sad. Lin Yi tilted his head in thought, then smiled and said, This is because I hadn't left the palace at that time. And I had no freedom in the palace all day. If you spend your whole life in such a lifeless cage, it is of course regrettable and sad. Wen Jiaoyi sneered, riding a boat in the spring breeze, fishing with a cocoon thread, in the vast waves. That is not freedom. Only by changing the means can you be free physically and mentally. Lin Yi was silent for a long time. After drinking the wine in the cup, he sighed. As far as you know, what is the situation in the palace? One by one, they ran away to the vassal state without getting the order. The sixth son recruited soldiers openly, and the seventh son was even more ruthless. He directly killed the commanders and military and political officials of the place. What is the difference between this and treason? Have you ever thought about whether your father is really in trouble? Wen Jiaoyi smiled and said, Otherwise, why are they so bold? Lin Yi nodded and said, It is really possible. Otherwise, they are all good kids at ordinary times. And they dare not make such a mess. Wen Jiaoyi said, Your father may really be better than this time. Lin Yi said, Is he Jean colluding with the prince? Besides the prince, does he Jean have any better choice? Wen Jiaoyi said with a faint smile, Poor old man. Such a heroic figure, even has times when he can't help himself. Lin Yi sighed, If you really have a trump card in the palace, please help me take care of my mother and sister. I don't ask for anything else. Wen Jiaoyi crossed her legs and snorted coldly. As long as the prince is not stupid, he will not offend people easily. There are powerful enemies all around, and it's too late to win them over. Lin Yi said, That's true. The prince will at least give me some face. Your face? Wen Jiaoyi snorted coldly. How much face do you have? Don't you know it yourself? The prince will certainly not easily embarrass the princess and others for the sake of General Yuan and his son. Lin Yi said angrily. Don't you know that it's hurtful to talk like this? Can't you give him some face? Among the people in the palace, only Wen Jiaoyi spoke mercilessly, and she always hit him hard and hurt him. The most annoying thing is that he even imitated his tone and intonation. If you can do better, it will be good. Wen Jiaoyi put down the cup and said after standing up, I hope you will do well. After that, she left without looking back. Looking at Wen Jiaoyi, who had disappeared at the corner of the corridor, Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Mingwei beside him and said, Why do so many people have expectations for me? It makes me very stressed. Your Majesty, Mingwei said with a smile, I remember that every time you finished telling a story, when you made a summary, you would say, Look, this is the chosen son. I think you are such a person. Why? Lin Yi asked curiously. Zixia said, I have never seen anyone more knowledgeable than the prince. But the prince is indifferent to fame and wealth, otherwise the title of the world's most talented scholar would definitely belong to the prince. They have followed Lin Yi since they were young, and they know what kind of person Lin Yi is better than anyone else. Lin Yi said disdainfully, Writing a few poems means you are knowledgeable. Except for himself. No one in this world knows that he is the biggest plagiarist in thousands of years. Mingwei continued, Your Highness, you know a lot. Arithmetic, the study of things, chemistry. The steward said you are the kind of person who is born with knowledge. Born with knowledge? There is no one who is born with knowledge in this world. Lin Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. He has been trying to overcome his vanity and desire to show off since he was a child, and tried every means to deal with his cleverness that always wants to show off. It was a little chilly in the middle of the night, especially in the mountain city of Dashi. Bao Kuei stood between the mountains and looked at the officers and soldiers hiding in the darkness behind him, and looked at Zhang Mian confidently. Master Zhang, why don't we just climb the city wall and go in? Behind him were all masters of the third rank or above. Even if he encountered the imperial guards, he would dare to fight, let alone a group of bandits. Zhang Mian shook his head and said, This is the first time for you and me to lead troops, so it is better to be careful and safe. If we meet a real master, you and I might both be defeated. Bao Kuei said with a smile, If there is a real master, how could he be chased by General Yuan and hide in Dashi City? Zhang Mian said with a smile, If there is no master, with General Yuan's means, he would just kill them directly, and would not give them a chance to escape. It seems to be true. Balkue scratched his head and sighed. Then Lord Zhang, what should we do? The dry food that the brothers brought with them has been gone since yesterday. Just relying on hunting and eating meat. It is not enough to eat. Zhang Mian turned around and pinched his voice and said, Is Wang Tuozi back? With a whoosh, a figure jumped down from the tree. Sir, I'm back. I'm back. As he spoke, the figure had already arrived in front of Zhang Mian. Zhang Mian glanced at Wang Tuozi. Although he was a 6th rank official, he couldn't catch up with Wang Tuozi, who was a 4th rank official. In terms of lightness skills, Wang Tuozi was born a thief, and his lightness skills were outstanding. If Mingwei hadn't taken action personally, almost no one could catch up with him. After being arrested, he was sent to labor reform to build roads for more than half a year. It happened that he and the prince formed a militia team. Wang Xing was pulled in to fill the numbers without distinguishing between good and bad. And he has been doing this until today. Among the more than 10,000 officers and soldiers in the garrison, Wang Tuozi's Lingbo Weibu is the best. Even the dead Yunakong praised him personally. If he could improve his Huiyuan Gong, there would be very few people who could catch up with him in Mansanhe. You came back in time. How was the investigation this time? Since Wang Tuozi's Qinggong was good, Zhang Mian simply made him a scout. Wang Tuozi smiled and said, Huang Xifang is sleeping in the original government office in Dashi City. If you hadn't forbidden him to act rashly, I would have chopped off his head and brought him back. It's just that I don't know if there are any masters outside the government office. But I feel something is wrong. What's wrong? Zhang Mian asked hurriedly. It's too quiet. Wang Tuozi smiled and said, Sir, you also know what I did for a living. I can still be alive and kicking now because I feel more sensitive than ordinary people. If it weren't for Miss Mingyue's strong martial arts, I wouldn't fall into their hands so easily. Zhang Mian frowned and said, Do you mean there are still masters outside? Wang Tuozi smiled and said, I didn't dare to get close. Sir, not everyone is as kind as Miss Mingyue. If I meet someone I can't beat, I can only run away. Otherwise I will lose my life. Balkue said, Master Zhang, why don't I go and investigate it myself? Just as Zhang Mian was about to speak, Wang Tuozi suddenly shrank his neck and shouted, Oh no, someone is coming! You little thief, you are quite clever. Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone found that under the bright moonlight, a person had stood on the crown of a huge tree at some point. Who are you? Please tell me your name. Zhang Mian felt an inexplicable pressure from the other party. Chapter 149 Tang Ke. He didn't even notice how the other party appeared nearby. There is no doubt that the other party's skill is higher than his. As he spoke, all the officers and soldiers pointed their swords and spears at the people on the treetops. What made Zhang Mian very happy was that they were all fearless in the face of danger, and no one took a step back. The man in white on the treetop stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly, and said lightly, Do you think you are worthy of knowing my name? Your martial arts are so strong, I admire you. Zhang Mian said neither servilely nor arrogantly. But you must also understand that our Sanhe is not easy to mess with. Please make a good relationship with us Sanhe, so that we can meet again in the future. That cowardly prince? The man in white sneered. How dare you? Balkue suddenly shouted. If you dare to insult the prince's reputation again, even if I can't defeat you, I will fight you to the death. Oh! The man in white sneered. You are a good servant. Listen! Balkue shouted directly over Zhang Mian. Fight or not. Zhang Mian was an outsider after all, and he could ignore the prince's reputation. However, as a guard of the Huang Palace, if he didn't care about the prince's reputation, how could he face the world? Fight! The roar behind him resounded through the sky. I didn't expect there would be so many third-grade people. I underestimated that useless prince. The man in white continued. Although it is troublesome, I can also keep you all. Suddenly, torches lit up at the foot of the mountain. Dodge the arrows! Zhang Mian shouted, and a volley of arrows flew over him. Kill! Zhang Mian's eyes were red, and he was the first to rush towards the man in white. He knew that there was no way out. Kill! Balkue followed closely behind, and the two rushed towards the man in white at the same time. Another round of arrows came from the bottom of the mountain, and a group of officers and soldiers swung their swords and cut off the arrowheads. and all slashed at the bandits rushing down the mountain. Just you? The man in white waited for Zhang Mian to come forward, and he had already seen the shining big knife, and gently waved his sleeves. Zhang Mian raised his knife and prepared to go all out. He chopped straight at the opponent's forehead, but the opponent just swept him away and he fell to the ground, spitting blood. 9th rank. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Bao Kuei falling beside him. He had fainted and his life or death was unknown. It's better for you to surrender, so as not to lose your life in vain. The man in white looked at more than a dozen soldiers who raised their knives and moved around in the knife bush. After a while, he knocked them down one by one. Then they rushed forward in droves, watching his brothers fall to the ground one by one, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Zhang Mian's eyes were red, and blood was dripping from his eyes. Looking back at the foot of the mountain, they were also fighting fiercely. He finally felt something was wrong. All his men were 3rd rank. How could they be stuck in a stalemate with the bandits? That's enough. Facing the soldiers who were besieging him, the man in white suddenly became a little impatient, and his moves became more and more fierce. I'll fight you. Zhang Mian gritted his teeth and stood up. Just as he was about to charge again, he suddenly saw a sword light sweeping over. It seems to be enough. Zhang Mian then heard a familiar lazy voice. Yi Qiu. Then he saw the number 1 swordsman in Sanhe, caught between him and the man in white. This time, the man in white had to move in the face of Yi Qiu's sword, and suddenly fell from this tree to another tree. With a snap, the original treetop had been cut off and fell directly to the ground. Yi Qiu said, "After all, you are useless, otherwise I wouldn't have to come out. I haven't used the sword for a long time." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Zhang Mian stood up shakily and bowed to Yi Qiu. "I don't know why Mr. Yi is here. The general manager is in seclusion practicing. I'm worried about you," Yi Qiu said angrily. "Otherwise, do you think I am willing to come? I'm sorry for the trouble, Mr. Yi." Zhang Mian covered his chest and still vomited blood, seeing his brothers fighting with the bandits rushing down the mountain. He didn't have time to think, and rushed into the bandits again with his knife. "Who are you?" The man in white looked at Yi Qiu dressed as Xiao Si, tilted his head and said, "Tang Ke and Zai Batangman. Do you want to be my enemy?" "So what?" Yi Qiu said indifferently. "Those who insult the prince will die." He repeated Hong Ying's words verbatim. If Hong Ying knew that the other party was not dead, he would die. This is certain. So, this time, he didn't hold back any tricks when he swung his sword. Tang Ke took a step back, and the undulating trees followed him, falling one by one in the direction he was retreating. "No one has been able to make me draw my sword for 10 years. You are the first one." "Very good." As Yi Qiu's sword momentum faded, Tang Ke finally pulled out the sword from his back. The waning moon was dimmed by a knife, and the morning light rose from the top of the forest. The brilliant light shot through the sky and earth, and the thunder could not rush forward. Zhang Mian and others, including the bandits at the foot of the mountain, were all stunned. When they came to their senses, they could no longer see Tang Ke and Yi Qiu. In the darkness, more and more bandits came rushing over. Wang Tuozi came over and said, "Sir, this won't work. There are at least 5,000 or 6,000 bandits, and damn, there are actually quite a few good ones. Even a fool would know that. They were ambushed. Quickly notify Chen Xinlua and others to come to the rescue." Zhang Mian was shocked. They were different from the bandits he had met before. They were fearless and brave. Even if he was a 3rd-rank officer, it was difficult for him to face the random swords of dozens of bandits. Zhang Mian watched his brothers fall one after another. Zhang Mian was fighting with 7 or 8 enemy bandits who were attacking him. He roared, leaped hard, and took the opportunity to jump out of the circle. He turned back and said angrily, "Retreat." The bandits were numerous, and there were many good players. It was basically a pipe dream to win against 5,000 or 6,000 well-trained enemy bandits. Yes, the people who responded to Zhang Mian's order were weak. They tried their best to carry their unconscious or injured companions. They also didn't understand why there were so many good players among the enemy bandits. Zhang Mian was the last one to leave. When the retreat was almost over, he carried Bao Kuei, who had been motionless, and strode back along the same route. With the enemy behind them, they hurried on their way, and relied on the terrain to resist. On the 3rd day, they finally welcomed Chen Xinlua, who led more than 10,000 reinforcements. The enemy seemed to have received the news in advance. and retreated halfway in the face of more than 10,000 officers and soldiers. Zhang Mian and others counted the casualties, not counting the wounded, and more than 100 people had died of serious injuries. Even Jirorong, who was jumping, cried so hard that he couldn't say a word. Many of the dead officers and soldiers were his old customers, and they were very familiar with him. For a time, the team of nearly 30,000 people was gloomy. We have 30,000 people. What else can we be afraid of? Li Sanyang, who had a pretty face but a bad temper, couldn't help crying loudly. Brothers, if we work together, we will not be afraid of anything, Chen Xinlua said with hatred, and looked at Zhang Mian lying on the carriage and said, Master Zhang, you should take the injured brothers back first. I will not go back until I conquer Dashi City. Zhang Mian sighed, nodded and agreed, and was escorted back to Baiyun City by more than 1,000 people. Chen Xinlua continued to lead nearly 30,000 people, regardless of difficulties and obstacles, and continued to head towards Dashi City. Baiyun City was in the middle of summer harvest, and it was a busy scene. Suddenly, seeing the dejected team in front of him, and the flies surrounding the stinking corpses on the carriage, they were all at a loss. Word spread from one to another, and more people gathered on both sides of the road. Family members whose families participated in the suppression of bandits ran back and forth on both sides of the road, shouting their names loudly, and some laughed loudly, and the laughter became more and more unbridled. Finally, some cried, and the crying became more and more. Why is this happening? The sun was scorching. The rotting corpses were already smelly. But Lin Yi stood in front of the carriage, without moving. I am guilty. Bao Kuei was unconscious, and Zhang Mian was the only one who could still kneel and talk, but he was covered in blood and his spirit was weak. Isn't it said that the third rank is so awesome? Lin Yi's face was gloomy, and he wanted to cry but suddenly couldn't. More than 100 lives were lost. Many of them fell into the mountain stream, and their bodies were not left. Your Highness, please accept my condolences. Qi Peng looked at Lin Yi like this, and was so scared that he couldn't speak. Don't you claim to be well informed? Lin Yi looked at Qi Peng. How come you don't know there is a 9th rank in Dashi City? Damn Tang Ke, he's from Jizhao Temple. Death sentence. Qi Peng crawled directly from the wheelchair to the ground, face down. His knees were unable to support him to kneel. Get up. Don't act like that in front of me. Lin Yi waved to Pan Duo, signaling him to help Qi Peng get up. Actually, I'm the one who made the biggest mistake, killing so many people. He didn't have the face to blame others. Prince Hong Ying, who had been in seclusion, also came out. He knelt on the ground and cried uncontrollably. He was not crying for the dead, but because the prince was unhappy. I want them to die. No one should live. For the first time in this world, he burst out with a monstrous killing intent. Jizhao Temple must die. Kill without mercy. The people around, whether they were civilians, officers, soldiers, local residents, all followed suit and let out a shocking roar. Chapter 150, Raising the Bandits for Self-Protection. The people of Sanho were all filled with anger at this moment. Lin Yi was silent for a long time, and finally did not say another word. The funeral of the officers and soldiers was paid for by the governor, and they were buried on Baiyun Mountain. The monks and Taoists of Baiyun Temple joined forces for the first time, and performed a full 3 days and 3 nights of rituals. Settle their families, and raise the children until they grow up. Lin Yi sat in the living room, and felt very bad when he thought of so many young lives disappearing. And don't forget their families during festivals and holidays. Give money and gifts. He made the decision to go to the expedition to suppress the bandits in a fit of anger. Now that something happened, the families of the fallen officers and soldiers would naturally be taken care of by him. Shanqi bowed and said, Don't worry. Your Majesty, I will make all the arrangements. Lin Yi looked at He Jixiong and said, What do you say? Is this what you call the 3rd rank? It was this bastard who fooled me, saying that the 3rd rank was so powerful, and that 100 3rd rank soldiers could chase and beat 1,000 Imperial Guards. It was as if they were invincible. But now 800 3rd rank soldiers, and even some 4th rank soldiers and 5th rank soldiers, are being chased and beaten by a group of bandits, and losing many soldiers and generals. Over 100 lives have been lost in vain. You can plan without thinking. How can you prepare without preparation? He Jixiong sighed. Your Majesty, the other side has 5 or 6,000 people, all well trained. Thousands of arrows fired at the same time. Even a great master has to retreat. What's more, he is just a 3rd rank? He wanted to say that victory and defeat are common in the military, and there will always be casualties in war. But seeing the prince's look of bereaved parents, he didn't say it after all. It's not right. If his father really died, this prince would probably have the same expression as the prince. Lenny said. Tang Ke is from Jizhao Temple. Jizhao Temple supports Prince Yong. And now he is mixed with this group of bandits? Shanqi said. Your Majesty, I had doubts before. General Yuan Qing, General Mei Jingji, and Prince Yong's 3 armies are all elite, good at fighting, and they are not weak when confronting the Watan army. How could they not wipe out this small bandit group? Now it seems that King Yong probably kept the bandits for his own benefit. This all makes sense. He Jixiang squinted his eyes and said, Yes, I also overlooked it. I didn't expect that King Yong was so bold. Huang Sifang of Dashi City might have been his man for a long time. Otherwise, how could they train such elite soldiers? And Tang Ke happened to be in the enemy camp. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Without the tacit approval of my good uncle and General Mei, how could Huang Sifang become so powerful? Qi Peng shook his head and said, Not entirely. General Yuan Qing has been chasing Han Hui's troops relentlessly, without leaving any spare effort. The terrain of Dashi City is complex. Easy to defend but difficult to attack. General Yuan's army is composed of soldiers from the north, who are not used to the heat in the south. It is said that many of them are sick and can only recuperate in Huizhou now. He Jixiang bowed and said, Chen Xinluo has sent a pigeon to surround Dashi City. I want to go there in person. Please agree, Your Majesty. In the past, he was just a supporting soldier. Without the imperial edict, he was not allowed to leave Baiyan City without permission. The 2 times he led troops to suppress bandits before, he was also sneaking behind, using the name of Shinchu. But now it is different. The current situation is so chaotic. Who has time to care about him? Go ahead. Chen Xinluo has never fought a war. If Lin Yi was not afraid of the heat, he would want to lead the army himself, to experience the feeling of commanding the troops. And there would be a good story about him in history. I am willing to make up for my mistakes and go with Mr. He. Zhang Mian, who was still injured, knelt on the ground. When he was in Yang Chongqun's army, he was just a deputy general, and he only had to obey orders. In Sanhe, it was his first time to lead troops, and he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Just because he thought his subordinates were all 3rd rank. He didn't even bring bows and arrows, crossbows. Moreover, he only sent 1 scout, Wang Tuozi. He didn't even know when the enemy ambushed him. It was a shame in his life. I am willing to go too. Bao Kui, who had just woken up after 2 days of coma, looked pale at the moment. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Go ahead, and listen to General He in everything. Remember, revenge is revenge. But you must not underestimate the enemy again. If more people die, I will not be able to stay in Sanhe anymore. Of course, if you have a chance to kill Tang Ke, don't be soft-hearted. It's pitiful to say that. In such a big Sanhe, there is only one person who has ever been a commander and fought a tough battle. He Jixiang. Yes. He Jixiang knelt on the ground with Bao Kui and Zhang Mian. Lin Yi continued, Mr. Bian, Your Majesty, please give your orders. Bian Jing bowed. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Give them all the crossbows in the warehouse. Don't the 9th rank soldiers have some shitty truchi? Let's see if we can shoot through them. Tang Ke. He is destined to fight to the death with Jizhao Temple. So why show mercy? He Jixiang, Bao Kui, and Zhang Mian took 100 officers and soldiers and set off immediately. Halfway through the journey, they saw a figure standing in front of them, who looked very familiar to them. Bao Kui was the first to rein in his horse and bowed. General Manager? Who else could it be but Hong Ying? Zhang Mian looked at Hong Ying, who turned back and said, Why is the General Manager here? Hong Ying said calmly, Your Majesty, we need to kill Tang Quebec, didn't you hear it? Find Yi Chio and Tang Ke. Without waiting for a reply from the others, he floated away, and gradually became a small black dot in the forest. Zhang Mian and the others were overjoyed. After joining forces with more than 10,000 troops in broad daylight, they might not be afraid of 9th rank Tang Ke, but they were afraid of a sneak attack in the dark. If there was a little noise in the dark, let alone fighting the enemy, it would be good if the camp was not blown up. Dashi City is located in the southeast of Huizhou, between high mountains and steep hills. Sanhe's 10,000 troops and 20,000 civilians were all at the east gate of Dashi City, looking at the enemy, who was insulting them from the top of the city wall. Helpless, Zhu Rorong said angrily. Commander Chen, why don't we just go straight over? If Qin Xinluo hadn't stopped him from time to time, he would have climbed up the city wall with a meat cleaver and killed these bastards. Don't worry. Qin Xinluo sighed. This was also the first time he led troops in his life, and at this moment, he couldn't find anyone to discuss with. We have been surrounding Dashi City for 3 days, and we can't think of a solution. Commander Chen, the hot-tempered Li Sanyang said loudly, we can gather more than 1,000 soldiers and civilians together. Otherwise, we can take the opportunity to climb the city wall at night and open the city gate from the inside. Shopkeeper Li. Chen Xinluo smiled bitterly. You are just suppliers. Why are you more anxious than the officers and soldiers? Let's besiege them first, and see how long they can hold out. Then how long do we have to wait? Li Sanyang snorted coldly. Send food and grass from Baiyun City. The road is not good, and our food and grass are only enough for 15 days. Wang Tuozi came over and said, Commander Chen, I took my brothers to walk around the city wall and asked some local hunters. I didn't find any small path into the city. Or I'll go to the city myself tonight and ask around. He had a wound on the corner of his mouth, and it hurt when he spoke. No need. Qin Xinluo shook his head. He remembered that Lord He Jixiang said that as long as they could win, it didn't matter how many people died, even at all costs. However, he couldn't be so cruel. He knew that he didn't like the death of people, even some small animals. Every time an otter came to the prince's mansion to steal goldfish, although the prince was angry, but in the end, he would lightly let the little beasts go. Wang Tuozi couldn't help but ask, what should we do? Qin Xinluo was about to speak, when he suddenly felt a chill behind him, and saw Zhu Rorong across from him. Wang Tuozi was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. He turned his head carefully and saw Hong Ying, who had an expressionless face. Butler. Qin Xinluo smiled and said, why are you here? Hong Ying said, where are Yi Qiu and Tang Ke? Qin Xinluo said, both of them are 9th rank, and we really can't catch up. Just as he raised his head, he found that Hong Ying had disappeared from his sight. The butler has left. Zhu Rorong patted his chest, and said happily, it's good that the butler is here. Everything must die. Qin Xinluo said, since the butler is here, Lord He and his men will probably be here soon. As he expected, on the afternoon of the second day, he saw He Jixiang riding a skinny horse. Chapter 151 Attack on the City. Lord He. Every time He Jixiang went to war, Qin Xinluo followed behind him, and naturally admired him very much, and he was different from others, not calling him sir, but directly calling him lord. Seeing him at this moment was like seeing a relative, and he almost cried, take me around to see around. This time, He Jixiang did not wear the clanging armor on his body, because he was old, and could not wear it anymore. Only a gray cloth shirt covered his skinny body, no different from an ordinary old man. After getting off the horse, he glanced at the people around him, bowed and said, everyone has worked hard. The prince already knows your sufferings, and has specially ordered me to come here. Zhu Rorong shouted, Sir He, we will do whatever you say. Greetings. Sir He. The officers and soldiers took the lead in half kneeling to salute. And then a group of civilians, who were not familiar with etiquette, also knelt down. Please stand up. No need to be polite. He Jixiang held out his hand to help everyone up. After everyone stood up, he checked the tent and listened to Qin Xinluo's report. He said, we will attack the city at noon tomorrow. Qin Xinluo was shocked and said, Sir, is it too hasty? Zhang Mian also said, yes, you just arrived. It's better to rest for a while. Warfare is about momentum. We should follow the momentum. He Jixiang said loudly, I have more than 10,000 troops. More than 1,000 third-grade soldiers. And we share the same hatred and enemy. It's time to attack with one go. There are only more than 5,000 people in the city. What is there to be afraid of? Yes. Zhang Mian and others no longer objected. He Jixiang nodded with satisfaction. I didn't eat dinner. Lie down in the tent. Everyone see this, then gently step back. Ugly time. He Jixiang opened his eyes, facing the Wanglongzi road on the side. Overriding to bury the pot to make rice. Qinshi siege. Wang Yanzi carefully. Grown-ups, is this too early? But He Jixiang stared suddenly. He shrinks his neck. It was immediately passed down. The people and the officers and soldiers began to bury a pot to make rice together. The flame is bright here. It attracted more and more torches on the enemy, and the enemy on the city wall. Before the hour of the ox, the complaining Sanha officers and soldiers stuffed their stomachs with food. After that, they continued to sleep snoring. The torches on the walls of Dashi City gradually dimmed. Only teams of guards were left patrolling back and forth on the walls. It was pitch black in He Jixiang's tent. But Zhang Mian, Bao Kuei, Zhu Rorong and others stood there, looking at each other in silence. It was the hour of the Mao. He Jixiang suddenly shouted, "Light the lights. Attack the city." Ah! This scared Zhang Mian and others. Wasn't it agreed to be at 7:00 p.m.? After the candles and copper lamps were lit, they saw He Jixiang's wrinkled face. He Jixiang said, "All the third rank and above will attack the city. Mr. Zhang, you will lead the army. Those who retreat without orders, those who disturb the morale of the army, will be beheaded." Yes! The sound in the big tent shook the sky. There were no signal calls or flags, but everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. The torches of the Sanha officers and soldiers suddenly lit up under the city wall. The enemy patrolling on the city wall had not yet reacted, but they saw clusters of arrows flying towards them. Those who escaped death, before they could even hope for the best, saw swords and spears in front of them. More than 1,000 third-rank soldiers jumped onto the city wall, as if they were in an empty space. For a while, the sound of killing and shouting resounded throughout Dashi City. When He Jixiang rode his skinny horse and followed the army into the city gate, there were piles of corpses at the gate. More than 1,000 cavalrymen did not wait to move the corpses away, but jumped on the piles of corpses and rushed forward. The cavalrymen were in front, and the spears were behind. Dashi City was in complete chaos. Zhu Rorong looked at the flames rising to the sky in the city, and said to Li Sanyang and others beside him, "Lord, he said that we should stay behind. What is there to defend? Or we should go in and kill him." Li Sanyang snorted coldly. Without responding, she clamped her long legs on the horse's belly, raised her knife, and rushed into the city. Behind her was a group of her men, each holding a wooden stick and a long knife. "Hey, you woman, wait for me." Zhu Rorong didn't react at all, looking at Li Sanyang who was going away. She also learned to pat the horse's belly, and the horse under her, but circled in place without moving forward. In a hurry, she jumped off the horse directly, holding a meat cleaver, and rushed into the city. Behind him were his two helpless assistants, who had no choice but to follow him. The timid butcher was reluctant to go in, but seeing Zhu Rorong go in, he was afraid of being laughed at, so he rushed in. Other civilians followed suit, relying on their own kung fu, and also picked up various weapons and entered the city. It is said that many bandits were not even at the level of Hua Jin. They were not afraid of anything. Like the officers and soldiers, when they rushed into the city, their formation was not at all scattered. After all, they were all trained in the garrison and the school playground, and the concept of keeping formation was ingrained in their bones. When the enemy came, they swung their swords together. No one was left alone. Some were smart, and they followed the cavalry directly. After being hit by the horse, they took advantage of the enemy falling down and slashed him with a sword, and began to search for property on the corpse. Dashi City, this 1,000-year-old city, was full of crying, shouting, and the neighing of livestock. When the morning glow came out from the top of the mountain and was bright in Dashi City, it still couldn't penetrate the layers of fog. He Jixiang sat in the main seat of the Dashi City government office, coughing non-stop. Wang Tuozi brought him tea and kept rubbing his back. "Sir, are you okay?" "No problem." He Jixiang took a sip of tea and said, "Where is Huang Xifang? Have you caught him?" Wang Tuozi looked at Zhang Mian in embarrassment. Zhang Mian bowed and said, "Sir, when we attacked, Huang Xifang saw that the situation was not good and ran away from the south gate. I have sent people to chase him. The fog is too thick." He Jixiang clenched his fist at his lips, coughing and saying, "Let him run away. Huang Xifang is also a 5th-rank official. If he wants to run, it will probably be easy. There is no need to chase him." "What about the prince?" Zhang Mian was afraid that he would not be able to explain to the prince. He Jixiang said slowly, "Our prince is a kind person. If Huang Xifang really died, he might not be happy." This statement is problematic, but Zhang Mian didn't know where to refute it. "Sir, he What do you mean? Balkue said directly. Deceiving the prince? They are just desperate enemies. Just chase them. Why should we let them off? No, He Jixiong said with a smile. You have been with the prince longer than I have. You should understand the temperament of our prince. To be disrespectful, a donkey, will not move a step unless it is beaten. If our prince stops, whether it is the crown prince or the prince of Yong, who can let the prince go? Even if you don't think about the prince, you have to think about your whole family. You are with the prince in life, and your whole family will be with the prince in death. If you really care about the prince, don't say more. I hope what you said is right. Balkue snorted coldly, turned and left the government office. The sun was getting higher and higher. The fog dissipated. Counting the casualties, Sanha had over 1,000 casualties. Most of them were civilians, who were killed by the enemy when they got a chance to fight for money. 3,000 enemy soldiers were killed, more than 1,000 were captured, and the rest fled with Huang Xifeng. He Jixiong opened the treasury, and found mountains of grain, piles of gold and silver. We won't lose money this time. Balkue finally smiled once. Move! Zhang Mian waved his hand, and the officers and soldiers entered the treasury and began to put the goods on the carriage. It took 3 days to count the goods. With so many things, everyone was very happy. This time, more people died, but it seemed that everyone deliberately forgot about it. Have you seen General Manager Hong? He Jixiong was not worried about Hong Ying, but was afraid that Tang Ke would not die. Stay for another day. If the general manager does not come back, we will return to Baiyun City. Yes. The people in the tent answered in unison. The weather in Baiyun City is getting hotter and hotter. Lin Yi was lying shirtless under the stream of Baiyun Mountain. Hearing the news that He Jixiong had returned victoriously, his spirits were lifted. No loss of money. That's great. He couldn't help laughing after saying that. Xiao Shizi said. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Lin Yi continued. What are the casualties? Xiao Shizi hesitated for a while, and said. The civilians did not obey the military order, entered the city to rob property, and gave others the opportunity to die in vain. Lord, he couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. Damn it. Forgot to tell them that all their property would be confiscated. Lin Yi sighed. Chapter 152 The Rich Civilian. He understood very well that, even if it was a fight between a group of people, if they got angry, someone would die if they were not careful. Not to mention a real war with real swords and guns, where you fight to the death. Whether it was the era of cold weapons or hot weapons, war was always more cruel than imagined. It was one thing to understand, but it was another to feel bad. As a modern person who had lived in peacetime, sometimes he really couldn't accept it. Xiao Shizi said. Your Majesty, I heard from Lord Shan that these people deserved to die, and many of them were habitual criminals who had been sent to labor camps. After the city was captured, there were a lot of sneaky things, and even crimes, which harmed many girls. If it weren't for Lord He's good military management, these people would dare to be lawless. After Lin Yi put down the teacup, he continued, bury them well, and if there are family members, go and comfort them as usual. Some people deserve to die, but there is no evidence. And now there is no way to investigate. We still have to do some superficial work, and we can't let the living people feel disappointed. Xiao Shizi said. Yes, I will go and tell Lord Shan right away. This time, there were more casualties in Baiyun City, and the bodies filled more than 40 carts. In order to avoid epidemics, they were skillfully covered with oil paper, and finally thick straw curtains. However, the stench of corpses still could not be blocked. Unlike the previous indignation when 100 people died, most of them were smiling and happy when 1,000 people died. All the civilians who entered Dashi City gained something. They looted some of the dead bandits, and the main source of income came from the remaining supplies in the city. Dashi City was a large city with tens of thousands of people. The bandits entered the city and slaughtered many people. 9 out of 10 houses were empty, and many things became ownerless. All important property was looted by the bandits. But the bandits only picked up watermelons, so they would naturally lose sesame seeds. The iron pots, bowls and basins stored food, even copper locks, copper rings for gates, agricultural iron tools, ropes on water wheels, all of which can be exchanged for money. The smarter ones would pick off the gold and silver ornaments on the old clothes of the rich families. If you are lucky, you could also find some cloth, food, lacquerware, bedding and a lot of other things in some shops. If you take too much, you don't have to worry about not being able to take it away. The suppliers of Baiyun City, such as Li Sanyang from the ready-made clothing store, Huang Daoji from the blacksmith shop and others, set up stalls directly at the city gate and take whatever they want. Even if it was old clothes, they could be sold to the refugees in Baiyun City after being washed. A few days later, Wang Xiushuan, a servant of Zhu Rorong, was lucky enough to find a seller of a family. He found a large box of copper coins and 1,000 kilograms of grain. The copper coins were exchanged for silver cakes by Huang Daoji, and the grain was directly given to Liang Qishu, the head of Liang Jin's family. It was a big fortune. The refugees were in an uproar, digging deep into the ground, looking for the so-called sellers everywhere. In the end, they really found quite a few. Some people were not convinced, and did not believe that they could not find the seller. They gave full play to their imagination and dug a pit in the yard of a wealthy family and buried explosives directly. For 3 consecutive days, the sound of explosives and the smell of gunpowder were everywhere in Dashi City. For this reason, He Jixiang had to restrict them, not allowing them to use gunpowder without permission, not allowing them to disturb the people. There were still many residents who escaped in Dashi City. Looking at the devastated Dashi City, He Jixiang shook his head. On the day when the army returned to Baiyun City, there were only 7,000 or 8,000 civilians following behind them, and most of them stayed. Unless Dashi City is completely demolished, the remaining people will not leave, including Zhu Rorong. After the army left, the entire Dashi City would be ruled by suppliers like them. He sat in the middle of the lobby of the Dashi City government office with a majestic look, holding a wine glass in one hand, and slamming the gavel with the other hand, and shouted, "Who is here? Tell me your name. I will judge for you." Ha ha. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. Zhu Rorong became more and more proud. It was really good to look down on others. "Zhu Rorong, you should come down here." "The fuck?" the butcher said dissatisfiedly. "I haven't tasted the taste of being a judge yet. Even if I have seen it in operas, I have to give it a try." "Wait a minute," Zhu Rorong said with a burp. "I haven't even sat down to warm my butt yet. What a glorious moment. I can brag about it for the rest of my life." Liang Qinshu walked in with his hands behind his back and said, "I'm leaving tomorrow. I wonder if you have any plans." Huang Daoji said, "Manager Liang, this Dashi City is so big. We just got started. Let's stay here for a few more days. It will be hard to come across such an opportunity in the future." Liang Qinshu smiled and said, "Have you forgotten that Jioping? What if he comes back? How can we fight him?" "Don't give up your life in vain," Zhu Rorong said loudly. "You don't know how powerful Manager Hong is. That damn Jioping must be running with his tail between his legs. Pray to God not to be caught up by the manager." "I think what Manager Liang said makes sense." Li Sanyang, who has always had a bad temper, suddenly became cautious. "Let's not talk about Jioping first. Let's talk about the bandits around us. We are all in the dark and don't know anything. If the bandits come again, how can we resist them if Lord He and the others are not here? We should quit while we are ahead. Shopkeeper Liang, I will go with you tomorrow." "You are all so timid?" When Zhu Rorong saw that they were all leaving, he panicked. "How about we go the day after tomorrow?" Although he was a pork seller, he also took a lot of good things when he went to the city this time. The carriages were tight, and he had not had time to collect them. He followed the butcher and said, "I will go too." Whatever Zhu Rorong opposed, he firmly supported it. "Oh, shopkeeper Liang is right. It's better to be cautious." Yes, that's enough. As a person, you can't be too greedy." Others also followed suit. Zhu Rorong looked at the people who followed Liang Qinshu and Li Sanyang out of the hall, and stamped his feet in anger, saying, "Xiao Xuanzi." Wang Xiushuan squinted his eyes, staring at the plaque behind Zhu Rorong that said, "A clear mirror hangs high." Those characters were made of copper, and they could be sold for money if they were scraped off. He was thinking about sneaking in the middle of the night to get them off. Otherwise, if someone saw it, they would definitely take a share of the spoils from him. "Xiao Xuanzi." Zhu Rorong couldn't help but yell again. "What's the matter, shopkeeper?" Wang Xiushuan replied lazily. As long as he returned to Baiyun City, he could become a small rich man. Why would he need to work for Zhu Rorong? So, with money to back him up, he became bolder. Now he was not afraid of Zhu Rorong at all. Zhu Rorong said unhappily, "Are you deaf? Pack your things quickly. We will leave together tomorrow morning. Okay. If Zhu Rorong had not paid him yet, Wang Xiuquan would not bother to say anything more. Zhu Rorong was helpless. He knew that after he returned, the relationship between the boss and the employee might end. Chapter 153 Adjustment. This time he brought 12 men with him. Although most of them were not as lucky as Wang Xiuquan, they all gained a lot. After returning, as long as they did not make trouble, they would be considered rich. Who would still look at his expression? After thinking for a long time with a frown, he accepted the fact. Besides, he also made a little money this time. Whether he sold pork or not, he could eat it lying down. On the morning of their return, the surviving residents of Dashi City finally opened the door of their homes carefully, looking at the long-lost sun in the sky. Some were happy, some were crying. Nearly 10,000 laborers returned happily, and caused a sensation in Baiyun City. Cart after car of ironware, car after car of food. It was overwhelming. Everyone knew that these laborers had made a fortune. It was said in Baiyun City that if you want to get rich, you should become a laborer. Sitting in the lobby of the governor's office, Lin Yi glanced at Shanqi, then looked at He Jixiang, and said with a smile, "In the future, laborers who go to war should also follow the discipline of officers and soldiers. Such reckless behavior is no different from bandits. In theory, it is wrong to not hold everyone accountable. But in practice, who can he blame? If he holds more than 20,000 laborers, including a group of suppliers, accountable, no one will be innocent. He can only blame himself for not setting rules for laborers in advance." "Yes." He Jixiang bowed. "I will call Liang Zhen, Xiao Wujin, Wang Daoji and others to follow the order of the prince. From now on, no matter whether it is an officer or a civilian, no one can rob property without authorization." Lin Yi said this with a little bit of uncertainty. After all, he had tasted the sweetness. So how could he easily obey it? Paint the wall a little more. Write more slogans like "Don't take things that are not yours," "Robbery is shameful," etc. Sana's slogans have always been easy to understand. If no one understands what I mean after writing it, it is better not to write it. "Yes," Shanqi continued. "I wonder how to deal with these prisoners." These prisoners from Dashi City were also sent to labor reform. But they were not as good as the locals in Sanha. The refugees were honest and ran away when they found a chance. The constables had shot and killed more than 30 people. There were even hundreds of people who gathered to riot and killed 2 constables. If it was not suppressed in time, the consequences would be disastrous. The governor's jail was newly built after he took office. It was basically never used. Murderers were beheaded directly. Those who were not extremely evil were generally sent to labor reform. They were even allowed to go home to eat and sleep at night and go back to work the next day. However, because of this group of prisoners, they were suddenly used, and the prison was overcrowded. So they could not be counted on for labor reform. In order to prevent the outbreak of epidemics, the prison was cleaned every day according to Hushirlu's requirements, and the prisoners were required to take a bath every day. Lin Yi said indifferently, "What do you think? These people are well-trained elites with a strong sense of loyalty. Just like Bao Kuei, Ma Gui, Xiao Shizi, Shin Chu and others. Even if they will succumb to the enemy for a short time, if they are released today, they can be found tomorrow and continue to make trouble for the enemy the day after tomorrow. According to the usual practice on the battlefield, all generals and elite troops are killed. He would not accept such surrendered prisoners. However, he could not make up his mind to really kill them. After all, it was more than 1,000 lives." Shanqi said righteously. "Your Majesty, when we massacred the city, these people showed no mercy at all. They must not be spared," He Jixiang said. "Your Majesty has never been to Dashi City. It was originally a city of tens of thousands of people. But now, there are corpses everywhere. It is really shocking. They are all war criminals." Lin Yi stood up slowly and stretched his waist. "I am too lazy to care about this matter. I am not a governor of Laozi. Admiral, you can do whatever you want. Out of sight, out of mind. Farewell, Your Majesty." The old men happily watched Lin Yi swaying away from the hall. Afterwards, several people sat down to discuss again. Zhang Mian was fined 3 months' salary for his poor performance in the battle, and continued to return to Fengyao Island to be his naval supervisor. Bao Kuei also resigned from the position of chief detective, and went to Fengyao Island with Zhang Mian to reflect on himself. The situation in the court was unclear, and He Jixiang didn't have to hide this time, and he directly took charge of the guard post. The court would not give him an official position, and the governor could not give him an official position either, and everyone just called him Lord He. Shinchu became He Jixiang's deputy general. Shanqi wanted Qin Xinluo to return to the prince's palace to serve as the commander of the guards, but all personnel appointments in the prince's palace were decided by Hong Ying. Now that Hong Ying was gone, he could not take charge, so he promoted Qin Xinluo to the chief constable of the government office. With the end of the war, Sanha became a large construction site, and houses were being built everywhere. The laborers made money, so it was natural to build new houses, especially for the refugees who had worked as laborers in Dashi City. Once they had money, they could no longer tolerate the shacks in front of them. From simple cement to lime, nails, and stones, the prices are all rising. Even Jiro Rong, who originally did not intend to sell pork, took the opportunity to raise the price of meat. Now there are more rich people. And who doesn't order meat on the table? The pigs in Baiyun City simply cannot meet the demand. If the price is not raised, it would be a shame for their hard work. After all, many pigs are transported all the way from Nanzhou. But not long after, Baiyun City appeared to use wild boar meat and venison to impersonate pork. This kind of deception is definitely unbearable. Some people went directly to the governor's office to complain. Shanqi had no experience with this kind of thing. After all, in Hong Kong City, deer meat and wild boar meat are very expensive, and domestic pigs are the least valuable. But Sanha is the opposite, and pork is the most expensive. Many people eat pork because it is oily and gives them strength to work. In the end, there was no choice but to find several butcher shops, and privately told them, if you have venison, please send it to my house. I know the value of it. With the increasing number of refugees, there are fewer wild animals in the mountains. It is difficult for a governor to eat venison. Only when the Li people and Lian people come to the city can they have the opportunity to buy one. Lenny hasn't seen Hong Ying for a long time. He was worried when he heard Bao Kuei say that he was pursuing Tang Kei, a 9th rank official. He wanted to ask Wen Jiaoyi for help several times, but Wen Jiaoyi didn't even give him a chance to speak. Do you think your master will be in trouble? Your Highness, don't worry. Your master is very skilled, Xiao Shizi said with a smile. But Tang Kei, I'm sure he hates his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. If your master catches up with him, he will definitely skin him alive. His master is a grandmaster. Where's Yi Qiu? Lenny rolled his eyes at Xiao Shizi to stop him from bragging. It seems he's nowhere to be found. Your Highness, I don't know about him, Xiao Shizi said. But this kid has superb swordsmanship, Wen Jiaoyi said. He's already the best among the 9 ranks in the world, unless he's a grandmaster, otherwise no one can easily stop him. It'd be better if he died. Lenny slowly picked up the teacup, so that I don't have to look at him. Chapter 154, Returning from Injury. But to be honest, it is definitely not as annoying as it was at the beginning. After all, it has been in the palace for such a long time, and it has been submissive to me, more obedient than Dahe and Xiao Wang, and I have grown attached to it. Alas, this damn soft-hearted problem. Prince. Xiao Shizi looked at the stars in the sky, and said with a smile. It's windy now. Do you want to go somewhere? The night is gentle, the breeze is blowing on the willows. It's suitable for hunting otters. Lin Yi stood up angrily. There was an otter standing on the tree in the yard, holding a fruit, facing him, chewing it for half an hour, and looking at him with disdain from time to time. It was as annoying as it could be. Ever since he put this thing on the flag of Sanha out of boredom, Sanha suddenly had a lot of legends about otters. Many people have sworn on different occasions that they have seen a group of otters standing on their hind legs and putting their front legs together to worship the moon on a full moon night. It is said that the otters are praying to the gods on behalf of the people of Sanha. Then someone said that once he got sick, he thought he would die, but he survived and recovered. Looking back, it was probably because he saved an otter entangled in a rope when he was young. Some people also said that when he was drowning in the river, it seemed that something in the water lifted him up and brought him to the shore. It must be the otter who saved him from a desperate situation. For a time, the otter became the mascot of Sanha. Although they are still called water rats and water monkeys, they are no longer condemned by everyone. As a result, the otters in Sanha are becoming more and more unscrupulous and dare to walk on the streets in broad daylight. Lin Yi was so angry that his teeth itched. He discussed changing the flag with a few old men, but was unanimously opposed. The reason was that the orders were changed every day, and there was no peace, which could easily shake people's hearts. Lin Yi himself was helpless. He really didn't know what was wrong with him at the beginning to put this thing up. Even penguins, white dolphins, lions, and eagles are better than this. At worst, they can embroider Gaidar's flag. The meaning is profound. It's a pity that he didn't have foresight. Get out. Xiao Shizi waved his sleeves at the tree. When the strong wind came, the leaves fell off. The otter lost its grip on the tree branch with its hands and fell down. Seeing Xiao Shizi coming in, it ran away in a hurry. Lenny smiled and said, "These little guys are really annoying. How about I arrange someone to guard them tomorrow?" Xiao Shizi suggested. "They won't dare to come in again after fighting for 2 days." "That's fine. What else can I do?" After saying that, Lin Yi looked at the monkeys jumping around on the roof. "Those bears can't be allowed to come in easily anymore. Remember? Just scare them. Don't get hurt." As Sanha becomes more and more populated, the number of wild animals is decreasing rapidly at a noticeable rate. The wild deer, wild boars, wolves, and foxes that were seen everywhere in the past are now almost extinct and are hard to find. The number of fish in the river is also decreasing. First, there are too many pig farmers, and they all go to catch pig grass. Generally, fish don't live near the shore. Second, there are too many fishermen, and once they cast a net, they can catch all kinds of fish, big and small. Even now, when fishing, Lin Yi has a hard time catching a rod. He has to go farther if he wants to fish. Only the monkeys are increasing instead of decreasing like otters, which is very annoying. Once they are not fed in the mountains, they start to run down in groups. Poor Dahe and Xiao Huang are used as mounts by them. The hair on their backs has been plucked out. If you don't know, you might think they are mangy dogs. However, they don't go everywhere. At least they don't dare to go to schools and orphanages. The children have all learned kung fu. Once they enter the countryside, they can't even run away, let alone fight. They will definitely become the children's toys. For naughty children, they would put a rope around them and take them out for a walk. Monkeys are very smart. Once they have suffered, they will not suffer again. Wherever there are children, they are forbidden areas. Unlike before, they would run over to the place when they were fed. Now they will not go there even if they are beaten to death. Xiao Shizi frowned and glanced at the monkeys on the roof, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I am a little annoying. Damn it. The 4-year Monkey King competition is about to begin. Go back and grab a position." Lin Yi threw a small gravel at the roof, and the monkey did not move. "Don't be so unambitious. You spend all day here with me. Being a Monkey King is a good thing." The monkeys look unruly, but there is a strict hierarchy inside. The one with the most power is the Monkey King. In the end, who will be the Monkey King is decided by fists. The merchants in Baiyun City took the pursuit of profit to the extreme, organizing cockfighting, dogfighting, martial arts competitions, horse racing, and even monkeys. Many people placed heavy bets on this year's Monkey King competition, including Lin Yi himself. He also bet 20 taels on the red-haired monkey that often sneaked into the Huang mansion. This monkey was very majestic, and was a favorite this time. If he was not afraid of injuring or scaring it, affecting its combat effectiveness and causing losses, he would have let Xiao Shizi do it long ago. As soon as Xiao Shizi took a step forward, several monkeys ran away like otters. They knew who to offend and who to offend in this mansion. Xiao Shizi said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. If it loses tomorrow, I will definitely teach it a lesson." Lin Yi said, "It must be taught a lesson. Otherwise they won't know their surnames." He had already drunk a bottle of wine, and was too lazy to go out. He lay on the recliner for a while, and went into the house to sleep. In the first half of the night, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, and frogs were croaking. In the second half of the night, the wind started to blow, and then a drizzle began to fall. After that, it seemed to get bigger and bigger. Tonight, Sunny was on duty. Yawning, he sat on the doorstep weakly, looking at the rain that was getting heavier and heavier. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly found someone standing next to him. It turned out to be Wen Jiaoyi. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Wen Jiaoyi, why don't you rest so late?" Wen Jiaoyi ignored him, and looked at the pitch-black night sky. Sun Yi smiled awkwardly, squinting his eyes, and looking around with Wen Jiaoyi's eyes. But there was nothing. Wen Jiaoyi didn't say anything, so he didn't say much. Suddenly, in the wind and rain, he heard the sound of a carriage wheel. He stretched his neck to look forward and saw 2 horses. The carriage behind him became clearer and clearer. When Joey said, "Go over there and help a little." "Yes." Sunny hurriedly picked up a lantern and ran over. At first glance, he saw Yi Chio leaning against the eaves of the carriage. His face was ashen and bloodless. "Are you injured?" Sunny was shocked. Yi Chio didn't say anything. He weakly raised his arm and pointed inside the carriage. Sunny jumped on the carriage, lifted the curtain and looked, and was so frightened that he was scared out of his wits. Hong Ying was lying inside, motionless. He carefully put his finger on his nostrils and found that his breathing was very uneven. Just as he was about to ask something, he heard Wen Jiaoyi say, "Carry him into the house." Sunny was about to go into the mansion to call for help, but he found that Ma Gui and Wang Su had already run over, pulled the carriage to the side of Hong Ying's room, and carefully carried Hong Ying to the bed in the room. Lin Yi, who got the news and rushed over, found that the door of Hong Ying's room was closed. Ma Gui said, "Your Highness, concubine Wen is practicing Qigong for the steward, and said that no one should disturb her. How did you get hurt again?" Lin Yi looked at Yi Chio, who was sitting at the door of the wing room with a gloomy face, and his eyes were dull. Yi Chio took a sip of the hot tea handed over by Wang Su, and did not rush to speak. After a long while, he said, "I went after Tang Ke, and Tang Ke could not beat me, so I chased him. It seemed that I could kill him, but then a great master came, and I could not beat her. I was seriously injured, and finally the steward saved me. The steward was no match for her either. He took me away and ran away. He was exhausted and unconscious. I hid in the mountains with the steward for 2 days, hiding day and night, and then came back." "Grandmaster?" Lin Yi said hatefully. "Could it be Jingyi?" "No." Yi Chio shook his head and said, "Standard Hong said she was Jingquan, the head of Jijiao Temple." "Jingquan?" Lin Yi glanced at Hong Ying's room. "Do you really think I'm easy to mess with?" Jijiao Temple provoked him again and again, bullying his good temper. Xiao Shizi rubbed his eyes and forced a smile. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Master will definitely be blessed by heaven. It's better to do so. Let Hu Shirlu come here quickly." Lin Yi looked at Yi Chio again. "Go down and rest, and take good care of your injuries. After you recover from your injury, you can leave. From now on, you and I owe nothing to each other." Yi Chio risked his life to bring Hong Ying back, which was worth all the price he paid. Not to mention that he was just giving him the freedom that originally belonged to him. Yi Chio was stunned. He didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. "Thank you, Your Majesty." On the way, Hong Ying fell into a coma. He really wanted to kill Hong Ying directly at that time, so as not to force himself to practice the so-called evil repelling sword technique in the future. However, in the end, he still didn't do it and brought Hong Ying back. As for why, he couldn't tell. Maybe it was because of the palace and the great master Wen Jiaoyi. He could escape but the temple. With the help of 2 guards, he returned to his residence. Hu Shirlu came and checked Yi Chio's body. Except for the broken skin on his face and arms, there were no other external injuries. As for the internal injuries of his internal organs, he was powerless and could only prescribe a prescription for conditioning and let him recover on his own. The rain was getting heavier. Lin Yi stood at the door and never left for a moment. Tenshizi couldn't persuade him to leave, so he simply put all the chairs and tables at the door. Lin Yi just sat there quietly, looking into the side room from time to time. "Prince, please eat something." Mingwei brought a plate of cakes. "Not hungry." Lin Yi's thoughts were in a mess for a while, and he couldn't eat anything. "Hurry up and rest. You all have classes tomorrow morning." "Yes." Mingwei and Zixiao looked at each other and left obediently. At this time, they would not be willful and go against the prince's temper. Their prince was afraid of being nagging and afraid of trouble. Chapter 155. Who is the enemy? As the 2 left, they waved to Ma Gui, Wang Su and other guards, indicating that they should stay a little further away in case this temper came out, so as to avoid unnecessary disasters. Ma Gui bowed to the 2 women, expressing his gratitude. For a moment, under the huge eaves, only Xiao Shizi and Lin Yi were left, sighing and groaning. Except for the sound of rain and wind, everywhere was terribly quiet. Xiao Shizi finally couldn't help crying and said, "Master, why don't you just stay awake for a while?" Lin Yi said, "Is the Grandmaster really that awesome?" "Lord," he said, "when thousands of arrows are fired at once, The Grandmaster has to act like a grandson. Xiao Shizi tried hard not to cry. So, we just don't have enough people. Lenny sighed. When your master wakes up, I'll have to scold him. You bastard. You don't know what you are capable of. You don't know what you are capable of. You always make me nervous. If I hadn't seen him like this, I would have wanted to kill him now. Your Majesty. You are right. Xiao Shizi nodded hurriedly. Yi Qiu can die. It's just right for him to die. Why did the master save him? He almost got himself into trouble. With the master's ability, even if he can't win, if he wants to run, who can stop him? Jisha Temple. Lenny suddenly snorted coldly. Sooner or later, I will burn them down and let them sing conquer. For me. Just as Xiao Shizi was about to speak, the door opened, and when Zhao Yi stood at the door with her hands behind her back, Lenny hurriedly walked and ran into the room. Hong Ying was still lying there quietly. His whole body was dirty. The wounds on his face were covered with mud. His eyes were closed. And he didn't move. Just like a dead person. How is he? Lenny turned his head and looked at Wen Jiaoyi. It seems that you really care about this servant. Wen Jiaoyi did not respond directly to Lin Yi's words. When Lenny heard this, although he felt uncomfortable, he still held back his temper and said patiently, I grew up with him, and we are like brothers. A dignified prince and a eunuch are brothers. If you tell others about it, you are not afraid of people laughing at you. Wen Jiaoyi said disdainfully, this servant is lucky. He was able to escape from Jing Quan with a burden. Although he is unconscious for the time being, he finally saved his life. Lenny asked, when will he wake up? Wen Jiaoyi said, it depends on his own luck. Maybe he will wake up tomorrow. Or maybe he will never wake up in his lifetime. Why is this so? Lin Yi's heart trembled. And his whole body trembled like a sieve. My junior sister practices the essence of the most yin, which is as flowing as a river, corroding the intestines and clotting the blood vessels. Wen Jiaoyi said solemnly, if an ordinary person were to fight her, he would be half dead if not dead. This servant happens to practice the way of the most yin, so he won't lose his life. Thank you. Lenny waited for Wen Jiaoyi to leave, and gently closed the door. Then he found a towel, and wanted to wipe the dirt off Hong Ying's face himself. Xiao Shizi hurriedly took it. Master, let me do it. Yes. Wipe it clean. Tears flowed down the corners of Lin Yi's eyes. When he was 3 years old, Hong Ying came to his side, and they have been inseparable ever since. From childhood to adulthood. No matter what happened, Hong Ying always followed him, and took care of him meticulously. He never complained. Master. Seeing Lenny like this, Xiao Shizi also cried with his mouth open. Master. It's okay. Why don't you go back and rest? I'll be here alone. Lenny shook his head, moved a chair himself, and in order to prevent tears from flowing, he lay on the chair and closed his eyes. I fell asleep in a daze. When it was daybreak, the rain had stopped and the sky was clear. It was another hot day. Lenny yawned, looking at Hong Ying who was still sleeping on the bed, and said to Xiao Shizi standing beside him, didn't you sleep all night? Sir, I'm not sleepy. Xiao Shizi said with a smile. You stay here for the next few days. Don't take care of me. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he walked to the door and opened it, and saw Mingwei and Zixia standing at the door. Your Highness, Mingwei said. Lord Shanqi and others are waiting in the living room. Lin Yi nodded, washed up first, entered the living room, and waited for the tea to be brought to his hand before he raised his eyelids and said, the main task at hand is to distinguish who is our friend and who is our enemy. Such a strange sentence confused Shanqi and others. Xiazan said, please give your instructions. Your Majesty, Lin Yi said calmly, anyone who colludes with Jizha Temple is an enemy. Anyone who is an enemy of Jizha Temple is our friend. When a friend is in need, we should help him as much as possible and fight together with him. As for the enemy, it is like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. I will press her into the coffin. Everyone looked at each other and said in unison, yes. If they didn't understand these plain words, they would be fools. Lin Yi said, this king needs a copper wall, which is impregnable. Copper wall? This made everyone confused again. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Lin Yi continued, Shanqi, He Jixiang. Yes. The two stood up at the same time to answer the order. From today on, recruit soldiers again, Lin Yi said angrily. Expand it to 30,000 for me. Your Majesty. Shanqi stood up again. Think twice. Like other old men, he naturally hoped that Lin Yi would become stronger. However, expanding to 30,000 people at once would not be allowed by Sanha's strength. How much money and food would be needed? And how many residents are there in Baiyun City? We can't afford it at all. Our strategy is to fight 10 with 1. And our tactics is to fight 10 with 1. Lin Yi continued. So what if you are a grandmaster? 10,000 people are not enough. I will increase it to 30,000. No matter who comes, they will be stabbed into the wall and can't be taken down. The people below looked at each other. This prince was stimulated by Hong Ying. Lin Yi turned to Bianjing and said, firearms and artillery should be seized. Bows and arrows plus gunpowder are double insurance. Yes, Bianjing said with a stiff face. I will do my best. Okay. That's all. After Lin Yi stood up and walked to the door, he suddenly turned back and said, tell Du Sanha that my patience is running out. It's time for him to make a choice. Either be my friend or my enemy. I won't tolerate people who are indecisive here. Du Sanha, also known as Nie Yudao, was originally allowed by Lin Yi to be an angel investor. However, Lin Yi does not accept investment now. Betting. I will definitely notify you. This is the first time I have seen the prince's decisive killing side. Shanqi was extremely happy, but as soon as he left the palace, his brows furrowed again. Everyone, what are you teaching me? He looked at the old men. Support 30,000 people. How to do it? He Jixiang said. This is really worrying. I don't have any good ideas. Qin Dishing smiled and said, didn't the prince say that he would recruit 30,000 people right away? Shanqi laughed. That's right. Chao Hung said. We can only do it slowly. Everyone, don't forget. Xing Keshou continued. The prince also said that one should fight 10. That's my job. After he Jixiang coughed several times, he turned around and said to Yu Shaoshi, who was squatting at the door. Brother Yu, how about I formally hire you as the head coach? If you want to fight 10 with 1, the best thing is to let the officers and soldiers practice Hui Yuan Gong. The most talented person in practicing Hui Yuan Gong is Yu Shaoshi. Hong Ying, that bastard, has said that no one can surpass him. Old man, what did you say? Although Yu Shaoshi was asking questions, he did not even look at He Jixiang, but at Ah Dai, who was chewing sugar cane next to him. He Jixiang was so angry that his mouth was crooked. But he still patiently said, Brother Yu, I want to invite you to train officers and soldiers in the garrison. No, it's too hot. Yu Shaoshi refused without hesitation. He Jixiang was helpless. Sunny stretched his head and said, Lord He, do you think I can do it? Head coach of the garrison. So many people listen to him. It's exciting to think about it. He Jixiang turned his head and ignored him. Chapter 156 Storytelling. If you have the ability, you can do more than guard the gate. Sunny was asking for trouble, and was very angry. Old man, you might ask me for help next time. Next time I come in, I won't let you get some more sun. I'm not surnamed Sun. As soon as Shanqi returned to the governor's office, he immediately issued a recruitment order. Although he and the prince did not stipulate a specific time, it was not good to delay it all the time. At least recruit 2,000 people first. 12,000 people, this is the current limit of Sanha. Even if there are 1,000 more people, they can't afford it. Sanha's finances are already in deficit. The most difficult thing is He Jixiang. It's really hard to choose the head coach of the garrison. Hong Ying is unconscious, Yi Qiu is injured, Bao Kuei is being punished, Han Diqing, Xin Chu is controlling Wen Qian on Fangniu Island, Yu Shaoshi is a fool and a lazy guy. And Shan Yin is Shan Qi's nephew, Qin Xinlu is the adjutant. The garrison is no longer the initial construction. These two people should avoid suspicion, and no power can be added to them. Xing Keshou said, It's a pity that Mingwei and Zixia are women. Otherwise they would be the best candidates. Qin Dishing said, Aren't you talking nonsense? Wang Qinbang suddenly said, If it really doesn't work, let Sun Yi come. Shanqi frowned and said, This kid is only a 5th rank. How can he convince the crowd? It would be better to find a 6th rank or 7th rank person in the palace. Who is better than this kid? Wang Qinbang shook his head and said, This is wrong. As far as I know, there are only a few people who know the complete method of Hui Yuan Gong and are taught by Hong Ying himself. He had spent most of his time raising pigeons in the palace, so he naturally knew more than other old men. Most people, including the residents of Baiyun City, seemed to know a little bit of Hui Yuan Gong, but only Mingwei Zixia, Xin Chu, Sun Yi, Yu Shaoshi, and Hong An know the complete Huiyuan Gong technique. He Jisheng said. So what? Without Hong Ying's consent. How dare these people reveal the complete technique privately? Wang Qingbang shook his head again. You guys. You missed the point again. Sunny has received personal instruction. So his understanding of the technique is naturally deeper than others. People like us only know one thing, but not the other. How can we teach others? Not bad. Xing Keshou also nodded. Sunny is probably just a boy with limited talent. But he has a good memory. And there is nothing to criticize about his moves. Let him be the coach. Maybe he is better than others. Shanqi thought about it. And finally said helplessly, then let him come. There is no need to tell Lin Yi about this kind of thing. He asked Shan Yin to go directly to the deputy commander Ma Gui. Ma Gui kept sighing that Sun Yi, this little bastard, was lucky. The happiest person was Fengpi. He and Sun Yi had no common language at all, and could not chat with each other. He actively recommended his good friend Shui Jingren to Ma Gui. Ma Gui did not object. Anyway, he could not find a better candidate. The guards in the mansion would definitely not be willing to do it. It's not about money. It's about shame. When people ask, what's your position? The gatekeeper. It'll be embarrassing if you tell others. The weather is getting hotter. Lin Yi didn't want to do anything else. So he moved a chair and stayed by Hong Ying's side, dozing off from time to time, and occasionally opening his eyes to see if Hong Ying had any reaction. After lunch, he probably slept too much in the morning, so he didn't feel sleepy anymore. Holding the teacup, he sighed at the sleepy Hong Ying. We have been together for so many years. You are my brother, but I don't know what you like or what you like. Lin Yi sighed. I'm sorry. I really ignored you and didn't care about your feelings. Your Majesty, don't blame yourself. Xiao Shizi smiled and said, Master said that being able to listen to your stories and read your novels is the greatest blessing in his life. Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't said it. Lin Yi slapped his head. He likes me telling stories the most. Xiao Shizi nodded and said, Your Majesty, Master can almost recite some stories. He is really a genius. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and sighed. Since he likes stories, I will tell him a story for him. What story should I tell? Xiao Shizi said. Master likes to listen to any story that your Majesty tells. Let me think about it. Lin Yi looked up for a long time. Speaking of Game of Thrones, it's too fantasy. Hong Ying may not understand it. Men in Black, science fiction, even more difficult to understand. He remembered that Hong Ying liked classical mythology. Eastern Journey, and complete biography of Jigong were too long. Suddenly, an idea came to him. There is nothing more suitable than strange stories from a Chinese studio, one short story after another, although he had mentioned a little bit before, but he had not finished it. I will continue to tell strange stories from a Chinese studio. Your Majesty is wise. Xiao Shizi's eyes lit up. He also liked strange stories from a Chinese studio. Have I ever told you about the story of the Demolisher? Lin Yi asked. Your Majesty, I have. What about Yuzio? Yes. What about the foreigner? Wang Shi and Master Wei? Lin Yi asked several questions in one breath. They have all been told. Xiao Shizi said. What about Wudong? No. Did Bai Yu tell you about it? No. That's good. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction and said, I'll tell you about these two first. Yes. Xiao Shizi stood beside him and listened attentively. Let's talk about Bai Yu first. The story goes like this. There was a man named Wu Qingyan, who was very famous since he was a child. Good Taisher would always praise him whenever he saw his articles. Lin Yi spoke very slowly, for fear that Hong Ying, who was lying on the bed, would not hear him. Originally, it was a short story of a small length, but after his polishing, he forced him to change it into a long story, which took him an hour and a half to finish. Then, he told another story called Wudong. After that, he felt hungry. The sun was gradually moving westward, lying under the grapevines. I couldn't even taste the tea. Shi Peng came over with a wheelchair and said, Your Majesty? Lin Yi said. What's the matter? Shi Peng poured the tea and took a sip and said, It's confirmed. It's Jingquan. Lin Yi snorted coldly. Jizhou Temple took good care of Prince Yong. He is the head of the temple. And he ran to Yuo to look after others. Yi Qiu and General Manager Hong chased him to Chuanzhou. Shi Peng said while looking at Lin Yi's face. Yi Qiu didn't tell me. Lin Yi stood up and said angrily, Son of a bitch. running on someone else's territory. Isn't this looking for death? If it weren't for Yi Qiu's injury, he would have to teach him a lesson. It is said that Tang Ke is the nephew of the chief Jing Quan. Qi Peng said. Maybe he is her son. Lin Yi maliciously speculated. Who knows if they have any secret dealings? Your Highness is wise, Qi Peng said with a smile. Lin Yi said puzzledly. Did you guess right? There is a rumor in the martial arts world that Jing Quan was a famous chivalrous woman when she was young, Qi Peng said with a smile. She and Chu Bailey, who was a pair of enviable immortal lovers at that time, were killed by someone, and Jing Quan became a nun. It is said that she left a child before entering Jizhao Temple. It is possible that it was Tang Ke. However, there are also rumors that it was because of the child's death that Jing Quan lost all hope. Whatever. It has nothing to do with us, Lin Yi said unhappily. Anyway, I will definitely make these two people look bad in the future. Your Highness. Qi Peng hesitated and said. There is one more thing. I don't know if I should say it or not. What do you think? Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him. Yes. Qi Peng finished the tea in the cup and said. Shan Jin surrendered to the prince. Shan Jin? Lin Yi was not very familiar with this person. A person from the Shan family? Yes. Qi Peng said seriously. Shan Jin is Shanqi's nephew. Shanin's uncle. The top martial arts scholar in the 18th year of Delong. And the deputy commander of Chuanzhou. Lin Yi asked. Does Shanqi know? Qi Peng shook his head. No. Humph. Lin Yi said with a smile. These old guys, cunning rabbits, have 3 burrows. Thinking about it, it's quite normal. Qi Peng asked. Do I need to tell Mr. Shan? Why not tell him? Lin Yi said with a smile. As a human being, you still have to have some sense in your heart. Chapter 157 Retreat. He knew. And Shanqi also needed to know that he knew. Your Highness. Qi Peng hesitated. Just say whatever you want to say. Lin Yi teased the little yellow under his feet. You know that I hate your hesitant look the most. You can't speak clearly, and sometimes you say a paragraph several times. Your Highness, then I'll just say it directly. Qi Peng raised his head and said. Shanqi, do you need to arrange a servant? Lin Yi shook his head and said. Why bother? You are on guard against me, and I am on guard against you. It's too tiring. Qi Peng praised. Your Highness really trusts people when you employ them. And you don't employ people when you don't trust them. Trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people when you don't trust them? This kind of words are just a lie. Lin Yi snorted coldly. There is also a sentence in front of it, which is to know people and appoint them to the right positions, but I can't do it. Only by knowing people and assigning them to the right positions can you use them without doubt, and not use people you doubt. Qi Peng lowered his head and smiled. This guy is very self-aware. He didn't know how to respond for a moment. There are only 2 people in this world that I trust. One is me, and the other is me. I don't have much ability, but my realm is higher than others. I should be suspicious of people when I use them. And I should use people I doubt. Lin Yi said proudly. For example, I also use you well. In fact, there is no one available. If Shanqi, Qi Peng and others are not used, he will be completely at a loss. Qi Peng's mouth twitched, and he said against his will, Your Highness is wise. Between people, interests are the foundation, and only relationships maintained by interests can last long. Lin Yi said indifferently. You help me, and I will give you what you want. However, I still don't understand. What do you want? If we don't reach a consensus, I will still feel uneasy, including love, friendship, and marriage. They are probably the same in essence. Qi Peng smiled and said, Remember I told your Highness that I am waiting for your Highness to grow into a towering tree, so that I can have someone to rely on. What if I can't grow up? Lin Yi asked. Then I have nothing to lose. Qi Peng said without hesitation. You have too high expectations of me. Lin Yi understood their minds. A little luck, a little talent, a little knowledge, are all embarrassing things, which will make you have ambitions that are not yours at some point. You can take the throne yourself. But, more often, he wants to say to everyone, I am a mess. I don't need you to help me. Qi Peng said. Your Majesty is too modest. I can do everything. But I can't be modest. Lin Yi continued. We must distinguish between the main contradiction and the secondary contradiction. The most important one at the moment is the contradiction between this prince and Jizhao Temple. Yes. She Peng left after he finished speaking. The sun set, and the sunset filled the sky. Lin Yi went to Hong Ying's room to take a look and then left the mansion. He slowed down. Lin Yi sat on the donkey, pulling the rope himself, and said to the donkey, "If you dare to be stubborn again, I will beat you when I get back." Four-wheel drive, voice control, leather-heated seats, 360-degree panoramic view, one bale of grass per 100 kilometers. The advantages are naturally numerous. However, there are many disadvantages. His farts are smelly, he is lazy, and stubborn. He hadn't fished for a while at the river, and felt it was boring, so he got up and went back home again. Hong Ying was still lying there motionless. After dark, he continued to tell stories to Hong Ying. "Did Ying Ying tell you that?" "Your Highness, I didn't tell you that." Ming Wei replaced the tea for Lin Yi again, and refused to leave, standing close to Lin Yi. She also liked to listen to Lin Yi's stories. "Then tell me this." Lin Yi had almost forgotten this story, and after a while he said, "It is said that there was a man named Wang Zifu in Weishou. His father died very early. He was very smart and talented. He passed the examination for a scholar at the age of 14. Just as he started, he and the guards and servants of the palace gathered in the room. In Hong Kong City, this is an old habit. When telling stories to the prince, he likes to have everyone around him. The more people there are, the happier he is." From then on, Wang Sheng's diet gradually increased, and his body recovered day by day. Look under the pillow. The flower is dry, but it has not fallen. He holds it in his hand and enjoys it carefully, as if he has seen that person. Lenny said here, and suddenly raised his head and said, "Spread out a little. Don't crowd together. The air is not circulating. There is still a patient lying in the room." "Yes." Afraid of disturbing Hong Ying, who was resting, they all responded quietly, and then quietly found a corner to squat or sit. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction, and he forgot some of the content unconsciously, so he could only fill it in as he spoke. Anyway, no one has seen the original work, unconsciously. He finished the story of Ying Ying. Seeing that everyone was still reluctant to leave, he took another sip of tea, combined the TV series with the original text of Liao Shai, using the method of Shuangwen, telling the story of Ye Shaoqian vividly. "What kind of skill is this Shurangama Sutra? Tell me about it." Only when Zhao Yi dared to ask this question. It seems to be a very powerful skill. Ning Kaishan probably recited this book so that the monsters dared not approach him easily. Otherwise, how could a mere scholar escape? Remember what I said about the righteousness? Reciting this Shurangama Sutra can gain the righteousness. It was obviously nonsense. But Lin Yi said it seriously. For when Zhao Yi, he dared not scold her, nor could he beat her, but he could tease her openly. The righteousness? Fong Pai's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "The butler is practicing it." When Zhao Yi looked at Hong Yan, and Hong Yan nodded. "This is what the master is practicing." The master said that the heaven and earth have righteousness, and it flows in all shapes and sizes. Others are minor ways. Only this is the great way. No wonder. When Zhao Yi said to herself, "I said that what he is practicing now is different from before. Heaven and earth have righteousness, which is mixed and flowing. The great way." He repeated it several times in his mouth, looking at Wen Zhaoyi's infatuated and stupid look. Lin Yi felt a little bit sorry. Don't be like Hong Ying, who will end up as a nerd. However, he didn't dare to expose Wen Zhaoyi's dream, because he was afraid of being beaten. He coughed lightly, waved his hand, and waited for the people in the room to leave before saying, "The great way is invisible, difficult to describe, and people in the world don't know its roots. It is not so easy to practice. If we only rely on the scriptures, how many talented people in the world can achieve enlightenment, above the 9 heavens, fill up the Jade Emperor's court? This is something illusory. Don't think about it. Just practice your so-called red sleeve move well. I don't care whether it is the Tao or not." When Zhao Yi said lightly, "I have a connection with Buddha. Can you tell me where this Shurangama Sutra is now?" "It's a story," Lin Yi said with a smile. "You also said that it is the talk of the streets and the hearsay. It can't be true. What Shurangama Sutra? Maybe it was made up by others. I just listened to others when I was free and sorted it out by myself. You know this?" "No." When Zhao Yi shook her head affirmatively. "It is common to create things because of literature, but it can also be traced by historical papers. This Shurangama Sutra. Do you remember a few sentences? Then look at the external objects. Even if you can't see the heart, liver, spleen and stomach, the nails grow and the hair grows. The tendons turn and the veins shake. It lives in the body. There is no such place. Lenny frowned and said only this stumblingly. I really can't remember it. People only told me these few sentences at that time. Just these few sentences. Because I copied them down for writing online articles. When Joey listened in a daze and sighed. It's a pity. The shadow flashed in front of Lin Yi. And Lin Yi could no longer see her. Minghua said, Your Highness, why don't you go back and rest? Sister Zixia and I will take turns to watch over the place at night. Nothing will happen. Zioxizi said. No need. I can do it alone. Lenny said. Then the three of you can take turns to watch over the place overnight. After talking all night, he was not only dry-mouthed, but also dizzy. He really didn't have the energy to toss around here. He went back to his room and lay down. When he woke up the next morning, he got good news. Hong Ying woke up. He didn't have time to wash up, and ran directly to Hong Ying's room. Your Highness. Hong Ying, with a pale face, supported himself with one hand, and tried to get up. Lie down. Don't show off. Lenny gritted his teeth and said, You almost lost half your life again. You don't know how capable you are. I'm sorry to make your Highness worry. Hong Ying smiled happily. Xiao Shizi, make some porridge for your master. And don't feed him meat and fish in the next few days. Lenny smiled and said, Also, call Hulu over to check his pulse. After saying that, he left with a big laugh. The breakfast was particularly delicious. Holding the bun in hand, he looked around and said, Where is Consort One? Minghua said, Your Highness, Consort One is in seclusion. Oh! Lin Yi had long been accustomed to it. After dinner, he refused Xiao Shizi who wanted to go fishing with him, and asked him to take good care of Hong Ying at home, and only took Wang Su out. At noon, he returned with a full load. Seeing Hong Ying standing at the door to greet him, he was startled and said unhappily, Who asked you to come out? Will you die if you lie down for a few more days? Your Highness is right. I will lie down in the room for a few more days. Hong Ying smiled and said, My skills are not as good as others, and I embarrass you. It doesn't matter if I embarrass myself. Lin Yi snorted coldly. I am afraid that you will lose your life. I deserve to die. Hong Ying still smiled happily. Lin Yi said, Then go inside and lie down properly. Hong Ying went inside with the help of Xiao Shizi. In the end, he really lay down properly on the bed. And he lay down very thoroughly. Not only did he not leave the house, but he also did not allow others to enter. Your Majesty, Master is in seclusion, Xiao Shizi said happily. In seclusion, each of them has become more capable. Just as Lin Yi finished speaking, Cui Gingren ran in and said Shanqi was here. Tell him that I am also in seclusion. Lin Yi found that this was the best excuse to avoid others coming to ask for money. Your Majesty, Shanqi had already entered the yard and was grinning. Didn't I tell you to wait? Cui Gingren was so angry that he was jumping up and down. He was still inexperienced. No money. Lin Yi didn't wait for Shanqi to speak, and directly told the result. Your Majesty, I am not here to ask for money. What else can you do at this hour besides asking for money? Lin Yi still didn't believe it. Chapter 158 Making Trouble. Your Highness, Shanqi said seriously. I really don't know about Shanjin's matter. What's the big deal? Lin Yi said with a smile. He is him, you are you, it's irrelevant. Your Highness is wise. Shanqi was a little unsure of Lin Yi's meaning for a moment, and said with a wry smile. Although my Shan family has lived in Dongyong Island for generations, we have already branched out and established our own families. That's good. Lin Yi spread his hands and said, I understand what you mean. Thank you, Your Highness. Shanqi continued. Someone said that they saw the red-crowned crane in the south. Red-crowned crane? Lin Yi didn't understand what he meant. Did you see poison? No. Shanqi bowed and said, The red-crowned crane is the flag of the Ahsoka Kingdom, a kind of huge flying bird. It has a long beak, and the bottom of the beak is yellow. The prince also raised it some time ago, but he disliked its unpleasant voice, so he let it fly away. What you are talking about is called a helmeted hornbill. Lin Yi suddenly realized. It is really tasteful to embroider a helmeted hornbill on the flag. This thing barks like a dog, hoarse and unpleasant, and it goes on and on. So, it was released within 2 days of being caught, Shanqi said. Au was originally just a small tribe, and then it conquered the surrounding tribes, and then it became what it is today. It is said that when Li Qiu, the father of Li Fo, was born, There was a red light all over the sky, and the red cranes were all singing. After that, the red cranes became the symbol of the royal family. Only the royal family could wear red crane robes, and only the flags of the army could be embroidered with red cranes. Lenny said, "Red cranes? This name is translated quite uniquely. Your Majesty, this name is not translated," Shanchi said with a smile. "The country of Ahsoka and my country of Daliang have the same writing system, and even their appearance is almost the same, except that their skin color is slightly darker. But their language is very different. No wonder," Lenny continued. "How far is Bayun City from the border of Ahsoka?" Shanchi said. "I have never surveyed the border myself, but I have inquired. After the southern expedition, General Mei Jingji and Ahsoka set the boundary with the 10,000 mountains, which is 800 miles. However, it would be faster if we took a sea ship. Our Sanha ships, since the beginning of the year, occasionally went to the port of Ayu Kingdom for supplies." Lenny said. "Where was the red flag with a crane's head found?" Shanchi said. "After the number of refugees in Sanha increased, most of them were around Bayun City, and the farthest was only 100 miles away. However, I don't know who spread the rumor that if you go 100 miles south, you can grow rice for 3 seasons. More and more people went south, and they could avoid the tax. Gradually, there were some settlements, but people still came to Bayun City for shopping. In the morning, 3 people came to the governor's office and said they saw a team of 100 people. At first they thought they were soldiers from Sanha, but when they saw the flag, they felt something was wrong. So they asked the people of Lian nearby and found out that it was the red flag of the Ayu Kingdom. After that, they hurried here to report to me." Lenny asked. "Have you sent people to investigate?" Shanchi said. "Qin Shinluo has already led people there personally. Li Fu of the Ayu Kingdom has always been ambitious. Since he ascended the throne, he has repeatedly violated the border. I am afraid that they will get the news of the turmoil in the court and take the opportunity to cause chaos again." Humph. Lenny held his forehead with his hand. "They all think I am a soft persimmon to be squeezed, and they come to pick a fight for no reason," Shanchi said. "Your Majesty, it is better to prepare early," Lenny said. "Do you think that if Ayu Kingdom is going to invade the border this time, will my prince brother ask Mei Jingji and my uncle to save me?" This. Shanchi hesitated for a while, then said in a deep voice, "Under the current situation, General Mei may not obey the prince's order. Damn it, recently, there is simply nothing that can make people happy." Lenny paced back and forth in the yard and said, "Let Wang Xing form a militia again. My Bayun City will implement the policy of universal military service. As a standing army, we can train them when we have nothing to do. I can't go back to the capital. To the south is Ayu Kingdom. If I want to escape, I can only go to the sea." However, he had no intention of running away, so he could only give it a try. "Everyone is a soldier?" Shanchi was afraid that he had misunderstood, so he asked directly, "Does the prince mean that everyone in Bayun City should be a militia? Young and strong people over the age of 16 must join the militia on a voluntary basis," Lenny said fiercely. "Anyone who dares to evade military service will be forced to go to labor reform, including those wealthy families. No one should be left out. There is only one advantage of organizing a militia. That is, there is no need to pay salaries. But the disadvantages are also obvious, because they are not trained frequently, and their combat effectiveness is limited. Your Highness, these young masters are all spoiled," Shanchi said worriedly. "I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Lenny said with a smile. "In Sanha, I have the final say. If I can't make a decision on such a small matter now, what else can I make a decision on? Tell them. I need them to take the lead and set an example. No one has the right to refuse military service, unless they are disabled or mentally ill." He suddenly felt a sense of crisis. "Your Highness is right." Shanchi shuddered, and finally said nothing. He acted decisively, and issued a notice on the same day. Ordinary people in Bayun City did not react much. Not only did they not object, but they also promoted it to the refugees, who had not been in Bayun City for a long time. The militiamen in Sanha did not delay farming and fishing. They went out for a few laps, practiced boxing, and had 3 meals a day, with fish and meat for every meal. They could also save a lot of food for their families. It was a good thing. However, for the wealthy families in Sanha, this was a worrying thing. Who lacked those 3 meals? The next morning, the door of the governor's office was full of carriages, all of which were well-known families in Sanha. Shanchi closed the door and refused to see anyone. He only said one thing: "This is the order of Prince He." The meaning was very clear. If you don't agree, just go out and turn left across the bridge to find Prince He and Prince He's mansion. However, no one did that. If you don't have 10,000 or 20,000 silver coins in your hand, how can you enter Prince He's mansion? It's not like you have so much money to burn. It's okay if you think it through. It's just joining the militia. Children suffer, but they don't lose their lives. It's no big deal. The happiest ones were the older children in the school. They jumped around excitedly when they heard that they could hold knives and guns like the soldiers in the garrison. In the evening, Yichio, who had basically recovered, was practicing in the yard. Lenny glanced at him and said, "Why don't you leave? This king is kind and righteous. I will not force you to stay. You can leave now." "Your Majesty," Yichio said loudly, "I think this place is good. I have decided to serve your Majesty wholeheartedly. He has already offended Jizhao Temple. The world is so big, where else can he go? It is still safer to stay in the palace. After all, there are two great masters. Besides, Hong Ying is in seclusion. If Hong Ying doesn't tell him to leave, he dare not leave. Talking to the prince doesn't count after all." Lenny said unhappily. "You work for me. Are you sure you are not doing me a favor? Damn it, who gave you the courage to chase him to Chuanzhou? If Yichio hadn't gone to Chuanzhou without permission, Hong Ying wouldn't have chased him. If Hong Ying hadn't chased him, he wouldn't have been injured." Chapter 159 Shi Ping's Secret. "He is more trouble than help," Yichio hurriedly defended. "Your Highness, you misunderstood me. Tang Ke dared to speak rudely and insulted your Highness. I was so angry. How could I let such a person stay? I chased him all the way to Chuanzhou. If Jing Quan hadn't intervened, I would have killed him with a sword," Lenny said unhappily. "What kind of luck is this? After entering Chuanzhou, you happen to meet the head of Jizhao Temple," Yichio said with a bitter face. "Your Highness, you don't know, Tang Ke is so bad. He actually ran directly to Jizhao Temple." Lenny was stunned. After a long while, he said, "You are lucky to be able to come back alive after reaching their lair." He was really angry with these two idiots. "Prince," Yichio said with a wry smile, "I didn't expect this. I have never been to Jizhao Temple before." Lenny put his hands behind his back and walked 2 steps forward. "Okay. Do you really want to work for me?" Yichio looked at Lenny's face, and suddenly he was not so sure. But it was difficult to regret it. So he had to bite the bullet and said, "Of course." Lenny said, "I asked you to go to the south and follow Chen Xinluo. As for them, I am worried because their kung fu is not good enough. Liefo, the emperor of Ashoka, is also a great master. As the ruler of a country, the probability of him personally taking action is very small. But there is no guarantee that there will be other masters. Yichio is a 9th rank, and his martial arts are strong. If he follows, the safety factor will be higher." Yichio said, "Your Majesty, seeing the flag of the Asoka Kingdom in the south does not mean anything. The Asoka Kingdom often sends troops to plunder the border. More than a decade ago, it even reached Baiyan City, which is why General Mei went south. He is a local native, and naturally knows much more about the Asoka Kingdom than Lin Yi. Do I have to wait until the Asoka army arrives before I make preparations?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "I can hold my urine, but I can't hold my diarrhea. I can't even move a step. Unless he has had a cerebral congestion for more than 10 years. He would treat this matter as a joke. Since the prince said so, I will set off tomorrow." Yichio was helpless. If he hadn't heard it with his own eyes, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. There are such vulgar people in the royal family. "Why wait until tomorrow?" Lenny asked. "Then I'll leave now." Yichio bowed, turned around and left. Fong Pai, who was standing next to him, also followed him out to help prepare the horse. This was what he should do as a doorman. After Yichio left, Lin Yi looked at Chi Peng again. Chi Peng didn't wait for Lin Yi to ask, and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have already sent out the porters, and there will be news in a few days." Lin Yi was surprised and said, "Why are there porters? Is there any difference between this and a clerk?" Chi Peng smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you don't know. As the name suggests, this porter probably runs around, gathers information, and has no special purpose. But this guy is different. He stays in a fixed place, hides his identity, and cannot move without permission. Lenny said. It's similar to the secret guards. There are patrols and arrests. And there are spies. The division of labor is different. That's right, Qipeng said with a smile. In addition, there are the head of the line, the broker, and the master. The master is the most important? No. Qipeng shook his head. The one who is in charge of the affairs of a place is the broker. Broker? Lenny was puzzled. This broker is engaged in human trafficking. No one will be suspicious if there is one more or one less person around her, Qipeng explained. It's perfect for brokers, heads of the line, porters and masters to connect. Lenny continued. I remember you said that more than 100 people from the Sichuan province secret guard command were all killed by you. Who did this? Qipeng pondered for a while and finally said, They are barbers, all experts in the world, and they are no different from ordinary people. Lenny sighed. As for you, I have to say I admire you. Thank you for the compliment. Your Majesty. Qipeng did not hide the pride on his face. Okay, let's do it this way, Lenny said with a smile. Keep a close eye on them. Don't make any mistakes this time. Yes. Qipeng waited until Lenny disappeared, then slowly raised his head. Panduo came over and pushed the wheelchair, and whispered as he walked. Boss, Lu Rian wants to buy information. Whose information? Qipeng said indifferently. Panduo looked around, and then whispered in Qipeng's ear. The princes. Qipeng snorted coldly. The secret guards are getting bolder and bolder. In Hong City, I was a little cautious. But in Sanha and Hua, it's not necessary, Panduo said. Why don't you arrange someone to give it to them? As he said that, he scratched his neck with his palm. I told the prince that fishing requires patience. And you must not be impatient, Qipeng said expressionlessly. You must slowly put the bait in. Wait for them to float to the surface. And finally catch them all in one net. I understand. Panduo nodded. The wheelchair arrived at his own small yard. Qipeng turned his head to look at Panduo, and suddenly said, Let Master Han go this time. Panduo was shocked and said, Boss, Master Han has already had ulterior motives. I'm afraid. Qipeng smiled and said, The prince said that an ant always thinks that what it sees is the whole world. If I don't hit them, they don't know that I am both civil and military. They can't escape the shopkeeper's palm at all. Panduo's face became more and more strange. He has followed Qipeng for more than 10 years, and he thought he knew him very well. However, since he met Prince He and entered Prince He's mansion, the shopkeeper's personality has changed completely. The most obvious thing is that now when he speaks, he always mentions Prince He. It's not normal at all. It was another hot night. Lenny lay on the bed, and he couldn't fall asleep repeatedly because of the heat. After leaving the yard again, Mingwei followed him. The bright moon helped him avoid the dog shit in the yard. He kicked Dahe, who was lying at the door in anger. Your Highness. Mingwei couldn't help laughing. Are you still not asleep? Lenny said helplessly. I'm just out for a walk. You don't have to follow me. Mingwei looked up at the starry sky and said, I just couldn't sleep. After Lenny sat on the chair, he poured himself a glass of boiled water and said while drinking, Do you miss home? Mingwei said, There is no one worth missing at home. So naturally I won't miss home. Your Highness, I actually like this place very much. I am willing to die here for the rest of my life. Lenny said, Let's see what the situation is in the court. Sooner or later, we will have to go back. His mother and sister will definitely not be able to come to Sanha. He thought that one day he could go back. But I heard that the queen doesn't want the prince to go back. Then I won't go back? Lenny said with a smile. The current situation is too chaotic. In fact, I really hope that the 6th or 8th brother can win. These 2 brothers are better than the prince and his men. Prince. Mingwei hesitated and said, Why not listen to the queen? The king of Dai and the king of Yong'an are both ruthless and cruel. Chapter 160 AU Country. Lenny said, When it's time to go back, you have to go back. After 2 lives, there are not many things that he can worry about. My mother and sister are probably the ones that he worries about the most. I understand. Mingwei stood behind Lin Yi, her white cheeks gleaming in the moonlight. Bored, Lenny walked to the door of Hong Ying's room again. The door was closed, and the room was dark. Lenny opened the wooden lunch box on the steps, and the food inside was still there, untouched. It's cold. Lenny glanced at the wing room again. and said to Mingwei behind him, "Tell the kitchen to arrange someone to watch over him, and let him eat something hot." Mingwei agreed, and turned and left. Xiao Shizi came out of the darkness unconsciously, and followed Lin Yi closely, until Lin Yi went into the house to rest, and then returned to Hong Ying's wing room again. The sun in Baiyan City is the hottest at noon. Even the locals dare not go out easily at this time, let alone the merchants from other places. They have heard about the power of the sun for a long time. Once they get heat stroke, they may lose their lives. They would not easily joke about their lives. But this day was different. The young and strong men of Baiyan City lined up for half a mile from the governor's office, and many of them hid in the river or under the shade. The governor's office was registering for soldiers. "I haven't eaten meat for a long time, and now my eyes glow green at night. I heard that there would be meat to eat if I joined the militia, and there would be money to earn if there was a war, so many people came early. Although it was compulsory military service, there were also requirements for joining the militia, and you couldn't just join if you wanted to. First, those with kung fu skills are given priority. And secondly, they have to undergo a physical examination. Only those without illness or disability can enter. Those who pass the examination are overjoyed and receive the wooden plaque, while those who fail are dejected. This makes the merchants who come to watch the fun very surprised. This Sanha is indeed different from other places. There are actually people vying to join the army. Moreover, there are even women among them. There is no mandatory requirement for women, and it is all voluntary. But they are all vying to come. It is really beyond their imagination. Elsewhere, in order to avoid corvée and military service, they would move their whole family and hide in the mountains. The butcher, with a sweaty face, squeezed into the crowd, wiping his sweat, and cursing. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you squeezing in? Can't you take your time?" Zhu Rorong, who had not yet received the Sanha household sticker and could only watch the fun under the shade of a tree nearby, said with disdain, "Don't you know? The number of places for the militia is limited. They will stop recruiting when they reach 10,000 people. The quick ones have it. The slow ones have nothing. You tell me." If Jiang the butcher hadn't considered that he couldn't beat Zhu Rorong, he would have gone up to fight. What hatred and grudges, targeting him every day. He is now eagerly looking forward to his daughter Jiangjin's entry into the 4th rank. Who dares to look down on him then? Don't squeeze. Line up properly. Those who haven't got a turn yet, go to the side and rest first. Sun Yi, who had just been promoted to the chief instructor of the garrison, was in high spirits at the moment, bringing 4 constables to maintain order. And if he saw someone he didn't like, he would step forward and scold them. No one dared to refute. This feeling is really great. However, not many people listened to his arrangements. Everyone still ignored the heat and crowded in the long line. In any case, this opportunity to eat and drink for free in the militia team cannot be missed. As for the so-called loyalty, protecting Sanha, and other ideals, they do not exist. They are not stupid. Sanha's big ships also happened to return on this day. They belonged to the Liang family and the Hu family. There were 11 ships in total, and boxes of Nanyang goods came off the ships. The sailors on the ship heard that Sanha was recruiting soldiers, and it was mandatory. They all looked worried. They earned a lot of money on the ship every month, no matter what. They were unwilling to waste time in the militia. This time, Shanqi was reasonable and directly stated that the sailors on the ship did not need to participate in the recruitment. He did not need to discuss this decision with Lin Yi. After all, Sanha's ship tax, ticket auction, and commercial tax were the main sources of income for the governor. Without the sailors, the big ship would become a decoration, and then the whole body would be affected, and Sanha's tax would lose its source. Lin Yi stood on the shore, looking at the endless stream of large and small ships, frowning and saying, "Is Tian Shiyu not back yet?" He regretted asking Tian Shiyu to help Prince Yong transport troops to Yongzhou. It was a pity that he didn't know earlier that Huang Xifang was Prince Yong's man. Qi Peng shook his head and said, "I don't have any friends around Tian Shiyu, so naturally I can't get any information." This was also the request of this prince, not to place anyone around him. Lin Yi said, "Then keep an eye on him on the shore." Qi Peng nodded in agreement. Wang Qingbang hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, something bad has happened." Chen Xinluo sent a pigeon message saying that the Ahsoka Kingdom is gathering an army. Bad luck happens every year, but this year there are more. Lin Yi sighed. "Who else?" "About 30,000 people," Wang Qingbang said with a sad face. I wonder if they will come to Sanha. This Liefo is so annoying. Lenny squatted on a tree stump. This king is really a peace-loving person. After a while, Shanchi, Qindishing and other old men also hurried over. Your Highness. Shanchi bowed. I have already ordered the recruitment of 20,000 militiamen. 10,000 people are definitely not enough, Lenny said, adding 10,000 guards. 30,000 people can only match the strength of the Au kingdom. There are too few people. Is there any other way? Shinkasho said. When the Au kingdom invades, the first to bear the brunt are the Li people, Lian people, Qian people, and other tribes in the south. I think we should still contact them and fight together. When General Mei went south, he used this method. At that time, hundreds of tribal leaders, big and small, led more than 10,000 people to fight side by side with Mei Jingji. This is a good idea. Lenny looked at the clouds floating in the sky and said, Who negotiated with the leaders at the beginning? Xiazan said. It was Liang Zhensheng, Xiao Wujin, Hu Banquan and others. Lenny said, Let them go, and tell them that after the matter is done, I will exempt them from 1 year's shipping bill fee. Shanchi smiled and said, That's it. You can do it at your own convenience. Lenny knew that he had no way out. You have to go. For a moment, Sana once again entered into intense preparations for war. Compared to the last expedition to Yuezhou, the atmosphere this time was obviously different. The locals of Sanha knew the brutality of the Au kingdom better than anyone else. Besides, this time they were the ones attacking. Unless you abandon your family and run away, there is no escape. Submit a memorial, Lenny said to Shanchi. What if a miracle happens? He hoped that the prince or Mei Jingji would find their conscience and send troops to help.